I wanna be where you are. I'm not too fond of chasing. I wanna see who you are, baby, 'cause you'll end up my favorite. 'Cause those eyes shine so bright in the class so dim I can't keep on losing sight of you so high. Don't want to intrude, but excuse me, what's your name?
Hey, excuse me.
Girl, ain't nothing like your beautiful kind. I wanna be where you are.
Copyright 2024 by Stargate Book. All rights are reserved for this edition. Norvell's Dynamic Mental Laws for a Successful Living by Anthony Norvell. What benefits may you expect? As a student of universal wisdom, you may naturally ask, what benefits may I expect in my personal life from this book? The benefits are many. First, you will grow and expand mentally, so that your mind will release its own dynamic and mysterious powers in every department of your life. You will then learn how to live under the cosmic and universal laws, which determine your measure of success, health, and happiness in this life. You will also learn how to channel the great power of universal magnetism in every area of your life, so as to attract to yourself the work you should do, the people who will help you, and the destiny which you secretly desire. This course of study will help you unlock the tremendous reserves of power that reside within your own soul. Then you may accurately know yourself, and your higher intuitive mind will reveal to you the pattern of your future, so you may more intelligently shape the events of your present and future life. You will be shown how to tap the cosmic mind and release the creative power that God used to create the universe and all therein. And with this new dimension of mind and spirit, you will be able to achieve fame, fortune, honor, riches, and worldly recognition, if that is your wish. These secrets of universal wisdom will also give you peace of mind and peace of soul. You will be able to motivate the forces of life and shape in the invisible interstices of the universe, the world of beauty, peace, and joy in which you wish to live. You'll enter the world of effortless ease. Instead of laboriously wrestling with physical and material problems, as you may have in the past, and being worn out with fears, worries, anxieties, and perplexities, which kill people off prematurely and make them sick, you will learn how to enter that secret sanctuary of the soul, where the true mystic power resides. There you will find the world of effortless ease, the pathway to heaven, which Lao Tse tells about in his mystical philosophy. There you can command the secret power that liberates man from slavery and drudgery, and you will rise on wings of song and hope into the unlimited celestial realm of infinite intelligence, infinite beauty, infinite good, and infinite peace and love. Life will be yours to command. Life is yours to command when you once have the wisdom and power that sure knowledge gives. People will admire and respect you because you will possess a serene and poised personality in which they sense some secret inner power. When you speak, others will listen, for your voice will have the unmistakable ring of authority and truth which commands attention in high places and low. You will become a presence, not just another person, when you release these ancient truths in your mind and thought atmosphere. You will possess the mystical power of the ancients, which gives you instantaneous awareness of every situation that may arise in life. You will know that the center of this power resides within your own mind and soul, and your personality will reflect to the outer world a majestic dignity and aristocratic bearing that make you the center of all eyes. You will seem to be literally surrounded by a golden magic circle which protects you from danger and which, at the same time, attracts into your orbit of experience only those persons and situations which benefit you and add to your future enjoyment. You'll know yourself and what to do with your hidden talents. Know thyself. This is the basis of all philosophy and wisdom. This study will give you an excellent understanding of the forces that make up your mind, your emotions, your soul, and the unlimited powers of your psyche and your higher mind. Any study of esoteric or occult teachings must begin with a sure knowledge of your own powers, your motivations, your desires, your emotions, and your surging hopes and expectations. In this course of study, we shall analyze all the great truths of the ancient teachers, as well as the modern school of psychology, philosophy, and psychosomatic thought that pertains to life and its many problems. You will be given hundreds of illustrations, examples, and exercises which will sharpen your powers of perception and unfold your own unlimited powers. You'll learn how infinite riches can be yours. The universe is filled to overflowing with treasures in the visible and invisible world. Infinite riches can be yours when you once understand the great spiritual laws which show you how to tap these treasure troves of the infinite. Gifts of the mind, the emotions, the soul, are revealed in these mystic studies that can begin to enrich your mind and life immediately. You will learn how to translate these dynamic spiritual truths into the pure gold of mind and spirit, and instantly have peace of mind, inner tranquility, and joy. If you wish to use this knowledge to enrich yourself materially, you will learn of the ancient alchemists' secrets of how they tried to turn base metal into shimmering gold. They did not succeed, but they left behind a priceless formula which can cause man in the 20th century to turn his creative energies into ideas and inventions for bridges and skyscrapers, paintings and sculpture, novels and plays, industry and science. You will learn how to mint the purest of gold from your mind and release ideas that will transform your own life and enrich the entire world. You'll achieve the miracles of creative mind. See the miracles of creative mind all about you, which brought fame and fortune to the illumined souls who conceived them. From the wagon wheel to modern jet planes that travel at 2,500 miles an hour. What a span of time. And yet, man's creative spirit can bridge the centuries and devise new miracles in the future that cause our modern world to pale into insignificance. No potentate of the Far East with all his fabled wealth could turn on a magical box and have music and pictures, such as the miracle of modern radio and television give us. And yet this power was in the universe throughout the ages, waiting for man's glorious discovery. Think what magic it was considered when Marconi first sent his messages through space without wires, and how startled the world was when Alexander Graham Bell talked into the first telephone and his voice came through the receiver at the other end. Think how man has tapped the invisible reservoir of creative power in his modern electronic microscope, which reveals an invisible world so vast it baffles the imagination. And our 200-inch telescope at Palomar brings the planets in outer space so close to the Earth that scientists now know many of the secrets which will make space travel easier in a few short years. The miracles of creative mind are all about you, when you once have the unlimited vision to see and know the world of the invisible. The mystery of a robin's egg, with its miracle of life, is so great that it baffles the greatest of scientific minds. And yet somewhere, somehow, this creative miracle of all life must be known, and is explainable in terms that may be understood, and a technique which may be harnessed to perform still greater miracles. You can now begin a journey into the unknown. In this mystical study together, let us take a journey into the unknown. Let us discover the outer dimensions of the mind and soul, and learn now to explore the secret, hidden realms of universal power, so we may channel this cosmic intelligence for our everyday purposes. You will have signposts to guide you along the way on this mystic journey into the unknown, for other voyagers have trodden this cosmic path of truth in search of the light of wisdom. I shall be your mentor and guide, pointing out the highlights for you to observe, showing you the pitfalls which can spare you agony of mind and body, and revealing the fundamental principles that can cause you to rise above the limitations of the material and physical universe into the stratosphere of spirit, where you will expand your vision to encompass the grandeur of an unlimited universe, replete with all the splendor and beauty of the infinite. The mystic pattern back of life. From star to snowflake, from the macrocosm to the microcosm, man, there is a mystic pattern back of all life. This invisible design is set into motion through the cosmic law of vibration and externalizes in all forms of creation. A scientist in France studied snowflakes for a period of 40 years and never found any two designs alike. So vast, so complicated, so profound is the master plan back of the created universe that no two blades of grass or grains of sand are ever exactly alike. The mystic pattern back of life decrees that all things shall respond to an invisible law of vibration, which Pythagoras called the music of the spheres. Scientists say that if a giant violin could be built upon which the vibratory note that governs the Brooklyn Bridge were played, the vibration would shatter the bridge to bits. In fact, the great opera singer Enrico Caruso used to amuse guests at dinner parties by proving this theory. He would rub the rim of a crystal drinking glass and obtain the hum of its vibratory pattern. Then he would sing that note into the glass and shatter it to pieces. This was startling proof that man can create or destroy material and physical objects by learning the secret vibratory power that is back of all creation, the cosmic plan. There is a cosmic plan that includes all creation. The word cosmos comes from the Greek kosmos and literally means universal order, harmony, and oneness. It is a totality of all creation. You belong to this cosmic order, and you can do a great deal to build your own personal master plan, so that it is in harmony with the universal cosmic plan that God has back of His creation. What are the principles of this cosmic plan? They include 1. Order, 2. Harmony, 3. Balance, 4. Intelligence, 5. Growth or evolvement, 6. Attraction, the law of capillary attraction, 7. Fulfillment, 8. Disintegration. All creation reflects these 8 elements of the cosmos. Let us see how they work universally and then apply them to your own personal master plan and see how you can vibrate in harmony to the cosmic plan and achieve the fulfillment of your destiny. Order. Everywhere we look in nature, we see order. The tides ebb and flow under this law of universal order. The earth rotates around the sun and the moon around the earth with perfect order and rhythm. In nature, all things evolve and mature under this law of order. Only when man interferes with nature's law does this sense of order disappear and chaos result. When man depletes the soil, we have crop failures and soil erosion and famine. When man disrupts nature's order and becomes greedy and selfish, we have war and mass starvation and death. Harmony. The universe, according to Pythagoras, operates under a mathematical system that is as harmonious and scientifically fixed as the laws governing music. When anything disrupts this harmony on a universal scale, there is confusion, disorientation, and chaos. When man's moral nature is out of tune or harmony with the universal laws of justice and balance, he suffers the disquieting experiences of lack and limitation, periodic wars and disasters. Kant, the noted philosopher, said there is a moral law within that is as fixed and definite as the laws which govern the stars in the heavens. Confucius also spoke of the imperative need in man's conduct to observe the laws of order, harmony, and balance. When an ancient king asked the great teacher how he could preserve order and harmony in his war-torn kingdom, Confucius answered, "First there must be order and harmony within your own mind. Then this order will spread to your family, then to the community, and finally to your entire kingdom. Only then can you have peace and harmony." Balance. One of the great precepts of Oriental philosophy is the law of equilibrium or balance. Mind must balance the body, The inner must balance the outer. Work must balance play. Also, sleep and rest must balance work. Nature works unerringly to preserve balance between all her parts. If man upsets this delicate balance in nature, he suffers the dire consequences of his acts. Intelligence. In every atom and cell of the visible and invisible universe, science has found that a vast intelligence exists. This intelligence seems to be a reflection of a master mind which rules the universe. In religion, this intelligence is called God or Spirit. In ancient times, it was believed that everything reflected this infinite intelligence of the God mind. This form of religion was known as pantheism, a belief that God was in his universe. In modern days, philosophers and religious leaders have come to the conclusion that God, being infinite, cannot be in matter, which is finite. Therefore, it is assumed that God's intelligence, or creative spirit, is an invisible force that animates all creation and gives it life and cohesion. This reflection of the infinite mind of God in his creation is much like the sun, which, by reflection, gives life and growth to all things on earth, without actually being in the earth. Growth or evolvement. This universal law of growth is a part of all creation. Put a seed into the ground, and the forces of intelligence, order, balance, and harmony within the soil cause it to grow. So too, man plants seeds or ideas in his own consciousness, and they evolve into miraculous things like autos, jet planes, television, and spaceships. Or creative ideas in the same mind may evolve and grow into systems of philosophy, science, art, literature, invention, and industry. The Bible speaks of this law of growth. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. It is essential that we continue growing and evolving mentally, physically, and emotionally all our lives, or we stagnate and grow prematurely old. Any form of creation that loses its ability to grow and falls into disuse is soon removed by nature. A dead tree cannot resist the powerful force of the wind and is soon uprooted and destroyed. Attraction. Between all the elements and atoms making up the visible and invisible universe is the silent law of attraction. All things attract the elements they require for their growth and survival. The plant and tree, even though lacking mobility, have the power to attract the elements they need for their growth and fulfillment through the universal law of capillary attraction. Man has this same ability, and further in our study of these principles of life, we shall learn how to use this law of magnetic and capillary attraction to attract all the things we require for our future growth, survival, and fulfillment. Fulfillment and disintegration. When a thing has fulfilled its cycle of usefulness in nature and is no longer of value, it begins the process known as disintegration. Science has now found, in the study of aged and aging through the science of geriatrics, that even people who have no further purpose in living and literally retire from life begin to disintegrate mentally and physically. Statistics show that most men who retire from their jobs at the age of 65 die within 3 to 5 years. It is vitally important that you learn how to live under these universal laws and that your master plan for your life in the future include all the elements that make for growth, evolvement, and fulfillment. Your personal master plan. Your own personal master plan must include the following elements if you wish to be complete and fulfilled. 1. The physical side of your life. 2. Your mental and intellectual side. 3. Your emotional nature. 4. Your social side. 5. Your moral and ethical side. 6. Your cosmic or spiritual relationship to God. These 6 basic elements must be present in your life if you wish to have order, balance, harmony, and growth or fulfillment in your future life. The physical side of your life. Be aware of the fact that you are physical as well as mental. The body has its needs and must be fed and clothed. There must be balance in your life physically. The law of moderation should prevail in everything you do. The cross of balance should prevail. Work balanced by play, love balanced by spiritual worship and belief in God. This psychological cross of balance will take care of all your needs if these four elements are present in your life each day. Your body requires the right food and nutrition, and time should be spent in studying the latest scientific facts regarding food, vitamins, minerals, and other elements the body requires for good health. Later in this course of lessons, we shall study some of these latest scientific revelations for maintaining the balance of good bodily health, youth, and vitality. Your body also requires rest, exercise, fresh air, and at least 8 hours of sleep nightly. If your body does not get these essentials, it is apt to suffer from lowered resistance, and germs more easily infect the bloodstream. Your mental and intellectual needs. Your mind has needs that are as specific and definite as your body needs. Your thinking processes shape your body and affect its workings. They also shape your destiny. Your thoughts should be shaped in the direction of health, happiness, prosperity, optimism, and good. Thoreau, the philosopher and naturalist, once said that we must hold mental pictures of what we want to do and what we want to be. He suggested that we hold these visual pictures in our minds as often as possible during the day, and to mentally see the experiences, persons, and situations that we desire. This helps focus the powers of the mind upon the desirable things we wish to attract. What mental adornment do you wear? What adornment do you wear mentally? Is your mental world clothed with beauty or ugliness? Do you search each day for beautiful experiences? Do you look for the good in people? Are you aware of the beauty in all of nature? You can mentally choose the environment you wish to live in. You may have only a furnished room, but it can be kept clean, and it can be furnished tastefully and beautifully. The world can take on a mantle of loveliness or ugliness, depending on your own state of consciousness. Money can help beautify and change your environment, but it isn't always necessary. You can begin now, wherever you are, to have order, harmony, balance, and beauty in your environment. You can wear your best clothes, adorn your face in a bright expression with a happy, radiant smile, and soon you will find your entire life beginning to change for the better because of your changed mental attitude. When the muzhiks, or peasants of Russia, freed themselves from the czars, they took over their palaces. Being untrained in cultural and intellectual values, the peasants fed their horses out of the rosewood pianos and tore the beautiful tapestries off the walls and made blankets which they threw over their horses to keep them warm. They built fires in the middle of the rooms and broke up the priceless antique furniture to feed the fire. Obviously, these unfortunate people had never had the opportunity to become educated. They were ignorant and insensitive to the higher values of life. No amount of money could wipe away that ignorance overnight. It takes generations of study and work to evolve the mind intellectually. This is done by absorbing the wisdom and knowledge of the great philosophers, seers, mystics, and teachers of the past. In this course of study, we shall have an opportunity to study all these great thoughts that have added to the world's sum total of knowledge and culture. These great thoughts will help mold your mind and shape your intellect in the paths of wisdom and greatness, which will in turn inspire you to achieve a greater destiny. Destiny is a matter of choice. Brian said, "Destiny is not a matter of chance. It is a matter of choice. It is not something to be waited for, but rather something to be achieved." Your destiny is definitely a matter of choice. If you have the necessary mental and intellectual knowledge, you will choose the persons and events of your life in a pattern that reflects good, truth, beauty, peace, harmony, and love. These intrinsic values will be inextricably woven into the warp and woof of your tapestry of destiny, and will reflect in every aspect of your life, using the tools of mind. Your mind has certain valuable tools which will be considered in this course step by step. Some of these tools are imagination, vision, memory, reason, and logic. The way you use these mental tools determines to a great extent how your future life will be shaped. When you grow wings of the imagination, you may soar upwards and scale the very heights of achievement. Man's flight into space and the miracles of the jet age undoubtedly began when some primitive man unlocked the power of his imagination as he saw a bird in flight and visualized man growing wings and flying like a bird. In fact, the first man to carry this imaginative picture a step further towards reality was the great Italian artist Leonardo da Vinci. He designed an airplane without a motor, built it, and a house servant actually flew with it off the roof of the house. The church ordered the flying machine destroyed as a tool of the devil. Today, the original sketch of that first airplane may be seen in the Louvre in Paris with these words in Da Vinci's handwriting, "Man shall grow wings." It is in wings of imagination that man possesses his greatest creative power. Apply this rule to your own life today. Begin in your imagination to see ways in which you can improve yourself, your mind, your environment, your job, your life. Start to run through your imagination all the problems that beset you and visualize ways in which you can solve them. Imagine ways in which you might increase your income, and soon you will be guided by your higher mind to doing the things that actually bring you more money. Build your ideals in your imagination and see yourself living in an environment of beauty, order, and harmony. As you aim higher and higher in life, you will somehow find the means to achieve your dreams. There is a saying in philosophy, your emotional nature. You are more than mind and body working harmoniously together. You are emotional in nature, and the emotions must be considered and fed, just as the body and the mind are fed. What are man's emotional needs? Man needs to love and to be loved. He has a sexual need for fulfillment with the opposite sex. His love nature extends to more than just his physical and sensual satisfaction, however. There is love of family, love of friends, love of country, love of people, and love of the world. Added to these emotional needs, there is also the love of God. If any of these emotional elements are missing in man's lived experience, he is unfulfilled and cannot know completion. Then are men and women who serve God in religious orders, who deprive themselves of the sensual appetites, but because they transmute physical love to spiritual love, they are able to serve God and humanity, and this brings them a peace and satisfaction that fulfills their basic human need for love. Your soul's need for beauty and love. Man's soul requires the adornments of beauty and love. Without these, no human life is complete. The beautiful words of Shakespeare exemplify this in Juliet's speech when she tells of her love for Romeo. When your life blossoms with the divine emotion of love for your fellow men, and the love of God more than love of life itself, you will pay no worship to the garish sun of materialism and physical values only, but you will see the spiritual radiance of God's loving countenance in each and every person you meet. Your social side. It is when you have established the divine emotion of love that the true social values will fall into their right place in your life. You live for people and for social reciprocity. No millionaire ever makes his millions for himself alone, unless he is a miser, and then he is miserable even though rich. We live and work and attain worldly goals of fame, money, power, or their equivalents, so we may share them with others. There is a deep need in every human being for ego recognition. No composer ever composed his music for himself alone. It is this desire to please others and win their recognition and approbation that leads the creative geniuses to create their great works in art, literature, music, science, and industry. They have a desire to create for the good of the world and to share the products of their creative minds with other people. Florence Nightingale had this humanitarian impulse which caused her to be the first woman nurse to go out onto the actual battlefields and minister to the wounded. Jane Addams, of Hull House in Chicago, founded her home for underprivileged children because of her desire to serve the world and God. The doctors gave her only 6 months to live because she was so sick and frail. She said, "If I have only 6 more months to live, I shall spend that time in serving humanity." She turned her home into a social welfare center and took in all the underprivileged children of that city, and forgot herself so completely in serving God and man that she was completely healed of her sickness. In her autobiography, she tells how she lived to bury 4 of the doctors who pronounced her doom. The Bible says, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God." When you learn to live your life for the good of the world, you will have added health, inspiration, and power. And, incidentally, you will live longer. Madame Curie and her husband toiled for 20 years to isolate a gram of radium to help heal humanity. Their lives were richly blessed for this struggle to better the world. Helen Keller and her teacher, Miss Sullivan, did magnificent work for the deaf, dumb, and blind through their patience and hard work to educate the handicapped of the world. Gandhi of India died a martyr, but his name will long be remembered by millions for his humanitarian work to free India. Father Damon gave his life in service to the lepers of Molokai and advanced the cause of these poor unfortunates and led to modern therapy and methods of arresting the disease. Pasteur's name will live long in the memory of mankind because of his unceasing efforts to discover germs, the cause of disease, and to eradicate sickness from the face of the earth. Today in Paris, there are 2 statues, both to men named Louis. One, Louis XIV, people pass by without even looking up at it. The other, that of Louis Pasteur, tourists seek out and stand before it almost reverently, paying homage to one of the great servants and beneficiaries of humanity. Try giving yourself away. If you want to enrich your life, to inspire your mind, to stimulate your physical and mental energies, try giving yourself away. By that I mean, give something personal of yourself to the world. A smile, a kind word, encouragement to one who is depressed. Help a blind person. Work for the handicapped veterans who gave so much for all of us. Give your services a few hours a week to an orphanage or a foundlings hospital, and soon you will see a remarkable change in your life. It will bring you great happiness and health and inner peace. The law of the harvest is to reap more than you sow, and you will get back 10 times to 100-fold more than you give to the world. Your moral and ethical side. Many people become sick because they live under a pall of mental guilt. Psychosomatic medicine now finds that most sickness is due to man's feelings and emotions. When the moral and ethical code of life is violated, then conscience pangs begin, and disease of mind becomes disease of the body. Example: a man struck down another man in anger and the person died. The man who had committed the act of violence became insane and was committed to an insane asylum. While working in a machine shop, this man suddenly plunged his arm into a buzzsaw and amputated it to the elbow. He became sane immediately and was later released. How may we account for this man's strange act? Psychologists say that his guilt at having killed a man drove him crazy. By assuaging that guilt through self-mutilation, by cutting off the offending arm, he became restored to mental health. The Bible speaks of this moral law in these symbolic words: "If thine eye offend thee, pluck it out." This does not mean literally to pluck out your eye if it offends you, but rather to remove the offending thought or act from the realm of consciousness. The moral and ethical laws are given in the 10 Commandments, the Sermon on the Mount, and in the Golden Rule of Christianity. These values are concerned with justice, integrity and honesty, goodness, truth, forgiveness, compassion, charity, and love. When these laws are violated, there is suffering and punishment, your cosmic or spiritual relationship to God. The 6th and last need that man has for a perfect master plan in his life is a spiritual one: the need to know God. The shining star of God's love for His creation is the most radiant one in His firmament. In civilization's darkest night of war, hatred, and barbarism, that star, coupled with the stars of faith, hope, and charity, causes man to rise to the loftiest pinnacles of achievement. When your mind is attuned to the divine concord and harmony of the music of the spheres, your life will blossom with good. Your relationships with others will be pure and noble, and you will strive to live only under the highest and most idealistic principles. It is within the inner cathedral of your soul that you will find the radiant presence known as God. When you find Him, you will never again dwell in the dark and dismal dungeons of sin, sickness, and despair. The sun of His illimitable presence will drive away the shadows of life, and you will discover the secret of immortality within your own soul. Apply the following dynamic principles for creating your own master plan for a successful and happy future. First principle: set a high goal for yourself in life. Do not worry about not achieving it. You can only aim high if you think high, and you will achieve a goal that is in keeping with your mental concept. Browning said, "A man's reach should exceed his grasp, else what's heaven for?" Until you achieve the high goal you set for yourself, do not minimize or deprecate your present work or situation in life. No one is ever low, and no work is ever dishonorable. The only dishonorable thing is to refuse to strive to reach a high goal. Confucius said, "Do not worry about becoming great, but rather strive to be worthy of greatness." Some of the so-called lowly men of life have produced some of the greatest works for humanity. Socrates was the son of a midwife, and yet became one of our greatest philosophers. Voltaire was the son of an attorney. Shakespeare was the son of a butcher. Mohammed was the son of a goat herder. Christ was the son of a carpenter. Second principle: cultivate the habit of knowing exactly what you want from life. A master plan can only work for you if you have definiteness regarding what you want in life. Before the builders can create a house, there must first be a blueprint of that house. The details must be set forth clearly, or there will be confusion among the workers who try to build the house. Put order in your thinking. There must be order and harmony in your thinking. Nature never gives anyone anything without exacting a price. Be willing to give time, energy, and perseverance to achieving your life goal. You can only know what you want if you have sufficient knowledge to guide you. You must decide if you want fame and fortune, or if you will be satisfied with a position where you are happy in a small way, doing the things you love. You can probably have anything you want in life if you are willing to pay the price. Someone has said, "Better to rule on a pumpkin alone than to rule on a crowded throne." Sometimes one pays dearly for the White House. Calvin Coolidge and his wife always lamented the fact they were so busy being President and First Lady in the White House that they neglected their young son and his health. He died of blood poisoning from a simple infection in his foot. If they had not been so busy, they would have detected this injury and had medical care for it. It was too late when they found out about it. Third principle: constantly expand your consciousness so you will continue to grow mentally as you grow older. Too many people are robbed of the intellectual and cultural joys that come in middle age and the latter years of life, because they are so busy making money and being a material success. Take time out to enjoy the beauty of nature, the stimulation of good books, art, and music. Be aware of the lives of the great composers, scientists, inventors, and authors. The intellect should never stop growing and expanding, for as we get older, we need the stimulation that comes from a well-stocked mind. Fourth principle: believe in the power of your mind to shape your destiny. William James, the noted psychologist and philosopher of Harvard University, said that if a person cares enough for a result, there is no reason why he cannot achieve it. He warned that one must concentrate exclusively on the things one wants to achieve and not do it spasmodically. He claims that if a person wants to become wealthy, he can will himself to be rich. If he wishes to be good or to become intellectual, he can do so. Only he must not keep thinking at the same time 100 other incompatible things that negate the positive power of the mind. Fifth principle: transform your life when it is ugly or unbearable through the power of your imagination. Sometimes the environment in which you live or work may not be to your liking. To change may be impossible. It is at such times that you must invoke the power of your imagination and rise above the limited circumstances of your life. What you cannot change, you must endure until such time as you can successfully change it to your liking. Sixth principle: utilize the law of the harvest and sow in garden of destiny the seeds of the crop you wish to reap. If you use this universal law of the harvest in your personal master plan for your future, you will see to it that you put into your mind only thoughts of good, kindness, love, generosity, unselfishness, truth, honesty, beauty, peace, and forgiveness. The thoughts you put into your mind are causes and will produce effects that are in keeping with the original causes. Seventh principle: build the power of your mind through absorbing knowledge from the greatest minds of the ages. Knowledge is power. You will have the ability to direct your life if your mind is fortified by the great thoughts of the ages. Study the lives of the great philosophers, scientists, authors, artists, composers, technicians, industrialists, and political leaders of all ages, and emulate the pattern of thinking that has made them great. Then apply their thoughts to your own everyday life. Eighth principle: control your thoughts and emotions. When you fritter away mental and emotional energy, though worry, fear, hatred, or other negative emotions, your mind and body will be enervated and lack the magnetism and power that a controlled mind will give. Later in our study together, we shall learn more about this important subject of mental control. Summary of Law 1. The master plan regulating the universe applies to the mind as well as to matter. This master plan gives order, harmony, balance, and growth to everything you think and do. With the tools of the mind, you may shape any world you choose. These tools are imagination, vision, memory, reason, and logic. Man's cosmic or spiritual relationship to God is established through love and creative effort. 8 dynamic principles help you create your own master plan for a happy and successful future, the land of beginning again. To change your entire life, you must first change your mental attitude about yourself and about your life. No longer think of yourself as being limited, inferior, or inadequate. Fortify yourself with the knowledge that you are created in the image and likeness of God, and that this divine image within you is perfect and has all potentialities for health, happiness, and success. An acorn bears no resemblance to the giant oak which it later becomes, but latent within it is the image of its future perfection and giant strength. There is such a wonderful place, and it is in the realm of your own mind. Here it is that you may quietly appraise yourself, your talents, your potentials, and your desires and hopes. Here it is that you may implant the ideas which we shall explore together, and watch them flower and grow until they become the sturdy oaks of your future destiny. Your beginning this course of study is the first step which you are taking to organize a new life, and which will lead you to the heights of achievement. Your full potential can only be explored and plumbed by this process of self-analysis and inner search. Voltaire said, "The first step, my son, which one makes in the world, is the one on which depends the rest of our days." The first step is mental. The first step which you must take towards shaping a new life and a glorious future destiny is a mental one. You must decide that you want a new life. You must look about you and see the conditions of lack and limitation, frustration and impotence which may exist in your present job, your home environment, your circumstances of life. Then you must firmly decide that you want to change your life and have the glorious experiences which you have dreamed could someday be yours. What is the difference between a man or woman who makes $25,000 a year and one who only makes 4 or 5,000. It is the difference in mental values. The person who is educated to believe he can make more usually will not settle for less. This is one reason why those who obtain a college education succeed 65% of the time, whereas those who never go beyond high school seldom achieve great success. It is not that college gives one knowledge that could not be obtained in other ways, but that it trains the mind of the college student to believe that he is important and will succeed because of his college degree. His mental values are shaped in the direction of importance, ego recognition, dignity, superiority, and social acceptance by people who are worthwhile and important. If one has not been fortunate enough to obtain a college education, it is still not too late to shape the intellect in the direction of success and achievement. All the great teachers and philosophers of the past have stressed the importance of continuing to grow and expand mentally, even after we finish our formal education. You can start now to infuse your mind with that form of universal wisdom which has illuminated the minds of all our great geniuses of the past. Most of these great men lacked a formal education and did not go to college, but minds like Socrates, Galileo, Newton, and Shakespeare built their own systems of philosophy and reflected in their works the wisdom of the ages. Every person comes under one of these 4 categories. You and you alone can determine which fits you. The slumbering mental giant of genius may be within your own mind at this moment, awaiting the gentle nudge of desire to awaken to its full power and potential. Or you may be one of those who does not know of the unlimited dimensions of mind and spirit, which have inspired men to dream great dreams and achieve great things. You must then have a desire for wisdom and knowledge, and strive to put these lessons to work in your everyday life, so you may become mentally enriched. Build your sense of value of yourself by first building the power of your own mind and intellect. You must work to find your hidden talents, and then by study and patience bring them forth to enrich yourself and the world. You must polish your personality and refine your manners, so you will attract people on the higher levels of life who will want to help you unfold your hidden talents. Shatter the mold of past failures. You must begin at once to shatter the mold of past failures, disappointments, and frustrations. Do not feel your life has been spent in useless pursuits. Everything that has happened to you, even your failures and disappointments, your heartaches and sufferings, have been for a purpose. Nothing in the cosmic scheme is ever without purpose. You may have needed these negative experiences to give you compassion and understanding of other people and their weaknesses. However, if you wish to build a new life, you cannot do it on the mental foundations of continued negative thinking. You must shatter the mold of past failures and disasters. Reverse these failures in your mind. Do not rehearse them by going over them one by one and bemoaning the fact that you cannot change your destiny. You can only do this by busying yourself here and now to improve yourself. You can do this through a system of daily study and growth. Set aside 1 hour a day in which you study this course of lessons. Let nothing interfere with this schedule. It may be in the morning before you busy yourself with the day's work, or before you are caught up in the activities of others, or it may be at night, just before retiring, when your mind is still and quiescent. Make it a point to study 1 lesson a day until all the lessons are completed, and then go over the lessons in the years to come, absorbing the teachings little by little and applying them to your everyday life. Do not give away your book or even lend it to others. You magnetize an object that is yours and put into it your own personal thought atmosphere. When others share it with you, they destroy this mental image which is strictly your own. You will begin to change so profoundly that those close to you will realize something momentous is happening to you. Tell them of this book. Show it to them if you wish, but refuse to lend it to anyone. This is vitally important in your future growth and evolvement. Then each day for the next week or 2, mentally review the mistakes you have made, the lacks and limitations you may possess. not because you want to emphasize them in your consciousness, but because you want to eradicate them once and for all. To shatter the mold of past failures and negative conditions, you must know what they have been, and strive diligently to avoid making the same mistakes in the future. How the remolding process begins. In the moment that you review your past mistakes and limitations, you begin the remolding process, which establishes the new mental habit patterns of success, health, happiness, social acceptance, love fulfillment, and all the rich rewards that go to those who build mental awareness and true inner power. What shall you put into the new mold which you are mentally shaping for your future? Principles to incorporate in your new life. First principle: build basic integrity and strength of character. No great destiny was ever built except on a solid foundation of integrity and strength of character. He that climbs a ladder must begin at the first round. Scott. The first round on the ladder of success and achievement is basic honesty. If you build on this foundation, you will have integrity and strength of character. When you give your word, mean it, and live up to it. Nothing will profit you as much as being known among your friends and business associates as being a person who keeps his word. Be punctual and show up early for an appointment. This is a basic trait of character which you should build into your character at an early age. Time is valuable, and when you develop dishonesty in stealing other people's time, it weakens and undermines the entire basic structure of mind. I know one young man who applied for a position at a salary of $12,000 a year, and he was 15 minutes late. He had every other qualification for the job. He had appearance, grooming, and intelligence, but he stole his prospective employer's time, and the man could never forgive him for that. It shows basic dishonesty if a person is habitually late. One might argue that sometimes a storm makes it difficult to get a cab or bus, or that one awakened late, but all such excuses are evasions. One should always prepare for such eventualities by starting for an appointment at least half an hour early. Second principle: organize your mind and your environment. What does organize mean? It means to bring into a systematic relationship all the parts of a whole. This means your mind should be organized in its thinking first, then your environment will reflect order and harmony, and soon your habits will reflect order, punctuality, nearness, and harmony. How do you scientifically organize your mind? By first controlling the thoughts that come into your mind. This is easier said than done. Thoughts have a way of just popping into one's mind in an incoherent and disorderly fashion. The Oriental system of philosophy teaches one to sit in meditation and concentrate on one's thoughts for an hour or more a day. At first, the thoughts will jump around in confusion, like monkeys in a treetop. The Oriental teacher says that one must mentally pluck each thought, or monkey, from the branch of the tree and unceremoniously stuff him into a bag. He will scream and struggle, but if you keep doing this for a few days, you will soon have removed all the unruly, uncontrolled thoughts that harass your mind and take your energy and inspiration. When you have once controlled the thoughts you shall think, then it is time to feed your mind systematically only those thoughts which conform to the pattern you wish to shape your life by. What shall these thoughts be? Weaving the glowing pattern of greatness. Your thoughts shape your destiny. Into the fabric of our thoughts, then, weave a glowing pattern of greatness. How? By thinking the great thoughts that have motivated and inspired the lives of great men and women throughout history. These are thoughts of love and kindness, generosity and mercy, beauty and idealism, happiness and peace, faith and charity, goodness and forgiveness. What is beautiful is good, someone has said, and who is good will soon be beautiful. There is something contagious about thoughts. When you once fill your mind with these glowing patterns of thought, they will reflect in your personality, your voice, the expression of your eyes and face, and will be as visible as the garments you wear. Emerson said, What you are speaks so loudly that I cannot hear what you say. Yes, people judge us by our thoughts, not by the things we say or do. Our thoughts speak eloquently and actually determine our conduct in the outer world. Make it a point to think and talk success. Do not dwell on failure and defeat. Talk happiness. People run from one who weeps and talks about his problems. Talk and think of beautiful things. Tell of your happy and wonderful experiences, rather than your operations and sicknesses. Some people measure time in their lives by referring to a thing having happened before or after an operation, or a broken leg or arm. They wear a mask of misfortune that marks them for experiences of doom and disaster. Third principle: expand your mental horizons to include experiences you want to have in the future. Too often, people are limited to a dull pattern of routine existence because they have no mental vision. The Bible says, "Without vision the people perish." Your life will expand miraculously if you expand your mental horizons and include experiences that you want to have in your future. Visualize yourself going on a trip to Europe or Hawaii. Obtain travel literature and look at all the glamorous places there are in the world, and have a mental plan to visit some of these places in the future. Study books like the National Geographic magazine so you may acquaint yourself with the wonderful world in which you live. Then mentally exercise your mind by visualizing yourself on boats, planes, and trains, taking trips to these thrilling lands. This will help expand the horizons of your thinking and make more tolerable the present monotonous routine and give you hope of a change in the future. You can also expand your thinking by visualizing yourself doing the work you would like to do. If you gather as much information about it as possible, you will soon see ways and means to achieving the new position. You can go to evening school and take courses now in so many things that help prepare you for a new position, that it is no longer necessary to remain imprisoned by a job you do not like. Consider being an interior decorator, a commercial artist, a TV or electronics technician, a beauty parlor operator, a dress or hat designer, a stenographer or bookkeeper. Anything you want to do, you can do, if you will expand your thinking to include the experience you wish to have. Fourth principle: build your sense of values so you will actually be worth more in your job or to the world. Some people feel inferior because they actually are. You can only rise above mediocrity and inferiority by building your sense of values so you will actually be worth more in your job or to the world. A story is told of Catherine, Empress of Russia, who one day commanded Caterina Gabriella, famous opera star of Italy, to sing at the royal court in Moscow. The singer sent word to the empress that her fee would be 5,000 gold ducats, payable in advance. Indignantly, the empress sent word that her field marshal did not receive that much salary in a year. The diva answered, "Then get your field marshal to sing at the royal court." Needless to say, the opera singer got her big fee, and she was a tremendous success at the royal court. She knew her value. She had spent years in perfecting her great art, and she was not selling herself short. Know your worth and ask your price. Know your true worth in life, and do not be afraid to ask your price for your services and talents. But be sure you have built your values to a point where they are high. Demand respect from people, and they will give it to you if you are worthy of that respect. Do not demean your mind and personality by indulging in coarse stories and jokes and obscene remarks. Such people may have a temporary popularity, but it is not built on solid value. It is better to be remembered for quality than for some smutty story which embarrasses people of culture and good taste. Fifth principle: idealize your mind and your life. The philosophy of idealism is one of beauty and perfection. You may never achieve the ideal, but you can strive constantly to raise your mental and physical standards, and eventually you will achieve a fair approximation of them in your life. Which are you seeing in your life, the mud or the stars? There's plenty of mud for those who search for it. Alleys and cans of trash may exist, but if you are searching for the fragile morning glories that bedeck the sagging wooden fence, you will not see the trash. Hoot owls do not sing like nightingales, and frogs do not pour forth melodious sounds and sonorous music or words. If you do not cultivate your mind and perfect your talents, and organize your life according to the highest standards of which you are capable, then you cannot expect the rich rewards that others receive when they have spent years in organizing their lives to a high peak of perfection. Many coarse, crude, and unevolved people try to depreciate and tear down the high standards of art, music, and literature. And we see periodic flurries of distorted images in these fields of culture. But the classical standards which have endured for the centuries are the ones we should study and absorb into the fabric of our minds and souls. Beautiful music, great art, fine poetry, and literature. These are the idealistic forms of beauty to put into your mind. Throughout this course of study, we shall explore the highest and best in philosophy, art, poetry, literature, and religion, so you will have only the greatest standards by which to build your new life, technique for reorganizing and starting your new life. 1. Write down on a piece of paper the following facts. A. What is your basic purpose in living for the future? B. What do you want of life? C. Is your goal money or personal achievement? It can be both, but should not be only money. D. Analyze your past mistakes and ask yourself these questions. What mistakes did I make? What should I avoid in the future? Do I have sufficient desire to achieve greatness? Do I let myself be influenced negatively by others? 2. Have a course of study which includes basic reading of some of the great classics of history. This should include poetry, drama, novels, and biographies and autobiographies of great people. Check your library for lists of books stressing cultural and intellectual values. 3. Sit each day for at least 15 minutes and review the day's activities. What would you do differently? What would you have avoided? What could you have done to improve yourself or your situation in life this day? 4. Analyze your surroundings and ask yourself, do I have order in my environment? Is there harmony between myself and members of my family? What can I do to improve my personal surroundings? Do I try to create beauty and harmony in my home? Strive diligently each day to improve yourself and your surroundings. If there is bickering, chaos, and confusion between you and your family, your friends and co-workers, start now to improve your relationship with the world. Try to find out what is bothering you and then correct it. If it is the other person's fault, try to be more understanding, tolerant, and forgiving. Realize that no one is perfect, and that we must all tolerate certain imperfections in others, as they must ours. 5. Realize that you are on a mystical quest in your life, and that you search for ultimate perfection, happiness, and fulfillment. Great men of the past changed the course of history through their quests and crusades. Ponce de Leon searched for the fountain of youth. Admiral Byrd sought the South Pole. Lindbergh overcame time and space in flying the Atlantic. Columbus discovered new lands, and Marco Polo expanded the horizons of the world of his time with his travels. Man constantly quests for that which will add new dimensions of mind and spirit. In this mystical quest of your life, be adventurous and daring, and explore new horizons of wisdom and knowledge. Constantly discover something new about life and people, and fully understand yourself and the motives that keep your eyes on the stars in this mystical voyage of life. Summary of Law 2. Man may discover the mystical land of beginning again, where he may build his dreams and ideals in the image and likeness of God. The mental image you choose determines the kind of world you externalize. Build positive values to overcome past failures. Organize your mind. Expand your mental horizons to include new experiences. You are on a mystical quest for ultimate perfection and fulfillment. You can achieve this goal by applying the dynamic laws and principles we shall explore further in our study together. Law 3. How to think your way to fame and fortune. All creative effort begins in the mind. You do nothing that the mind does not first conceive of and then approve, either consciously or subconsciously. Later in our studies together, we shall have much to learn about the subconscious and the superconscious minds, but in this lesson, let us be concerned with the power of your conscious volitional mind. It is your mind that is the selector of the events of your present and future life, just as it has chosen the past events. No matter how hard you may try, you can never erase those past thoughts or the actions that resulted from them. By analyzing the past with its mistakes and regrets, you can carefully avoid making similar mistakes in the future. You can begin this moment to harness the positive power of your mind so that you can think your way to fame and fortune, heaven or hell in your thoughts. We can create a paradise in whatever environment we choose if our thoughts are positive, happy, and creative. But no matter how much money we may have or how famous we may be, if our minds are not attuned to the right thoughts and creative patterns, we can be lonely, unhappy, and isolated. See how many millionaires kill themselves. Even though they are famous and rich, their minds cannot stand the pressure of life because they have no sustaining philosophy to back them up. Even a beautiful, youthful star like Marilyn Monroe could not take fame and fortune because she lacked mental stability. Develop a strong, resilient mind. It is important, then, that you build your mind first, so it is strong and resilient, and can rise above the negative circumstances of your life. Then you will not only be able to meet the challenges of life, but you will be able to withstand good fortune and wealth. If you can once learn to use the power of your mind constructively and creatively, you can literally think your way to fame and fortune. If you investigate the lives of great men and women throughout history, people who have achieved enduring fame, you will see that behind every great fortune, every invention, every song, every story, every business, there is, first, a great creative idea. Creative ideas can be deliberately courted and cultivated by anyone, no matter how limited his education. You can think your way to health. You can think your way to riches. You can attract friends and social popularity through the power of your mind. You can find fulfillment in love and marriage by building mental power. It is only necessary that you think each thing into existence, persistently, and over a period of many months and years. The cumulative effect of thought is very much like water that is stored behind a dam. The trickle that passes over the dam and turns the dynamos, creating electric power, is only a small part of the total mass. The real force and power is the reserve water back of the dam, reserves of power within your mind. Your mind also has this reserve force which may be tapped when you want to achieve greatness. What is the true key to greatness? How can you unlock these reserves of power which can cause you to scale the heights and achieve fame and fortune? First key, a desire to advance yourself or your family. Many of the great things which have been attained in life were inspired by the desire to advance one's interests. This is not a selfish desire, but a natural one, which is inherent in all people under the instinct of self-preservation. This desire often expresses itself in creative action of the mind and evolves ideas that bring success. McCormick invented the reaper when he was only 24 years of age, because he wanted to improve his station in life and help his family. This was one of the great inventions of all time and brought the young man millions of dollars. If he had not been inspired by a desire to help his family and himself, he would no doubt have remained poor the rest of his life. Henry Ford had a desire to perfect a car that would be reasonable and furnish mass transportation for people. He undoubtedly also wanted to make money and improve his own position in life. When he died, he left a fortune of $500 million. The motivation which inspired him was this desire to advance his own interests and those of the world. Second key, a desire to create something for the good of the world. When Dr. Salk worked quietly for years to perfect his polio vaccine, it was obviously not for himself alone. He was motivated by a desire to create something good for the entire world and to spare millions of children and adults the agony of polio with its resultant paralysis. The proof of this unselfish motivation is the fact that he gave all profit from the sale of the vaccine which bears his name to charity. When you are motivated by this unselfish desire, you will have greater inspiration to achieve a high goal than if you merely have a desire to have a large fortune. People who made big fortunes or became famous and successful were generally infused with this creative spirit of unselfishness. Third key, stimulate your imagination by imagining the life you desire. The imagination is one of your most powerful aids to achieving fame and fortune. Einstein said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." It was in his imagination that Einstein envisioned the great theory of relativity that set the stage scientifically for our modern atomic age. Napoleon said, "The human race is governed by its imagination." Although he was ultimately defeated in the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon, through the power of his imagination, achieved a position as emperor and nearly conquered the world. He would have been nothing if he had not imaged the picture of what he was to do and be. It is said that in order to help himself imagine being an emperor more forcibly, Napoleon called in Talma, the greatest tragedian of his day, and had him teach him to think, look, and talk like an emperor. In a few weeks, the short, uncultured, and unprepossessing Napoleon acquired the bearing and dignity of an emperor, and for 20 years the crowned heads of the world were to bow before him, a task that would have been utterly impossible if he had not used the power of his imagination. Exercises for developing the power of your imagination. 1. Stand before your mirror and read a dramatic passage from a book. It can be a poem, a political speech, Shakespeare, or some other drama. As you read, look up and watch your expression in the mirror. Then mentally imagine that you are delivering this reading before an audience on a stage. Become alert to the sound of your voice. Study the expression on your face in the mirror carefully. Convey all the intensity and meaning that is inherent in the words. 2. Also, before your mirror, without the aid of a book, imagine that you are standing before the Congress of the United States. You have been called upon to deliver a speech. Make up in your own words what you would say on any subject you choose. At first, this idea will appall you, but gradually, as your imagination becomes more and more fired, you will find yourself delivering quite a good speech. But most important of all, this exercise will do wonders for your mind. Your personality will become more magnetic and forceful. Your voice will ring with a new note of authority, and your entire attitude will change to one of power and importance. Practice this speech-making as often as possible, for it is one of the best ways to project the power of your imagination to your personality and your environment. 3. Use this same power of your imagination to change your mental picture of your job, your financial conditions, or any other situation that you desire. Practice saying aloud what you would tell your boss if you were to ask him for a raise in salary. Point out your unique services for the company, why you are worth more, and why you believe he will give you the raise. Mentally, imagine yourself going to the bank and depositing large sums of money, or withdrawing money and going on a mental shopping spree, buying all the things you desire. Actually, it is only a short step between imagination and reality. When your mind grows strong enough in mental imagery to make these things a reality, you will have bridged the gap between dreams and reality, and actually find yourself doing the things you formerly only imagined. It was in imagination that primitive man first saw a stone rolling down a hill and imagined it attached to a cart. This led to the invention of the wheel, which scientists call the greatest invention of all time. For with the creation of the wheel, Man set the stage for automobiles and our modern jet planes. All our machinery depends on this fundamental principle of the wheel. Fourth key: practice thinking about money and fame as often as you can. Change your former ideas about money, that it's wrong to have it, that it's difficult to get, that only the rich have a chance to succeed in life. Your entire mental attitude toward fame and fortune will change if you begin to think of money as a commodity which can be used to obtain things of value. Many people think it's wrong to be rich. They remember the Bible injunction that it's more difficult for a rich man to get into heaven than for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. Actually, the needle referred to was the gate in Jerusalem, before which a camel had to kneel to pass through. Also, the Bible says, "Love of money is the root of all evil, and not money is the root of all evil, as many suppose." Begin to think that you wish to achieve fame and fortune and be rich and successful because it is God's wish that you have all the good things of life. Even the Bible promises you this. It says, "Know ye not that ye are heirs to a kingdom?" Also, it is the Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. Act as though you are a spiritual heir to all the good things of life, and you will begin to attract them. Bacon said of money, "Money is a good servant but a bad master." And Aristodemus, one of the wise Greek teachers, said of money, "Money makes the man." You will achieve the degree of fame and fortune that you believe you can achieve, and your desires must be whetted by the thought of the good you can do for others. Summary of Law 3. Creative mind paves the way to fame and fortune. Vast reserves of creative power exist within your mind. This power may be released through a desire to advance yourself or to help others in life. Imagination is the key that unlocks the invisible doors to the storehouse of universal riches. Money in itself is not evil, only the love of money. Act as though you are an heir to a kingdom and ask for what you want of life. Law 4. Using the mastermind power that can build your future. In building your future, you may feel that you need external help, that someone or something must happen which can elevate you to the place you dream of in the future. This persistent thought may actually keep you from ever achieving the heights of which you dream. You must realize that external forces can help you, but only when you have tapped the full power that is available to your mind. This is the power of the master mind which rules the entire universe and which can guide you unerringly to your right destiny. The master mind in nature. This master mind exists in all nature. It is the working of a vast force or intelligence which shapes the visible and invisible world in which we live. Call this power nature or God or cosmic intelligence, whatever you wish. But certain it is that something external to man is at work in the universe, which is constantly busy refining, changing, evolving, and perfecting. When I was a youngster on the farm, I went to Sunday school one morning and heard the minister tell of miracles. My 10-year-old mind could not comprehend what he meant by the word. When we got home, my father took me by the hand and led me to an incubator where some chicks were about to hatch. As the first tiny beak broke through the egg, my father said, "That, my boy, is what the preacher meant this morning when he spoke of a miracle." I watched in amazement as the tiny chick pecked its way out of the eggshell and then said, "The miracle to me is how he got in there in the first place." This profound fact, which came first, the chicken or the egg, has baffled scholars, theologians, and philosophers throughout the ages. We know that some first cause exists in the universe, which created all forms of life. But which came first, the creative idea or the thing? Obviously, if we want to be logical about it, we must state that the creative idea had to be first. There can only be a chicken if there is a cause, the egg, or the parent hen that laid that egg. So too, in the natural universe, all things have a predetermining cause, which leads to all effects. If you want to use this great creative principle of the mastermind in your life, for achieving fulfillment of your destiny. You can plan the causes you want to issue from your mind, and you may be sure that all the effects will be of the same kind and character, quality, and degree. How the master mind works its miracles. The master mind of the universe works its miracles through the universal law of cause and effect. It determines the kind of universe it wishes to create, what kind of creatures shall inhabit it, and then sets to work from this predetermined effect to create the causes which can produce it. Examples. A camel is a strange creature, with a great ability to store water and to live for days on the desert. His feet especially fit desert travel. No other animal quite so perfectly fits a traveler's needs on the desert as the camel. How could this strange, ungainly beast be created to so specifically fit its intended task? Some intelligence in nature shaped that animal to do its intended work in its predestined place. A certain breed of fish is extremely rare in the ocean, and the chance of running into another of its species with which to mate is improbable. What does the master mind do? It creates a male fish that attaches itself to the body of a female shortly after it is born, and becomes fused with her body. At all times in the future, this mate is attached to the female's body, making breeding simple to perpetuate that species. This is a miracle of some creative master mind, which is endlessly experimenting with all forms of creation. This mastermind possesses amazing intelligence in nature. It is able to adapt specially constructed creatures to the environment it chooses. Squirrels are adapted by nature to climb trees and store nuts and grains for its winter food. The bee instinctively builds a six-sided honeycomb because it will store more honey than a five-sided comb. How does the bee have this knowledge? It is a part of its race instinct, implanted by a master mind that was in existence for centuries before the bee was created. Did life start in the water? Scientists believe that this master mind began its work of creating and adapting all forms of life to the earth by operating in the sea first. There is much proof of this fact. One species of fish in Africa is called the lungfish, and it has lungs which permit it to remain out of water for indefinite periods of time. If a drought comes along, the lungfish will bury itself in mud and survive until the rains come again. A sea anemone cannot move from its rooted spot, but the master mind has provided it with a perfect way to get its food. It has long, cord-like tentacles, which have little bombs of poison attached to them. When a fish goes by, the sea anemone darts out its tentacles, penetrates the body of the fish, and the bombs of poison explode, paralyzing the fish. The anemone then devours it and is able to live and reproduce. How this mastermind works within you. The same mastermind force that takes care of all creation also exists within you, as a higher form of intelligence than your conscious or subconscious minds. It is the race instinct that exists within your cells. It is the power that causes you to be different from animals. You can shape and direct this mastermind intelligence in any way you wish, to adapt it to your environment, your talents, your needs. This mastermind works automatically for you, but it can be directed by your desires and aspirations. It can give you ideas for future work, for building a fortune, for inventing something that will make you a million, for creating new ideas that can help change the face of the earth. How to use this mastermind power. Your own mental power can be built and made stronger, just like the muscles of your body, through use. The mastermind works better when you form mental habits that are positive and constructive. It is always prejudiced in favor of health, life, energy, youth, success, happiness, and good. As it is God's agency for creating a better and more perfect world, it will work best for you when you desire a better life than you now have. You set this higher mind to work with the following basic forces. 1. A desire to refine your personality. 2. A desire to improve your mind and your body. 3. A desire to accumulate wisdom and knowledge. 4. A desire to help your family. 5. A desire to succeed in business. 6. A desire to make money for constructive good. 7. A desire to increase your gifts and talents. 8. A desire to elevate your standards in life. Choose your destiny. Remember, this mastermind will adapt you to any environment you consciously choose. Choose your destiny then, and depend on this higher mind to fit you to that destiny. Form the mental habit of thinking you are worthy of the best, of knowing you will achieve your inner dreams. And these habit patterns of thought will attract to you the things you habitually dwell on. William James, the noted psychologist and philosopher, said of habit, "Habit simplifies our movements, makes them accurate, and diminishes fatigue." The Duke of Wellington wrote of habit, "Habit, a second nature? Habit is 10 times nature." You must persistently build habits mentally that are persevering, positive, and optimistic. The mastermind of the universe will show you how to achieve the things you desire if you build the power of your own mind. Choose the people you want to associate with, the work you want to do, the environment in which you wish to live, the amount of money you want to spend, the trips you want to take. Then do not question whether you can or cannot do these things. Know that you can, and persistently hold to that thought until the habit pattern is one of success and fulfillment rather than failure and frustration. I once appeared in a 1-hour television show in Honolulu on a station owned by Henry J. Kaiser, the shipbuilder and industrialist. One of the other guests was Lloyd Bridges, who was preparing some television shows in Hawaii. Bridges told me he had been to Kaiser's home, and the noted builder showed him a dictionary in which the word impossible had been carefully cut out. This was the secret of Kaiser's phenomenal success. When the government asked for steel ships with which to win the war in the Pacific and wanted them within a matter of weeks, every other shipbuilder said it was impossible to build them that fast. Kaiser said he would build them. He established an assembly line method and produced his first Liberty ship in a matter of weeks. Others followed in rapid succession, and they are credited with having helped bring the war to a quicker end. How to build positive habit patterns. You can build positive habit patterns by refusing to think that anything that you want to be or do is impossible. Then each day make it a point to think of something unusual you want to do, and then go out and do it. If you are a salesman and want to increase your sales, believe that you can do it. You may get an idea to write a certain type of letter to prospective customers, or the mastermind may intuitively guide you to join a certain country club where you play golf with leading citizens, thus making contacts for future sales you could never make in any other way. You never know how the mastermind will express itself in your life. When you once begin to help this power set the mental stage for action, and believe that all things are possible, and somehow, somewhere, this mastermind will catch you up and sweep you on to fame and fortune. If you build habit patterns that cause you to think of failure, fear, frustration, misery, sickness, and loneliness, you will be shaping this mastermind power into forms that are negative and unwholesome. God helps those who help themselves. You've heard the saying, God helps those who help themselves? This is a truism. The mastermind works in and through nature, carrying out God's universal laws of action, capillary attraction, gravity, and growth. But the mastermind must be gently nudged in the direction you wish to take. A simple story illustrates this point. A minister was visiting a farmer nearby one lovely fall day, and the farmer showed him over his farm. The minister pointed to a waving field of wheat and said, "My, but that's a fine field of wheat the Lord has produced." The farmer thought of the back-breaking hours of labor he had put in tilling the soil and planting the seed, but his only reply was, "Yes, it sure is." Next, they came to an apple orchard, where the trees were heavily loaded with fruit, and the minister said, "My butt, that's a wonderful orchard of fruit the good Lord sent you." When they came to a field of waving corn, the minister again said, That's sure a great crop of corn the good Lord gave you." By this time, the farmer was getting a little impatient with the minister's remarks, and next they passed a field of weeds that had been completely uncultivated, and the farmer waved his hand in the direction of the wheat, apples, and corn and said, "The Lord and I did all that together, but, Reverend, the Lord had this weed patch all to himself. You and God a majority." Nothing more graphically points up the truth that the mastermind, God's infinite intelligence, can work miracles for you also, if you work with the power. If left to itself, a garden will go back to jungle, but with cultivation and labor, it remains a beautiful, productive garden. So too with your mind power. It grows and evolves with usage, and stagnates and falls into desuetude with disuse. You and God are a majority, but if you try to work without the aid of this higher mastermind, the job will be all uphill work, and will never be as perfect or complete as if you enlist the aid of a higher power within your own mind. Regimen for channeling power of the mastermind. 1. Have an intense desire to improve yourself and to help your family. Let this desire include the possession of money and material objects for your comfort and security. Do something about this desire. Take the first step by improving your mind, as you are doing in this course of study, by reading good books, and by cultivating your natural powers of perception, absorption, and reasoning. The Chinese say, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with but a single step." Take that first mental step in the direction of building power of the mind through forming mental habits that are orderly, precise, constructive, persevering, patient, and creative. You can apply these 6 elements of thought to your everyday life until they become solid mental habits which operate constantly without your conscious thought. 2. Have faith in yourself and in the power of the master mind of God. Faith must exist within your mind that this power will perform the same miracles for you that it performs in nature. Remind yourself a dozen times a day that God is a living reality, not just a name, and that His mastermind is an infinite intelligence which can work wonders in your life. 3. Use positive affirmations or suggestions which implement the natural power of your own conscious and subconscious minds. Learn the value of giving yourself mental suggestions to implement your own mental powers. The higher mind works better when it is shaped and channeled in definite directions. You should say these affirmations each morning upon awakening, and also as often during the day as you can. They help give you mental strength, and they also form the positive habits of thinking which create your destiny. Affirmation for health. I am healthy and strong, vital and young. I now breathe deeply of the life force which gives me strength and energy. I imprint upon my conscious and subconscious minds the creative ideas of health, energy, and vitality, which I wish my body cells and organs to express. I live with a dynamic purpose to achieve success and to make a fortune. I am perfect. Affirmation for success. I now affirm that I am successful. Everything I do is marked with the imprint of success. I have faith in myself and my talents. I will give a value to the world, and the world will give in turn recognition, money, and other rewards. I now express my creative ideas in dynamic action that will lead me to the fulfillment of my destiny. Affirmation for dynamic personality. I now project the mental image of the perfect personality I wish to possess. I desire qualities of honesty, kindness, goodness, and forgiveness in my personality. I express divine love to every person I meet. I am tolerant, understanding, compassionate, and merciful towards others. I know we are all children of a loving God, and that we are all under His divine protection and guidance. Affirmation for happiness and peace of mind. I express radiance and happiness in my mind and personality. I see the good in the world, and I enjoy all of life's good and wholesome experiences. I strive to be happy and to share that happiness with others I meet. I practice honesty and righteousness, and I forgive everyone who has ever hurt me or tried to hurt me. I now release myself from all feelings of guilt by having only moral and ethical conduct that is on the highest level of consciousness. I am peaceful, serene, and calm in the midst of life's storms. 4. When you retire at night, review the day's happenings and correct all the mistakes in thought or action that you have indulged that day. Remove all negative thoughts and supplant them with positive thoughts. This will give you refreshing sleep and keep you from tossing and turning at night because of pressure on your mind of regret, guilt, or other emotional inadequacies. 5. Remove hate and resentment from your consciousness by trying to reason out why you hate someone or some situation. Hate is a vitiating emotion, and the master mind power operates only under the impetus of love. Hate releases a deadly chemical from the glands which poisons the mind and body and destroys it. 6. Have a definite course of action in your mind for each day and try to stick with it. This schedule should include ideas for your work, your social life, for bettering and improving your mind, for learning new words, better expressions in your conversation, improved diction and English. The mastermind works better when you channel it in a definite way. 7. Keep your mind young and resilient by keeping it active. Action is nature's first law. Apply it to your mental activity. Have mental plans for your spare time, and have a program of self-improvement and study that goes on all through your life. An active mind also helps keep the body cells and organs youthful, and science now says that a mind that is active actually causes the body to live longer. Summary of Law 4. There is a mastermind power in the universe that creates all things. This power is in nature. It is within your own mind. It can be harnessed by man to create anything he desires. The law of cause and effect can be used to perform miracles. Mind power grows with usage. You and God are a majority. Man may use positive affirmations to release more of this mastermind power in his own life for performing great deeds. Law 5. Dynamic steps to achieving your life's goals. Do you really know what it is you want in life? Some people want large sums of money. Others want social position, fame, and recognition. Still others want love, fulfillment, and happiness in love and marriage. There are as many different kinds of goals as there are people, and you may include one or all of the above desires in your future life goal. It is important to realize that everyone is not striving for the same goal in life. Some people want to be famous and rich. Others are satisfied with a small salary and to remain in obscure positions. To be a big fish in a big pond is difficult and exacts a penalty which many people are not willing to meet. Many people choose to be big fish in small ponds, and they are the people who remain in their hometowns, where they build a reputation among the citizens they have known all their lives. These people are just as happy in their way as those who achieve higher goals and build vast fortunes. What is your goal in life? You must determine what your goal in life is, and then carefully shape all the events of your life towards that goal. No matter whether you want to be world famous and rich or are merely satisfied with simple pleasures and ordinary achievements, your destiny is important to you. What then are the 7 basic elements you will need in your life, and how shall you go about achieving them? Man's 7 basic requirements. There are 7 basic requirements which every person should have in his life, no matter what degree of success he may wish to achieve. These are: 1. Your right work. 2. Financial rewards or other rewards. 3. Friends and social life. 4. Love and marriage happiness. 5. Expression of creative talents other than your work. 6. Mental and intellectual growth and evolvement. 7. Spiritual needs, faith in God and daily prayer. Step number 1. Prepare your mind by absorbing necessary knowledge to fit you for the achievement of the goal you set. This preparation should include specialized knowledge that fits you for specific tasks. Professional workers such as doctors, lawyers, architects, dentists, and others have to prepare by going to college for several years. If you are in a field that does not require higher education, you will go further in life by taking a course of study in some evening high school or college for adult education. Any study you do along these lines will be helpful in achieving your goal. In fact, you should study the rest of your life, even when your work is set, for a mind that has many facets developed will be more interesting and will attract more friends than one who remains unschooled in the finer things of life. Education helps shape the mind, so that we appreciate the better things of life and understand the laws which govern the universe. You should not only absorb as much knowledge as possible from books or courses in high school and college, but you should daily train your mind by reading magazines of current events, such as Time, Newsweek, Life, Reader's Digest, Saturday Review, Look, Harper's, and any others that give you a view of the contemporary world in which you live. Step number 2. Use the law of expectation. To expect something means to look forward to achieving it. This is a positive approach to achieving your goal. It is obvious that if you do not expect your good, you will almost certainly miss it. If you expect to succeed, you will shape your thoughts and actions in the direction of success. Disraeli said, "Everything comes if a man will only wait." If you wait patiently and keep expecting to achieve your goal in life, you will not be disappointed. Most people color their entire life experience with fear of failure and violate this dynamic law of expectation. Live with the thought of success. Most people think of success spasmodically. They seldom persist on holding the thought that they are going to succeed, or that they will have money, or fulfillment in love and happiness in the future. To succeed, one must live with the thought of success constantly. Every day indulge this law of expectation and remind yourself 100 times a day of the reasons for your hard work, for studying and improving yourself, of the rich rewards that will soon come to you because you have persevered. Not only will this law of expectation help sharpen your mind, but it will add enormously to your joy of life. For instead of going through life with an empty and uninteresting mind, you will have exciting and stimulating thoughts to constantly accompany you. The happiest person, said Timothy Dwight, is the person who thinks the most interesting thoughts. Step number 3. Expand the horizons of your mind to prepare you for the big rewards of life. Most people come into an unsatisfactory destiny because they have constantly thought in patterns of limitation and lack. The horizons of your mind can only be expanded if you make real effort every day of your life. Begin this moment to realize that the world is filled with infinite treasures. You need not be limited in your quest for success or riches by the limitations of your present job or environment. Hilton, the hotel man, once told me at a party that even as a fairly young man, when he had his first small hotel, he had visions of one day owning a worldwide empire of dozens of big, first-class hotels. His dream came true because he learned early in life how to expand the horizons of his mind. One day at the old RKO studios in Hollywood, I was being photographed with a beautiful redhead who was working on a picture. She seemed rather sad, so I asked her what was wrong. She replied, "I am being fired today and I haven't even begun to make a name for myself yet." I replied, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." She flashed a big smile that banished her expression of sadness and said brightly, "Oh, don't worry. I'm not finished yet. Someday I'll come back here and buy this studio." We both laughed, for it was obviously a joke. 15 years later, Lucille Ball, for that's who it was, came back to RKO and bought the studios for $15 million. She may have been joking when she said it, but this woman had something of vision when she made that remark. Her subconscious mind went to work from that day on and made her more determined than ever that she would succeed. Step number 4. Recognize the essentials for which you are struggling and working toward your goal. Is it just money that you are working to make? This is one of life's 7 essentials, as we have seen in the first part of our lesson. But is it all? You must have a higher goal than working merely to make a fortune. Is it just to become famous and well-known? This is not enough either. Witness the fact that famous people in the public eye are not always happy people. Is it for others that you are living? To share your joys and sorrows with friends and loved ones is probably one of life's more satisfactory rewards. If you keep this in mind, you will begin to shape your life in the direction of people, and every move will be motivated by what is good for others as well as yourself. When General Booth, the founder of the Salvation Army, wished to send a Christmas message to the worldwide branches of that organization by cable and telegram, he chose one which not only expressed his sentiments, but was brief and to the point. He wrote the one word, others. Limit desire, increase happiness. You are striving for friends, money, recognition, love, happiness, possessions, satisfaction in your work, and many, many other things. However, in our study of philosophy, we must never lose sight of the fact that the more unfulfilled desires we have, the more miserable we are. Learn to limit your desires to life's essentials first, and you will increase your happiness immediately. Franklin said, "It is easier to suppress the first desire than satisfy all that follow it." This does not mean you should deprive yourself of anything in life that gives you enjoyment, but merely to limit your desires to your present level of accomplishment. As you are able to prove your ability to demonstrate more and more of the possessions or desirable conditions you are working to achieve, then you can add to your desires without fear of being unhappy. However, it must be remembered that when we get our first million, we always want the second. I remember a man in Los Angeles who made $1 million on property he owned during the real estate boom of the 40s. I said to him, "Now you and your wife can surely retire and take that trip around the world you have dreamed of." His answer surprised me. He said, "Not at all. I'd feel terribly insecure with only $1 million. Why, I could lose it in 1 or 2 investments. Now I need 2 more million to back up that first $1 million." In 1 year, that man was dead, and his dream of true success and happiness had never been fulfilled. Our desires always increase with our possessions, Samuel Johnson said. The knowledge that something remains, yet unenjoyed, impairs our enjoyment of the good before us. Step number 5. Study the lives and thoughts of great men of history to use as examples and ideals by which to build your own life. Nothing tells such a graphic story as history. It reveals to man his past mistakes and shows him how to remove those mistakes and build on a more solid foundation. So too, the lives of great men in history leave for us examples and inspiration which can help us build better lives. Study the biographies and autobiographies of great men and women who have helped shape the world in which you live, and take notes of the things that are pertinent to you and which will help inspire you to higher levels of thinking and achievement. For example, the lives of the great men of the world show us the value of various positive qualities. Lincoln, integrity, dedication, and high purpose. Burbank, curiosity to know nature's profound secrets, patience and perseverance to achieve the goal we set. Edison, ingenuity, desire to help humanity, and the determination to succeed. When an assistant said to Mr. Edison, "You've tried 10,000 experiments to make an electric light that will burn. Why don't you give up?" The great inventor replied, "Indeed not. We now know 10,000 things that won't work." His next test proved successful. What if he'd given up and been discouraged with those 10,000 failures? The world would have been deprived of the blessings of electric light for many years. Columbus, vision, courage, imagination, and fearlessness. Pasteur, imagination, courage, curiosity, desire to help humanity. When he discovered germs, the whole scientific world laughed at him and called him crazy. It was only when he persisted with his theories and finally proved them that the world acclaimed him as one of our greatest benefactors and geniuses. Shakespeare, beauty of expression, vast knowledge, persistence, and ability to rise above a lowly birth. Walk with kings and princes. Leonardo da Vinci. This great artist who painted the Mona Lisa, The Last Supper, and many other superb paintings, was also the first man to draw a picture of the flying machine and actually build a glider which flew a few feet. When he was only 12, he knew poverty and the world's cruelty. He was an illegitimate child, and everyone told him that he was doomed to a life of failure and misery. He made up his mind at 12 that he would become a great artist. He felt in that way he could win the rewards and recognition of the world which his soul desired. He said at that age, "I shall one day walk with kings and princes, and the great of the world will honor me." Less than 20 years later, the crowned heads of Europe acclaimed the talent of this genius, and he truly walked and lived with kings and princes, and the great men of his age paid him homage. Step number 6. Be definite in what you want from life. A blueprint for a house must definitely show where the windows, doors, and stairs are before the workers can build the house. So too, the master architect of the universe can only create for you the great destiny you desire when you know definitely what you want. This means that you should know your overall goal, but you should also know the individual events, persons, and situations that you desire from day to day. Set a definite life sum goal of the money you wish to achieve and write it down on a sheet of paper with your other desires and aspirations. For instance, would you be willing to settle right now for $200,000 cash? Or do you think you need more to bring you fulfillment in old age? You may think that you can never have such a sum of money. I can prove that you will have it, whether you are conscious of it or not. If you live to be 60 years of age and spend only a minimum of $3,000 a year, which is extremely low, you will have spent the large sum of $180,000. You are probably already rich without realizing it. How to stretch your thinking. It is only a matter of stretching your thinking a little to make that figure higher. If you live in thoughts of limitation and lack, you will never be aware that you are already rich in health, sanity, your 5 senses. Think what your eyes mean to you. You would not sell your sight for any amount of money. The enjoyment of your friends and the love of your family is worth more than money. If you think in this positive way, you will begin to enjoy life more, and you will stretch your thinking to encompass ever bigger and richer goals in your future. Step No. 7. Seek the aid of important people to help you achieve your goal. You cannot achieve your goal in life alone. You need the help of others. Whom shall you seek? Those who are poverty-stricken? Those who are failures and has-beens? No. You must deliberately seek the friendship and aid of important people to help you. Make it a regular campaign to seek out men and women who have accomplished important things. Join clubs, work with civic groups, seek out the friendship of men and women who are leaders in their fields, and socialize with them. These people are hard to meet at first, but when you once get in with them, you will find that important people are easier to know than people with petty minds and accomplishments. Make known your needs to people who can help you. Do not be timid or frightened. They have had to struggle to achieve their present goals, and they will usually be most sympathetic with your problems. Very often, such people in high places will give you a letter of introduction to someone who can be of help in seeking a better job or some other favor. Step number 8. Avoid waste of time, for time is golden. Time is money, and time is the only substance with which you can work to create the future you desire. Make the most of your wasted hours. Do you spend hours a day before the TV set? It may be amusing, but is it really helping you achieve your goal? Wouldn't you be better off enrolling in an evening course in high school or college, studying writing, accounting, public speaking, dramatic acting, interior decorating, or bookkeeping? 24 golden hours to spend. You have only 24 hours a day to spend. 8 of these are spent in working, 8 in sleeping, and you have 8 precious golden hours to spend recklessly. 2 hours a day should be spent in self-improvement and preparing yourself for the higher goal towards which you aspire. 2 hours can be given over to social activity, TV programs, movies, bowling, or other sports. You still have 2 hours left with which to improve yourself in some way. Read good books. Listen to inspiring music. Go to art galleries and museums. Spend some of this daily time in spiritual meditation and prayer, for your soul needs daily nourishment as well as your mind and body. It is said that when Queen Elizabeth I of England was on her deathbed, her last words were, "Time, time, give me one more moment of time. I would give my kingdom and all I possess for one more moment of time." But time had run out on her, and there were many things left undone and unsaid which she regretted not having done and said. Step No. 9. Remove the clouds of discouragement which gather daily in your mind. This mental clearing of the clouds of discouragement should be a daily exercise before they grow so dense that they obscure your future life goal. How can you avoid feeling discouraged? By being so busy that you never have time to sit down and commiserate with yourself. This is a good formula, for a busy mind seldom has time to think discouraging thoughts. You can also work each day by setting small goals you are trying to achieve, and as each one is attained, your mind will feel a glow of satisfaction. This will keep you from thinking that you are not getting anywhere. Also, by studying the lives of the great men of the past, you will realize that without exception they all had discouraging experiences, defeats, disappointments, and disasters which, instead of making them quit and admit they were failures, only spurred them on to greater effort. Times of great calamity and confusion have ever been productive of the greatest minds, Colton said. The purest ore is produced from the hottest furnace, and the brightest thunderbolt is elicited from the darkest storm. Step No. 10. Believe in your abilities and do not let others minimize your gifts and talents. Sometimes failure comes early in life because we listen to the disparaging remarks of our family and friends regarding our talents and gifts. Every great man of history had this type of negative condition to meet when he set out to do something unusual. Remember, a prophet is without honor in his own country. No one who knows you well can ever visualize you any different from the person you are at present. Don't try to impress people who know you too well, but seek to expand your mind, to enlarge your contacts with people who have done big things, until it becomes second nature for you to think and be successful. Faith is a miracle worker, not only in healing the body but in preserving the mind and keeping it intact against the eroding forces of adversity and discouragement. Believe that you were born to be someone important. Believe that you can have more money and make a bigger salary. This faith in your destiny and in yourself releases mental and physical energy which can help carry you on to your high goal. Tolstoy said, "Faith is the force of life." Step No. 11. Search within yourself for your greatest gifts and talents. Follow your own intuition as to what you can do best or should become in the future. How to find answers within yourself. Too many people search in the outer world for a clue as to what they want to be and the things they want to do. It is all right to study the lives of the great and learn how they accomplish their great deeds. But you should not make your decision as to what you want to be by their lives alone. You must seek within your own mind and heart to find out what you want to do more than anything else in the world. The Bible asks, "What hast thou in thine house?" This means literally to look within your own mind and find out what gift or talent you already possess as a natural God-given talent. Everyone has something that is specifically his and which no other person possesses. You may be a better cook than someone else and have no other talent. One woman I know who had 3 children to support lost her husband in an accident. She had no unusual talent, no formal education, no friends or relatives to help her. But she did have one gift. Everyone raved about her good cooking, her home-baked pies and cakes and desserts. She searched within and found the thing she could do best: cook appetizing food. She took the last of the insurance money she got, opened a little restaurant featuring home-style cooking, and soon she was making $500 a week. She educated her 3 children and lives in a beautiful big home and has servants to wait on her. What if she had wanted to be an actress or an executive in business, for which she was unfit? She might have eaten her heart out with discouragement and frustration, and never have achieved her goal of financial security. How A has been became a will be. However, many times a deliberate slap in the face by fate will help one achieve his goal in life faster than if he encounters a path of roses. A shabby, tired old actress walked in the rain on Broadway one night, lamenting the fact she was finished in show business. A friend saw her and gave her a pass to a Broadway theater. As this once famous actress sat watching the stage show, she heard the woman behind her whisper her name and say to her friend, "You know who she is? That's that old has-been Marie Dressier." Tears of impotent rage stung the old actress's eyes as she got up and stumbled out into the rain-soaked night. Her feet were wet from the water which seeped through the holes in her shoes, and tears ran down her cheeks, mingling with the falling rain. Suddenly the cruel words, "old has-been," enraged her, and she muttered to herself, "I'll show them. I won't be a has-been. I will be a success." Armed with this determination, Marie Dressier went to Hollywood at an age when most people would have thought they were finished with a career, and in her late 50s and 60s made millions of dollars as one of our greatest character actresses. Armed with this determination, Marie Dressler went to Hollywood at an age when most people would have thought they were finished with a career, and in her late 50s and 60s made millions of dollars as one of our greatest character actresses. It is never too late for you to succeed. What hast thou in thine house? God has given you some special gift which can be your passport to fame and fortune, if you will but search within your heart and mind for it. Step No. 12. Do not regret past mistakes, but go on to other experiences. Many people spend half their lives regretting past mistakes and wishing they had done differently from what they did. You hear them lament, "If I had only bought that piece of property, I'd be rich today." Or, "If I only hadn't put all my money in the stock market." It's always the same story: the wrong investment, the wrong decision, mistakes and misfortune because one did or didn't do something. Lincoln was one of the most colossal failures on earth in his early career in Springfield, where he was a young lawyer. He couldn't even win the lowly office of dog catcher. He failed 9 times. It is said of Lincoln that he was too big for the little things of life. His one outstanding success has had effects that have reverberated throughout the ages. Profit by your mistakes and realize that everyone errs at some time or other in his life. To err is human, to forgive, divine. It is only unfortunate if you keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Life experiences should teach us what to avoid and how to improve our actions in the future. From your mistakes, you can learn valuable lessons. The man who makes no mistakes does not usually make anything, said Edward J. Phelps in a speech at Mansion House. Cicero said of making mistakes, "To stumble twice against the same stone is a proverbial disgrace." Step No. 13. Check your present environment carefully to see if you are overlooking possibilities for goal achievement where you now work or live. A farmer was annoyed when he saw scum gather each day on the pool of water that his cattle drank from. He sold the farm, and the new owner had the curiosity to sniff at the scum which formed daily on the water. It was oil, and soon the new owner was rich from the oil wells that gushed on his farm. Perhaps in your own environment there are opportunities for making more money, becoming more famous, or being happier than you have been in the past. Sometimes it's a question of being aware of these hidden opportunities. You must be constantly aware of your hidden opportunities to be prepared to take them. Perhaps some person you know is the key to a better job or a higher income. Have you probed all your present contacts, your present work, your present environment, before you go looking frantically on the outer periphery of your own experience for your golden opportunity? Make sure that you have exhaustively checked every avenue of your present circumstances for your greater good. Two other quotations about opportunity are, "Do not suppose opportunity will knock twice at your door." Shemfor. There is an hour in each man's life appointed to make his happiness, if then he sees it. Beaumont and Fletcher. Step number 14. Cultivate patience and perseverance. We have mentioned these qualities of character before in our study together, and we shall mention them again. Every great person has had to cultivate patience and perseverance in achieving a high goal. A Dutch proverb states, "A handful of patience is worth more than a bushel of brains." And Emerson said of patience, "Adopt the pace of nature. Her secret is patience." The trouble with most people in striving to achieve a high goal in life is that they expect life's biggest and richest rewards immediately and without making too much effort. But life refuses to yield its rich rewards to those who do not make great effort and have great patience. Plant the seed within your mind for future riches, success, health, and happiness, and then patiently wait for the crop of destiny to mature. It will surely bring you your goal eventually. Step No. 15. Build mental patterns of efficiency and quality. A slipshod mind will produce a slipshod destiny. Your mental patterns should reflect efficiency and quality if you wish a satisfying life experience. Psychiatrists say that a person's mental health depends on whether or not he is an efficient person. What tire the marks of efficiency? Regulate your thinking and control your thoughts. Be positive in your thinking. Be definite in making your decisions. Avoid vacillation and changing your mind too often. Stick with your decisions, even if sometimes they prove wrong. Any decision is better than indecision. Be punctual and live up to your word. Rise quickly in the morning and have a daily routine to which you faithfully adhere. A German proverb states, "The best carpenters make the fewest chips." Step number 16. Set high goals for your future, but do not make them so high that they are unattainable. It is good to aim high and set goals that are lofty for your mind to aim at, but do not make them too high, for if you do not achieve them, you are apt to feel that your entire life was a failure. Actually, failure may only be delayed success in your case, and the best may still be ahead of you. Have high ideals and high goals, for they will surely cause you to aim higher than if you are satisfied with mediocre experiences and goals. Ideals are like stars, Carl Schurz said. You will not succeed in touching them with your hands. But like the seafaring man on the desert of waters, you choose them as your guides, and following them, you will reach your destiny. In having your overall high goal, however, be sure that you also have smaller goals which are like stepping stones to help you reach the high place you have chosen for yourself. General suggestions on goal achievement. Remember, you will never rise any higher than the vision you have of your future life goal. You will be great in proportion to your ability to think great thoughts. Do not lower your dignity or self-esteem in the presence of others who are famous or great. Master your mind, your emotions, your actions, if you wish to master life. A man is judged by the friends he keeps. Do your friends and acquaintances measure up to the high goal you have set for yourself? The higher the goal you have chosen, the longer it takes to achieve. It takes God only 2 months to make a pumpkin, but 100 years to create a giant oak. Yours will be a pumpkin or oak destiny, depending on which you choose. Have the patience to wait for your fulfillment. Summary of Law 5. Choose your goal in life, high or low, and keep it in mind constantly. Realize that there are 7 basic needs in life: right work, rewards, friends, love and marriage, expression of taints, mental growth, and spiritual fulfillment. Seek the aid of important people in trying for goal achievement. Discover your hidden talents. Never admit you are a has-been. Look for riches in your own backyard. Law 6. How to attract the things you want in life through universal magnetism. There is a vast sea of etheric intelligence in the universe, which man may tap and use. He must first know the laws governing this life force, universal magnetism. Magnetism is the cohesive power that exists between all the cells of the universe, binding them together under the centrifugal and centripetal force which governs all matter. Centrifugal means the force in gravity that causes an atom or other object to rotate away from the center of rotation. Centripetal means a force that causes an atom or a body to move toward the center of rotation. The dictionary definition for magnetism is the property, quality, or condition of being magnetic. The force to which this is due. Personal charm. The dictionary defines the term magnetic as having the properties of a magnet, producing or causing magnetism. The Earth's magnetism. That which can be magnetized. Powerfully attractive. How you can become a human magnet. What are the properties of a magnet? Any piece of iron, steel, or lodestone that has the property of attracting iron or steel. Also, a magnet is anything that attracts. This means that the human magnet is as real as that made of iron or steel. In iron or steel, the atoms are driven in magnetic lines of force, which have the power to attract any metal which has the same property. In the human magnet, the mind has the same power of attracting anything that it has put into its atomic structure or cells. The body also has this property of magnetism. Note the magnetic attraction to each other of a boy and girl who are in love. They are impelled towards each other almost as if pushed by invisible hands. In a sense, it is almost like giant invisible hands, which hold up our Earth as it spins in space, in a field of solar, lunar, and stellar magnetic attraction, which keeps the Earth spinning at 1,000 miles an hour around the Sun without any visible support. The centrifugal and centripetal force of gravity, the push and pull power which attracts and at the same time repels all objects in space, is responsible for the Earth and Moon, Sun and stars, staying in their orbits in the heavens. Newton discovered the power of gravity, but it was Dr. Felix Ehrenhaft who proved the existence of magnetism as the power behind all creation. This discovery was so great that in 1945, when Ehrenhaft made his experiments at Columbia University, the New York Times carried front-page stories for 5 days in a row reporting the great event. What magnetism means to you. You can use the great universal power of magnetism in your own life. It can be directed, built, channeled, so that it will exert its influence in your affairs. You can make your mind a powerful magnet, which has the power to attract to you that which you consistently put into your mind. You can magnetize your body so that it is healthy, youthful, and energetic, and you will seldom ever tire. You can learn how to magnetize or attract objects, such as money, cars, houses, land, persons you want in your life, by using this dynamic universal law of magnetism. Your body has magnetism. Your body already has magnetism within its cells and atoms. It is the life force. Electricity and magnetism constitute an indivisible unit, which gives man life and health. The power of your mind is electric, and the nerves of the body operate through electricity. When God created your body, He knew that the only way in which your mind could operate in your body was by making the blood a saline solution, as salt is a perfect conducting medium for electricity. The brain, which sends out its electrical messages to your body through your mind, stores up quantities of this magnetic substance in the cells of the brain and body. When this store of magnetism and electricity is depleted, you suffer fatigue and sickness. The magnetism that builds your brain and body energy is in the very air about you. The breath you breathe helps renew this powerful magnetic substance. Also, the thoughts you think, the foods you eat, all help in keeping your fund of magnetism high. Magnetism is of three kinds. There are three kinds of magnetism. 1. Mental magnetism. 2. Physical magnetism. 3. Spiritual magnetism, regimen for building mental magnetism. 1. Keep your thoughts positive, happy, and optimistic. Have you ever noticed how you are attracted instantly to a person who has a bright, happy smile? By the same token, people avoid those who are worrybirds and who wear expressions of sadness and gloom. A smile is magnetic. A frown is unmagnetic. One attracts people to you, the other repels. The two poles of magnetism or gravity are attractive and repellent. You can increase your polarity to popularity, friendship, success, and love fulfillment if you keep your mind magnetically attuned to friendship, love, beauty, good, and truth. The mind that is magnetized by these positive qualities is automatically more attractive and radiates in the personality the things that are magnetic and charming. 2. As magnetism is action, the mind that is active and filled with interesting thoughts is more magnetic than a mind that is bored with life and has little or no interest in anything. Keep your mind and body active as long as possible. Young people who have magnetism naturally are usually very active and restless. Their minds are usually curious, enthusiastic, and searching constantly for new experiences. If you can keep this magnetic quality of the young when you grow older, you will not only feel younger, but you will look younger and be able to do more in life. This means that you should never stop studying something all through your life. Study French or Spanish or some other foreign language. Take a course in music, singing, dancing, or painting and drawing. Anything you like, which keeps your brain cells active and magnetic, will help give you more of this life-giving substance of magnetism. Churchill, an example of magnetism. The late Winston Churchill was an example of this principle of magnetic action for remaining young, dynamic, and active until the very time of his death. He wrote great historical books, painted, had many hobbies, was a great statesman and leader, and kept abreast of the times through extensive reading. His brain cells were alive and magnetic throughout his entire life. General Eisenhower is another excellent example of how mental and physical action gives one great magnetism and keeps one alive to a ripe old age. Despite a severe heart attack, during his years in the presidency, Eisenhower has kept active, writing his memoirs, playing golf, and taking an active interest in political affairs. Action and magnetism might almost be said to be synonymous. Scientists now say that we actually can live as long as we wish, that is, within reason, and that people should live to be 100 to 150 years of age at this stage of evolution. It is all controlled by the magnetism of the brain and body, and having activity that is useful, and a desire to live, to create, and to achieve something worthwhile. Science tells us that the organs of the body are affected by the various brain centers, and that these centers lose their magnetism and life force. The corresponding organs begin to weaken and die. Mental inactivity lessens the body's magnetism and causes sickness and premature death. 3. Mental magnetism is built when you hold high ideals in your mind and high standards of conduct. To idealize means to try to perfect something. When you make the effort to perfect your mind, to expand your interests, to perfect your gifts and talents, your personality and your conduct, the magnetism built thereby becomes a powerful stimulus to the body and creates more energy and more health. What are some of the highest ideals you can achieve? A desire to be good and do good, to be truthful and honest. There is nothing more magnetic than honesty and truth. People sense it when one responds to this high ideal with conduct that is based on integrity. Charity, or the impulse to help others, is also a magnetic urge and shows in a person's outer personality. Faith is a magnetic emotion and attracts people and circumstances that one believes in. Love is one of the most magnetic of all emotions And perhaps that is the reason why the Bible defines God as love and also as good. Jesus also said, "A new commandment I bring unto you, that ye love one another." This emotion of love, coupled with forgiveness, gives the human a magnetic quality that is almost divine in its beauty and inspiration. Hope or optimism is also a magnetic quality of the mind and emotions. If you constantly think that things are going to be better, you will be magnetized to a point where you will actually attract the better things. Again, the Bible speaks of 3 of the above qualities in these words: faith, hope, and charity, as being 3 of the most desirable of all virtues. Magnetism through the imagination. 4. Mental magnetism is also built and stimulated through the channel of your imagination. If you imagine yourself in certain interesting situations, even though it is only a mental exercise, it tends to create dynamic energy in the mind and body, and stimulates the glands to greater activity. This is one of the reasons why people with very active imaginations tend to achieve the things that they imagine. They set up magnetic forces within the mind and body, which tend to attract the experiences that shape the destiny they have imagined. When Admiral Byrd was only 12 years of age, he read of the exploits of Admiral Peary. He wrote in his diary, "I shall be the first man to discover the South Pole." That fact, although only imagined as a youthful dream, became somehow caught up in the magnetic attraction of Byrd's subconscious mind, and years later he actually did make that important discovery. Stimulate your imagination daily by trying to imagine improvements in your work, your home, your environment. See yourself mentally doing things that you want to do. Soon you will build mental action that becomes magnetic, and which leads you to doing the things you have already imagined, building physical magnetism. You can build physical magnetism through a regimen of thinking and acting. The power that you will use issues from your mind and communicates itself to your body, and causes the body to respond and be stimulated by your thinking. Mental action leads to physical action, for by reflex action, everything you think has an effect on your body. You can build physical magnetism through a regimen of simple exercises. This can include dancing, walking, swimming, playing golf, tennis, bowling, or any other games that require muscular and mental coordination. Obtaining magnetism in the air you breathe. As magnetism is in the air you breathe, anything that causes you to breathe more deeply increases the fund of magnetism that you take into your lungs. This oxygen, which is laden with magnetism, is dispersed throughout your body through your bloodstream. The more deeply you breathe, the more quickly is your body replenished with fresh magnetism. Your daily regimen should include magnetic tensing and deep breathing upon arising in the morning, before you have your breakfast. It is a wonderfully stimulating way to start your day. Magnetic tensing means simply tightening all the muscles of your body and then alternately relaxing them. You can begin with the head and neck muscles, then tense the shoulders and arms, then on down to the trunk of the body and finally the legs. The tensing should be done at the same time as you breathe deeply and held to the count of 4. Then as you relax your body and breathe out, you should also count 4. The purpose of magnetic tensing is to flush the fatigue acids from the tissues of the body and replace them with new, vitalized magnetism and oxygen. Science says it is the fatigue acids which cause old age and tissue degeneration. By daily practicing magnetic tensing, you avoid the accumulation of these toxic poisons in the body and keep the body youthful, energetic, and magnetic. Facial rejuvenation through magnetic tensing. Of particular interest to the ladies is the fact that actual facial rejuvenation is possible through magnetic tensing. Here is how to tense the face and neck muscles for firm, youthful contours and the removal of wrinkles. Lift the face as though you were smiling, but more so. Tighten all the facial muscles in an upward direction, including the neck muscles. This will be a grimace, and if you look in the mirror, it will seem to be a terribly tense and exaggerated smile. But don't worry how it looks. Hold that upward, tight expression for a count of 4, and as you do, breathe deeply, so you will get more magnetism and oxygen into your lungs and bloodstream. Then relax your face and neck muscles, and let out the indrawn breath. Do this 10 or 15 times, watching in your mirror, and be sure that all the muscles of the face are pulled up tightly in an extreme smiling position when you tense. Caution: do not think you have to go around with a perpetual tense grin on your face, for this exercise is only that, an exercise of the muscles and tissues of the face, and you resume your normal pleasant expression after you have finished the exercise. However, the youthful contour of the face always requires a slight amount of facial tensing. That is, the lips should have a slight upward pull of the facial muscles, and the cheeks should have a firm roundness. The flesh will stay firmer, and age will be deferred indefinitely. So far as your appearance goes, if you practice this magnetic facial tensing every morning upon arising and every night upon going to bed. Eating the magnetic diet. Certain foods have a tendency to give more magnetism and life to the body than others. The magnetic foods are those that have live cells, such as fruits and vegetables, leafy and underground, nuts, eggs, meats, fish, fowl, and wheat products. However, denaturalized wheat products, such as white flour, are not as healthful nor as magnetic as the natural whole wheat or the natural brown rice. Each day you should start your morning with the juice from a whole lemon in a glass of water. A half hour or so later you may take your regular breakfast. Be sure you take fresh fruits or vegetables in your daily diet, and if possible, a glass or two of fresh vegetable or fruit juices between meals. The fruit juices tend to alkalize the body and keep it healthy. Scientists have determined that the American diet of meat, potatoes, white bread, coffee, and pie or cake is one of the contributing factors to early death. Such a combination of foods is unmagnetic and unhealthy. It is better to avoid mixing starchy foods and protein foods at the same meal. If you desire starchy foods, such as spaghetti or rice, eat a whole meal of the starchy food alone, and do not mix it with the meat, fruit, and vegetables, avoiding unmagnetic foods. There are certain foods which are unmagnetic and which should be avoided. Salt, the type known as sodium chloride, is a poison, and scientists suspect it as a cause of cancer. You can get artificial salt in some groceries and in all health food stores. White sugar, the type that is refined, is considered highly acid, and one should use either the raw sugar or honey for a sweetener. Too much coffee and tea are stimulating and cause the body to become highly acid and destroy magnetism. They may pep one up for a time, but the body's reaction is one of fatigue and lowered energy. Restrict the drinking of coffee to 1 or 2 cups daily. All alcoholic drinks are unmagnetic and lower the body's natural energies and should be avoided. Cigarette or pipe and cigar smoking are in the same category and should be eliminated if you wish your body and mind to function at a peak of perfection. Pork, fat foods, pies, and desserts are also considered unmagnetic and should be taken in small quantities, if taken at all. It is best to eat fresh fruits, dates, figs, nuts, and even cheeses for dessert than to eat pie and cake and ice cream. How to build spiritual magnetism. Spiritual magnetism is the power of inspiration when it is elevated to the divine plane of consciousness. The spiritual definition of God in the Bible is, God is good. Also, God is love. Therefore, anyone who is good and who loves his fellow men and God automatically has spiritual magnetism. However, there is more to spiritual magnetism than just being good and loving God and man. The following regimen tends to increase your spiritual magnetism and give you soul power and beauty. 1. Build faith in God and His power to sustain you in life. You will be more magnetic and have greater power in every way if you hold your thoughts on God as the source of all life, power, and intelligence. Faith in God stirs the body cells into action also and makes them normal and healthy. To gain more spiritual magnetism, study the Bible daily and try to live under its tenets. 2. Spiritual magnetism is built by living under the spiritual laws that rule the universe. These laws are the law of truth, the law of good, the law of love, the law of charity, the law of forgiveness, the law of morality. The 10 Commandments have the spiritual laws which all society is built on. When you live according to these 10 Commandments, your spiritual magnetism will be extremely high. The Golden Rule, do unto others as you would have others do unto you, is also a spiritual law. 3. Memorize and use as daily affirmations, which you repeat at times when you feel you need extra power or mental and physical energy, such powerful injunctions from the Bible as the 23rd Psalm, the 91st Psalm, and many of the quotations from the Sermon on the Mount. The magnetism of divine love. Follow this spiritual formula for achieving more spiritual magnetism, and then add that creative spark of divine love to your life. Learn to get up in the morning with a prayer on your lips, and think of God every time you see something of good or beauty around you. Then end your day with a prayer each night. Realize that suffering in this world is the shadow cast by the soul when it is out of love with God, in the divine romance which is back of all creation. When you are out of tune with God and His divine love, the soul becomes lonely and sick. You are searching for one thing ultimately on this mystical journey of life. You are searching for God and His divine love, the love that inspired your creation. This spiritual purposefulness motivates every single element of your being, from the moment you were born until the end of this earthly experience. Love is God's magnetism, issuing from the throne of His illimitable mercy and streaming earthward in a constant outpouring of celestial fire and divine inspiration. God is more than your creator. He is your life and your life force. He is your friend, your intelligence, your life power. In the moment you accept the mantle of His divinity, then you will experience that gentility of spirit, that beauty of soul, and that wonder of a human heart kindled with a spark of goodness that will cause your soul to shine forth in the darkness of civilization like a golden light. Then the world will see the results of your spiritual magnetism in your personality, in your creative works, and in your high ethical and moral conduct. This has always been the mark of great and good men throughout history. This has been the signature of the soul that the great creative geniuses have always borne, which distinguishes their works from the mediocre ones of the earthbound and material-minded. Exercises to build magnetism daily. On Monday, practice mental magnetism. All day practice being positive, happy, and optimistic. Smile as often as possible and feel that every person you meet this day will be a friend. On Tuesday, make your key word for the day goodness. Think only good thoughts, do only good, kind acts. All day today, say as often as possible, God is good, I am good, therefore I am godly. On Wednesday, let your key word be the magnetic thought of beauty. Look for beauty in every person you meet, some quality of personality which shines and is beautiful. On Thursday, practice building magnetism through your imagination. Sit for half an hour or more and picture in your mind's eye something that you especially want to happen to you, such as taking a trip, moving to a new home, having a raise in salary, or going to some special event that you dream of attending. Go through the actual emotions that such an event would inspire, and see as many details of the event as you can imagine. On Friday, magnetize the thought of money all day. Think that money will come to you from unexpected sources. Every time you spend $1 or money passes through your hands, silently affirm to yourself, this money will multiply and grow under the law if the harvest and will return to me tenfold. On Saturday, let your key word be love, and send loving thoughts to everyone you meet. Then expand your thoughts of love, embrace the whole world. Keep the warm, happy glow of love all day long, and forgive everyone who has ever tried to hurt you, and send them loving thoughts. On Sunday, practice spiritual magnetism all day. Awaken with the thought of God in your mind, and go to some place of worship where you can join others in paying homage to God. Summary of Law 6. You may tap a vast sea of universal magnetism and channel it in my department of your life. You can magnetize people, jobs, money, anything you desire, through this universal law. An active mind is a magnetic mind. The body can be kept healthy, and one can live longer through building physical magnetism. Spiritual magnetism can be built through faith and prayer and living under the spiritual laws. Love is one of the greatest emotions for building magnetism. Law 7. How to release your creative power with mental projection. There is a creative principle back of all things in life. We see this invisible creative power shaping and forming all things. This same creative power exists within your own mind, and it can also be used to shape and form the events of your life into patterns of success, health, happiness, and peace. Back of all created things, there is a form of invisible atomic action. This atomic action is started by some invisible higher intelligence, which man calls nature, and which, in religion, we call God. Actually, it is not God, for God cannot be confined to matter. It is only His infinite intelligence which we see expressing itself throughout nature as intelligence and creative imagination. We know enough about the atom in this scientific age to realize that every form of creation can be changed in its molecular structure if we once get the key to its composition. In fact, science is now creating completely new forms of substance, such as nylon and plastics, by utilizing this principle of manipulating the invisible atoms. For the first time since Einstein gave us his theory of relativity, science is able to change matter and to create new combinations of atoms, and even create new substances and chemicals to serve mankind. Your mind is a creator. Man's mind has the same ability to create and to shape the invisible atoms of the universe as the infinite intelligence which works under the law of cause and effect. Your mind is a cause, from which issue all the effects of your future life. If you wish to project certain effects in your life, like greater prosperity, more money, a better job, a happy marriage, all you need do is know how to form these creative ideas in your own mind. Then, through the law of mental projection, which we shall study in this lesson, you can send those creative ideas to the invisible spiritual protoplasm that fills time and space, and shape the events and the destiny that you desire. These various conditions, events, and persons or things that you wish to attract represent a fixed pattern in your mind first, before they are projected to the outer world and become a reality, the subjective world of mind. There is an inner realm which we call the subjective world. Here it is that ideas and creative energy exist in a state of flux. They can be general ideas such as, I'd like $1 million. I wish I had a better job. I'd like a home of my own. I'd like to know interesting, intelligent people. I wish I could attract a sweetheart who has all the qualities I want in my mate. All these general ideas are subjective only. That is, they have form and tangency and reality only in your mind. Until these creative ideas are projected by your mind to the outer world, they never become reality. The outer world of form and reality is known as the objective world. Until and unless the creative ideas held in the pattern of your mind are projected to this outer objective world, they will never become a complete reality. Difference between daydreams and reality. This is the principal difference between daydreams and reality. A daydream remains a daydream indefinitely until it is projected to the outer objective world. Example: when man needed tools with which to shape his world of reality, he had only examples from nature to go on. When he saw animals' claws, he undoubtedly got the idea for inventing the rake and the hoe, which changed his world and caused him to become agricultural and control his own food sources. The desire for a steady food supply, the dream for security was always there, a subjective mental pattern or idea. Only when some ingenious man first attempted to project this mental idea and actually create a rake or hoe, did man begin to benefit from his creative intelligence. Some observing man saw the woodpecker drilling holes in a tree and had the subjective idea of inventing a gimlet with which he could also bore holes in wood or metal. Only when he attempted to project that mental concept to the outer objective world of reality was he actually able to perfect the gimlet. Similarly, some man saw a rolling log or stone and got the subjective idea for the first wheel. Primitive man had no way of controlling or using fire until someone projected the mental dream or desire to the objective world of reality by striking a spark from two stones, and later from a piece of metal, and still later, through conducting the rays of the sun through a magnifying glass to a combustible material. All creation is within your mind. All the forces of creation actually exist within the subjective pictures of your mind. Man has had the dream of flying like a bird ever since he first wanted to emulate these feathered creatures. Man's mind has within it all the power he needs to create everything that he requires in this world for his advancement and preservation. He also possesses the tools within this subjective mind for destruction. Atomic power may be used to release man from backbreaking labor, or as a destructive force in the atom bomb, capable of killing millions in a few seconds. Electricity may be harnessed in refrigerators, vacuum cleaner, and air conditioners, or it may be channeled through an electric chair to kill a man. You can form the pictures mentally of the things you desire in your life, but they will not become real until you learn how to project them from the inner subjective realm of mind to the outer objective world of reality. 3 elements of creation. There are 3 elements behind all creation. 1. Structure. 2. Form. 3. Design. Let us study these 3 elements carefully and see how you may use them to project your subjective ideas to the outer world of reality. Structure. This means something that is built or constructed, such as a building or a car. It also means the arrangement of all the parts of a whole. Your mental images of the things you want to create in the outer world must have this element of structure even before you project the idea to the outer world. Someone has said, "An idea is as real as a bridge or a skyscraper." In other words, an idea already possesses the element of structure, even in the subjective realm of mind. All the parts of the whole must be present in your mind before you try to project them to the blueprint of reality, so they may be built into a solid, 3-dimensional structure in your life. Do you know what you really want? There can be no reality to the things you want until they have structure within your mind first. Exercise to build the element of structure. Review your mental desires. What are the things you really desire? You want a home of your own, let us say. Do you know the type of home? You should know the style of architecture and the floor plan, the number of rooms, the location you wish to live in. Only then will your home have the element of structure in your mind. How will you project this dream home to the outer objective world? Spend at least a few minutes a day looking at some home magazine, which pictures types and styles of homes. Go out and actually look at homes in the neighborhood in which you wish to have. Investigate financing of homes. Check your status as a veteran, if you are a veteran. Plan your life in that dream home. Visualize yourself entertaining your friends. See the garden you plan to plant. Try to visualize all the things in that home that you want to furnish it with. And then actually obtain a big scrapbook, call it your scrapbook of destiny, and paste in it all the pictures of the home you want, the rooms of furniture, the patio, the garden, and all the things you want in your home. Be definite in everything you desire. Make it a point to be definite in everything you desire from life. This includes the work you want to do, the friends you want in your life, the trips you want to take in the future, the money you want to earn, the car you want to have. Only if you are definite in your desires will your life begin to take on the element of structure, form, mid-design, which is behind all creation. Form. How to develop a fixed pattern of life. Form literally means a mold or shape in which things are formed. Your mental ideas should also have form before they can be projected into the objective world of reality. This means that you must create the mold in your mind which you hold as a fixed pattern through which nature can work in creating the things you desire. Most people do not have a fixed pattern in their minds or lives. They change the structure and form of their lives every moment. They get an idea in one moment, and then, before it can become fixed in its form, they change their minds and go on to something else. It is pretty much like planting an acorn and then digging it up every few moments to see if it has begun to grow into an oak tree. The tree is inherent in the acorn, for it has structure, form, and design in its molecular composition, and it will eventually obey the law of nature, which is the law of capillary attraction, and grow into a giant oak. But if it is dug up every day or two to see if it is growing, it can never mature into an oak tree, no matter how perfect the original form of the acorn is. B. Do not seem to be. Emerson said, "Be, do not seem to be." Remove your bloated nothingness from the paths of the divine circuit. In your thought patterns, be big and important. Plant the seedling of reality of your future greatness, your success, your health and happiness. Then act with supreme confidence that the things you have formed in your mind are already a reality. This pattern of positive conviction which you form mentally should permeate your entire personality and every word you speak, every act you perform. The saying, "Nothing succeeds like success," is a reality. There is a contagion about success, and it begins first in the form that takes place in your own mind. Design. How to design a perfect destiny. To design a perfect destiny, do these things. 1. In your mind, plan the daily events of your life. Even write them down so they will have form and structure. Put down such things as, "I want a raise in salary. I want to meet a certain person. I want a better job. I want to make a certain number of sales. I want to attract a certain sum of money." Write down the things in detail. They may not all come true on that one day, but if your mind has a definite plan to follow, it will begin to bring these things into reality in the outer, objective world. 2. Stick with your original ideas. Do not change them every day or two, but persist in your desires until you see the things you desire coming to pass. 3. Mentally project your creative pattern or idea into the outer world by taking some constructive step toward the achieving of your objective. Example: you may want to learn touch typing, and this is a subjective idea, but until you actually get a typewriter and learn how to touch type, you will only have a subjective idea. Let us go even further and say that you have a desire to write a play or a great novel. This is a subjective idea, and will only be projected to the outer world of reality when you take a step to make this dream a reality. What are some of the steps you might take? You can join a playwriting group in your local night high school or by correspondence. You can go to the library and obtain books by experts in the field of the theater. You can read books of plays which have been performed on Broadway and learn the technique of playwriting. Then you can sit down at the typewriter and begin to write. This is your first actual step toward projecting the mental plan you have for being a playwright. The next step, after the play is once written, is to get a good agent, someone who has faith in your work and who will sell it to some producer. This is a difficult thing to do, but you cannot let yourself be deterred by the difficulties in your way. If everyone who ever achieved anything considered it impossible, there would be no inventions, no books, plays, or other creative forms ever produced by man. Have a big dream within your mind. If you want to achieve a big destiny, a big fortune, or anything that is outstanding, have a big dream within your mind first. This is the creative pattern from which all other factors will stem. The creative idea is the seed or germ principle which is behind everything produced in life by man or nature. Nothing ever is created without the big dream. That dream can be anything you choose. No one can limit you. Imagine how men have scoffed at every great idea that anyone ever had in the past. When Harvey announced his discovery that the blood circulated throughout the body, people called him mad and threatened to lock him up in the insane asylum. When Fulton announced the first test of his steamboat going upstream on the Hudson, thousands gathered on the shores and shouted as one man, "It won't start! It won't start!" When the paddle wheels began to turn and the steamboat moved irresistibly against the currents, the bleating of the sheep-like spectators did not stop. Only now their chant changed to, "It won't stop! It won't stop!" When Galileo announced that the Earth revolved around the sun, not the sun around the Earth, he was threatened with excommunication from the Church unless he recanted his heresy. Creative thinking, the beginning of riches. Behind every great achievement, every fortune, there is creative thinking. Some of the greatest fortunes were built by a single creative idea. A poor boy watched his mother struggle against overpowering poverty when they were left to shift for themselves. She had only one bag of flour left, but her mind was inspired with a creative idea. She baked batches of hot biscuits and took them to men who were working on the railroad nearby for their lunches. The money she got, she invested in more flour, and finally she was doing a thriving business. The creative idea that was implanted in this young boy's mind flourished and grew as he reached manhood. This man later became the president of the National Biscuit Company and made a fortune. The inspiration? The creative ideas his mother implanted in his youthful mind. Big thoughts create big things. On a recent program over radio station WOR, 4 presidents of big companies whose salaries are from $250,000 to $500,000 a year told their secrets of success. All 4 started life without much education. They were all poor when young and began their careers with absolutely nothing. Each had an overpowering ambition to achieve something big in life, to be successful, to win recognition. They never gave up the big dream, the high goal with which they started. They forged success from the elements they possessed within their minds. The big secret behind success. The big secret behind success is first to be able to conceive of the goal you wish to achieve. Never underestimate the tremendous creative power of the higher mind within you. There is an omniscience about this higher mind, which causes it unerringly to bring you what you desire in life. You must work with the invisible laws of the universe and be sure that you have a big dream within your mind. Then you must have faith in that dream and never waver from your goal. When you once release the creative power of your higher mind, you will be able to shape all the events of your life in the direction of success. Even misfortune or personal handicaps will not deter you from achieving your high goal. An example of this from life is a very inspiring one. Harold Bell Wright had an accident in the early days of his career and lay at death's door for weeks, unable to move a muscle. However, his brain was not injured, and his creative mind began weaving together stories of his various experiences, which kept him from being conscious of the pain and boredom he felt. While convalescing, he began to amuse himself by writing down his ideas, and gradually a story began to form. He called his book, "When Finished, When a Man's a Man," and it made him over $1 million in his lifetime and started him onto a profitable and brilliant career as an author. No matter what obstacles stand in your way, no matter how discouraged you may be, or how limited your circumstances in life, let nothing dim the bright dream within your soul. Project the power of your creative mind and achieve a brilliant destiny. Summary of Law 7. There is a creative principle behind all nature. Man's mind also possesses this creative ability. Mind is a cause which can create effects in the visible and invisible universe through structure, form, and design, the three invisible elements of all creation. Plant the seedlings of reality for greatness in the big dream that creates the big destiny. For creative power flows from creative thinking. Law 8. How to unveil the power of your subconscious mind. There is a tremendous power within your mind, which science is only now beginning to realize can be tapped for achieving miraculous things in your life. This is the power of your subconscious mind. It was Freud who first discovered this other mind, which he called the unconscious. It is one of the most important forces which you may use to heal your body, if you should be sick, or, if you are healthy, to maintain health and vitality. The subconscious mind may also be given instructions to bring you financial success, to reveal new ideas for business, to improve your personality, and to give you a better memory. In fact, no act of your life is free of the influence of your subconscious mind. How to summon this power at will. You may summon this subconscious power at will. You can change your entire life by applying the scientific principles which we shall study in this lesson. You can set up new habit patterns within your subconscious mind, which will affect everything you do in the future. Do you want to gain or lose weight? Do you want to increase your income? Do you want to have a more magnetic personality? Do you want new gifts and talents? Do you want to prevent colds? Do you want happiness in love and marriage? The above list of questions presupposes that your subconscious is literally a miracle worker. It actually is. It can do all of the above things for you and many, many more, the automatic functions of your subconscious. Following is a list of the automatic functions of your subconscious mind. Just look over this list and realize that all the things diluted here are actually miracles, which require no help on the part of your conscious mind. 1. The subconscious of the mother builds the baby within her womb in 9 months' time. 2. It repairs the body and maintains its working organs in good condition. 3. The subconscious controls your body's metabolism and digests the food, and distributes the various elements throughout the body. 4. It circulates your blood. 5. It regulates your heartbeat and blood pressure. 6. It operates your lungs and breathing even while you sleep without your conscious control. 7. It rules your imagination, your memory, and the faculties of reason and judgment. 8. It controls your sympathetic nervous system and the reflex action of the nerves and muscles of your body. 9. It controls the hearing, seeing, and feeling centers in your brain. 10. It controls the entire glandular system of your body and regulates the amount of secretion which each gland releases into your bloodstream. Control your subconscious to control your destiny. We might even go so far as to say, he who can control his subconscious mind can actually control his destiny. That is how important this automatic brain is. The wonderful thing about your subconscious mind is that despite its superior power to your conscious mind, it likes to take orders from your conscious mind. Yes, you can give this superior mind suggestions and orders, and it will blindly accept them and carry them out automatically, creating the conditions within your body that you desire. It also causes you to carry out the actions you decide on through the reflex action of your nerves and muscles, under control of the sympathetic nervous system, which is ruled by your subconscious mind. Dynamic principles for reaching your subconscious. Principle 1. The law of predominant mental impression. The word predominant means having influence or authority over others. Superior, most frequent, prevailing. Your subconscious mind is most affected by the thoughts and words you most frequently indulge in. The things you say, the things you do, what you write, read, and think most frequently are imprinted on that subconscious mind most forcibly. Knowing this law, you can do many things to influence your subconscious mind. You can consciously suggest anything you desire to that subconscious, and if it is done frequently, persistently, and with deep emotion, it will eventually come to pass. Example: a woman went to a gypsy fortune teller with her 6-year-old son. The fortune teller told this woman that when her son reached 22 years of age, he would shoot himself to death over a love affair. The woman forgot this prediction, but her son's subconscious mind did not. When the boy was 22, he fell in love with a girl who rejected him, and he shot himself. Only then did his mother remember the fortune teller's dire prediction. The reason why this suggestion lodged in the 6-year-old boy's mind is that it was of such a shocking nature that it had an emotional effect on the boy, without his mother's realizing it. Using the law of predominant mental impression. You can work with this law of predominant mental impression by registering on your mind only those things that you want to register in your subconscious mind. Remember the law: that which you see, hear, think, or say, and even what you write, if it has a deep emotional effect on your mind, will affect your subconscious mind. Now, how does this work in your everyday life? When you read something in a newspaper or a book, read it without emotional reaction, especially if what you are reading is of a negative or disastrous nature. This means you should avoid reacting to things that you read in the daily press of killings, rapes, thefts, disasters, and accidents. If you read of these things just once, it will undoubtedly have little effect on your subconscious mind, for your reaction might be mild. But over a period of years, think of how many such events you have registered in your subconscious mind. How many thousands of times have you reacted, probably saying, "Oh, isn't that terrible? Poor thing. I feel terrible that such a thing happened to her. Wouldn't it be awful if that happened to me?" Emotional charge in your thoughts and words. There is an emotional charge in your thoughts and words. If you make something you hear or read personal and apply it to yourself, it has such an emotional charge on your subconscious mind that it becomes caught up in the sympathetic nervous system and is communicated to the reflex action of your nerves and muscles, incorporating its negative action in your own body. Example: a 13-year-old boy had observed a hanging on television in a Western movie. He had no doubt reacted emotionally to many such killings on TV. His reflex action caused him to put a rope around his neck, simulating a hanging. The chair he was standing on turned over, and he hung by his neck and died. Imagine how shocked his parents were when they found his body. They would certainly never connect the TV program with this tragedy, and yet there is no doubt but what it was the guilty culprit, as it is in so many cases of juvenile crime, murders, thefts, and other acts of violence. Children are especially susceptible to this form of subconscious suggestion and should be shielded from movies and television programs and books that feature violence, sex crimes, and other acts of viciousness. Another example of how this negative force can work in the subconscious is that of a 14-year-old boy who killed his grandmother with a butcher knife. When he was asked why, he said that every time he went into the kitchen and saw a butcher knife, he wondered what it would be like if he killed his grandmother with it. This frightful thought, repeated over and over, had a mental and emotional charge that finally led to the reflex action of killing his grandmother. The boy was repentant afterwards, but it was too late. How many crimes occur because of this subconscious conditioning on the negative side? Sickness caused by negative thoughts. It has been found by scientists in a study called psychosomatic medicine that many types of illness are caused by a person's negative thoughts. For instance, it was found in industrial accidents that 90% of all accidents occurred to only 10% of the workers, and these accidents kept occurring over and over. Also, colds and sickness resulting in absenteeism in industry were traced to the same percentage of the workers. This proved to science that some emotional or negative mental conditioning was furnishing the reflex action in these cases, which led to accidents and sickness. Example: a man developed ulcers, and they were so bad that doctors considered operating on him. A psychiatrist gave him a word association test to try to determine what was troubling the man subconsciously. The man was given barium meal, and his stomach was observed under a fluoroscope during the testing. Innocent words like sky, baby, house, dog, etc. were given to the man, and there were normal reactions. However, when the psychiatrist said the word mother-in-law, the patient's stomach was observed to jump, as if it had experienced a shock, and it locked on the barium meal, retaining it for 24 hours. The man confessed that he hated his mother-in-law, that she lived with him and his wife and interfered in his marriage. When the mother-in-law was moved out of the house, the man's ulcers disappeared, and he had a complete healing. Is arthritis psychosomatic? Some psychosomatic doctors now believe that such diseases as arthritis, rheumatism, some forms of heart trouble, high blood pressure, asthma, respiratory infections, hay fever, and ulcers are definitely caused by emotional disturbances that have their basis in the subconscious mind of the patient. A case in one of these doctors' records concerned a woman who suffered from arthritis for a period of 20 years. Under questioning, she admitted she had hated her sister for that period of time because the sister stole her boyfriend and married him. She had not spoken to this sister in all those years. When she forgave her sister and understood the cause of her condition, this woman had an amazing healing within 6 months. How the law works positively. If the law of predominant mental impression works negatively with such disastrous and dramatic results, it also works positively if you use it correctly. The regimen for positive action. A. Try to think positive thoughts all the time. B. Do not react emotionally to things that happen or things you read about. Apply reason and logic, and never let the effect get to your heart or emotions. C. Say only positive things that you want to have happen to you, not negative statements that might get caught up in your sympathetic nervous system. D. Avoid hating or resenting people, but use the law of love and forgiveness to free you from emotional negative charges. E. Read books that inspire and uplift you, rather than books dealing with crimes of violence and negative things that leave a negative emotional charge. Second principle. Reach your subconscious mind through autosuggestion. It was Emile Coué who first used autosuggestion successfully to heal the sick. He found that when he gave these suggestions to other people, warts and tumors disappeared in a short time, and open sores and wounds healed faster. Autosuggestion actually means talking to your own subconscious mind. The following autosuggestions can be memorized and used whenever you need them. For health. I am healthy, strong, and vital. My subconscious mind now takes over the workings of my vital organs and gives me perfect health. My heart operates under this subconscious control. It is now beating perfectly and maintaining my body in perfect health. To be most effective, you should use autosuggestion at least 10 times for each one you say. The best time to treat your subconscious mind is at night, upon retiring, just before you go to sleep. You can whisper the autosuggestions to yourself, or say them aloud, whichever best suits your convenience. You can make up your own, using the ones given here as a pattern. You may have some specific condition that you wish to treat subconsciously, which we do not cover here. Speak to your subconscious simply, just as you would to another person. For increasing your income, I desire a better income. I now instruct my subconscious mind to find ways and means by which I can increase my income through a raise in salary or through unexpected sources. I want ideas for creating a bigger income. I need more money to state the things that you want money for. You may also ask the subconscious mind for a specific sum of money for some specific purpose. The subconscious knows more ways for obtaining money than you do consciously, and it may send the ideas to you through your conscious mind. Suggestion for specific sum of money. I need the sum of $1,000 to help me pay my bills and get me out of debt. I have faith that my subconscious mind will give me ways by which I may obtain this sum of money. I ask for ideas that will lead me to getting this money from some unexpected sources. Suggestion for happiness. I now ask my subconscious mind to bring me events that make me happy. I wish to overcome the negative conditions and problems that keep me from being happy and having peace of mind. Show me how to think, how to live, and what to do to be happy and complete. Mastering general autosuggestion. If you do not have time to give yourself a long autosuggestion when you go to bed, you may memorize some short one which you make up to fit your general needs, or say the following one. I am successful. I am happy. I will attract the right conditions in my life to give me completion. I now ask my subconscious mind to guide me each day to the experiences that will bring me happiness, success, peace of mind, and perfect health. When you make a positive statement such as I am happy, I am successful, you are invoking the law of reflex action, and the conditions you state as being real will actually become caught up in your sympathetic nervous system and be a part of the automatic habit patterns of your brain. Soon you will build such a positive conscious and subconscious mind that every act of your life will become colored by the thoughts imprinted there. These subconscious thoughts will externalize themselves in everything you say and do, and produce the conditions you desire in your life. Third principle. Subconscious may be impressed through this art of personification. To personify means to think of or to represent a thing as a person. Also, to be a perfect example of something which you hold in your mind. If you want your subconscious mind to make you a success in your business, how will you use the art of personification? You will begin to think and act like a successful person. You will wear the best clothes you can afford. You will speak as though you already are successful. You will build a nature that is confident, poised, and forceful. You will watch your voice and the expression on your face, being sure that they reflect only successful attitudes. In other words, even before big success has come to you, you will begin to act as though you are already successful. Can you see how this will impress not only your subconscious mind, but those who might be in a position to help you? Example. A young lady who came to our classes and lectures in Carnegie Hall learned this secret. She got a job as secretary in an office of a cosmetic firm. She was just another stenographer so far as outer appearances were concerned. However, within this girl's mind, there was at work that mysterious force of the subconscious mind. She was using the art of personification and giving herself suggestions that she would be noticed and given advancement in a short time. Within 6 months' time, she was chosen by the woman who was the head of her department as her own private secretary, at a substantial raise in salary. Other girls who had been with the firm for years complained bitterly because this comparative newcomer had been given this choice job. What was the secret of this girl's success? She thought and acted, and consequently looked, like the successful type who would be in the position of confidential secretary. This girl wore neat, plain clothing. She used makeup sparingly. She had studied diction and speech, and her voice was softly modulated but clear and precise. Her tones were gentle and easy to listen to. She smiled pleasantly on her job, and when she contacted the boss of her department, she was courteous, without being forward, friendly without fawning on her, and she communicated to her boss this dominant thought: "You will like me and give me advancement in my job. I shall prove worthy and deserving and give of my best to my job. As you involve, so you evolve." There is a law in psychology, the law of involution. As you involve, states this law, so you evolve. What you put into your consciousness, including your subconscious mind, is the material which will work its magical transformation within your mind and evolve in the facets of your personality, in your speech, and ultimately, your actions creating your destiny. Therefore, use this rule of the subconscious and involve in your consciousness the thoughts that you are already rich and successful, beautiful and poised, gracious and charming, dynamic and magnetic. Begin to act this moment as though you possess the world and all therein. Soon you will have involved this positive thought so deeply in the fabric of your conscious and subconscious minds that you will begin to attract good luck, better jobs, important friends, and fulfillment of your destiny. This secret built Hollywood's greatest stars. This one secret of the subconscious is what I used over a period of years in advising and helping train some of Hollywood's greatest stars. I have photographs with such stars as William Holden, Hedy Lamarr, Barbara Stanwyck, Claudette Colbert, Gary Cooper, Jimmy Stewart, Robert Taylor, Jeanette MacDonald, Gloria Swanson, Tyrone Power, and Susan Hayward, as well as hundreds of others whose fame is legendary. In each instance, when I gave these players, who were generally unknown in the days I gave them this principle, the secret of stardom, it was with the injunction that they begin to act immediately as if they were already stars. Not in some future day, but here and now. Then I gave them a regimen which I called the Magic Circle, in which I showed them how to become important and radiate in their personalities the qualities of value, which I told them encompassed them like a golden circle of light. Everywhere they went, they were instructed to be aware of this magic circle, which made them magnetic and unusual. In building this consciousness of value in their minds, these actors and actresses began to radiate a confidence and poise they had not known before. Soon they became great stars. One of the latest instances of how this success secret worked is that of Vincent Edwards, who is Dr. Ben Casey in television. It was only a few years ago that this talented star began to absorb the principles and use them in his life. From the time he started to study these principles to his big success was only a matter of a little over a year. This secret works miraculously for those who have faith in it and use it faithfully all their lives. Other pointers on the subconscious mind. 1. The subconscious may also be reached by writing down the things you want to imprint upon it. Keeping a diary is a good exercise, for it emphasizes the things that you wish to do and presents your hidden dreams and aspirations to the subconscious daily. 2. Your subconscious mind can also be strongly influenced by your imagination. Elsewhere, we will deal with the methods for strengthening your imagination and using it to reach the subconscious. Anything you picture happening in your mind, which you believe will happen and which you emotionalize, as if it has already happened, has a good chance of coming to you through the power of your imagination and your subconscious mind. 3. Your subconscious mind is affected by your emotions. This is true if the emotions are negative or positive. To have only good things happen to you, try to indulge only the emotions that are positive, such as faith, hope, good, love, charity, and courage. Avoid the emotions of fear, hate, envy, jealousy, worry, and resentment. 4. Repetition of a thought where you repeat it over and over each day for a period of months or years also imprints your subconscious mind. Example: a child of 12 was badly burned, and the muscles of both legs were practically destroyed. The doctors said he would probably not live, and if he did live, he would never be able to walk or run like normal children. This child kept saying over and over to himself in the following weeks, "I shall walk and run and play with other children. I shall walk. I shall run." 10 years later, that child, who was Glenn Cunningham, ran the fastest mile that any human being had ever run at Madison Square Garden in New York City and became one of our leading athletes. What was the magic power used by Cunningham? Without even knowing he was doing it, He was calling upon the amazing reserves of the subconscious mind, which built new muscles and nerves in his legs, and completely healed him because of his faith and because of the emotional intensity of his desire to walk and run. 5. You can overcome bad habits such as smoking, drinking, laziness, and procrastination through suggestions to your subconscious mind. You must want to overcome the bad habit first. Then you must work every day giving auto-suggestions to your subconscious that it will overcome the unwanted habit. Then you must take conscious steps to help yourself break the habit. 6. Remember, your subconscious is affected by the things you see, hear, think, read, and feel. Choose the events you wish to have in your life. Choose and control your thoughts. Read only constructive books and magazines, and feel or emotionalize only those experiences you wish to imprint upon your subconscious. Use auto-suggestion for the following purposes. 1. For attaining happiness and peace of mind. 2. For building your social life and making friends. 3. For making more money and increasing your financial security. 4. For overcoming bad habits and building new positive ones. 5. For healing the body or keeping it healthy. 6. To build energy, vitality, and a youth consciousness. 7. For strengthening the power of your imagination. 8. For building a magnetic and forceful personality. 9. For strengthening your willpower. 10. For improving your memory. 11. To give you increased intellectual power. Make up your own auto-suggestions to fit any of the above needs. Remember to keep your suggestions simple and to the point, and to repeat them each time at least 10 times to be most effective. It takes from 1 month to 3 months to involve some of the suggestions into the sympathetic nervous system. So do not be impatient if there are no immediate results. For instance, to set into motion the mechanism that distributes the fat and keeps you slender cannot be an overnight thing, but takes time to become involved in the sympathetic nervous system. Summary of Law 8. The subconscious mind can be tapped at will to achieve health and increase the life force. The subconscious mind is literally a miracle worker. Use the law of predominant mental impression to reach the subconscious. Psychosomatic factors in sickness. Positive auto-suggestions used by Coué. The art of personification for reaching the subconscious mind. The magic circle used by the Hollywood stars. Auto-suggestions for building willpower and overcoming bad habits. Law 9. How to receive divine guidance for a richer, fuller life. There is an inner voice which speaks to man in the silence of his own soul. This voice of the Spirit reveals many secrets when man learns how to put himself in tune with the highest spiritual forces in the universe. There is a creative spirit or principle in the universe which unfolds all things from within. The creative spirit of the rose tells it in spring to unfold its petals and reveal its beauty, color, and perfume to the world. The creative spirit within your mind and soul possesses all knowledge and all power. You can learn how to unfold your own precious gifts and talents by listening to this voice of divine guidance. If you listen to the babble and confusion of the outer world, you will suffer from disorientation and chaos. How the universal mind guides all life. There are 3 manifestations of mind in the universe. 1. The subjective, inner mind of man, made up of the conscious, subconscious, and superconscious minds. These we have studied elsewhere in this course. 2. The objective mind, which is aware of the physical and material world of reality. 3. The universal mind which permeates all creation and works in animals, birds, insects, and growing plant life, as well as in man. This is the intuitive mind which is above right and wrong, and which can guide you to doing the right thing at the right time. Why the objective mind makes mistake. You cannot always depend on your objective mind, that part of your brain which talks, sees, hears, and counts. You know how often you will make a mistake when adding up a row of figures. If something intrudes in your mind and distracts you, you can make terrible mistakes. The universal mind, which gives man divine guidance, never makes mistakes, for it is the intelligence which rules all natural law in the universe. This creative intelligence can be relied on to give you guidance in all your affairs of life. To show you how erroneous the objective mind of man can be, look at history. See how at one time witches were burned and persecuted, in Salem in this country as well as all over the world. See how men were imprisoned for believing the world was round, that the earth revolved around the sun, that there were germs, that the blood circulated throughout the body. How long was the human race kept earthbound? Because men believed the flying machine was a tool of the devil. When the telephone was first invented, it was condemned as a thing of evil. In 1842, it was illegal to take a bath in Cincinnati and Philadelphia. Boston also had laws against bathing, unless one had a doctor's order. In Hartford, Providence, Wilmington, and many other cities in the U.S., heavy water taxes were put on to force people to not bathe. In Virginia, there was a tub tax of $30 a year on every bathtub. By 1922, there were only 889,000 bathtubs in the U.S. How can we trust such a mortal mind? How can we trust such a mortal mind as would wage war and kill millions of people on the field of battle? How can we depend on an objective mind that allows 60,000 a year to be killed on the highways and another million maimed and crippled? It is obvious that such a mind cannot be fully trusted with anything so precious as your future destiny. There is a mind which you can trust. This is the higher mind, the voice of the Spirit, which gives you divine guidance and which speaks to you through 4 strong instincts. These 4 instincts are: 1. The instinct to live. 2. The instinct to love. 3. The instinct to fight for survival. 4. The instinct to have spiritual identity. Divine guidance works under laws. Divine guidance works under definite universal laws. It will work for you under certain conditions. We know that it works to make all things in nature obey their natural instinctive impulses, such as the caterpillar spinning its cocoon and becoming a butterfly. It makes the ant build its nest, herd its cattle, and store food for the winter. It causes the maple sap to flow into the roots in the fall and emerge again in the spring in the trunk and branches. It causes the swallows at Capistrano, in California, to return on the same day every year. It makes the salmon swim upstream to spawn before it completes its life cycle. A certain eel in the Saragossa Sea swims 3,000 miles back to the exact tributary where it was born, to spawn before it dies. What unerring instinct guides it on such a long and perilous journey? It is the voice of the Spirit which gives divine guidance to all God's creatures. How divine guidance works best. The voice of the Spirit gives divine guidance and works best under the following conditions. 1. If you have an unselfish purpose in living. 2. If you are motivated by the emotion of love. 3. If you have a high goal or dream in life. 4. If you have a deep faith in God and His power. 5. If you live in peaceful surroundings. 6. If your mind is orderly and calm. 7. If you live in surroundings that reflect beauty. 8. If you have control of your emotions. 9. If your soul vibrates to the higher impulses of the human mind, such as goodness, truth, charity, and forgiveness. 10. If you pray and meditate daily, keeping yourself attuned to the infinite mind of God. Divine guidance through your instincts. Let us now study the method by which you can receive divine guidance through your 4 instincts. 1. The instinct to live. This instinct rules such matters as your physical health, the functioning of your body's organs, your length of life, and the maintenance of youth and vitality and energy. Should you or shouldn't you take vitamins? What should you eat? What should you avoid? Should you be a vegetarian or a meat eater? Should you smoke, drink alcohol, take medicine? What kind of exercise should you take, if any? Every one of the above questions can be answered in several ways. There are experts who can point out the right and wrong diets, and government figures to support almost anything you wish to prove or disprove. You know the saying, the devil can quote scriptures to suit himself. So too there are experts in every field of science and medicine who can give you statistics to prove anything. I have statistics on people who live to be 95 years of age or more, and it shows that most of these people did not smoke or drink during their lives, but on the other hand, some of these oldsters drank as much as a pint or more of liquor every day for years, and smoked cigarettes for a lifetime, and it seemingly did them no harm. The rule seems to be, do what your instinct tells you is good for you. What if a cow were to question its instinct to eat grass by saying, "But how can green grass make white milk?" Obviously, no such thought can issue from a cow's mind, because it knows only one absolute power, the higher mind within, governed by an instinct that is always correct. Some people have been vegetarians, like George Bernard Shaw, and lived into their 90s. Others have been meat eaters and have lived just as long. Then on the other hand, there are those who have died young, no matter what they did or did not eat. The instinct to live is strong within you. It is prejudiced in favor of life, not death. You can implement this instinct by sitting in meditation and listening to the divine voice speak to you through intuition. Ask this higher mind where you can get an apartment, how to get a better job, where to obtain the money you need. Take your personal problems to this divine source for guidance as to the solutions to them. Then sit quietly and wait for the strong urge within your mind which will tell you of a definite course of action to take. Or sometimes, if you will just go about your regular business, the answer as to what you should or should not do will just pop into your mind unexpectedly. But this is also the divine voice speaking to you. 2. The instinct to love. The divine voice tells every human being to fall in love and procreate. Some, however, do not follow this divine injunction, and they choose to live lives of celibacy or to go through life frustrated emotionally, never fulfilling their natural instinct to marry, have children, and complete their life cycle like all of nature's living creatures. In many cases of people who become mentally unbalanced, it is found that lack of fulfillment in love and sex is often the cause of their misfortune. Sometimes early parental disapproval of the normal impulse to love will cause a child to become suppressed and to fear sex, or to have guilt feelings about the normal functions of the body. This leads to serious problems in adult life, which often require the aid of a psychologist or psychiatrist. A good rule is to follow the instinct of love, to fall in love early and marry and have a family as early as is consistent with educational requirements and social form. This is generally around the age of 21 or 2. It is natural to want children, for it completes the life cycle to rear a family. If for any reason one cannot have children, one should consider adopting one or more children. This is a matter of personal preference. The instinct to love can also express itself in other ways. The emotion of love may be expressed for one's family, friends, humanity, and love of God. It is important that each facet of love be explored and utilized. We have studied elsewhere in this Kamsa the importance of love in relationship to man's fulfillment. 3. The instinct to fight for survival. To meet the challenges of life and overcome them requires a superabundance of energy and determination. The glandular system is set up in such a way in the human body that sources of inexhaustible energy may be summoned up at will. One of the instincts is to survive, and when anything threatens survival, the human being will fight such a threat with all the power at his command. The adrenal glands secrete vital chemicals, which give you the power to fight the negative forces of life. There is a will to live, a will to die, a will to succeed, a will to fail, a will to be happy, or a will to be miserable. Man stands in a neutral zone in life between two opposing forces, one a negative polarity, the other a positive one. Success will come to you in the degree to which you wish to succeed. The instinct to survive has within it also an element of ego recognition, which can spur you on to greater achievement. The will to survive can cause you to do those things which develop caution and to protect yourself from danger and accidents. Such a person will not drink excessively, for it would cause him to endanger his health and life. He would be moderate in his eating habits, because science believes overeating and obesity are causes of heart trouble and high blood pressure. When you implement the will to live, you will train your mind to be alert and aware. Your higher instinct will show you how to survive in a hostile atmosphere. Your inner spirit is anxious for you to live, to express health and happiness, to fulfill your divine destiny. You will be guided by your higher mind to achievement and fulfillment if you are aware of this fight for survival as a positive instinct within your mind. 4. The instinct to have spiritual identity. The instinct to know and love God and to serve Him is deep in the human soul. The divine voice speaks to man in language of the soul many times. In prayer, man speaks to God, but God speaks to man in myriad voices. Sometimes divine guidance comes as an irresistible impulse to do something, or to write a letter to a person who will be a channel for your future good. Many times the divine voice actually comes as a whisper or an actual voice within the ear, sometimes as words that spring to your lips in a situation where you need divine aid. More often the divine voice speaks as a subconscious force, impelling you to take action in some way that later turns out to be right for that particular situation. Many times the answer to a problem will come through a dream. As Edison said, many of his inventions came to him. When you search within your own immortal soul to find the spiritual light of God, it can change your entire destiny. It is said of the noted Russian writer Leo Tolstoy that when he was young, he was rich and profligate, and professed to be an atheist. One day, while strolling through the fields, Tolstoy saw a worker in the field who seemed to be happy and who was singing joyously. Tolstoy, who had been so miserable that he had wanted to commit suicide, asked the peasant the reason for his joy. The man replied, "I am happy because I have found God." Tolstoy walked through the forests pondering this mystery. Then he tells in his autobiography of how suddenly, as he saw the golden sunlight shining through the treetops and heard the birds sing, he felt a surge of faith spring within his heart, and in that moment he believed in God. He said of that experience, "In that instant I realized that to know God is to live. Not to know Him is to die." He went on to become a good man for the rest of his life because of this sudden spiritual awakening. The uplifting power of God. When man believes in God and worships Him daily, he becomes in tune with the highest spiritual forces in the universe. He then goes into the silence every day for half an hour or more and says to himself this statement from the Bible, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." Then, as he sits there in the stillness, he can feel and know God's presence within his own immortal soul. God's divine intelligence communicates the following qualities and states of being to man's mind. God's mind inspires, energizes, rejuvenates, heals, unites, beautifies, consecrates, elevates, ennobles, dignifies, enriches, completes, and immortalizes man's mind and body and soul, being in tune with divine mind. 1. To be more in tune with divine mind so you may better hear the voice of the Spirit that gives you divine guidance. Try to discard all negative thoughts and emotions from your mind. 2. Overcome animalism and greed and selfishness, the three things that cloud the mind's intuitive power and prevent man from communicating with the divine source of all life and intelligence. 3. Build the positive emotions of beauty, faith, love, good, and charity. for God speaks in the language of the most inspired and uplifting of all emotions. 4. Build the soul's true prototype in your personality. Your soul grows spiritually through beautiful music, poetry, classical literature, and a pattern of man's noblest achievements. 5. Avoid defiling the divinity within by coarse, crude conduct. Elevate your speech and thoughts, and avoid acts that degrade the temple of the living God, which is your body. 6. Still your conscious mind, so God's mind may speak to you at least half an hour a day in meditation. 7. Pray daily, for this communication with God makes known your needs and shows your faith in God as a living reality. Summary of Law 9. Man may receive divine guidance for his every act in life. There is subjective, objective, and universal mind in the universe. Man may operate on a threefold level of intelligence. There are 5 instincts to guide man to intelligent living: the will to live, to love, to survive, to create, and to have spiritual identity with God. Man may attune his mind to the divine mind in the universe and achieve universal harmony and fulfillment. Law 10, utilizing the law of demonstration. You have the power within your mind to demonstrate anything that you want in life. To demonstrate means to bring something from the invisible to the visible realm. God has given a mysterious power to all his creation to achieve completion and fulfillment of destiny. This is as true of the plant and animal kingdoms as it is of the human kingdom. However, demonstration works under definite universal laws. This is a world of law and order. Everything from the constellations in the heavens to the tiniest invisible atom operates under this universal law. Gravity. The power behind the throne. Gravity, or the law of attraction, is the true power behind the material and physical throne of life. Just as gravity holds the planets in empty space and causes them to revolve around each other without collisions, so too there is a gravity pull exerted between people and objects. When you learn how to use this law of gravity, you can attract into your orbit of experience the persons, jobs, material objects, money, and things that you desire. However, as the universe operates under law and order, so too you must obey the invisible laws that are back of time and space. If you violate these laws or unbalance them, you suffer the consequences in poverty, sickness, failure, and defeat. What are the laws of demonstration? There are many laws of demonstration, but in this lesson we are concerned with only 7 of the most important ones. Elsewhere in this course we have covered other mental, physical, and spiritual laws. The following 7 laws concern the method by which you can demonstrate or bring into existence in your life the money, land, cars, jewelry, furs, friends, love, happiness, and other things that you consider of value and which you desire. The 7 laws of demonstration. 1. The law of attraction. 2. The law of the harvest. 3. The law of usage. 4. The law of reciprocity. 5. The law of transmutation. 6. The law of involution. 7. The law of evolution. Let us take up each of these laws in turn and study them thoroughly. 1. The law of attraction. The law of attraction is defined in physics as the mutual action by which bodies tend to cohere. It also means the power of attracting. Cohere relates to the cohesive action that exists among all of nature's elements made up of atoms and molecules. Everything you see is a mass of vibrating atoms, constantly in motion. Things are held together by this law of attraction or cohesion. The thing that makes them cohere, or stick together and appear as a solid mass, is the power of gravity or magnetism. Your body has this power of attraction within itself and exercises it constantly in its attraction to certain people. Lovers know this power well and find that they are irresistibly drawn to each other physically in an ardent embrace. Your body feels the magnetic pull of sexual attraction physically, and this leads to marriage and the perpetuation of the human race. There is the same law of attraction within your mind. Being electrical and magnetic in its proper sense, your mind has the power to reach out in time and space and motivate other people and attract matter or objects to yourself. See how the miser uses this law of attraction. He concentrates so much on money that he magnetizes his brain to attract nothing but money. He often dies of starvation, it is true, because he is unbalanced in his love and worship of money. But, despite his negative use of this law, he does attract money. If you wish to use the magnet of your mind to magnetize money, you may do so, but try to use the law of balance also. Otherwise you will become warped, and your money will do you no good. Back of every great fortune is someone's mind working this law of attraction. This is true of the Rockefellers, the Fords, the Morgans, the Carnegies, the Gettys, the Astors, the Vanderbilts, Onassis, or any other multimillionaire who has ever built a fortune. How to concentrate on success. It is not necessary that you concentrate the magnetic power of your mind on money as such. You can concentrate on success with such emotional intensity that you will inevitably be led to the making of a big fortune. However, do not want money just for yourself, but for the good you can do with it. Carnegie gave away over $500 million in his lifetime. He established 1,200 public libraries. When he died, he still had many millions left in the Carnegie Foundation, and Carnegie Hall was established from his funds. Carnegie said, "Someday it will be considered a sin for any man to die rich." He believed that big fortunes should be used for the good of the world and returned to the people. This follows our law of reciprocity, the fourth law we shall deal with in this section of our study. How to magnetize money. You can magnetize money by desiring it for some useful purpose. Each day, sit down for a few moments and concentrate all the power of your mind and attention on how you can increase your income. Do this consciously. Review in your mind the steps you might take to make more money. Visualize yourself receiving large sums of money from unexpected sources. You may not see the connection between concentrating on money and actually attracting it to you, but there is some mysterious power of the mind which has the ability to reach out in time and space and trigger action, which brings money to you. This money may come to you through a relative who would put you in his will. It may come through something you have done in the past, which suddenly becomes valuable. Like a piece of land where a new development suddenly takes place and makes the land worth many times what you paid for it. Or it may come to you through an idea that you get for inventing some object or developing some new business method that makes you rich. How the mind magnetizes money. Back in the Depression years, a painter got the idea of repainting old cars for a reasonable sum, something like $29.50. Business zoomed, and in a few years' time this man had made a fortune. His income from this business on a national scale is now something like $15 million a year. Recently his company was put on the New York Stock Exchange. One idea can magnetize riches for you. No army can withstand the strength of an idea whose time has come, William James said. An idea, to be suggestive, must come to the individual with the force of a revelation. You must desire money, and that idea must so permeate the structure of your brain that it forms a magnetic attraction between you and success. How one woman magnetized $250,000. One young woman who came to my Carnegie Hall course of lessons on demonstrating money and supply had real need for more money. She had a growing daughter who needed an education, and her husband had deserted them for another woman. After taking the course, this lady told me there was seemingly no way by which she could ever magnetize a fortune. I asked her if she had any living relatives. She said she had a father and a brother. She had not seen her father for nearly 15 years, as he had highly disapproved of her marriage. and they were estranged. He had been ill of late, she told me. I urged her to write a letter to her father showing concern for his well-being, and to forgive him for what he had done in the past. This letter led to her father taking a visit to New York to visit his daughter. She treated him with love and care as he was an invalid, recovering from a recent illness. A year later, her father died, and he had changed his will, leaving her $250,000 cash. In a former will, he was leaving it all to his son, but her kindly act had so touched the dying man's heart that he made provision for his daughter. There is magnetism to love and kindness and forgiveness. Sometimes it can be counted in actual dollars and cents. A negative instance of this same sort was that of a young man who had an uncle in Texas worth many millions. This young man was too busy to ever write a letter or visit this rich uncle. When the man died, he left the nephew only $500 cash and left the bulk of his fortune to relatives who had been kind to him in his later years, and to charity. Remember, there are two poles to gravity, the negative and the positive. If you constantly exercise only the negative polarity of fear, hatred, envy, jealousy, worry, and selfishness, you will keep good fortune from you. Why fear and hatred work disaster. Fear and hatred can work disaster for a person, for just as the positive emotions have power to attract good things to one, so negative thoughts and emotions can bring disaster. The Bible tells of how fear attracts that which we fear. Job laments, "For that which I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I was afraid of is come unto me." Fear and hatred can magnetize on the negative side, just as love and happiness, confidence and faith can magnetize on the positive side. Example: a young man and his wife were living in Hollywood, California. They expected a baby in a few months. They feared the heavy street traffic in the city might endanger their coming child when he was old enough to be out. They moved to a high hill overlooking the city, built a house with a high steel fence around it, and when the child was born, they felt safe and secure. When the child was at the crawling stage, the husband went out one morning to get his car out of the garage, and the child crawled onto the driveway. The father ran over his own child, killing him instantly. The thing which they feared sought them out, even on a hilltop where there seemed to be perfect security. 2. The law of the harvest. The law of the harvest is also given in the Bible. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. The seed you plant mentally will yield the same type of crops. You never get cabbages from rose seed, nor oak trees from corn. The law of the harvest states that everything produces according to its kind. God created the universe under universal laws which work mathematically. There are cycles in nature which determine that tides which come in must also go out, that summer will follow spring, and that fall, with its harvest, shall precede the barrenness of winter. So too there are cycles and tides in the affairs of men which work unerringly to bring back that which goes out from the mind. What seed have you planted? What kind of seed have you planted in your garden of destiny? The ideas that you put into your mind are the mental seed that take root and sprout and grow in your life. Emerson said, "Ideas must work through the brains and the arms of good and brave men, or they are no better than dreams." Your ideas can be high and noble, or lowly and ignoble. The results in your life will follow suit and be of a like kind. If you imitate the examples of good and generous men, you will eventually begin to attract a similar destiny to the ones they have had. Study the lives of great men of history and strive to emulate their highest and best thoughts. Soon your actions will be patterned after them, and you cannot help but achieve the greatest and best in your destiny. It is impossible to imitate Voltaire without being Voltaire, someone has truthfully said. 3. The law or usage. An arm or leg that is not used soon atrophies and loses the functional purpose for which it was created. If your brain cells are not exercised and used daily, they soon atrophy and are incapable of being used constructively. Then the brain resembles a garden where there are some flowers, but also many weed patches. The weed patches make the garden unsightly and untidy. Are you using your brain to full capacity? Scientists say that even a great genius like Einstein used only about 10% of his full brain potential. Imagine if you used your full brain potential, what great things you could accomplish. Even if you add only 10% more mental action to your total mental power after completing this course, you should be able to soar to the loftiest heights of your full potential in the future. Your creative mind is godlike. When you rise to your full spiritual stature, your creative mind can actually be godlike. You are a spiritual idea. This means that you are literally a spiritual idea, with the same creative power that God Himself possesses. You can create in your own image and likeness. Physically and mentally, you can certainly build the world you choose. Jonathan Edwards goes so far as to say, "The material universe exists only in the mind." What kind of world are you creating in your mind? As you use the creative power of your higher mind, you will form the world of your choice, and this will externalize in your actions, words, and deeds. Buddha, Confucius, Muhammad, and the great Christian mystic Jesus all taught the same idea, that man could shape the world he desired in his mind. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, is a spiritual truth. Use your higher mind, then, to form the world of beauty that you wish to live in. Use your higher creative mind to imprint health upon your body cells. Call upon this higher mind of God to bring you riches and success in your work. In your imagination, see yourself living a life of peace, health, happiness, beauty, and goodness. The Bible speaks of making man in God's image. The only place where you can hold an image is in the imagination. We have studied elsewhere in this course about this powerful image builder. You can shape the world you choose, and it will externalize under the laws of action and reaction. Pascal said, "Imagination disposes of everything. It creates beauty, justice, and happiness, which is everything in this world." Use the powers of your mind every day. Exercise the memory, the imagination, the ability to concentrate and visualize, the creative power of the mind, the attributes of the subconscious, and the intuitive functions of the superconscious mind. All these various attributes of mind are given throughout this entire course, and sometimes repeated under various subject headings for greater emphasis. 4. The law of reciprocity. This law is at work constantly in nature, equalizing and balancing all forces. It is the give and take in the soil, which takes the seed, but gives back a crop, generally 10 or 100-fold more than the original seed. Plant a kernel of wheat and you reap a pint. Plant a pint and you reap a bushel. Always the law works to give you back more than you give. This same law of reciprocity works in your mind and in your relationship to the world. If you give service or labor, the world gives you money or something else of value. If you give a smile, people trust and befriend you. If you open your heart generously and give of whatever gifts you have, nature rewards you with recognition, fame, fortune, peace, health, and happiness. You give but little when you give of your possessions. Gibran said in the Prophet, "It is when you give of yourself that you truly give." And the Bible speaks of this law of reciprocity in these words, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." Acts 20:35. What are you giving to life? Reciprocity means literally a mutual exchange of goods, thoughts, actions, or other things of value. What are you giving to life? If you give joy and beauty, goodness and truth, love and happiness, service and labor, you can almost certainly expect to receive, under the law of the harvest which we have just studied, something of commensurate value. You may complain, "But I've given all these things to people, and I get nothing back but ingratitude and disrespect and enmity." This does not mean that the law of reciprocity has failed to work. It means merely that you did not get your good back from the source you expected. But how many wonderful things have come to you from other sources in life? How has God blessed your life? You may have been looking for your good from limited human channels. Stop for a moment and think how lucky you are. You have eyes that can see the beauty of God's world. You have good hearing so you may listen to birdsong, the laughter of children, the music of great artists on radio and television and recordings. You have a sane mind that can enjoy the wonder of books and the art treasures of all ages. You possess an immortal soul that may know and love God, and foresee the immortality promised God's loving children. Indeed, when you stop to count your blessings, do they not far outnumber the misfortunes of life? So maybe the good you have done for your children, your relatives, your friends, which does not seem to be repaid by them, is coming back to you through 100 other channels which you were not aware of until now. 5. The law of transmutation. Transmutation means the act of changing something from one form to another. Nature is a last master in the art of transmutation. She changes black soil, sunshine, and air and water into the pink flesh of a watermelon, and black seed and green rind. She creates a masterpiece of a yellow rose from the same elements. In addition, she gives it a sweet scent that delights the senses. The same law of transmutation works in your own mind. You have it within your power to wave the magic wand of faith and create miracles you desire in your own life. Perhaps one of the greatest wonders of childhood is this amazing power of belief in magic and miracles, in a universal Santa Claus which can bring it the greatest treasures of earth. Perhaps this is why the Master Jesus said, "Except ye have the faith of a little child, ye shall in no wise enter the kingdom of heaven." The magic scepter of belief. Each person possesses the magic scepter of belief within his mind. Here it is that he can literally command the forces of life to obey his dictates and bring him the things he desires. What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. The law of transmutation uses this divine act of faith to work its miracles. Have faith in God and faith in yourself as a child of God to be able to work the miracles of transformation, and you can literally work miracles. Again, Jesus said of belief, "If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth." Amazing miracle through faith. One of the most amazing miracles of modern times occurred through the simple act of faith and prayer. Captain Eddie Rickenbacker and his crew came down in the Pacific on one of their bombing missions. They floated in a rubber life raft for 3 or 4 days without food or water. They all prayed to be saved. On the 3rd day, a storm broke, and they were saved by the rainwater. On the 4th day, when the pangs of hunger were getting unbearable, they prayed for food. Suddenly, 1,000 miles from land, a seagull mysteriously appeared and landed on Rickenbacker's head. He caught it, and they ate it. For 11 days these men drifted, each day bringing them enough sustenance to keep them alive until they were sighted, and Rickenbacker called it a miracle. He never lost faith throughout that ordeal that they would be saved. Do you have faith enough? Do you have faith enough in your talents? In your ability to make more money? In your power to attract the best life has to offer? If you do not, implement this faith and begin to use the law of transmutation to change the negative conditions in your life into positive ones. Instead of seeing your present job as a prison which you hate, transmute it with your power of mind and see it as a stepping stone to something better. Your present job will be more tolerable if you begin to see ways in which you can improve your services and enjoy the work as much as possible until you can get some other job. Instead of seeing your marriage as one of failure and disappointment, transmute it through the power of your mind into one of love and patience, kindness and consideration. Let it be a discipline in which you will gain a valuable lesson in human relationships that will make it more bearable and happy. How thoughts can work magic. Instead of looking at your present room, apartment, or house as a bleak, drab, or ugly environment, see what you can do to transform it. A can of paint, curtains at the windows, clean floors and windows can work magic in a place. As you prove yourself capable of keeping your present home bright and clean, you will find yourself gradually being led into the more spacious, luxurious type of home you dream of. Instead of accepting the limitations of your present income or financial situation in life, transmute it and see yourself earning more money. Study and work evenings if need be to prepare yourself for the bigger income. Hold the picture in your mind that you will come into a bigger fortune in the future. You will externalize that which you hold most frequently in your mind. 6. The law of involution. The word involution means literally to involve or take into itself. The process by which nature evolves all forms of creation is through this act of involving into itself first the seed or germ of its future growth. We see the law of involution at work in the creation of an egg. The sperm or seed is first planted within the chicken, and then, after a period of gestation, the egg is formed with the growing life of the future chick involved within it. Science never has been able to explain which came first, the chicken or the egg. That is God's mystery. However, we do know that whatever is involved, that is, put into the mind, will eventually have to externalize or evolve itself in some form or other. What are you involving in mind? Are you involving in your mind thoughts of health and happiness? Or do you dwell on thoughts of sickness, accident, age, and misery? Do you involve in your mind thoughts of peace and order? Or are you suffering from confusion, disorder, and chaos? Do you involve thoughts of beauty, goodness, truth, and love in your mind? If you do, these qualities must externalize in your environment. If you spend time putting thoughts of success and money into your mind, they must eventually externalize in your getting rich. Example: a great pianist like Van Cliburn, who has won some of the world's greatest honors in his concert appearances, spent 8 to 10 hours a day for at least 10 or more years, practicing and perfecting his art of playing the piano. During those years, he was using the law of involution. He involved into his consciousness the idea of perfection, harmony, beauty, rhythm, knowledge, excellence, idealism, high standards, and value. With such a mental involvement and with natural talent, he couldn't possibly evolve anything else but a great career. Edison said of genius, "It is 1/10 inspiration and 9/10 perspiration." Hard work, useful knowledge, concentrated effort, a desire to evolve and perfect a talent, these are the great qualities that most geniuses involve in their consciousness before they produce magnificent masterpieces. Perfection is no trifle. A friend visited the great sculptor Michelangelo in his studio where he was working on the magnificent statue of David. 3 weeks later, the friend visited the studio once again and saw that Michelangelo was still polishing the same section of the statue he had been working on before. He said, "But Michelangelo, you were working on that same place 3 weeks ago. Why do you waste time on such trifles?" The great master replied, "Trifles make perfection, and perfection is no trifle." 7. The law of evolution. Evolution means an unfolding process of development or growth. When you involve something in your mind, it must evolve or externalize itself and develop according to the initial seed or germ which has been planted. This is the law of evolution. We see this law at work everywhere in the universe. This law of evolution also works in your mind. That is why it is so vitally important not to allow all kinds of negative thoughts to be planted carelessly in your mind. The effect of negative thoughts. What is the effect of negative thinking? Each time you think a thought, good or bad, it makes an inroad in the gray matter of your brain. It involves itself electrically in your brain. Your consciousness, which is the sum total of those individual thoughts you think, becomes predominantly negative or positive, depending on the nature of your thoughts. If you think constantly such thoughts as the following: I am sick, I am old, I am a failure, I am miserable, I hate everyone and everyone hates me, life isn't worth living, I am afraid, I'll lose my job, I'll be poor all my life, I am ugly and unloved, I cannot make a fortune. You will be involving such negative forces that they can never evolve in dynamic, positive action. How to involve positive thoughts. If you want positive things to happen to you, you must involve only positive thoughts in your mind. They will then evolve in situations and conditions that are good. When you arise in the morning and prepare for your day's activities, run a series of positive thoughts through your mind. Example: today will be a wonderful day. I shall meet people I like and who will like me. I shall see many new opportunities to advance my interests. Money will come to me from unexpected sources. I am healthy and happy. I now put my thoughts in order and refuse to be disturbed by external conditions. My work will be easier and more pleasant because I am evolving through my job to something better. I see only that which is beautiful and good. I refuse to be involved in quarreling, confusion, and discord. I refuse to gossip and demean myself by uttering negative words or using obscene language. I control my temper and my tongue. I now accept the fact that I am created in the image and likeness of God, and I will act in a dignified, gracious, and loving manner all day today. If you do this every day of your life, you will be involving only the best thoughts, and you cannot help but evolve the type of destiny which reflects prosperity, friendship, love, abundance, health, and happiness. Summary of Law 10. The law of demonstration for bringing that which is invisible into the realm of the visible. The 7 laws which may be used for demonstrating what you want in life. The magnetic idea back of most big fortunes. The golden law of the harvest for increasing supply. The laws of reciprocity and transmutation for increasing good and changing conditions you do not want in life. The regimen for establishing positive thoughts. Law 11. How to energize your drive towards wealth. People who have attracted large fortunes have usually done so by energizing their mental drive to wealth. When all this power of your mind is concentrated on growing rich, it becomes an irresistible force which energizes your mind and body and causes you to do the things that make you wealthy. Let us study the channels that this mental and physical energy expresses itself through in our desire to become rich. Why money is an idea. Money is actually the expression of an idea. Therefore, the mind is the first channel which must be energized in order to attract a large fortune. How is this done? By the following regime. 1. Have something definite that you wish to accomplish in life for which you wish money in large sums. The great men of history who also became rich men were those who had an overwhelming desire to do something for others. Edison's fortune was built by his desire to help humanity. Carnegie wanted to give the products created by his ideas to the world so people could live better. His steel mills and coal mines and other industrial holdings were all consecrated to this ideal. In Gospel of Wealth, Carnegie said, "Surplus wealth is a sacred trust which its possessor is bound to administer in his lifetime for the good of the community." In his lifetime, Carnegie gave away $500 million in cash. He contributed 1,200 public libraries to various communities. He built Carnegie Hall for cultural pursuits, and it has given joy to millions through the years. Henry Ford Sr. knew this secret about wealth. He was worth over $500 million when he died, but it was not money he worshipped. He loved the creative power which his money released. He labored long years in poverty, and with discouragement as his constant companion before he perfected his first horseless carriage. His mental and physical energies were built by his desire to improve the lot of mankind. Cecil Rhodes was told by his doctors he was dying of tuberculosis. He went to Africa to die. While there, he became stimulated by an idea to give education to people who were too poor to afford a college education. This desire so energized his body that he was healed physically. Then his intuition guided him to the discovery of a diamond mine, and Rhodes established the Rhodes Scholarship and lived a long and useful life, using money as a tool with which to do good. Horace said of money, "Riches either serve or govern the possessor." It is true that misers energize money too, but in the wrong way. They achieve their goal and build a fortune through scrimping and saving, and generally it serves to destroy them. They do not know the secret of using money as a channel with which they may give good to the world. Money becomes an evil force which destroys them. The Bible does not say money is evil. It says, "The love of money is the root of all evil." A woman was discovered on the streets of New York in a condition of starvation. She was taken to the hospital where she died of malnutrition. In the cheap, cold water flat where she lived, the minorities found a trunk with $500,000 in it. This unfortunate miser energized her mental and physical energies in the direction of wealth, but it was a negative manifestation, and her money did her no good. 2. Set a financial goal for yourself which you strive to reach. Example: if you are in your 20s, say to yourself, "By the time I am 30, I want at least $10,000 in cash or property." This setting of a goal is most important, for it helps activate the energies of the mind and body, and somehow causes you to make greater effort to fulfill the goal you have set for yourself. If you are older and already have some money saved, set another goal, that you will be financially independent in a period of 10 years or less. If you wish to use this system of mentally energizing your mind and body towards owning your own home, say to yourself, "I wish to own my own home in a period of 2 years." Set whatever time schedule you feel is reasonable and intelligent. You may now see how you will ever have sufficient money in that period of time for the down payment on your home, but somehow it will come to you. I once knew a man and his wife who were in their late 20s, and they had a desire to own their own home. The husband energized his drive to make more money by preparing himself with special studies in the evenings so he could earn extra money in electronics. He repaired TV and radio sets on Saturdays and in his spare evening time. Instead of going bowling as much as he used to with his friends, he spent his extra time in working and studying. He used to enjoy drinking beer as he watched TV, and he smoked an average of 2 packs of cigarettes a day. When he began to energize his mind in the direction of owning his home, he gave up smoking and drinking and saved that extra money. He and his wife used to entertain their friends at their little apartment, where they played harmless games of cards for money. As small as the stakes were, he usually wound up losing from $5 to $10 on those evenings. The bill for the drinks, smokes, and food was another $10 or $15. He soon found that his mental drive to own his own home was greater than the desire to indulge in social activities, which were depleting of both his money and his time and energy. He and his wife sought out other, simpler pleasures, going to the beach, visiting art galleries and museums, taking in free lecture or concert given by organizations in his town. This, coupled with his work at home, filled his time so completely that he did not have the time or energy to waste with people who contributed nothing but took everything. In 2 years' time, with all his scrimping and saving, he only had saved $2,000. But his desire was so great for his own home, and a baby was on the way, that he decided he would start to search for that dream home. He hounded real estate offices on Sundays and searched the papers. Finally, one day he saw an ad that said, "Widow wishes to sell her beautiful home and furnishings. Sacrifice." He rushed to the address with his wife, and they met the widow, a charming elderly lady who had recently lost her husband. She showed them the house, and they loved it. But when she told them she wanted $5,000 as a down payment, They saw their dream go up in smoke. The man told her he only had $2,000, and he and his wife thanked the widow and were about to leave when she stopped them and said, "I don't know why I'm doing this, but if the price is right otherwise, I shall take the $2,000 you have offered for a down payment. I want to travel, and I don't want the burden of a home any longer." They concluded the deal, moved into their dream house, and it was exactly the way they had pictured it. What strange, almost mystical force is back of such an event as I have just described? Dreams do have a way of coming true. They possess in their intensity and inspiration a drive that causes one to seek out and create his own opportunities. The dream of flying brought man the jet age. The dream of beauty created our artistic masterpieces. The dream of love in the human heart energizes man to seek out shelter, security, companionship, and happiness. 3. Concentrate at least 10 or 15 minutes a day on the value of money. Think of money in terms of ideas, labor, time, supply, spiritual energy, anything that will help you crystallize a better image of what money is. As the electrons and atoms of your brain become energized with a big concept of money, they will tend to drive you in the direction where you can do the things that build wealth. 4. Remove from your mind the unhealthy idea that money is sinful or evil. Think of all the good things money can buy. It furnishes food and shelter. It helps the sick in hospitals. It gives transportation to millions. It creates art, music, literature that enrich the mind and soul. Money has a multitude of benefits that it showers upon humanity. See this positive picture instead of believing that you were born to be poor, and that God wants others to have the good things of life but is denying them to you. The Bible says, "It is the Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." 5. Write down on a piece of paper all the things that you want to obtain and which you will require money to get. Then keep this paper where you can see it a dozen times a day. In this way, you will be involving the idea of building a fortune in the sympathetic nervous system until it becomes a reflex action of your brain and body. 6. Whenever you spend any money, such as $1, mentally affirm, "I now bless this money, and under the law of the harvest, it will return to me multiplied tenfold." 7. Use the seed money principle in your life. Just as a seed put into the ground grows and yields a crop, so too you can put sums of money, and they will multiply and grow. For instance, money you give to your church, to charity, to some needy family, these sums of money should be thought of as seed money. Make the mental law that all such sums of money given out will yield 100-fold. This law of tithing is also given in the Bible. Whatever money you give to anyone for a good purpose comes under this higher spiritual law. 8. Remind yourself many times a day, time is money, and make it a point not to waste time, any more than you would waste money. With the time that you waste, you could study some course that would prepare you to make more money, or you could think of some idea that might make you rich. Ask yourself these questions whenever you plan on doing something that takes your valuable time. Is this act helping me towards my goal of attaining wealth? Am I using my time constructively to achieve my goal? 9. Are you getting your money's worth out of every dollar you spend? When you go into a store to make a purchase, be sure that it is the best value you can get for your dollar. Check on the object you want to purchase in one of the consumer's research publications to see how it is classified in relation to its price and quality. 10. Look for special bargains on objects you wish to purchase. Anything that saves you money increases your future wealth. It may sound silly to walk a block to save a few cents on some object, but it isn't. It is not the money that counts, but the principle back of the action. Such thrifty habits condition your mind to respect wealth and to hold it. I know a lady who is worth $10 million. She drives her own car most of the time, and when she goes to park, she looks for a place on the street, even if it is 2 or 3 blocks from the place where she is going. She refuses to throw away half a dollar or 75 cents unnecessarily. Many of her friends think this is ridiculous for a woman of her wealth. She gives thousands of dollars away to charity every year. She has a fortune because she is thrifty, and she will probably never lose her wealth. 11. Study the financial pages of the newspapers each day for a few moments. This helps orient you to thinking about money and investments. Such knowledge, when used with growing capital, may be the means for making a fortune in the stock market. Buy such magazines as Forbes, Fortune, and others that reveal the secrets used by men who have made millions and which keep you up to date on the happenings in the financial world. Such knowledge will help energize and stimulate your mind in the direction of building a fortune. 12. Study the lives of some of the great financiers of the past and present. Try to apply their techniques to your own life. Learn from their mistakes. Profit from their advice. Some of the world's richest men were Vanderbilt, Astor, Gould, Carnegie, Rockefeller, Getty, Hearst, Ford, and Edison. There are books which relate their exploits, and you may learn much from such a study. Some in this list lost their fortunes, or were disgraced because of illegal manipulations. But learn how they accumulated their fortunes, then find out what mistakes jeopardized those fortunes and brought them disgrace. For instance, Charles Schwab, who was a worker with Andrew Carnegie and became enormously rich, lost all his money during his lifetime and died broke. Carnegie died rich. What mistakes did Schwab make? Find out by studying his life. Even this negative approach will help you understand the secrets of making and losing fortunes. 13. Study the following quotations from the sayings or writings of famous men regarding wealth and see what you can learn from them. Benjamin Franklin. If you would be wealthy, think of saving as well as getting. Sam Johnson. Life is short. The sooner that a man begins to enjoy his wealth, the better. Thoreau. That man is the richest whose pleasures are cheapest. Henry George. The ideal social state is not that in which each gets an equal amount of wealth, but in which each gets in proportion to his contribution to the general stock. Ask yourself these questions. 1. Do I waste time now that I could convert into useful knowledge that might win me a better job with more money? 2. Do I read worthwhile books that contain helpful information for self-improvement and which might help me make a fortune? 3. Do I study the lives of the great men of industry and finance and apply their techniques for obtaining wealth to my own life? 4. Am I spending at least 1 hour a day in visualizing and imagining myself with more money and doing the things I want to do? 5. Am I using my present job as a stepping stone to a higher goal? 6. Do I seek out contacts with important people who might help me achieve my money goals in life? Or do I waste time with people who discourage me and negate my big ideas? 7. Am I conscious of the value of every dollar I spend? When the late John D. Rockefeller Sr. gave a 10-cent tip, someone once asked him why he gave such a small sum. The multimillionaire replied, "A small sum indeed. Why 10 cents is 10% interest on a dollar for 1 full year? I might add, when you spend $10 or $20, stop and figure out how many hundreds of dollars would have to work for you at the current rate of interest in a savings bank to make that money back." When you are lavish in tipping, buying harmful cigarettes or liquor, candy, and excess food you do not need, stop and realize that this is probably why you have not built a working capital which you can use to make a fortune. One man wrote a book on how he converted $1,000 into $1 million in real estate, but he had to save those $1,000 first. 9. Am I building hobbies and avocations that might later be useful to make money? Perhaps you already have some such talent. A woodworker began cutting toys out of wood in his workshop at home in his spare time. They were little figures like chickens, ducks on wheels, and other wooden toys. A neighbor saw these toys and wanted some for her children. Soon this man was selling his toys to a big toy manufacturer, and making as much money in his spare time as he had on his job. 10. Am I using the money I now have to good advantage? 11. Do I take advantage of all the free services that the U.S. government gives its citizens? You can send for a book from the government printing office in Washington, D.C., telling of these numerous free benefits, which will save you money. 12. Do I know all my health and pension benefits which I am entitled to? 13. Am I wasteful of nature's goods and my own resources? Remember the saying, waste not, want not. Summary of Law 11. Using the irresistible force of mind for attracting wealth, money as an idea, secret power used by the great men of history for attracting fortune and fame, the importance of creative daydreams for bringing things into existence. Man's dreams created the marvels of the space age, the seed money principle for increasing your abundance. Time is money. Let the world's richest men guide you to the building of a fortune. Law 12. How to control your destiny through mind power. Man has it within his power to control his destiny to a great extent. He may shape and select the events of his life in about 90% of the cases and predetermine what his future shall be. The instrument through which he does this is the power of his mind. There are actually 5 mental agents which you may use to control your destiny. But first, before we study these thoroughly, let us define what we mean by the word destiny. The dictionary defines destiny as the inevitable succession of events, one's fortune or fate. You may not be able to choose your parents or the shape and size of your body, the color of your hair or eyes, but these are not destiny. No matter with what limitations you were born, you can do something with your mind to determine the inevitable succession of events, and thus shape your fortune or fate. What a startling change man went through from the Stone Age to the Atomic Age. In the Stone Age, he used brute force. His mind was unevolved, and there was only one law, the law of the jungle. Man was subjected to all the destructive forces of nature, including the ferocity of wild animals, and it was all he could do to survive and avoid extinction. This phase of man's evolvement is scientifically proved by science, and it represents man at the lowest point in his long evolutionary climb from the primordial ooze to the glorious space age which he now enjoys. Ingenuity simply means cleverness or originality. When man started to develop his mind, he began to form weapons from stone and metal, and with these he was able to till the soil, hunt for food, and protect himself. With the coming of the Metal Age, man was able to leave his lowly caves and build homes in trees and on land, to make bows and arrows, to harness fire, to discover the wheel, and to utilize nature's forces to help him in his struggle for survival. This was the beginning of his amazing mental evolution. Then came the Machine Age, in which man learned how to use his higher mind. He was able to harness electricity, to make machines that did his work for him, and he had more leisure in which to develop the arts and sciences, to write books, to evolve systems of philosophy, and to explore the universe in which he lived. With the dawning of the Atomic Age, man learned how to truly harness the secret power back of all creation, and he dared grow wings of the imagination and explore outer space and aim at the very stars in the heavens. Truly, this is man's most audacious achievement. With the awakening of his true higher spiritual self, man is on the way to conquering his animalism entirely and overcoming war and starvation in the world. For the first time, he possesses the mental and spiritual power to achieve the worldwide goal of peace and prosperity for all humanity. How your mind determines how far you will go. You are a product of this, the most illumined age in history. Man's mind has achieved everything you see in the world of miracles about you. Your own mind determines how far you will personally go in the achievement of your own destiny. There is no doubt but what you can soar as high as you dare envision. You and you alone can set limits on the type of destiny you shall achieve. The sky's the limit, so far as the power of your mind is concerned. Emerson said of this mental power, "The key to every man is his thought. Sturdy and defying though he look, he has a helm which he obeys, which is the idea after which all his facts are classified. He can only be reformed by showing him a new idea which commands his own." Your mind is the helm which steers your ship of destiny either into the harbor of self-realization and fulfillment or onto the hidden shoals of life. You have it within your power to choose the persons, the events, the work, the income, the friends, the mate you shall marry, and the type of home you shall live in. All these things may be predetermined by you if you have the wisdom to act in a positive and constructive manner. "It is the mind that maketh good or ill," Spencer said, "that maketh wretch or happy, rich or poor." Understanding the 5 realms of control. Now we shall study the 5 realms of control, which can help you choose and determine the type of destiny you shall have. 1. The power of your mind. It is your mind that is the final arbiter in all things. You may consciously choose anything within reason as your goal in life, and this conscious choice immediately sets into motion events that trigger you into instant action. You may not see the connection between mental and physical action, but it is there, in the reflexes of your nerves and muscles. You cannot make any decision, nor feel any emotion, good or bad, without experiencing an anatomical change, or without being impelled in the direction of your choice. Examples: a man decides he is going to become rich. He does not know how. Something in his mind impels him to go to a real estate school evenings to learn about buying and selling property. In a few weeks or months, armed with this knowledge, he obtains a job in a real estate office. Inspired by his desire to become wealthy and successful, he works harder than most of the other salesmen. In 2 or 3 years, he obtains his own real estate broker's license. Soon he has an opportunity to open an office of his own, and in 2 more years he is such a success that he employs 14 salesmen and is on the way to making his first million. Sounds fantastic and impossible, doesn't it? This is a true cast history of a man inspired by these teachings on the West Coast, who is now one of the biggest real estate operators in California. There is a definite connecting link between mind and matter. The saying "mind over matter" is a true one. Your mind has the power to rise above obstacles and negative situations and carve for itself any career you choose. A veteran came back from the war with both arms shot off. He sat for miserable hours in a veterans' hospital trying to while away the time. Suddenly he got the urge to paint pictures. At this stage, most people would have told him, as many did, "Forget it. Be grateful to just be alive and have others wait on you." This young man did not take such negative advice. He had someone buy him a paint set, some pieces of canvas board, and then he began to laboriously train himself to hold the paintbrush in his teeth and paint. He was soon turning out saleable paintings and came to the attention of an art dealer, who gave him an exhibit in his gallery. The newspapers heard of his work and covered the story. Crowds gathered to see his work. They were so impressed, not with pity but with genuine interest in the quality of his work, that they bought his paintings. Now this armless genius sells more paintings than he can paint. Grandma Moses and her gift, a frail old lady of 76, got tired of being put on the shelf of life because she had reared her family and was seemingly finished with her life work. Indeed, she seemed so frail that it was thought she would die at any moment. Some mental impulse caused her to try painting. She did so well that soon her paintings were in demand, and she made over $1 million before she died at the age of 101. Undoubtedly, the new mental inspiration that caused her to take up painting also gave a new life impetus to her body cells and kept her living another quarter of a century of active, useful life. Grandma Moses, as she was affectionately called by friends and the press, proved that mind can shape destiny. I have given these two extreme examples to show you how mind sets up reflex actions of the body and sets one on the path of his destiny. You will probably never have to meet such a challenge as these two persons had in your entire life. A good mind possesses a kingdom, someone has said. When you start action in your mind, you will create a world of your own. 2. Adjusting to nature's laws. The second realm of control has to do with adjusting to nature's laws. What you cannot change or control, you must adjust to. This is known as adaptation and is one of the basic rules of evolution. Evolution, in the sense in which it is used in this course of study, does not mean that man sprang from the lowly apes. Man was created by God and was always man, but of a lower order in his original state, and he has evolved, as we know scientifically, from the Stone Age to the Atomic Age through this law of adaptation. Example: you cannot change your physical structure. Perhaps you want to be an actor, but you have a nose that is too big, a mouth that is excessively large, or feet that look like canal boats. You give up in discouragement and say, "Oh well, I'll do something else." But deep within you is the urge to be an actor. Jimmy Durante has a nose that is too big, and he adapted his talents to comedy and has made millions. Martha Raye and Joey Brown were both born with large mouths, and both became famous and outstanding comedians, and, incidentally, made fortunes because of these seeming limitations. They adjusted to nature's laws. Greta Garbo, one of our greatest stars of Silent Days and the early talking pictures, was considered too angular. Her features were irregular and not too beautiful. Her feet were too big or true beauty. And yet she became one of Hollywood's greatest stars. She too adjusted herself to nature's laws. She accepted her limitations and overcame them by persistence. I could quote dozens of Hollywood celebrities who became famous despite their limitations and handicaps. Ernest Borgnine is short, chubby, and unprepossessing, yet he won an Academy Award with Marty. Edward G. Robinson, James Cagney, Bette Davis, Katharine Hepburn, Audrey Hepburn, Charles Laughton, Boris Karloff, and Marie Dressler certainly were no raving beauties, and yet each overcame his or her limitations by persistence, determination, and by using the power of the mind to rise above their limitations. How you can be the best of whatever you are. Make up your mind to be the best of whatever you are. Do not try to force nature to fit your pattern, but choose the pattern of destiny that best fits your nature. If you're too tall or too thin or too fat, adjust yourself to this fact, and then rise above it through sheer power of mind and choose the type of career you feel deep within yourself. World best suit you. 9 chances out of 10, you will succeed. The story is told of a woman who saw a midget advertised in a sideshow of a circus. After paying her quarter to go in, she was indignant to see what appeared to be a normal-sized short man posing as the midget. She demanded her money back from the manager, saying, "Why, that man's no midget. He's at least 5 feet tall." The quick-witted manager replied, "That's the remarkable thing about it, madam. This is the tallest midget in the world. Be the biggest and best of whatever you are, and do not accept limitations on your mind power." 3. The power of your will. One of the greatest weapons you possess in the arsenal of mind is the power of your human will. Willpower, as used in this study, means the power of conscious and deliberate action or choice. You may exercise the power of your will in every choice you make in your life. When you choose a certain type of work, you have used your willpower. If you do not like the work or do not like the limited salary you receive, you have it within your power to exercise your will again and change that work. It may require that you study a new line of work, but it only requires that you consciously make the choice and deliberately decide on the action you will take. You set the wheels of action into motion with this conscious choice. How to exercise your power of will. A. Each day will yourself to do something that you keep putting off, like writing a letter, asking for a raise, looking for a new job or a new apartment. B. Write down 10 things that you would like to will yourself to do or be in the future. This will be a map or guide to future action. C. Deliberately do something unpleasant because you will it, such as visiting an in-law or relative you dislike, or go shopping with your wife or husband, whichever the case may be. Make yourself visit 3 prospective clients who might be interested in your products. This applies to salesmen. In other businesses, choose some event that you do not especially like and force yourself to do it to develop and strengthen your willpower. D. Implement your will by using these 3 positive principles in your thoughts and speech as much as possible. I will. I can. I am. Every day, as often as possible, say, I will succeed. I will be happy. I will be rich. I will be dynamic. Do the same with I can. I can do that. I can be healthy. I can be young. I can be magnetic and attractive. Then use the I am principle often every day. I am now successful. I am happy. I am young. I am on my way to a great destiny. I am loving and kind. 5. Capitalize on your desire and ambition to achieve. The realm of control is implemented by a desire and ambition to achieve a high goal. Your reflex actions will be automatically accelerated by such a mental resolve. If you aim at too low a goal, you can never achieve a high one. But if you aim at a high goal, you will almost certainly achieve a modest one. When you are aspiring to the highest place, it is honorable to reach the 2nd or even the 3rd rank. Cicero. Desire means to long for something, to crave for it, and to ask for it. You cannot achieve anything worthwhile without asking life for it. Make your desires known to other people. Enlist their aid and support. Seek out people with similar ambitions to your own. Birds of a feather flock together. You must expose yourself to the type of people who can help you achieve that which you desire. Using the law of proximity. The law of proximity works in this respect to help you achieve your high goal in life. Proximity means to put yourself in relationship to the persons and things that you wish to attract. A young man who desires to become a famous baseball player would do well to hang out on the practice field, to meet those who are interested in the sport, to practice the art of ball playing in every free moment of his time. Eventually, if he has enough ambition and skill, someone will notice his excellence and help him achieve his goal. You will notice that people interested in golfing form clubs and meet with people of a similar interest. Stamp collectors, boating enthusiasts, horse race players, actors, architects, mechanics, all use this law of proximity. They meet and mingle with others who are interested in the things they like. They achieve their goal because someone helps them. You can use this same law in your life. Join a group that is interested in playwriting if you wish to write plays. Tennessee Williams, who has made a great commercial success in the modern theater, had a 10-year apprenticeship in which he presented his formative plays in little theaters and schools, writing, perfecting, and polishing his lines until they were ready for Broadway. If you are interested in interior decorating, join some study group. Read, study, talk, and live decorating. Subscribe to magazines that deal in this subject until you make the contacts that can lead you to success in this field. This is the reason why there are clubs for lawyers, doctors, dentists, optometrists, actors, authors, architects, mechanics, scientists, and artists, as well as many other groups, so they can get together and exchange useful ideas and promote their mutual interest to its fullest. Join some helpful group. Make it a point early in your career, when you have decided what it is you want to become in life, to join some helpful group that is working toward the same goal as yourself. Make friends among these people. Some of them will achieve high places and will be able to help you eventually. Do not expect immediate results. for sometimes building a lifetime career can take a lifetime. If the goal is a high and worthy one, it will pay you to have patience and wait for the fulfillment of your dream. Ask people to help you, for important people usually feel flattered to have some beginner ask their support and help. If you will notice the three words, ask, seek, and knock, start with the letters ASK, again emphasizing to ask. 5. Through the power of your imagination. The last principle in our realm of control is that of the power of your imagination. We have studied this elsewhere in this course, but in relation to this subject of controlling your destiny, we shall make the following points. What you picture in your imagination is already real, so far as you are concerned. You have merely to project the inner dream to the outer world of reality by taking steps to make this picture real. Visualization, concentration, and imagination all work together. What you visualize or see with your inner eye, and what you concentrate on, becomes the pattern that you project in your words and actions to the outer world. Concentrate on your goal. Imagine the details worked out perfectly. Visualize new ways of doing things, and then, with this perfect mental pattern in your mind, try to conform to this chosen destiny in everything you think, say, and do. Climbing your ladder of dreams. In your climb up the ladder of dreams that leads to your ultimate destiny, there is a barometer which you may use to see your progress. Those who say, "I won't," never begin on the first rung. Those who say, "I can," are only 10% up the ladder. Those who say, "I don't know," are 20% up. Those who say, "I wish I could," are 30% up. Those who say, "What is it?" are 40% up. Those who say, "I suppose I should," are 50% up. Those who say, "I might try," are 60% up. Those who say, "I think I can," are 70% up. Those who say, "I can," are 80% up. Those who say, "I will," are 90% up. Those who say, "I did," are 100% up the ladder of dreams and achieve their complete destiny. You may choose any of these rungs on that golden ladder of dreams. The choice is up to you. When you once make your choice, you will invoke the aid of your higher mind, and you will be propelled in the direction of your destiny by a gravity pull of mind and body that is irresistible, and which assures you of complete success. Summary of Law 12. Mind power can help man control and shape his destiny. Mental power, the key to the creation of destiny. The 5 realms of control for building your future. Overcoming adversity through the power of the mind. Hollywood stars and how they overcame their handicaps and became famous and rich. The power of will, desire, and ambition for changing your life. The ladder of dreams and how to climb it for final achievement. Law 13. Mastering the art of commanding and controlling. Even in religion, we have the satanic force opposed to the godly power. How man stands between opposing forces. Man stands between two opposing forces constantly in life, and it seems to be his ability to command and control these opposing forces that determines the degree to which he shall have health, happiness, and success in all his affairs. Wherever I have seen life, I have seen the will to power, Nietzsche said. This will to power represents man's ability to take a stand against the forces that are negative and destructive, and to choose those life forces which are positive and constructive. If you will look back at the decisions you have made in your life, you will see that you always had 2 choices to make. If you chose one, it inevitably led to success and achievement. But if you chose the other, it led to defeat, despair, and disappointment. If you make no choice and decide to beat life by remaining in a neutral zone between 2 possible courses of action, this leads to inertia and stagnation, and ultimately defeats you, much like the mule who stood between 2 piles of hay, unable to decide which to eat first. He starved to death. Your ego determines your drive. Even your ego has 2 opposing forces, those of low value or high value. a feeling of importance or unimportance. Your ego determines your drive and the direction in which your decisions are to be made in the future. If you have been trained and educated to believe that you are important, that you will become successful, that you have a magnetic and charming personality, then your ego will have a drive in the direction of success. However, if you have lacked education of a higher sort, if you were born in a poor family that had no advantages of comfort or luxury, if you were told over and over when you were a child that you were no good, that you would never amount to anything, that you would be poor all your life, then it is possible that your ego drive will be in the direction of failure, unhappiness, and poverty all your life. How to change your ego drive? Can man change his ego drive? Yes, he can. This is where our study of the art of commanding and controlling life's opposing forces begins. You can build a quality of confidence in yourself that gives you an attitude of poise and power. You can develop the quality of confidence in other people and seek out their aid, and undoubtedly change the direction of your destiny from a weak, vacillating one of failure and poverty to one of success and wealth. The confidence which we have in ourselves gives birth to much of that which we have in others. La Rochefoucauld. You can work to improve your mind and the quality of your personality so that you will truly be superior. Then you will have more confidence in yourself and in others. How to exert your will. Each day, you will be called upon to make decisions in your work, in your home, in your social life. When such decisions must be made, face up to each problem squarely and force yourself to act in whatever way you think is best. Give the situation due deliberation, pro and con, and if you have any difficulty in making up your mind, sit down and write down on a sheet of paper the problem, the possible courses of action, and their possible results. Carefully examine all the possibilities and choose the one that most nearly conforms with your concept of the thing you should do. Then exercise your willpower and take the necessary steps to bring about the needed action. Avoid vacillation too long, or putting off action, for the more you vacillate and the more you procrastinate, the weaker your power of will becomes. The three aspects of willpower. There are three aspects of willpower. 1. Determination. 2. Persistence. 3. Patience. The moment you have made the decision to take certain action, you must invoke the determination to carry through with your decision. The second step is persistence. After you have once made your determination to achieve something, you can only strengthen the will by never giving up. If your original idea is sound, it will ultimately be achieved. The third step is patience. You may exert willpower and feel that something should happen immediately, and then you find that nothing changes radically. You have to remember that nothing ever matures in nature overnight, except perhaps a mushroom, and it has a short lifetime. If you want to build something enduring and imperishable, you must give it time to mature and develop. It takes time to build the success habit, just as it has taken time to build the failure habit. When you give some time each day to shaping your thoughts and actions in the mold of success, eventually you will have the success you dreamed of. When things do not seem to be shaping up the way you want them, you must re-examine your thinking and see if you have allowed negative thoughts to enter your mind. Perhaps your faith has weakened because of the length of time it takes to achieve your dream. Scientific principles of control and command. First principle. Strive to be worthy of the best that life has to offer. Life has a way of paying us exactly what we're worth. It is a sad truth, which we hate to admit. But we are generally in the position in life that we deserve or have sought out. If we are in an inferior position, perhaps it is because we have inferior talents. We can only command the better job when we are ready for it. This means, if you are displeased with your position in life, you must work to change it. You can only do it through changing your attitude towards life and towards yourself. Confucius said, Do not worry about honors and fame. Strive only to be worthy of them. Answer these questions honestly. 1. Have you cultivated your mind since you left school? 2. Do you keep up on current events by reading some good daily newspaper or weekly magazine? 3. Are you enrolled in an evening course in high school or college to improve yourself? 4. Do you take advantage of your public library and the special lectures and personal development courses given by many libraries? 5. Do you attend lectures at your local town hall club, YMCA, or YWCA? 6. Do you learn new words and their meaning each day? 7. Have you ever written a letter to an important person asking for his aid in your career? 8. Do you try to dress your best, look your best, speak your best, and project a smiling personality? 9. Do you give your best to your present job? 10. Have you developed the art of public speaking and self-expression? Give yourself 10 points for each yes answer, and you should score 80 or more to be in the excellent class. If you score less, then you should be working on your mental habits and preparing yourself to be worthy of the highest rewards from life. Second principle. Demand the best from life and people. When you are really worthy of the best, you can then begin to command the best from life and people. Everyone recognizes quality. You cannot fool the world. But if you think thoughts of quality and your actions show confidence, poise, and authority, it will not be long before you will be noticed by people who can help you advance. You will find that quality speaks a language all its own. When you once look, act, and speak with charm, culture, and elegance, you will soon find that no person can stand in your way. Like attracts like, and you must attract persons on the same mental wavelength as yourself. They will help you achieve your goal because they are aiming at the same goals as you are. Act with dignity and honor. If you wish to attract the best that life has to offer, you must approach life with a sense of dignity and honor. The world recognizes quality and is indifferent to commonness and vulgarity. For a time, such persons may thrive, but eventually the equalizing force of life reduces them to their right place. Make it a point to demand respect from others. Even those closest to you should be expected to conform to your high standards and treat you with respect and dignity. A sense of personal dignity and integrity makes itself felt immediately when you contact important people. As they have built quality into their characters, they instantly sense it when you raise your mental and spiritual standards to the highest and best. Third principle. Do not compromise with character. In striving to win a high goal in life, you may be impressed by the fact that many unworthy persons seem to achieve a high destiny and rich rewards from life, and you may feel that this is the way you will achieve the same rewards. But do not compromise with character. Maintain your high moral standards and your sense of responsibility, even in face of general worldwide lowering of standards. We see this universal lowering of standards in art, music, literature, and drama. We see the rise of crime and delinquency, dope addiction, alcoholism, and crimes of violence. The fact that immorality is rampant and that most people are losing their sense of morality does not make it right. You can still win the biggest rewards from life by maintaining a high personal moral code and building your life on a solid foundation of honesty, goodness, love, consideration, and generosity. Fourth principle. Command attention by speaking in a compelling and authoritative tone of voice. It's amazing now people respect and obey a person who has a compelling and magnetic voice. Bruce Barton, the noted author and lecturer, tells in his study of over 10,000 men and women who have achieved outstanding success that every one of them did so through the power to command attention through the spoken word. Make it a point to study your voice and to learn how to use it intelligently to express the subtle shades of meaning you wish to convey. There are many excellent books on this subject in the library and in bookstores. Also, you may enroll in free public speaking courses in high schools. The main thing about developing your voice is to study and practice reading aloud. This should be done at least 1 hour a day for a period of 6 months to a year, until you have such command of the English language that you can express yourself forcefully and dramatically. There is hardly a field of human endeavor in which the human voice is not important. This is especially true if you are seeking a position where you are in charge of others or have to give orders to your coworkers. Cultivate a magnetic voice. You can cultivate a magnetic voice if you practice this simple exercise. Say the sounds bree, bray, bra, bro, rolling the R's and keeping the tone on the lips as much as possible. Start at the lowest tone you are capable of making comfortably, and go up the scale saying the 4 words on each note until you have gone as high as you can comfortably. This exercise will tend to place your voice in the mask of the face and give you projection and magnetism. It is one of the simplest and best voice control methods I know for one who wishes to achieve a pleasant and magnetic voice. There are many other exercises which help do this also, but you should go to a competent teacher if you wish more extensive training of the voice. Enlarge the vocabulary. It is also vitally important to enlarge your vocabulary if you wish to rise higher in almost any field. You can do this with a simple dictionary and by learning and using only 1 new word a day for 1 year. There are also special books on vocabulary building, which you may obtain in paperback editions or from your public library. Time spent in this study will pay off big dividends. Try to speak as grammatically as possible, avoiding slovenly diction and slipshod speech. Make it a conscious habit for 6 months or so to build your voice and your speech patterns, and then later this will become automatic and easy. People have no other way to judge you than through the way you dress and the way you speak. If you can express yourself fluently and with authority, there is no doubt but that you will attract the attention of people who can help you achieve your goal. 5th principle. Develop a magnetic and compelling personality by using your eyes correctly. In trying to command and control people, it is amazing how much you can do with the power of your eyes. If your gaze is unsteady, wavering, and unmagnetic, people sense your insecurity and take advantage of you. In any work where you deal with the public or have others working under you, it is vitally important that you develop a magnetic and compelling personality by using the power of your eyes. To be truly magnetic, your eyes should be held steady and not blink too often when you are trying to control another person or make a sale. It is best to look between a person's eyes rather than to try to look from one eye to another, as you can never focus on both eyes at one time. And if you try to look into someone's eyes, you will shift your eyes, giving you an evasive and possibly a crafty appearance. How to achieve the hypnotic eye? To control others, you need the hypnotic eye. You can develop this by looking steadily at a spot on a wall or any object in your room and keeping your gaze fixed there as long as you feel comfortable. At first, you will probably blink many times, and your eyes may begin to tear. But after a few days' practice, you can comfortably look at the same spot for many seconds without blinking. When you use the hypnotic eye with other people, you should attempt to look between their eyes, without blinking too often, and hold the thought in your mind, "I like you, and you are going to like me." How to extend the golden line of power? When you are trying to win control of another person, either to sell yourself to them or to sell them some object or service, mentally extend a golden line between your forehead and theirs, feeling that this line is being attached to the person's brain. Now mentally, pull that line in from the center, feeling that you are drawing that person to you magnetically. This golden line of power is a very strong personality factor, for it causes you to project your mental power to the other person, and he feels your strength without knowing what you are doing. Almost all magnetic people subconsciously do this. You can think of this golden line as a web which you are spinning with your mind. and you attach one end of a strand to the other person's mind and pull it in. They feel a compelling urge to like you, without knowing why. In fact, few people can resist this golden line of power. It is one of the secrets that many salesmen use who are trying to make a big sale. They concentrate all the power of their minds on projecting a pleasant and magnetic quality to the other person, winning him over completely. The late President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had this quality in his personality more strongly than any man in recent times. This, coupled with his magnetic voice, kept him in power for 4 terms in the presidency. 6th principle: refuse to take no for an answer. You can control and command life's forces by the simple application of this 6th principle. Many people win out in life because they refuse ever to admit they are defeated. There is something compelling about a person who is persistent. It shows strength of character to never admit you are beaten. People cannot help but admire such a person. This does not mean to be stubborn or obnoxious, but merely to know when you are in the right and when you want something which is good for you and for others, and never to give up. $1 million worth of persistence. An insurance salesman I know who sold over $1 million worth of insurance in 1 year used this principle and made a great success. No matter if a prospective client turned him down the first or second time, he kept on, meeting the person, arranging to see him socially or in some other way, such as on a golf course, until he caught the person in a weak moment and the person bought a policy. It takes great persuasion, it's true, to be able to persist like this. But if the goal is a high one, you simply cannot take the first rejection by the other person. 7th principle: control your emotions if you wish to have greater power over others. This principle is a very important one, for if you allow your emotions to run rampant and you lose your poise in dealing with other people, you will never be in a position to command and control people or life. How shall I be able to rule over others that have not full power and command of myself? Rabelais. What are some of the emotions you should control? 1. A quick temper and anger when someone says or does something you do not like. 2. Worry about how things are going to turn out. This emotion causes you to be uneasy and to lack command of all your mental faculties. 3. Fear generates a chemistry that others sense and resent. Make it a point not to tell people about the things you fear. 4. Greed. This is an emotion that causes the facial muscles to grow into unpleasant lines that people can read in your personality. They tend to shun a greedy person. 5. Hate. This emotion drives people away from you. 6. Impatience. People sense it when you are impatient with them or when you show irritation because of their weaknesses or lack of education, and they resent this. 8th principle: use an appeal to men's primary urges if you wish to influence them and control them. What are man's primary urges? 1. Hunger. 6. Love. 2. Sex. 7. Recognition. 3. Money. 8. Desire for new experiences. 4. Power. 9. Self-preservation. 5. Social acceptance. Many women have discovered that old proverb, "The way to a man's heart is through his stomach." This may not be literally true, but the hunger urge is a strong one in many people. How many business deals are consummated over dinner or cocktails? You can use this simple urge to win over those who might be helpful in your own career. These urges are basic in all people, and by their judicious use you may control the minds and actions of most people. In another law where we discuss the master motives of life, we shall go thoroughly into all of these primary urges, which give you amazing control of others. The way to use this 8th principle is to write down on a card these 9 primary urges, and keep it handy where you can examine it for a month or 2. Read it each day and apply it for that day. Each person you meet or work with will have a special response to one or more of these urges. Check the list and see which urge fits which person. Example: Mr. J thinks and talks and plans about nothing but money. He may want money for power, or to win social acceptance, or to have recognition for his work. Therefore, he can be appealed to by using primary urges, numbers 3, 4, 5, and 7. The predominant urge is not love or sex, but money with which he can buy the things that are important to him. In dealing with Mr. J, you would not try to win his interest talking about baseball or the latest play, but about money, how he can make more money or increase his worldly goods. Miss G may have number 6 as her primary urge, but also numbers 8 and 2. If you were trying to win her interest and control her, you would talk about love, marriage, children, the home, the latest romance or scandal in Hollywood or in society. You would not be able to interest such a girl with the other primary urges. Although they may motivate her in some respects, they are not her dominant interests. Summary of Law 13. The two opposing forces in life. Man's choice determines his success or failure. The ego drive that gives dynamic direction to your life. 3 aspects of willpower: determination, persistence, and patience. The regimen for attaining honors and success through control and command of the forces of life. Demand the best from life. Act with dignity and honor. Do not compromise with character. How to build a compelling and authoritative voice and personality. Build a magnetic personality to command and control people. The golden line of power and how to weave it. Emotional control and the importance of appealing to man's 9 primary urges. Law 14, using psychic phenomena to discover and enhance your future. Can man ever really know his future? Are some people psychic, with the ability to predict certain events in the future? I believe the answer to these questions is yes. There are universal laws that govern psychic phenomena, just as there are laws that control light waves, cosmic rays, and the invisible phenomena that propel pictures and music in space that appear on our TV screens and which we see and hear with our physical senses. Psychic phenomena work on the same principle of atomic vibration as those which govern our ability to see color and physical objects. There is an entire invisible universe which man cannot see with his physical eye, just as there is an entire range of the spectrum, above and below man's vision, which exists but which cannot be seen by the human eye. You can choose the events that make the future. If you adhere faithfully to the laws that govern psychic phenomena, you can certainly know the general pattern and trend of your future life. You can be guided the rest of your life to the pattern of events that you choose for your future. You can know the future because you will know how to pick the events that make up that future, either consciously or subconsciously. Example: a man drinks too much, gets into a car, drives that car, and kills someone in an accident. Was this just an accident? Or was it a predetermined event, which the man's subconscious mind chose to punish him for something he had done in the past? There is now scientific proof that man not only shapes his future destiny with his conscious and subconscious minds, but also that he chooses the events his soul seems to need, and that he chooses the events that will discipline him and punish him if he has erred or, as religion calls it, sinned. Also, he chooses the events that reward him if he has obeyed the mental, moral, ethical, social, and spiritual laws of the universe. In the above hypothetical case of the drunkard who kills a man, literally true in thousands of cases, unfortunately, the person who drives that car when he is drunk has already predicted his future. Not only has he predicted it, he actually goes out and makes it come to pass. He is at one and the same time the judge, the jury, and the executioner or jailer, carrying out the predetermined act and consequent punishment because he feels he has a psychic need for being punished. There is sufficient proof that drinking and driving don't mix. 60,000 dead and 1 million injured each year constitute that proof. Therefore, any person who deliberately gets drunk, or even drinks moderately, and gets into a car to drive, has already predicted the future that might be his. A recent example of this type of indiscriminate action was that of a judge's son in New York City who drove while he was allegedly drunk and had an accident in which 5 persons were killed. He was exonerated by his father's associate judges in a 5-minute hearing, but later action by the district attorney tried to punish him for his crime. However, the courts held that he could not be tried twice for the same offense. This does not mean that the boy will go unpunished. The universal law of justice is at work, and die results are assured. He will be sick mentally or physically or both, and will undoubtedly have a tragic ending, all predetermined or predicted, if you will, by his choice of thoughts and actions that determine his future. In fact, we can even go so far as to say that man's invention of the destructive atom bomb was the result of his mass consciousness of guilt because of wars which have killed millions, mass starvation, greed, selfishness, discrimination, and other universal crimes, making it imperative that man create the means for his future punishment and even destruction if he persists in violating God's and nature's laws. You can predict your future by the creative thinking processes of your own mind. By studying your past thoughts and actions, you will have a pretty accurate gauge as to what your future will be. How the human psyche knows its future. Another example of how the human psyche knows pretty much how to shape the future destiny it requires for the completion of its life function is the fact that, when a child is born to a family, they begin immediately to plan its future. They start a college fund to be sure the child will become well educated. They determine he shall be a doctor, lawyer, architect, accountant, or politician, depending on what the father's profession is. They start the shaping process of that child's mind for that particular destiny from the very first breath he draws. Then, when that child begin the unraveling process of the future which his parents chose and predetermined, the child comes into that pattern of events that has been set for him, how nature utilizes prediction. When we look at the cycles of nature, we can well see how nature utilizes this art of prediction or prophecy of the future. When winter comes, it is difficult for us to realize that it will ever be springtime again. And yet the earth has already foreseen that phenomena of springtime. You can, even when there is snow upon the ground, predict with accuracy that there will be leaves on the trees and roses in your garden. You can predict this with as much certainty as the fact you will draw your next breath. In fact, with more certainty, because you know that this is a part of the pattern which is involved in the cosmic thinking, which a part of God's omniscience. When you once learn how to think cosmically and channel the cosmic mind of God, what Emerson calls the oversoul of the universe, then you know the events of the future, not only in nature, but in your own life. Even when the barrenness of winter seems to blight your life, you know that love will blossom and bless your life, as certainly as you prepare for the advent of spring. You will be able to predict that business success will be yours when you have laid the foundation for success. You do this by planting the causes in your mind for the effects you want in your outer life and experiences, using the law of cause and effect. This is all there is to the law of cause and effect: mental action and physical reaction. This is how we are able to accurately predict the future. We put thoughts of health, happiness, success, and fulfillment into our conscious and subconscious minds. And then under this law of action and reaction, these thoughts begin their process of externalizing in our lives to produce the effects we desire in our destinies. Wilde said, "The gods we worship write their names across our faces." In other words, the things we think, the things we desire, the type of person we are, stamps an indelible mark upon our faces and an invisible but definite mark upon our destiny. Look at the face of your friends and see how accurate the above is. If they are joyous, optimistic, pleasant people, their faces reflect brightness and beauty and serenity. But if they have a miasmic pall of disaster, problems, fears, worries, hatreds, and anxieties in their personalities. You can readily sense this. People tend to avoid such crepe hangers and prophets of doom and seek out those who having a cheerful exterior and a bright expression. The people who have such negative thoughts as described above usually have all types of problems and misfortunes. They have already set the stage for the fulfillment of a negative destiny. They have problems at home, their marriages turn out wrong, they lose their jobs, they are always broke, and their friends and relatives desert them. Why, what you are speaks loudly. Emerson said, "What you are speaks so loudly I cannot hear what you say." This means the human psyche which reveals itself in a person's external self. A poverty of consciousness shows itself in a person's physical appearance, the slouch of his shoulders, the expression on his face. Even the way he talks reveals to the world that he is already predoomed to failure and misery. Conversely, if your consciousness is rich and elevated, you will reveal to the world a success attitude that will rapidly take you to the heights. The making of a multi-millionaire. Example: in the early part of the 20th century, a 17-year-old boy named Cyrus Eaton met the late John D. Rockefeller. Senior Rockefeller felt something psychically about the boy and offered to help him by making him an office boy in his firm in Cleveland. There was a feeling that this young man would one day be a great success. Rockefeller carefully planted his own success principles in the boy's mind and taught him the value of honesty, thrift, perseverance, and morality. Gradually, Cyrus Eaton went out on his own to conquer the world. Anyone could have predicted his future with accuracy by merely observing the functioning of his mind and his outer actions. In a few years' time, this man, still young, had built 7 power plants for which he was offered $2 million cash. He went on to become me of the world's richest men. We proclaim our future destiny as definitely as though a herald went before us, trumpeting it to the world. This is done through our thoughts, words, and acts, and nothing can change that pattern which we set mentally for ourselves. What are the laws of psychic phenomena, then? Just as your present is the future of yesterday, so tomorrow will be the future of today. Just as the thoughts and action of yesterday shaped today, so too the thoughts and events of today are shaping the future that you will inherit. How the laws of psychic phenomena can help you. Study this point very carefully, for upon it will hinge your entire future destiny. The foundation you are now laying for your future work, romance, social life, financial security, and leisure time will determine what kind of future you will have. The law of cause and effect, action and reaction, must work in your life as it works in all of nature. Let us examine some of the ways in which these laws of psychic phenomena work. 1. Honesty and hard work. You may see no connection between honesty and hard work and a future successful life, but there is a very real one. This is the mental cause or law which is behind all success. If you violate this law and try to build on dishonesty or laziness, you will be able to predict instantly that you will reap a future destiny shorn of success. The story is told of the head of a stock exchange who had been worth millions, but who went to jail for fraud. A friend of his visited him in prison one day and found him sewing a pile of burlap bags. He asked, "What are you doing sewing?" The former exchange head replied, "No, reaping." In the days when this man had a mansion on Long Island, chauffeur-driven limousines, and millions of dollars, no one would have dared predict he would one day go broke and land in jail for fraud. But this man's own psychic nature could have predicted this unfortunate destiny. He violated the laws of the universe and practiced fraud, which is dishonesty, and cheated people out of their hard-earned money. He had to pay the price with dishonor, imprisonment, loss of his fortune, and utter disgrace for his family and himself. Any astute person, knowing the basic principles under which this man operated, could have predicted accurately his disastrous future. The Bible states this law, They have sown the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Plant the right seed, reap the right crop. If you plant the right mental seed, you will reap the right crop of destiny. The two go together, like the simple mathematical equation which states 2 and 2 make 4. No matter how you try, the result can never be 5. 2. As you shape your thoughts today, so you are shaping your future. Your thoughts should be shaped as follows. In the pattern of kindness and friendship, this will win friends and people will be willing to help you. In the pattern of goodness and truth, anyone who is good will inevitably be accurately judged by the world and will receive his just rewards eventually. Truth is a spiritual as well as a moral law. If you are true to your ideals, true to yourself, and tell the truth in life, you can definitely predict that you will inherit a future that will reflect health, happiness, peace, and prosperity. In psychology, we know that people who habitually lie gradually become mentally and physically sick. You cannot violate this vital law of nature. Be true to yourself, and your life will gradually radiate peace and happiness and fulfillment. 3. Choose the situations and people you want in your future. Then work toward taking steps to make these conditions come to pass in your life. Just as you cannot have a crop of apples until you have planted the seed first, so too you cannot have a destiny of success or happiness until you have chosen the situations and people you want to inhabit your future. Are you associating with people of a high caliber, or do you choose people who are of low mental standards? We are judged by the world by the friends we keep. "Show me a man's friends, and I will tell you what he is a true saying. You must consciously choose the people and situations that you want to inhabit your future. This is predicting the future as accurately as any human being can do so. The caterpillar weaves a cocoon and goes to sleep, only to awaken a golden-winged butterfly. Something in that little crawling creature's nature predicted he would be a butterfly. Know the results you want to attain. Find the dream within, then start today to take the first steps to make that dream come to pass in the outer world. Other points about psychic phenomena. 1. Psychic phenomena work best for people who practice receiving impulses from the higher mind within them. Make it a point to retire into the silence for a few moments each day and sit and ask for guidance as to how to solve your problems. Ask for information as to how to make more money. Direct this higher mind to give you inventions, stories, compositions and music that might make you rich. 2. If you want to project thoughts to other minds, sit quietly in the silence and hold the person's face in your mind with whom you wish to communicate. Then speak the person's name and convey your message just as you would if he were there in person. Many times you can imprint the minds of your boss, your landlord, some person you want to reach with some special message, and they will, in turn, receive your message through their own higher mind. 3. Study the pattern of your past thinking and past actions and see how they produced the things you are now doing. If you want to change this pattern and have a different future from the past, you must first change the pattern of your thinking from negative to positive. Start seeing yourself as successful and healthy and happy, and soon this pattern will express itself in your body and your environment. 4. Bear in mind the law of the harvest. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. And be sure to sow in the field of destiny only those thoughts and actions which you wish to come back to you in on abundant crop. Be kind, and others will respond with kindness. Be loving, and you will attract love. Be generous, and you will always be provided for. Be forgiving, and you will win the admiration and respect of the world. 5. Obey the spiritual laws, and you can predict that you will always attract a future destiny that is fortunate. The spiritual laws are simple, basic principles which society builds on. You cannot lie or cheat or steal. You cannot commit adultery or steal another's husband or wife without paying the penalty. You cannot be careless and shiftless, lazy or inefficient, without reaping the bitter crop of failure and misery. These are basic spiritual and moral laws which all the great philosophers and prophets have taught humanity. When you apply them to your own life, you can serenely sit back and await your destiny. You will already know what you will attract, for you have followed the laws of the universe, and these laws will operate inexorably to produce the destiny you have already predicated for yourself by your thoughts and actions. Summary of Law 14. Man can know his future through the invisible laws of psychic phenomena. The subconscious mind can be trained to choose the events that make up the future. How man punishes himself through his evil deeds. The creation of the atomic bomb for mass murder is punishment for these universal crimes perpetrated by man. The past, present, and future represent one unit in time and space. The law of sowing and reaping. The choice of destiny in shaping one's destiny. The laws under which psychic phenomena work. Law 15. How to possess forever. The 10 golden keys to the secrets of the universe. The secrets of the universe can be yours if you once know the keys to unlock the hidden doors to universal wisdom. Great geniuses of the past used 10 golden keys to unlock the doors to the hidden treasures of the universe. The secrets of the entire universe, from the building of an atom to the creation of a vast solar system such as ours, are all contained in the cosmic mind of God. When you once understand this cosmic mind, which operates in and through you, as well as in the universe, you will become a creative genius. The laws of the invisible will obey your imperious commands, and events in your life will shape themselves to your bidding. First, let us understand the 3 attributes which the cosmic mind possesses. They are: 1. Omniscience, all-knowing, all-wise. 2. Omnipotence, unlimited power, all-powerful. 3. Omnipresence, being present in all places at the same time. When you once learn how to tap the power of the cosmic mind, you too will possess its powers of omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. The realm of the absolute. It is in the realm of the absolute that this cosmic mind resides. When you once learn how to tap this higher power, you will work in the realm of the absolute, and life will obey your commands and yield to you her most priceless possessions. Bow to summon the magic genie within your mind. You know the story of Aladdin's lamp and the magic genie in the fairy story. When Aladdin rubbed this magic lamp, the magic genie appeared and carried out any order that Aladdin gave him. Strangely enough, you too possess a magic genie within your own higher mind, that part of you where the cosmic mind of God reveals the secrets that underlie the universe. The genes within your body carry the hidden secrets of how to build a perfect human being in 9 months' time. When you mate with a member of the opposite sex, these genes transmit their amazing secrets for the color of the hair, the shape and size of the body, the height and weight of the future person. All these secrets are hidden in the invisible genes that are transmitted to the new cell which begins life. Gregor Mendel, an Austrian geneticist, first discovered the law which bears his name. This law states that all human genes have this mystical knowledge locked up within their structure. The racial memories, the method for constructing the body and its organs, the cosmic blueprint of God Himself, is there within the human organism and is capable of being transmitted from one person to another. You may tap this higher power. You may tap this higher power and possess some of the omniscience of God Himself in shaping your destiny and forming the events which you wish to make up your future. How can you tip this higher power of the creative mind of God? By putting your mind in tune with His cosmic mind, and by being in tune with the universal forces that rule all creation. The qualities of this infinite or cosmic mind of God are perfection and creativity. When you use the 10 golden keys we are now studying, you could open the secret doors of consciousness that give you some of God's omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. The first golden key, vision. Vision means more than seeing with the physical eye and brain. It also means the ability to foresee something, as through mental acuteness. The mental images which your mind is capable of seeing also represent a form of vision. Let us examine this quality of the cosmic mind in relation to the great discoveries of past history. What if a magic genie had appeared to mankind 100 years ago and said, "I shall give you the power to create the following things. An instrument with eyes that see through solid objects. Ability to project man's mind to distant places and see what it is happening there. Wings that cause one to fly like a bird. Power to see those who have been dead for years and to hear their voices, as well as to see them in color. An instrument from which music and voices would issue. A machine that could count, add, multiply, talk, and write. A magic eye that could penetrate the heavens and see millions of miles into space. A giant eye that could cause one to see things which were invisible and unseen by the human eye. The ability to swim underwater for hours without emerging. The ability to harness the power of the sun and use it to run motors. Would not mankind have rejected such a magic genie as being deluded and instantly have ordered its extinction? Do you recognize in the above list of things the following? The X-ray, eyes that see through solid objects. Television, projecting man's mind to distant places and seeing what happens there. The airplane, wings that cause one to fly like a bird. Motion pictures, the power to see those who have been dead for many years. Radio, the instrument from which music and voices may be heard. Adding machines, computers, teletype machines that can count, add, multiply, talk, and write. Telescope at Palomar, the giant eye that can penetrate the heavens and see millions of miles into space. The electron microscope, a giant eye that can see things which are invisible. Submarine, power to swim underwater. Solar battery, the harnessing of the power of the sun. Expand your vision, change your world. In the moment that you expand your vision, you will change the world for yourself. Actually, the outer world will not change, but you will change in relation to the world. You will begin to see unlimited opportunities for your good around you. You will begin to realize people are channels to wonderful opportunities instead of being obstacles to your progress. A philosopher once said, "Every man takes the limits of his own field of vision for the limits of the world." Expand your vision today and begin to envision the things you would like to have, the things you want to do, the people who could help you, and then confidently proceed with your plans for the future, knowing that the unlimited horizons of your mind will be an open invitation to the great experiences of life. The second golden key, desire. To desire something is to long for it, to crave it, to ask for it. Desire is the emotion that is given to man to help him attract the conditions he requires to fulfill his life. You can unlock doors to the treasures of the universe if you will use desire correctly. There is such a thing as desiring too much too soon, and this is called greed or selfishness. But when you have moderate desires, this golden key can open many wonderful doors for your future good. It was this strong emotion of desire that caused Columbus to find new worlds through his explorations. Henry Ford gave the world reasonable cars because of this desire to help the world. Incidentally, it enriched him personally also. When he died, he left $500 million and the Ford Foundation, which has given great benefits to the world. Albert Schweitzer had a desire to heal humanity, and it led to his wonderful work with the Africans in the jungles. Always latent in every great creative act of life, there is this powerful and stimulating emotion of desire. You may not like the situations you find yourself in, and you may want to change them. How can you do so with certainty that they will change? Hold a strong desire for another job, and you will be forced to take the steps that lead to this better job. Hold a desire within your mind for a home of your own, and you will eventually attract it. Begin today to shape your thinking in the direction of your desires. You will soon find the old negative mold of lack and limitation, loneliness and misery, fear and worry, problems and anxieties, changing under the impetus of your desires into the new pattern of your desires. Your mind possesses this power of remolding life to your heart's desire. Do not be ashamed of your desires, whether they be for money, fame, power, social prestige, love fulfillment, or for worldly recognition of your gifts. These desires are healthy, normal, and are implanted in your human psyche because they are possible of achievement. Only one warning about desire. Do not make yourself miserable by desiring too much, and be willing to be patient and wait for the fulfillment of your desires if they happen to be a bit on the extreme side. Remember, nothing is impossible for man to achieve if he can first conceive it. The third golden key, curiosity. Curiosity is an innate emotion in man, which represents a deep-seated desire to learn or know about the world in which man lives. Nature has always revealed her hidden secrets to those who possess curiosity to a high degree. The great healing drug, penicillin, would never have been discovered if it had not been for a scientist's enormous curiosity. He observed some green mold on some bread one day and wondered if it would have any effect on some germs he had in a test tube. He put some of the green mold into the tube, and when he looked at the tube later and observed the germs under his microscope, he found that the green mold had killed the germs. Burbank was curious as to what would happen if he attempted to cross-pollinate and graft certain fruits and vegetables. This form of curiosity led to thousands of experiments whereby he perfected nature's products and gave the world many new and wonderful edible foods, as well as lovely flowers. Samuel Johnson said, "Curiosity is one of the permanent and certain characteristics of a vigorous intellect." The moment you start asking the 5 questions of philosophy, what, why, where, when, and who, you are exercising the stimulating emotion of curiosity. The fourth golden key, faith. One of the most potent forces for releasing your creative energies and stimulating your higher mind is faith. It is literally a miracle worker. When you once harness this magical power, there is hardly anything in life that you cannot attain. Faith first implies an underlying cause at the basis of all creation. This first cause we call God. We come into this world on a mystical journey which we do not understand, and entirely on faith. The little child nursing at its mother's breast is born with faith in that source of its life and the power to sustain it. The child does not question this loving source of its creation. It has implicit faith that its needs will be met, and that the fountain of milk is awaiting its joyous arrival. You must have the faith of a little child if you wish to harness the magical power of this great emotion. Believe in yourself, in your talents, in your ability to reach the top rung of the ladder of success. Nothing in life is more wonderful than faith. William Osier said, "The one great moving force which we can neither weigh in the balance nor test in the crucible." Faith stirs the chemistry of the body, stimulates the glands, and causes the body to remain healthy, young, and vital. Have faith that the healing agency is within your body. Many people have faith in drugs, and they are often helped, not by the drugs necessarily, but by their faith in the drugs. Many doctors know of this healing miracle of faith, and they often give a patient an injection of distilled water, telling him that it is morphine and will cause him to sleep. Cases have been noted where the patient described the feeling of numbness creeping up the legs until finally he felt drowsy and went to sleep. A belief in life can give you more life force. A belief in sickness, old age, accident, and death can often produce the conditions we believe in. Example: French scientists experimented on a convict who had been convicted for murder and was to die anyway. He was strapped to a table and told that an artery in his arm was to be severed, and he would bleed to death in a few moments' time. What the convict did not know was that only a superficial wound was made on the surface of his skin, and that warm water was poured over his arm, which he thought was blood. He believed he would die in a few moments, and he did. His mind killed him because he believed he was dying. 6 patients in a ward in a South American hospital were paralyzed and had not walked for years. The hospital was located near a jungle. One summer afternoon, a giant boa constrictor crawled up a tree and into the open window and slowly made its way towards the paralyzed patients' beds. All 6 men jumped from their beds and ran from the ward. Their faith, galvanized by their physical danger, made them believe they could walk on muscles that hadn't been used for years. And they did. The 5th golden key: inspiration of love. Love is probably one of the most stimulating and energizing of all emotions. It has the power of life and death within its scope. A famous pediatrician was noted for his great success in saving the lives of sick little children. On each sick child's chart he wrote, "This child is to be taken up every hour on the hour and loved." In cases of little orphan children in hospitals, it was noted that the death rate was unusually high until the doctors had the nurses pick the little children up and love them as a part of their daily routine. The deaths mysteriously stopped. Lift responds to love. Hate produces sickness and death. This is the invisible law of life. If you wish to unlock doors to the secrets of the universe, use this magical golden key of love daily. Lincoln used the key of love to heal a sick nation, and his memory is revered in history. Love was the magic key used by Florence Nightingale in healing the soldiers on the battlefields, and this valiant woman raised nursing to a new high level of achievement through her noble example. Madame Curie's love of her husband caused her to labor for 20 years to isolate healing radium. The inspiration of love built the Taj Mahal as a memorial to a ruler's wife. This is one of the loveliest of all buildings in the Far East. Practice the art of love daily. To help heal the negative conditions of your life, make it a point to practice the art of love daily. Do not wait for some propitious moment to indulge this positive emotion. Look for occasions where you can hold a loving thought towards some friend or relative. Search each day for some person for whom you can do a loving, thoughtful act. Love is more than physical expression of the biological urge. It has many facets and forms. There is the devotion and love one has for his parents. Then there is love of your mate, your children, your relatives. This is a different degree of love, it's true, from the love you may show strangers or have for the world. But any degree of love, when it is expressed daily, will help enhance your personality and give power and drive to your mental, physical, and spiritual energies. Do not hate anyone. Make it a practice not to hate anyone, for any degree of hatred has its repercussions in your body and poisons the body cells and makes you sick. If you find yourself hating some person who has wronged you, try to forgive that person even if you cannot love him and release him to God for his just rewards or punishment. This then relieves you of the burden of hate and the harmful effect of this powerful emotion on your mind and body. Many people are in mental institutions because they allowed hate to dominate their minds. Many people have accidents because they hate some person, and this sets up a destructive reflex action which tries to destroy them. See the harmful effect of hate in a Hitler's mind. You will realize then that you cannot hate any person. In fact, if you are wise, you will not even hate your job or your limited conditions in life, or the poverty which afflicts you, but you will transmute this negative emotion into a positive one of desiring to better your circumstances. This will lead you to take constructive steps to change your entire life and remove the conditions which you hate. God is love. The Bible defines God as love. When you express love in your personality, You will have a quality of the divine which will make everyone who knows you admire and respect you. The attributes of love are understanding, compassion, and forgiveness. Later, when we study the effect of the positive and negative emotions on your mind and body, you will see why you must fortify yourself with love and its attributes. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. Proverbs 15:17. The sixth golden key, knowledge. The Chinese have a saying, "Man with education seems to always have good luck." Education is simply the accumulation of knowledge, and knowledge is the fact or state of knowing. Nature holds her greatest blessings and reveals her priceless secrets to those who have taken the time and bother to add to their knowledge, either from observation, experience, by following the precepts laid down by others, or through the study of books. When we have knowledge, we should have wisdom, for wisdom is merely the quality of being wise through the knowledge that we have accumulated. Knowledge is power. It is not physical power that rules the world, it is mental and intellectual power. A man is worth only a few cents an hour for his labor, but for his ideas and mental concepts he can command millions. A college education can give one knowledge, but not necessarily wisdom. Wisdom only comes from experience or the application of the knowledge we have absorbed from books. When you are armed with knowledge, you will have the power to choose the events of your life with wisdom, and you will be able to overcome obstacles and solve problems better. Knowledge applied to vast areas. Man's scientific knowledge spreads over a vast area of the world in which he lives. We should be aware of this, so we can conduct our studies in a scientific and progressive manner, and accumulate as much knowledge as possible about the world. Following are some of the main branches of knowledge which science has explored and catalogued. Astronomy deals with cosmic and stellar systems and their function, origin, and composition. Geology deals with the formation and composition of the Earth and its history over millions and even billions of years. Physics deals with the atomic structure of matter and how energy is converted into matter and matter into energy. Physiology deals with the body, its structure and function. Psychology deals with man's mind, its operation and function. Philosophy deals with the accumulation of wisdom over the ages and coordinates all of man's knowledge in all areas of life. Anthropology deals with the antiquity of the ages and man's origin. Archaeology deals with the expanse of past history, cultures of ancient times, and the exploration of buried cities. Sociology deals with man's relationship to others. Theology deals with religion and the nature of God. Select areas of interest. No man can hope to possess all knowledge. The wise man will select those areas of knowledge in which he is interested and obtain as much information as he can or those, rather than trying to do the impossible and be brilliant in all fields of knowledge. For instance, you might be interested in psychology, philosophy, sociology, and physics, but only mildly interested in astronomy or geology or physiology. You can study the first 4 subjects intensively, but only take up the latter 3 more casually. If your formal education is finished, and you are an adult who has no desire to return to the classrooms of day schools or evening schools, there are several sources open to you where you may obtain specialized knowledge in any of the categories listed above. The public libraries are vast repositories of man's past and present wisdom. You should belong to your local library and make frequent use of it all your life. You should study the newspapers carefully in the sections dealing with books to discover new books which are published and which might interest you. The 7th golden key: courage. What courage it took for man to rise from his lowly origin in caves to the marvels of the space age where he circles the globe in 80 minutes at speeds of 17,000 miles per hour. There is something divine in man's soul which causes him to aspire ever onward and upward in his evolutionary spiral form, the primitive to the celestial mind. Creative power in bold action. Perhaps in your own life you would have achieved more if you had been more daring, more courageous. In a study of over 10,000 lives of great men of history, I have found that fortune favors the bold. Ovid said, "Fortune and love befriend the bold." How true this is. You may have a magnificent idea for making more money, inventing something valuable, composing a new song, painting a great picture, or going into some big business. But your timid, fearful nature will whisper, "Who are you to think you can do anything that big?" Instantly, when you experience this type of discouragement, either from your own mind or from your friends and relatives, the inspirational and creative power of your higher mind departs, like the air from a deflated balloon. If your higher mind gives you creative ideas of this type, do not question them, but boldly prepare yourself to take the next steps to the fulfillment of your aspirations. It is best not to tell too many people about your great ideas or dreams, for they may be inclined to laugh at them. All great geniuses had to meet this type of discouragement in the past. Seldom did anyone believe in their dream or encourage them. They had to go it alone. Be daring to be successful. A man with little talent but with daring and courage has a bigger chance of being successful than a person with great talent and little courage. When moral courage feels that it is in the right, said Leigh Hunt, there is no personal daring of which it is incapable. You can deliberately develop courage by facing up to your problems, instead of evading or avoiding them. Make it a point each day from now on to do something that requires courage. Telephone for an appointment for that new job. See someone you are trying to sell an idea to. Face your boss and ask him for the raise in salary you deserve. He can do no more than say no. Attack and overcome. Attack some bad habit you may have at once, and at least try to overcome it. The ganglia, a mass of nerve cells from which nerve impulses are transmitted from your brain to the muscles and nerves of your body, are strengthened and stimulated every time you make a mental decision to do something that requires courage. Soon, as you build mental habits of strength, decision, and action, you will find yourself becoming mentally, morally, and spiritually strong enough to overcome all the negative conditions which may have been hindering your progress. The eighth golden key: action. All the mental resolve in the world does absolutely no good unless you are driven to some kind of action. You can dream of success for an eternity and never achieve it until and unless you are inspired enough to take physical action to achieve it. Action is the first law of the universe. Atomic motion or action is at the heart of all creation. Duplicate this law of action in nature, and you will have set your feet on that first rung of the ladder of success. Dreams of conquest. Many men had dreamed of conquering new worlds before Columbus, and some daring ones did make great voyages of discovery. But Columbus took bold action in enlisting the aid of Queen Isabella for his voyages of discovery, and he succeeded where others failed. Franklin suspected that electricity was in the air about him, but until he took that first action to put a key at the end of a kite during a thunderstorm, there was no proof that this was a scientific fact. All of Edison's many inventions and discoveries followed mental action first. Then the physical form of action brought these creative ideas from the labyrinth of his mind to the outer world of reality, and gave us the electric light, the phonograph, and the first movie camera. Take that first giant step. Take that first giant step towards your destiny, and the other steps will all be easier. What of that novel you've always intended to write? The first form of action is mental, the decision you want to write. The second step must be physical. Sit down and begin. How? By putting the first words down on that paper. I have found that if you just start with anything, copying words from a dictionary, writing out the alphabet. Anything that starts you in the creative flow of mental action, you will begin, and then the subconscious mind takes over and finishes for you. What of that brilliant idea you have for an invention? It set us difficult because you have not taken that first step to bring it out into the open. What of the idea you have for a mail-order business? You may not have the capital to begin now, but you can start mental action by studying your subject, looking over products that you wish to sell, reading books in the library on mail-order selling. Anything that starts you in some form of action leads to the fulfillment of your original idea. Well begun is half done, a saying. Well begun is half done is a truism. Do not let your mind be paralyzed by inaction or fear, or by wondering if you can finish something you once start. The very momentum that you gain by starting the action will assure you're carrying it through to its conclusion. One step at a time will eventually lead you to the end of the longest journey. But if you never take that first step, you will never achieve the fulfillment of your innermost dream. The ninth golden key, patience. One of the most valuable of our golden keys to greatness at achievement is patience. It may not seem important at first glance, but if you study the lives of the great men of history carefully, you will find that every one of them had this virtue. Nothing ever matures overnight. There is a law in nature which states that everything must evolve from a central idea or germ. If you plant wheat, you do not expect to reap the crop overnight. It must follow the law of nature and will only evolve and produce an abundant crop in its own time and season. The law of cycles. There is a law of cycles in all nature which decrees that all forms of creation shall have their beginning, their growth, their maturity, and their end. These four successive steps must exist in all things you do in your life also. The beginning of your idea for future progress is like planting the seed. Then there must be a certain time allowed for growth, for the maturity, and then the conclusion of the idea, or the flowering of it, and the producing of the harvest you wish to reap. When you once start any sensitive action, you must school yourself in patience to await the fulfillment of your dream. He that can have patience can have what he will, Franklin said. Practice acquiring this trait in your daily life. When waiting for a bus or streetcar or some friend who is late for an appointment, mentally repeat the following statement over and over to yourself. I now exercise patience. I refuse to yield to thoughts of irritation and annoyance. All things pass, under the law of passing time. Therefore, this moment will also pass. I now grow calm, poised, and peaceful. My mind is serene, and no external force has the power to destroy this inner citadel of strength and patience. The 10th golden key, determination. With this golden key, you may unlock many doors to the hidden secrets of the universe. Nature only yields her priceless treasures to those who have the ability to stick with something they have started. A man was prospecting for gold in the Nevada desert. He found a mine and opened a small vein of gold which yielded enough for him to buy machinery to explore further. After a while, the vein of gold ran out, and he became so discouraged that he sold his equipment to a junkman and gave him the deed to the mine. The junkman went on with the digging, and 2 feet from where the former owner had given up digging, he discovered a pocket of gold that yielded $40,000. Eventually, he made $5 million from that gold mine. Do not give up easily. Make it a point throughout your life not to give up easily. When you once have faith in something and you start action to bring it about, then persevere and persist until you achieve it. Your mind will tell you whether a thing is possible of achievement or not. If you really believe it, something within your mind will vibrate in tune with that belief, and your determination is all that is needed to bring your idea to complete fulfillment. Webster said of the power of the human mind, "Mind is the great lever of all things. Human thought is the process by which human ends are ultimately answered." If you give up too soon, however, this power of your mind to express itself creatively in successful action cannot be proved. Remember your law of the harvest. Plant the seed first in your mind, then give it time to germinate. Then it must fulfill its cycle under the law of growth, and this is the period of time you must be determined to wait. The harvest is sweet, and well worth the time and effort expended to bring your great ideas to maturity. Armed with truth. You are now armed with truth for your joyous adventure into tomorrow and all of the tomorrows to come. These golden keys represent truth in its triumphant march to goal achievement. They can be used every day to unlock secret doors to the treasures of the universe. During the following weeks, make it a point to consciously use one or more of these golden keys in your everyday activity. Example: for Monday, try to use 2 golden keys in your work and your activities. Take the first 2 keys, vision and desire. Look about you and see how you can use vision to improve the work you are doing. With vision goes imagination and visualization. Employ these tools on that day to see how many different forms of action you can begin with vision as your guiding light. Then, on that same day, use the key of desire. Ask yourself, what do I desire most this day? Begin to analyze your desires in terms of achievement. Are you doing the things now that can lead to the fulfillment of your desires? If not, why not? Then set to work to take the first step to arouse greater desire. Know that this key will unlock other doors to achievement. What do you desire? Money? Fame? Friends? Love? Health? Peace of mind? Travel? Accomplishment? Recognition? Ego express ion through your creative gifts? As you analyze each of these points, apply the key of desire and see if it does not help you express your innermost desires in a more concrete way. Then, on Tuesday, take curiosity and faith and use these golden keys all day in your activities, seeing how many things you can unfold through these 2 keys. Keep this up all week and practice with all 10 golden keys, and keep coming back to them in the weeks ahead until you have channeled their power in every act of your life. Summary of Law 15. There are 10 golden keys that geniuses of all ages have used for greatness. With these keys, man may tap the cosmic mind of God in his universe. Vision needed to explore the hidden universe. Desire, the emotion that helps attract treasures and fulfillment. The 5 questions that stimulate the emotion of curiosity. Faith, the invisible miracle worker. Man must practice the higher aspect of the emotion of love daily. Knowledge is power. Courage and bold action needed for overcoming. The giant step that leads to greatness. Patience and determination, the 2 golden keys that lead to achievement. Nature's law of cycles and how it works for you. Law 16, how to create your own miracles. Through the inner power. What is a miracle? It is an event or an action that apparently contradicts known scientific laws. It is also defined in the dictionary as a remarkable thing. By this definition, some of the greatest forces in the world, which you may invoke at will and duplicate, would be considered miracles. Creative mind in itself is a miracle which science cannot even begin to understand or explain. The process by which you see and hear baffles the human mind. The ability to discern color, to interpret sounds of words or music, and to classify the millions of sense impressions you receive every day is something so profound and mysterious that only God knows the true secret back of these miraculous forces. How to harness this miracle power. However, even if we do not fully understand this miracle power, we may harness it to do our bidding and use it for the everyday miracles we wish to achieve. Just as God cannot be seen in his universe, except through the evidence of his creation, so too, you may not be able to see this miracle-working power of God's creative mind, but you can harness its wonderful creativity and cause it to work especially for you and your good. Whitman said, The whole theory of the universe is directed unerringly to one single individual, namely you. So far as the universe is concerned, all creation was made for you, and all God's gifts were created for you to use and enjoy. When you are aware of this, you can enhance your enjoyment of life 100%. You can also begin to use some of these miracle powers in your own life to unfold new gifts and talents, and to give you a superior wisdom which will help you acquire possessions, power, and even great wealth. Using the miracle of your mind. Just accept the first of these miraculous powers at face value, the miracle of your mind. Every second it performs feats that are absolutely astounding. Did you ever concentrate on just this power of your mind alone for an hour a day and try to develop it? You will be amazed at what astounding storehouses of reserve power there are within your mind. Sit for an hour each day for the next week and concentrate on 3 aspects of your mental power. 1. Your imagination. 2. Your memory. 3. Your 5 senses: sight, touch, feel, smell, hearing, and taste. Let your imagination release its various images for your personal life. Imagine yourself in work other than what you are doing. Imagine yourself writing a book, any kind of book. Imagine yourself selling real estate or insurance. Follow an imaginative pattern through from its inception to its conclusion. Example: look at a picture of a beautiful home in some home magazine or newspaper, and then visualize yourself owning it. See yourself living in it, entertaining your friends, furnishing its various rooms, and otherwise doing the pleasurable things one associates with a home. Another exercise for your imagination is this. Look at some invention in your home: telephone, radio, TV, vacuum cleaner, refrigerator, or electric iron, and try to imagine yourself inventing it originally, or improving some aspect of the present instrument. Many people have discovered or invented new things through this exercise of imagination. Exercise for your memory. At the end of each day for 1 full week, run the events of your day through your mind, as one would run a movie film through a projector. Start with the time you rose in the morning, then proceed for the full day, mirroring the main events of the day with as many details as you can recall. Then go back over the events of your entire life and try to recall as many epical events as you can. Those events which led to major changes in your life, such as graduation from school, the time you fell in love, when you became engaged to be married, your honeymoon, the first home you lived in, the first job you got, etc. Recall as many of these main events as possible with all the details you can remember. How to summon reserve power. By performing these mental exercises, you will be working to summon reserves of mind power that lie deep within your psyche, and these will help strengthen your mind and release creative intelligence in an orderly and systematic manner. When you need such reserves of power for any purpose in life, you will find your mind will respond quicker and more efficiently than if you have never performed such exercises. The mind is like a muscle. The more it is exercised and kept in condition, the better it responds to the demands made upon it. Exercises for your 5 senses. Your enjoyment of life depends on your ability to sense with all your faculties all the subtle shades of meaning that each experience presents to you. The only contact you have with the outer world is with the 5 senses of touch, smell, taste, sight, hearing, and feeling. Without these, man would live in a complete vacuum, without ability to really know the universe in which he lives. Even Helen Keller, who was deaf, dumb, and blind, has a whole wonderful new world opened up to her when she was able to interpret the things she could feel with her sense of touch. She says that suddenly, it was as if a great golden light flamed within her, and she experienced a joy in living which she had never known before. Imagine, with only the senses of touch, smell, and taste to go on, she could have such joy. Think how fortunate you are with the additional senses of sight and hearing. To give added dimension to life, Sit each day for the next week and practice for 5 minutes each of the 5 senses. Sense of sight. The Orientals have a system of training the student sense of sight, and it is one of the best known to science. Look about the room with a slow, deliberate glance and see how many objects you can see in one glance. Then close your eyes and recall each object that you saw. At first, you will see only a few. Then gradually, as you practice, you will acquire the ability to see as many as 10 or 20. Then, apply this exercise to shop windows. As you pass a store window, see how many objects you can fix in your memory at one glance. One expert, who had studied this Oriental system of concentration on the senses, could see and remember as many as 100 objects at one single glance. Then extend this sense of sight to other objects. For instance, a scene in nature. Look at a landscape and see its beauty and grandeur. Look at the relationship of the trees to the horizon, the highlights on the leaves, the colors and subtle shades and blendings of the various hues. Read into that landscape everything you can possibly see and hear and feel about it. You can employ all 5 senses in everyday life in such exercises until your mind is so attuned to all the natural forces of the universe that you will be in complete harmony with nature and be able to use its miraculous powers more intelligently in every department of your life. Use the same type of exercise for the sense of touch. Feel various types of textured materials with your eyes closed and see if you can distinguish between them. Feel the luxury of silk, the smoothness of glass or porcelain, the roughness of a metal vase, the weave of an Oriental rug. As you respond to these various feelings, you will open complete new avenues of sensation and awareness within your mind. Then extend this exercise to the sense of hearing and listen to beautiful music. See how many various instruments you can hear and distinguish in a symphony. Make up songs within your mind and try to hear the melody with your inner ear. Be aware of the sound of a city at night, of morning, with the special sounds that announce an awakening city. When you go to the seashore, listen to the sound of the waves gently kissing the shore. Hear the sound of a buoy bell or a ship's whistle in the distance. Concentrate on the sense of smell in the same way and be aware of the aroma of percolating coffee, fresh-baked bread, the gentle scent of perfume as someone passes you on the street. This type of practice of your mental faculties will pay rich dividends in the future. Power of your mind, greatest of all forces. Your inner life is where all the truly great powers reside. Like an iceberg which has only 1/10 of its entirety above the surface of the water, and 9/10 submerged, so too, your mind has 9/10 of its greatest power buried deep within your hidden psyche. Here it is that the sustaining power of you subconscious and superconscious minds exist. Here it is that the seat of memory resides. Here you may tap the hidden force of divine intuition and be guided to great achievements. Most of life's hidden forces are the most potent. For instance, steam is greater than horsepower, but it is an invisible substance which seems to completely lack form or power, and yet we know that it can be harnessed to do great work. Electricity is even more potent than steam and is capable of running machines and performing miraculous tasks. Radium has many qualities that are more startling than even those of electricity. But man's mind surpasses them all, for it was through the power of man's creative mind that he was able to discover, harness, and use such things as steam, electricity, radium, and atomic power. By the application of mind power, man may use these invisible force with astounding results and change the face of the entire world. Implement the miracle of life. The miracle of life itself is one of the most baffling of all life's mysteries. You have it within your power to implement the life force so it flames stronger and gives you longer life and more vital energy. To implement the miracle of life, start each day with a positive affirmation that imprints power upon the cellular structure, your body. According to the latest scientific cellular theory, whatever we say with emotion and conviction imprints its quality up on the cells of the body, affecting the organs and giving us either health and vitality or sickness, depending on the qualify of the thoughts we affirm. The first thing that your thinking affects is your body. Affirm each morning this statement to imprint your life cells with more power, energy, youth, vitality, and health. The life force now surges throughout my mind and body, giving me strength, power, energy, and perfect health. I now imprint upon every cell of my brain and body this dynamic thought. I am life. I am power. I am health. I am young. I am perfection. I have the divine inspiration to make my life magnificent and to succeed in fulfilling my life dream. Implement the miracle of growth. Next, in your daily practice for a period of 1 or more weeks, implement the miracle of growth within your mind and body. Growth is the miracle that takes a seed in the soil and perfects it and brings forth a crop in keeping with the seed. There is a law on philosophy, as within, so without. What you put into your consciousness externalizes itself in the outer circumstances of your life. Work with this law of growth that is in the universe and see the miracle of fulfillment blossom on your tree of life. How to use the law of growth. 1. Life is constant growth and expansion. Nature destroys that which ceases to grow and evolve. Each day add new knowledge to your mind. Do new things. Keep your mind youthful by being active in many fields. 2. Plant mental seed for future growth. You may not use some of the knowledge you absorb today in philosophy or psychology, such as that given in this study, but it will continue to grow and evolve in your mind, making you stronger and producing results even years from now. Never stop planting mental seed in your garden of destiny. Absorb ideas for progress in your work. Polish and perfect your personality. Study public speaking so you can better express your ideas. Acquire culture and social graces so you can more easily take your place with those in high places. 3. Make it a point to develop a stronger mind by building positive habits for future use. A concert pianist plays thousands of notes in a composition without once worrying about his fingering. How can he do this? Because he has spent countless hours in practicing fingering and memorizing the notes until he has acquired the habit of playing automatically. Make it a point to build such habit patterns in your thinking and in everything you do. If you wish for more perfection and quality, your gifts and talents will mature if given time. Some of the great men and women in the creative arts who achieved success did it through using this principle of building positive habits. Joseph Hergesheimer wrote for 14 years before he sold his first story. He never stopped practicing the art of writing. Fannie Hurst wrote for 10 years and had hundreds of rejections before her first story was published. William Ing, author of Comeback, Little Sheba, Picnic, and many other plays, succeeded only after practicing playwriting for years. Jascha Heifetz, one of the world's great violinists, practiced 8 to 10 hours a day for 20 years before being acclaimed as one of the most perfect technicians and one of the greatest interpretative artists of the day. Victor Herbert, who wrote Babes in Toyland, Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life, and many other famous pieces of music, was 44 before he achieved recognition. During all those years before he became famous, he was busy building habit patterns of quality, perfection, and industriousness, which later paid off with worldwide recognition, using the miracle of capillary attraction. One of the most mysterious forces in nature, which science cannot even begin to explain or understand, is that of capillary attraction in plants and growing things. A seed placed in the ground seems to have the power inherent in its secret innermost self to draw from the earth all the elements it requires for its perfect growth and evolvement. If you plant corn, wheat, apple seed, and cotton in the same patch of soil, each will attract the elements it requires to perfect itself. There is a magnetism within the seed itself that is able to reach out and draw moisture and nourishment from the soil the air, and the elements to cause the plant to mature and achieve the fulfillment of its destiny. Think of black soil creating white cotton, red apples, golden wheat, and corn. From green grass, a cow produces white milk. These are some of the mysteries of nature which science cannot explain. How you may duplicate this law in nature. With the power of your mind, you may duplicate this law of capillary attraction and attract into your orbit of experience those persons and conditions which you need to fulfill your destiny perfectly. You may feel inadequate and think you are isolated from the mainstream of life, and that you cannot invoke this universal law of capillary attraction. But remember that God has made provision for everything in His creation to attract what they need for its fulfillment. See how the maple tree makes provision for its seed to find a place to grow. Nature has provided the maple seed with wings that cause it to catch a vagrant breeze and fly from the shadow of the mother tree into a sunny spot, where it can take root and grow. This is an intelligence in nature which is so great it ensures the perpetuity of the species. Did you ever see a baby chick break out of its shell? After about 21 days of incubation, that chick pecks with its little beak until it breaks the restraining shell, and then it comes forth, a perfect chick. During its 3 weeks of imprisonment in tin shell, the mysterious force and intelligence in nature saw to it that the chick in its embryonic stage carried its food supply with it, in the yolk and white of that egg. Anything this mysterious that takes such care of its own must be trusted implicitly with your destiny. Where you are now is your supply. You may live in the midst of the desert, and yet your supply will seek you out. You may live on a farm in the Midwest, and let the law of capillary attraction will work for you to bring your right destiny to you. You know what Emerson said about the ability of man to attract his good to himself. If a man can write a better book, preach a better sermon, or make a better mousetrap than his neighbor, though he builds his house in the woods, the world will make a beaten path to his door. To work this miracle of the law of capillary attraction, follow this regimen. 1. Set high standards and high ideas for yourself to achieve. Do not worry about how you will achieve them. Just be busy perfecting your mind, the quality of your work, the integrity of your character, the excellence of your product. Leave it to a higher power than yourself as to how you will be guided to your right place in the world. It will come, as sure as you keep working to raise your standards. 2. Find some incentive to give you the mental impetus you need to carry you to great achievement. Some have been inspired by love of their mates, families, the world, and this has given them that extra incentive they needed to achieve greatness. A desire to make money is good, but not enough. What do you want money for? If there is some concrete desire to do good with your money, it will probably come to you much quicker and easier. 3. Think of yourself as being the best of whatever it is you plan to become. Do not believe you are inferior even now because of your limited opportunities or lack of recognition. Jim Tully, the famous author, was a hobo before he became a writer, but he was known as the king of the hobos. 4. Make your demands on life. Demand the best that life has to offer and do not settle for a second-rate destiny. A young man I once knew believed that he could make a success as a songwriter. He learned everything he could about the business and constantly practiced the art of writing words and music. When he had written several songs, he went to New York City and sought out music publishers and record companies. Of course, he was rebuffed at every turn. He didn't give up. He cultivated secretaries in the publishing firms and record companies. He found out where the publishers lunched and made it a point to drop in casually when they were having lunch. He kept returning to the publishing firms again and again until everyone became familiar with his face. Finally, his very presence became a demanding one, and out of sheer desperation, one of the publishers gave him an interview. The young man came prepared. He had his demonstrated records and lead sheets of his songs ready. He played the songs and was told to come back at a later date. The appointment was a success, a decision was made to record his songs. To date, he has had 6 songs accepted and is on the way to becoming one of our most promising younger songwriters. If this young man had become discouraged along the way, if he had not made his demands on the time and attention of the publishers, he would have remained in the background all his life. 5. Have a definite goal towards which you are constantly working, and change the goal to suit your needs in the years to come. If you do not have something definite towards which you are working, your efforts are apt to be spasmodic and vacillating. In experiments with mice in a maze, scientists found that mice which were well fed and had no reason for finding their way through the maze to a place where food awaited them, did not struggle to get through the labyrinth, whereas hungry mice who knew food was waiting for them at the end of the intricate maze got through with greater ease. Your goal, held constantly before your eyes, will give that spur to your ambitions which you need to meet the challenges of life and overcome the obstacles that may stand in your way. Attaining the miracle of your divinity. The miracle of life is as nothing compared to the miracle of your true divinity. The Alpha and Omega of all life, the beginning and the end, are wrapped in a divine mystery, which we may never fully understand. However, we may fortify ourselves in this life by the knowledge that man possesses an immortal soul, and that man is divine, created spiritually in the image and likeness of God. Soul power is as real as mental power or physical power. To tap this hidden wellspring of divine inspiration, you should practice spiritual exercises each day which give you inner strength, power, peace, and poise. Regimen for achieving spiritual power. 1. Make it a point to go into silent meditation for at least half an hour each day, and meditate on the mystery of life, the nature of God, and the ultimate purpose of your own life in the scheme of things. 2. Start each day with a prayer, either the Lord's Prayer or one you make up yourself, in which you reverently talk with God and ask Him for His divine blessings and guidance for that day's activities. End your day with a prayer also, just before going to sleep. Thank God for the gift of life and express your love of God. 3. Memorize the 23rd or 91st Psalm, and when you are sorely tried by life, recite these over and over until you gain your spiritual poise and peace of mind. 4. Strive to keep your mind and soul spiritually attuned to the divine laws of good, truth, and love each day. Use these 3 spiritual principles as your guide to better living and the building of a more perfect future. 5. Implement your faith in God each day by trying to serve humanity and by loving God's children as you would love God Himself. Believe in your soul's immortality and overcome the fear of death, knowing that any intelligence which could so wisely make provision for every detail of life, and who knoweth every sparrow that falleth to earth, must certainly be trusted to have made adequate provision for your soul's continuance in an afterlife. Summary of Law 16. The miracle-working power of your creative mind, harnessing this stupendous power for creating miracles in your life. The 5 senses are channels for creativity in man. Mental action leads to bodily action. Implementing the life force for better health and better life. Use the law of growth in your personal life. Capillary attraction and how it brings fulfillment. Duplicating the laws of nature. The miracle of man's divinity. The daily regimen of living and thinking for greater spiritual power. Law 17. Channeling the master motives for greater achievement. There are 6 basic urges that act as master motives in compelling man to seek his destiny. When you once understand these basic urges or master motives, you may use them intelligently to give you greater impetus towards your goal. You can also use these master motives in understanding and controlling other people. The 6 basic urges are: 1. The life urge. 2. The hunger urge. 3. The social urge. 4. The ego, okay power urge. 5. The love urge. 6. The spiritual urge. How to use the life urge. You can use the life urge as a master motive, and it will help you preserve your life and give you a purpose for living and achieving success. The life urge is called self-preservation. Every living organism has this urge to live and to preserve its life. If you live for yourself alone, and do not have someone you are living and working for, this life force that preserves life grows dim. Many times, when a person has no one to love or live for, he does things that deliberately destroy him. This is known in psychosomatic medicine as the will to die. People who smoke excessively, even when they know it may give them lung cancer, those who drink alcohol or take sleeping pills or other narcotics, are also indulging this will to die. They are subconsciously trying to destroy themselves for some real or fancied guilt feelings. They feel unworthy of life and are hastening their death through such immoderate and unintelligent habits. Implement the will to live. You can implement the will to live by having something worthwhile to live for. Here are some of the things worth living for. 1. To educate your children. 2. To protect your family and give them security. 3. To create something great to help the world. 4. To develop your gifts and talents and give them out in creative work. 5. To enjoy the companionship of other people and share with them the fruits of your thoughts and labors. If you live just to be rich or to become famous, you will never have as much satisfaction or completion as if you live for some definite purpose. If you wish to enjoy better health and live a long life, it is imperative that you have some big overall goal towards which you strive. It should include one or more of the 6 master motives given above. When J.P. Morgan was worth over $100 million, a friend asked him why he didn't retire. Morgan asked, "When did your father retire?" His friend replied, "In 1908. "And when did he die?" Morgan asked. "In 1911, his friend said. Morgan replied, "That's the reason I don't retire." Insurance statistics show that people who retire from their jobs begin to deteriorate mentally and physically and die within 3 to 5 years from the time of their retirement. Keep active after retiring. Even after you retire from your job in the future, keep busy doing things you enjoy and keep your brain cells alive and active. You will be in better health and live longer if you have such a purpose in living. You should have an avocation as well as a vocation. There should be hobbies that you can take up which keep you busy and active all your life. The brain and body cells thrive on action, as it is one of the first laws of life. Inaction and disuse cause the cells to deteriorate and lose the function for which they were created. The hunger urge. It is obvious that the hunger urge is one of the big master motives in life. Most of man's waking hours are spent in the pursuit of money with which to buy food. This hunger urge relates to the body and its physical needs. But there are other hungers which have to do with man's intellectual needs and with his desire for friendship, love, and companionship. These separate hunger urges will be covered in those sections of this lesson, dealing with the social urge, the power urge, and the love urge. Man's sexual appetite is also a hunger urge, and when properly controlled, can be a master motive that leads to great creative effort. How to use the hunger urge. 1. Try to control your own appetites so they do not get control of you. This is the first rule in the realm of control. When you eat or drink or indulge any of the physical appetites, be sure to use moderation. Nothing will hurt your body if it is done in moderation. However, if the hunger urge is allowed to run wild, you will suffer from obesity, sickness, premature old age, and death. 2. You may use this hunger urge to control others for good. Do not try to influence or sell a person who is hungry. Feed him first, then make your business proposition. He will listen more readily when his hunger pains have been assuaged. 3. Be aware of the social significance of breaking bread with someone. You will note in the Bible that in most of his appearances in public, Jesus was shown eating with his disciples. There is a sense of brotherhood and unity with those who share our food. Many people who are in business know this instinctively and make some of their biggest deals at luncheons, dinners, or cocktail parties. When you want to bring someone closer to you, remember this point and arrange a luncheon or dinner or cocktails with the person. You will build a sense of intimacy that you could low in a business office. 4. As you use this hunger urge to gain control of others, be aware when someone is trying to use it to take unfair advantage. No contract should be signed or business deal closed under instances where such a person is obviously trying to ply you with drinks or an excess of food. Your will and reasoning will be lowered at such times of excesses. The social urge. Everyone likes to be popular and well-liked. The social urge is man's instinct to be gregarious and mix with his fellow mortals. You can use the social urge as an incentive to develop a more magnetic personality and to increase your attractiveness. This social urge expresses itself as a desire to win friends and to have social acceptance. How to use the social urge. 1. Let this social urge be an impetus to improve yourself mentally so that you will attract a friend with higher standards. How can you be sure that you will attract friends? There is no better formula for making friends than that given by Emerson. If you want a friend, be a friend. 2. Develop the art of social conversation by studying voice, diction, grammar, and by reading good books and keeping up to date on current events. Choose a subject the other person is interested in, and then remember that conversation is a two-way street. Do not monopolize the conversation, but give and take by allowing the other person to participate in the discussion. 3. To expand your activities and advance your interests, remember that you live in a world of people, and most of your good will come to you through some person. Make it a point to meet as many of the right kind of people as possible. You should join some club or church group where you will be exposed to influential and important people. It is as easy to know people who are worthwhile in doing things as to waste your time on people who are shiftless and without ambition. 4. When you go on vacation, make it a point to choose a place where you can meet friends who will be valuable in the future. This does not mean you should be conniving and choose only people who are rich or important. But remember the word of the Quaker father who said to his daughter, "Daughter, marry thee not for money, but go thee where money is." The ego or power urge. The power that motivates most people is supplied by their egos. In psychology, the ego is defined as that part of the person's mind which makes him aware of himself. In psychoanalysis, it is that part of the psyche which consciously controls the impulse of the id. The id, in turn, is that part of the psyche which is the source of instinctive and unconscious energy. Most people think of the sexual nature as being the motivation for most of their acts. Certainly, it plays a very big part in man's conscious and subconscious motivation, but it is not the sole determining agent in the release of instinctive and unconscious energy, as Freud once believed. The ego urge makes people want recognition and acceptance. The desire to have a beautiful home, a big car, a beautiful suit or dress, is the ego urge in action. It is the thing that makes people work so hard for positions in life that represent high status. The ego, as used in this sense, does not mean egoism, which is selfishness and conceit. To have a personality that functions gracefully in the presence of others, it is essential that you develop the ego or power urge. How to use the ego or power urge. 1. Every person instinctively desires recognition. Give this recognition to those you know. Praise them when they deserve it. Flatter your friends when they wear something new and attractive. Remember their birth dates, anniversaries, and other special events, such as Valentine's Day, Christmas, etc. Send thank you telegrams when the occasion warrants it. How many wives have divorced their husbands because the men forgot such important dates as anniversaries and birth dates? Not that this oversight in itself is so serious, but it is a symptom of deeper, basic character defects that makes the mate unsatisfactory in other departments of the relationship. 2. You can develop your own ego or power urge by overcoming feelings of inferiority and inadequacy. How? By a process of self-improvement and mental development. Studying this course is evidence of the fact that you are even now building qualities of value and importance in your ego. This type of self-improvement should continue all your life through. Study a cultural language such as French. Join a dance group where you can develop social graces. Subscribe to magazines that deal with worldwide subjects and current events. Read at least an hour a day if you can, rather than spend too much time looking at TV or movies. Such study and mental growth will improve your ego and give you power to influence others. 3. Study your face in the mirror with various expressions on it of greed, hate, fear, worry, and other negative emotions. See how these emotions cause you to wear a mask that is unattractive and repellent. Now change these expressions to those of hope, faith, good, love, and beauty, and see how instantly your expression changes from a negative, unattractive one to a positive, attractive one. Add a smile to your facial expression as often as you can, and it will also add great charm to your personality. If you have defective teeth that can be corrected by dentistry, do so. It will be one of the best investments in your future good that you have ever made. The love urge. The love urge accounts for most of man's basic drives to improve himself and the world. First, let us understand what we mean by the word love. It can be associated with sex in marriage, but social mores demand that there be sexual expression only in marriage. This is a matter that must be dictated by each person's own conscience, as no hard and fast rule can be made in such an important area of personal relationships. However, there can be love without sex. There is parental love, love of friends, love of country, love of one's mate in marriage, and cosmically, love of humanity and love of God. All these forms of love can be channeled in your life, and you will be greatly enriched and benefited because of this noble and powerful emotion. How to use the love urge. 1. Love is an emotion that should be indulged daily in the sense of the meaning we have learned above. Practice loving people who are close to you first, then extend your love to your co-workers, your boss, your landlord, and your neighbors. When you develop a loving presence, others will instantly sense it, and they will react with actions that are agreeable and friendly. Emerson said of love, "Love, and you shall be loved," for love as mathematically just as the two sides of an algebraic equation. 2. Write down on a little filing card and carry in your purse where you can read it several times a day these words: I now extend divine love to every person I meet today. I know they are divine, and that God loves them, for we are all His loving children. Also, on the same card you might write the definition for God, which is given in the Bible. God is love. Then reread the New Testament, especially the part telling of the true ministry of Jesus. A new commandment I bring unto you, that ye love one another. 3. Have a desire to share your love with some person who is close to you, a sweetheart or husband and wife in whom you confide, and who is the closest person in the world to you. They'll give you a greater sense of creative expression. More art, music, literature, and other forms of creative works have been done by people who loved someone than because of any other single emotion. The Taj Mahal was created in memory to the wife of one of India's great rulers. 4. Marry early in life and have a family as soon as possible. This is good advice for young people who want an incentive which will make them successful and outstanding in their fields. Nothing releases more mental and physical energy than having you own family for whom you are working to achieve security in the future. Buy your own home. Go into debt for the things you desire, such as a car and house furnishings, depending on the resourcefulness of your creative higher mind, to always provide security and comfort for you and your family. The spiritual urge. Man has a deep-seated cosmic urge within his soul to know God and to love Him more than life itself. It is the promise of immortality that lifts man above the realm of animalism and causes him to aspire to the highest pinnacles of achievement. There are no real atheists in life, for when a man faces the unknown, in that final sleep of earth, his questing soul generally turns to the contemplation of the divine mystery, and his soul reaches out for the solace and peace that come from a belief in a higher power. How to use the spiritual urge. 1. Believe in God and His omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence, knowing that there must be some great intelligence underpinning the miracle of life. 2. Join the church of your choice and join others in worship of God, for there is a wonderful sense of security that comes from such group action in a spiritual environment. 3. Pray daily, when you start your day, and when you go to bed at night, thanking God for the good things He has given you, as well as asking for guidance to a better life. 4. Have faith in the power of God to influence and direct your life. All things are possible to him that believeth, says the Bible. 5. Practice the 10 Commandments in your daily life, and also live by the golden rule, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Memorize the Sermon on the Mount, as this is one of the greatest sermons ever preached by Jesus, and apply the spiritual laws that it contains to your daily life. 6. Practice the spiritual virtues of love, faith, hope, charity, forgiveness, tolerance, and good, for these are the unwritten laws of spirit. It is good mental therapy to live according to these spiritual principles, for you will know an inner sense of peace and serenity that nothing can ever disturb. Summary of Law 17. 6 basic urges act as master motives in life: the life urge, the hunger urge, the social urge, the ego or power urge, the love urge, and the spiritual urge. The life urge leads to self-preservation, better health, and long life. The hunger urge as a means of controlling others. The social urge builds friendship with others. The power and ego urge as means of winning recognition and acceptance. Love is a creative emotion that can become one of life's dominant master motives. The spiritual urge as a means for coming closer to God and knowing cosmic security and peace of mind and soul. The beginning of a great and glorious experience. In this study of the universal and mental laws that govern and control life, you have been equipped with the mental, moral, ethical, social, emotional, and spiritual values that can enrich your life and help guide you to the very pinnacles of achievement. This transitory journey through life is only the beginning of a great and glorious cosmic experience, which leads man to spiritual fulfillment on this mystic journey into the future. Man can only guess as to the mystery which enshrouds the life experience. When he fully develops his consciousness, he will be the recipient of divine pulsations, which will help steer his ship of destiny to the harbor of self-realization and fulfillment. Upon completion of this study, and to prepare you for new and more glorious adventures in the realm of mind and spirit, let me advise you to continue your search for truth, knowledge, beauty, love, and goodness, as a lapidary searches for precious jewels. Your growth and progress in the future will depend on how you utilize the knowledge you have gleaned from this book. Your constant companion. Let this book be your constant companion and renew your study of these laws and principles every few months. Then add to the spiritual treasures of your mind and soul by searching for greater wisdom and knowledge in the years ahead. When you experience situations that might prove challenging and disturbing to your peace of mind, Return to this book and refresh yourself with inspiration for living, as a weary traveler in the desert might refresh himself at an unexpected oasis. Study the contents of Law 16, for instance, and once again remind yourself of the miracles you can perform through your own inner creative power. If you find your life goal dimmed and your viewpoint restricted by problems and discouragements, refresh your mind and raise your spirits by studying once more the 16 dynamic steps for achieving your life goal, which are given under Law 5. Once again, you will be given fresh impetus and inspiration to struggle upwards to your bright goal. Stimulate your imagination anew. If you find yourself at a point in your future life where you are not demonstrating a better life, or where working conditions are not to your liking, you should turn once again to Laws 10 and 11 on utilizing the laws of demonstration and energizing our drive towards wealth. These laws will once again refresh our mind and stimulate your imagination, giving new impetus to your mental and physical drive to success. Your growth and progress should follow the laws of nature. There must be continued evolvement of your mind. You should constantly refine your personality, idealize your thoughts, control your emotions, and spiritualize your every experience in life. You will be greatly helped in this ambitious program for future growth and expansion in every department of your life by reviewing Laws 9 and 12 on how to receive divine guidance for a richer, fuller life and how to control your destiny through mind power. There should be a continuing program of study and evolvement all your life, which will encompass all the great branches of human knowledge. Study other self-help books, such as this, and strive constantly to perfect your mind, your talents, and your personality. Knowledge is power, and when you are once fortified with this type of wisdom, you will raise your level of consciousness to new and more glorious heights. Life will become easier and more beautiful as you expand the horizons of your consciousness to encompass higher levels of experience and more noble and expansive emotions. Last of all, but perhaps most important, when you continue to keep your mind active and progressing along the lines of thought expressed in this book, you will so magnetize the brain and body cells that you will take on a more attractive personality and be able to attract into your orbit more interesting and worthwhile people who can profitably enrich your life. An active, progressive mind also stimulates the body cells with new energy and, science has now found, keeps the body younger and more healthy. Not only will you be more energetic, more youthful and vital, but your chances of living to a grand old age are enhanced enormously when you keep up a daily pattern of mental activity, study and growth. Ultimate fulfillment can be yours. Fortified with the knowledge you now have from this study, you will come into what the ancient Indian Sanskrit called darshan, a state of ultimate fulfillment of your every secret dream and aspiration. Keep your eyes on the stars and your thoughts high, and you will ultimately achieve your true life goal. Thoughts high, and you will ultimately achieve your true life goal. This recording of Norvell's Dynamic Mental Laws for a Successful Living by Anthony Norvell was presented by Stargate Book. Sound recording copyright 2024 and produced by Stargate Book 2024. All rights are reserved.
Usually getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true. A hassle, but not at Verizon. Now, when you make the switch to Verizon, America's best network, you can get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra for $0. No drama, no hassles. No trade-in needed when you get a new line on an unlimited Ultimate plan. Talk about a no-brainer. Best network based on root metrics, best overall mobile network performance, US 2H 2025. All rights reserved. See Verizon.com for details.
This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit, Anthroposophy, Psychosophy, and Pneumatosophy. The 12 lectures that will be in this were given in Berlin. The first set on Anthroposophy from October 23rd to the 27th of 1909. The set on Psychosophy, November 1st to the 4th, 1910. And the Pneumatosophy section December 12th to the 16th, 1911. This is translated by Marjorie Spock, who I'll say recently passed over the threshold, 103 years old. First lecture, Lecture 1, The Human Being and the Senses, given on October 23rd, 1909. During recent years here in Berlin, and wherever the Theosophical Society has been established, we have heard much about the whole range of theosophy, insights drawn, so to speak, from the highest regions of clairvoyant research. This has made it inevitable, even essential, that something be done to provide a basis for our spiritual movement that is both serious and deserving of respect. This general meeting, which brings our dear members together to celebrate 7 years of the German section's existence, is a suitable occasion to contribute further to a firmer foundation and greater order for this movement. I will try to do this in the 4 lectures on anthroposophy scheduled for the next few days. Footnote 1, these lectures were given for members on the occasion of the 8th General Assembly of the German section of the Theosophical Society. Rudolf Steiner had opened the general meeting saying, quote, "On this occasion, it may be taken for granted that you have a feeling for what is called a cyclic evolution of events, the completion of the first 7-year epoch," unquote. It also marked a move toward a more Western mode of thinking. Quote, "The task of the West is to develop the spirit of synthesis," unquote, from Günther Wachsmuth, The Life and Work of Rudolf Steiner. End of footnote. The lectures at Kassel on the Gospel of John, those in Düsseldorf on the hierarchies, the Basel lectures on the Gospel of Luke, and the Munich cycle on the teachings of Eastern Theosophy, all provided an opportunity to climb to noble heights in spiritual research and bring back spiritual truths that are not easily accessible. It has always been at least a part of our concern in the Theosophical movement to ascend to such high peaks of human spiritual knowledge. When we cultivate a feeling for the so-called cycle of cosmic events, we are certainly justified in seeing something of a deeper nature in them. During our first general meeting, when we were establishing the German section, before an audience, few of whom were theosophists, I delivered lectures that were referred to then as an historic chapter of anthroposophy. Footnote, the first general meeting took place October 20th, 1902. The lectures he refers to were given to the circle of the Kommenden and were called From Zarathustra to Nietzsche, the History of Human Evolution in Relation to the Ancient East and to the Present, or Anthroposophy. End of footnote. Now, 7 years later, we seem to have completed a cycle, and it is appropriate to speak more comprehensively about the meaning of the term anthroposophy. An analogy may help clarify its meaning. When we wish to examine a region, we go from place to place, looking at the arrangement of villages, woods, meadows, roads, and so on. What we see at any given place or moment at ground level is always just a very small portion of the whole area. But we can also climb a mountain and survey the entire landscape from the peak. Ordinary sight will not then distinguish the details, but the view will provide an overview of the whole. This analogy illustrates the relationship between theosophy and what we ordinarily think of as knowledge or science. Ordinary cognition moves from detail to detail through the world of fact. Theosophy, on the other hand, ascends a high peak, and the horizon is thereby enlarged. After climbing that peak, however, special methods must be used to make out the details of what lies below. These methods have been described many times, for example, in my book titled How to Know Higher Worlds. There I show how it is possible to reach that ideal peak without sacrificing the capacity to perceive detail. But there is also a third possibility, which we may infer from our analogy. We may climb only part of the way, stopping, for example, at the halfway point. At ground level, we see only detail with no overview. We look at the heights above us from beneath. When we reach the peak, conversely, there is nothing above us but the heavens, and everything visible lies below. But At the midpoint of ascent, there is something beneath us and above us, and we can compare the two perspectives. Every analogy, of course, leaves something to be desired. This one was intended only to illustrate the distinction between theosophy and anthroposophy. Theosophy stands on the peak, anthroposophy at the halfway point, looking both up and down, looking both down and up. The only difference is in the place from which the scene is viewed. This analogy, however, cannot be stretched to cover the following. Taking the theosophical path requires rising above the level of the usual human way of seeing things, rising from the lower to the higher self and attaining the capacity to perceive with the organs of that higher self. The peak from which theosophy is able to perceive is above us, whereas ordinary cognition lies below, and we ourselves are halfway between the worlds of nature and spirit. What is above us extends into us, for we are suffused and filled with spirit. We can perceive the spirit there above, but we do not look from the peak of the spirit, but from a place over which the peak towers. We also see beneath us what is merely nature, for it projects into us from below. Theosophy is vulnerable to the danger of overflying the human level, when those methods described, for example, in How to Know Higher Worlds, are not practiced, in which case it becomes impossible for us to gain sufficient knowledge. The danger with theosophy is that it cannot perceive the reality at its feet. Obviously, this does not mean that such a possibility must be lost if the appropriate methods are used for developing the organs of perception for the higher self. In other words, theosophy is what we investigate when the divine within us speaks. Essentially, the correct meaning of theosophy is the allowing of the God within us to speak. What it tells you about the world is theosophy. Anthroposophy, for its part, may be characterized as the wisdom spoken by us as human beings when we are between God and nature, and allow the human being in us to speak of what is shining into us from above and of what is projecting into us from below. Anthroposophy is the wisdom that human beings speak. This wisdom can serve as an important key to and support in the whole realm of theosophy. After we have absorbed theosophy for a while, we can hardly do better than rally to the achievement of such firm support by seeking the wisdom that anthroposophy can provide. Therefore, I will make sure that a brief sketch of the nature of anthroposophy is made available as soon as possible after these lectures. Footnote, he wrote Anthroposophy, a Fragment, which is also on this website. End of footnote. There is a broad range of historical documentation for what I am saying. There is no need to look very far for it. There is, for example, a science generally known as anthropology, about which you can find out through all sorts of popular literature. As ordinarily practiced today, anthropology includes not only the human being, but also, when properly understood, everything related to the human being, everything that people can experience in nature and what is necessary for understanding the human being. The starting point of this science of anthropology is an observation of earthly things. It is completely down on earth and moves from detail to detail. It observes what is human through the senses with the help of the microscope. Anthropology, which is widely regarded these days as the only valid science of the human being, takes its standpoint at a level below truly human capacities. In its investigations, it does not use all the human capacities for research. Now contrast anthropology, which remains stuck at the ground level and cannot work out any of the answers to the burning questions of existence, with what theosophy offers. Theosophy climbs to the loftiest heights to find the answers to the most pressing questions of existence. You will find, however, that those who are too impatient to explore theosophy gradually, those who have not accompanied us step by step in what we have presented over the past few years, have remained stuck at the level of anthropology, and consider theosophy a structure of empty air without any basis whatsoever. They cannot see how the soul ascends stage by stage from incarnation to incarnation, and they cannot rise to an overview of the goal of human and cosmic evolution. Anthropology, therefore, may be seen as standing on the lowest rung of the ladder, and theosophy on the uppermost level, where the cognitive capacity fades away for many people. An historical example of what becomes of theosophy when it tries to climb to the peak, but cannot apply the methods described in How to Know Higher Worlds, is that of the German theosophist Solger, who lived from 1780 to 1819. Footnote Carl Wilhelm Ferdinand Solger, who published Philosophical Talks 1817. End of footnote. From a theoretical standpoint, his views are thoroughly theosophical. But what are the methods Solger uses to reach the greatest heights? He uses the concepts of philosophy, drained and desiccated products of human thinking. He is like a climber who ascends a peak to look at the view, but forgets to take his binoculars along. Thus he cannot see the details of the scene below. The binoculars in this case are of a spiritual nature, that is, imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Footnote, Rudolf Steiner uses the terms imagination, inspiration, and intuition in an extraordinary sense, as will be seen, and they are therefore italicized throughout the text. What we ordinarily call imagination, for example, could be referred to instead as mental picturing or fantasy. His use of the terms refers to stages of spiritual development as described in the third lecture of pneumatosophy in this volume. See also Rudolf Steiner titled The Stages of Higher Knowledge. End of footnote. Solger tries to climb the peak, inadequately equipped in his methods. Over the centuries, it has been felt for a long time that human capacities were growing more and more inadequate for ascending to the peak. People felt and acknowledged this throughout the Middle Ages. It has been felt recently as well, even though that fact is not readily acknowledged. There had been a feeling for a long time that at one time human capacities were enough to reach the peak, and that accounts of what was perceived there could be offered, as an older theosophy had actually done. Yes, indeed, at one time there was such a theosophy. The time came, however, when the revelations, once attainable on the peak, had to end. Such revelations were to be protected from being received through ordinary cognition. Thus an earlier theosophy became theology, which regarded revelation as finished. Theology, therefore, stands next to anthropology, which simply goes from peak to peak. Theology, therefore, stands next to anthropology, which simply goes from detail to detail with ordinary cognition. Theology wants to climb to the peak and learn from what may be seen at such heights, but it too again relies only on what can be learned through ordinary human means. In this case, historical tradition, what was once revealed, and not what ought to be revealed again and again to the human soul working upward. Anthropology and theology faced each other all through the Middle Ages, without one rejecting the other. It is still this way, but with a difference. Contemporary anthropology generally snubs theology by denying it any scientific basis. Yet when, instead of stopping at details, you climb to the midway point I described, you see that the relationship between anthroposophy and theosophy compares to that of anthropology and theology during the Middle Ages. In modern intellectual life, attempts were also made to substantiate anthroposophy, but again with completely inadequate methodology, namely with abstract, dried-up philosophical concepts. To comprehend the nature of the problem requires an understanding of what philosophy is, which is possible only for theosophers, not philosophers. What is philosophy? To answer this question, we have to trace the historical development of philosophy. For example, in ancient times, there were mystery schools where the higher spiritual life was nurtured. Pupils there could be guided to spiritual vision through the development of their capacities. Ephesus, where the mysteries of Diana were explored, was such a place where pupils looked into the spiritual worlds. Whatever was learned and could be publicly disclosed was communicated accordingly. Those who took in such communications regarded them as perceived in the mysteries and offered as a gift. Among such listeners were those who were aware that they had been told deep secrets learned in the mysteries. The great sage Heraclitus was such an individual who came to know secrets of the mystery of Ephesus, especially facts ascertained through clairvoyance. Footnote: Heraclitus, from 540 approximately to 480 BC, Greek philosopher who taught that all of reality is in a constant state of dynamic equilibrium, that opposites always have an underlying connection, and that all is manifestation of the Logos. Plato later interpreted his teachings as a doctrine of constant flow or flux. Only fragments of Heraclitus' sayings remain. Rudolf Steiner discusses Heraclitus and Christianity as mystical fact and riddles of philosophy. End of footnote. What was communicated to him in this way, and what he owed to his own partial initiation, he proclaimed in a form suited to ordinary understanding. Therefore, anyone who reads the teachings of Heraclitus, the obscure, sees a deeper element underlying them, so that the direct experience of higher worlds can still be seen shining through. Heraclitus's followers could no longer understand that his communications derived from immediate experience of higher worlds, so they became involved in intellectual speculation. They believed in their merely philosophical mentality that they were uncovering errors in Heraclitus and busied themselves tinkering around trying to correct them. Concepts continued to be fabricated and passed from generation to generation. The remnants of philosophy that have come down to us are nothing more than an inheritance of ancient teachings, with all the life sucked out of them and squeezed dry, to the point where skeletons of concepts are all that have survived. Philosophers themselves are not aware of the concept's source. Philosophies are mere abstractions, inheritances from an ancient wisdom, now reduced to empty concepts. Philosophers are unable to conceive anything for themselves. For that, they would have to make an expedition into higher worlds. Philosophies of this kind and their dried-up concepts were all that was available to 19th century philosophers when they tackled what may be termed anthroposophy. That term was used once when Robert Zimmerman wrote a book by that title. Footnote: see The Anthroposophic Movement, a book by Rudolf Steiner, I believe. End of footnote. But just as with Zolger and his theosophy, Zimmermann was inadequately equipped for the task. Thus his writings were fabricated from the driest, most abstract concepts. This completely dry, abstract conceptual spectre, unsuited to its subject, was his view of anthroposophy. It is characteristic of the 19th century that whatever transcended individual outer experience or went beyond anthropology and wanted to be anthroposophy became just such a dry conceptual spectre. Through supplying the methods to know the reality within spiritual life, theosophy must restore depth once more to the knowledge of humanity that can be called anthroposophy. Anthroposophy is spiritual insight into the world based unequivocally on the median, the human perspective, not the subhuman, which is the perspective of anthropology. Zolger's theosophy occupied a superhuman level, but it lacked content. Concepts conceived at that level fly too high above humankind. Since people up there cannot see anything of the world below, they spin webs of manufactured concepts. We are not interested in doing that. Our quest is for reality, and you will see that all reality of human life opens to it. You will still recognize the old friends, the old goals of our seeking, but illumined from a different viewpoint, looking both up and down. The human being is truly the most important subject for our consideration. When we examine the physical body, if we reflect on what we have learned through theosophy and examine it more closely, we become aware of how complicated it really is. To gain some sense of anthroposophy's true concern, Remember that what we call the human physical body is, in a sense, a very ancient creation. We know that it came into existence in its initial seed state on ancient Saturn, changed on the ancient sun and moon, and transformed again on the Earth. Footnote: the use of planetary names to describe stages of cosmic development was a theosophical convention of the time, used to describe the major stages of cosmic development. These terms do not refer directly to the physical celestial bodies of the same names or to their specific physical development. For a thorough discussion of these terms, see Rudolf Steiner, An Outline of Esoteric Science, Chapter 4. End of footnote. The ether body was incorporated into it on ancient sun. Again, footnote. Steiner included this note for his book, Theosophy. Quote, for a long time, after compiling this book, I also spoke of what is here termed ether body or life body as the body of formative forces. I believe that one could not do enough to try to prevent the identification of what I meant with the life force or vital force of an earlier stage of science. I agree in some respects with those who would deny the existence of any such force. That term was used in an attempt to explain the unique way of working that inorganic forces took on within a living organism. However, inorganic activity is actually no different inside an organism than it is outside in inorganic nature. Within an organism, there is simply something additional present, something that is not inorganic, namely the formative activity of life, whose basis is the ether body or body of formative forces. Recognizing the existence of the ether body in no way impinges on the legitimate task of science, which is to trace the effects of forces observed in inorganic nature into the world of living organisms. Spiritual science, however, also finds it justified not to imagine these effects as altered by a particular vital force within an organism. A spiritual researcher speaks of an ether body at the point where an organism discloses something that a lifeless object cannot. Page 36, end of footnote. The astral body was incorporated into the human body on ancient moon. Footnote. In Theosophy, Steiner explained his use of the term astral body. Quote, the human being can be differentiated into physical body, life body, astral body, and I, capital, with the term astral body designating the union of the soul body and the sentient soul. This term is common in older literature and is here freely applied to that aspect of the human being that lies beyond what is sense perceptible. What is active in the astral body, to begin with, are our drives, desires, and passions, to the extent that we perceive them, as well as our sense perceptions. Sense perceptions come about through the soul body, a member of our human constitution that comes to us from the outer world. Drives, desires, passions, and so on originate in the sentient soul, to the extent that it is filled with forces by our inner self, before this inner self gives itself over to the spirit self. End quote, page 59, end of footnote. These aspects of human nature have gone through continual metamorphosis over the course of evolution. What we recognize today as the complex physical body, with the heart and kidneys, the eyes and ears, and so on, is the product of a long evolution, during which all its members developed from a primal formative essence that was present on ancient Saturn. Then millions of years passed, bringing further changes before it reached the stage of its present complexity and perfection. When you study any part of this body today, for example, the heart or lungs, you cannot understand it if you do not have a deeper understanding of how these organs originated and developed. Obviously, nothing of the present form of the heart and lungs existed on ancient Saturn. They developed their present form only very gradually, one earlier, another later, and became incorporated into the physical body. One of these organs may be called the sun organ, because during the sun evolution it was incorporated and became perceptible. Another may be termed the moon organ, and so on. If we want to understand how this complex structure, the human physical body, really came to be and what it means today, we can get the concepts from the universe, from a study of the entire cosmos. This is a theosophical view of the human being. Now, how does the anthropological view differ? Anthropology views the heart and the stomach in isolation. They are studied separately, as though it didn't matter which was the newer and which the older organ. That aspect is ignored, and each organ is lined up and handled separately. Theosophy ascends to the ultimate heights and explains each individual aspect of the whole out of the spiritual. Anthropology stays at ground level and starts from the individual aspect. By this method, it has arrived at the greatest extreme, viewing individual cells as merely juxtaposed, as though it made no difference that a particular complex of cells originated during ancient moon evolution and another during ancient sun. The various cell complexes actually did come to be at very different times. You can list the superficial details, but you will not understand them if you fail to consider them from the spiritual viewpoint. Anthropology walks on the ground, whereas Theosophy looks at things from the highest peak. Matters now become even more complicated. The human heart is one of the most ancient organs considered in its initial seed form. Its present appearance developed only during a later period. The germinal stage of the heart was dependent on the forces at work on the ancient sun. Evolution continued. During the first period of moon evolution, old moon united with the sun, and the heart passed through another stage of development. Then came the great event of ancient sun's separation. The sun worked thereafter from outside the moon, causing the heart to go through a totally different evolution. From that time on, evolution proceeded with a sun part and a moon part, and we can understand the heart only if we can differentiate between the sun and moon parts. Then the sun reunited with the moon. But early in the Earth's development, the sun again separated out and worked with greater intensity on evolution from the outside. Then the moon separated from the Earth, working on it from without and ushering in a new phase in the heart's long evolution. We see here shining into the human physical body many different forces from the most diverse sources. Belonging as it does to the oldest group of organs, the heart truly has a sun element, a moon element, a second sun element and moon element, and then, after the separation of the earth, the addition of an earth element. If all these elements of an organ, or those of the whole physical body, accord as they do with the harmony of the cosmos, a person is healthy. If one element outweighs another, for example, if the sun element in the heart overwhelms that of the moon, the heart becomes ill. You understand the illness when you know what caused the moon element to fall behind. All illnesses result from various elements becoming unbalanced or irregular, while restoration of health is found through restoring harmony among them. Speaking of such things is not enough. We must really understand this harmony and immerse ourselves in the wisdom of the world to be able to find the various elements working in a given organ. The physical body is indeed a tremendously complex structure, as you realize from our considerations so far. You can sense what real occult physiology and anatomy are, since they must consider all these factors and comprehend the human being from the entire cosmos. They speak of sun and moon elements in the heart, larynx, brain, and so on. Because all these elements actually work in human beings as they exist before us today, human beings are, so to speak, solidified, crystallized products of all the processes throughout Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth phases of evolution. In the human being there stands before us something in which all of these elements are solidified. Anthroposophy, for its part, begins when we do not look out into the universe, but look into human beings themselves as they are today and seek to understand the various human organs, the physical, etheric, and astral bodies, the sentient, intellectual, and consciousness souls. But in anthroposophy, we also have to begin at the bottom to ascend to the heights. For human beings, the sense-perceptible physical world is the bottom level, made up of everything our senses and sense-oriented intellects perceive. Theosophy begins from the whole cosmos and examines the cosmic connections with sense-perceptible physical phenomena, with outer manifestations. That is the theosophical approach. Anthroposophy must begin with the human being in studying the physical world. It must study what is of sense-physical nature in the human being. It must begin by studying the human being as a sense being. That is the first step. Then we will have to go on to consider the human etheric body, and then the astral body, and the I, that which is to be found in the human being itself. What must be of special interest to us in considering the sense world? The human being. The senses are the first aspect, since they are the means we use to know the physical world. Starting from the physical plane, anthroposophy must begin by speaking about the human senses, since it is through them that we know anything at all about that plane. And we will see how vital it is for a true understanding of the human being to begin by studying the senses. Let us take that as our first chapter, then, and ascend from there to contemplate the various spiritual aspects of human nature. When anthroposophists study the human senses, they find themselves trespassing on anthropological ground. Anthroposophy must always start with sense reality, but must be clear that the spirit works down into it from above. Anthropology limits itself to what can be investigated below and confuses everything. Anthropology views the human senses in a way that misconstrues matters and eliminates what is because it lacks a guiding thread for discovering the corresponding truths properly. Let me read that sentence again. Anthropology views the human senses in a way that misconstrues matters and eliminates what is because it lacks a guiding thread for discovering the corresponding truths properly. If no thread exists to act as a guide through factual labyrinths, it is impossible to find the way out. Spiritual research must spin the thread that the legendary Theseus used to guide himself out of the labyrinth of the Minotaur. Ordinary anthropology gets caught there and becomes the Minotaur's victim. We shall see that anthroposophy says something different from the usual outer view. It is interesting to see, however, that contemporary science is forced by the external facts themselves to become more thorough and serious in its observation than it used to be. It is most trivial when speaking of the five senses, touch, smell, taste, sight, and hearing. We shall see that this list of the five senses leads to total confusion. Modern science has, to be sure, recently added 3 further senses, though it doesn't really know what to do with them. Today we will lay the very first foundations of an anthroposophic science of the senses. We will list the senses that are really meaningful in light of the guiding thread discussed earlier. The first human sense for consideration is the one spiritual science might term the life sense. It is a real sense that may be spoken of just as we speak of the sense of sight. What is it? It is something we are unaware of when everything is as it should be, and we sense it only when things within us are not in order. We feel faintness, for example, and perceive this state as an inner experience, just as we perceive a color. What comes to awareness as thirst or hunger, or as a burst of energy, is perceived inwardly, just as a sound or color is. We usually notice such states only when things get out of balance. The first human self-perception is transmitted by the life sense, whereby the human being as a whole becomes aware of his or her bodily nature. The life sense is the first true sense, and it must be taken into account, just as the senses of sight, smell, and hearing are. We cannot understand the senses if we do not recognize that it is possible to sense ourselves inwardly as a whole, to be inwardly aware of ourselves as a self-enclosed, living, bodily totality. We may become aware of the second sense, which is very different in nature from the life sense, when we move a limb. We would not be human if we could not perceive our own movements. A machine cannot perceive its own motion. This is possible only for a living being, equipped with an actual sense to perceive it. The sense we possess for our own movement, from mere blinking to using our legs, is a real second sense, the self-movement sense. We become aware of a third sense when we consider that human beings distinguish between up and down. It is very dangerous to lose this faculty, because then we cannot stand, but instead topple over. One of our organs, the ear's 3 semicircular canals, is involved in this sense. If it is injured, we lose the ability to orient ourselves. Animals also possess this sense. In them, it is based on certain organs of balance known as otoliths, tiny pebble-like structures that must be exactly placed. Otherwise, the animal is likely to stagger. This is the sense of balance, or the static sense. We use the senses described thus far to perceive ourselves, to feel something within. We now move outside the human being to where we begin to interact with the outer world. The first interaction we have with the world consists of taking in external substances and perceiving these substances, a process made possible only when those substances become united with the body. Only substances in a gaseous condition actually belong in this category. Organs of the smell sense absorb them. That is our first interaction with the outer world. Things that do not emit gaseous substances cannot be smelled. Roses must emit gaseous matter for us to smell them. The fourth sense, then, is the sense of smell. The fifth sense arises not simply when we perceive the material substance, but when we take the first step into it and form a deeper relationship with matter. In this case, the matter must affect us in some way, such as when a watery substance comes into contact with our organs of taste. We do not have a direct perception of the material until the saliva has dissolved it. Here only an interrelationship between the tongue and the substance may be perceived. Things tell us not only what they are as substances, but also how they can affect us. The relationship between the human being and nature thus becomes more intimate. That is the sense of taste, the fifth sense. The sixth sense gives us even more intimate information about the nature of things perceived. We are told more than the taste sense tells us. Here, special conditions have been established so that something can plainly show us what it is. In the case of smell, our bodies take things just as they are. The sense of taste is more complex, allowing substances to reveal more of their inner nature. With the sixth sense, we can discern whether or not an object allows light to shine through. If and how something is colored reveals the particular way it allows light to pass through. An object that allows green light to shine through shows us that its inner nature is such that it can allow this to happen. Whereas the sense of smell reveals only the outermost surface of things, the sense of taste communicates something of the inner nature of a substance. The sense of sight, on the other hand, penetrates all the way to a thing's depths. Such is the sixth sense, the sense of sight. The eye, EYE, is a wonderful organ because it can penetrate more deeply into the nature of things than any of the other sense organs discussed so far. In vision, we have something special. When, for example, our eyes perceive the red color of the rose, the red surface tells us of the rose's inner nature. We see only the surface, but because that surface depends on the rose's inner nature, we learn to know its inner nature to a certain extent. If we take hold of a piece of ice or hot steel, we penetrate even more deeply into the inner depths of a thing. Color supplies only manifestations of the surface, but ice is cold all the way through, and heat permeates the entire mass of hot metal. Heat and cold thus convey a still deeper knowledge of the inner nature of substances than the sense of sight can, because sight is limited to telling us about surface characteristics. The seventh sense, the sense of warmth, reaches still further into the foundations of things. Now, let us see what comes of further inquiry, and ask whether we can rely on our senses to go even more deeply into these matters. Can we understand their inner nature more precisely than we can through the sense of warmth? Indeed, we can, when something expresses its inner nature by beginning to sound forth. Heat is evenly distributed throughout a substance, but that is not true of sound. Sounds make inner nature vibrate, and this gives us evidence as to a certain inner makeup. The more intimate sense of hearing discerns an object's inner mobility. It affords us more intimate knowledge of the outer world than the sense of warmth. This eighth sense is the sense of hearing. When an object is struck, it reveals its inner nature in the sound produced. We distinguish between things based on their inner nature, according to how they are able to vibrate when we make them sound. In a certain way, the soul of things speaks to us. Now, are there any senses higher than that of hearing? We must proceed much more cautiously when investigating the higher senses, for we must not confuse the senses with something else. In ordinary life, where one remains at ground level and confounds everything, one speaks of yet other senses, such as the sense of imitation, the sense of secrecy, and so on. The term sense is erroneously applied here, however. Sense is that perception through which we obtain knowledge without the help of the mental processes. Where judgment plays a role in acquiring knowledge, the term sense is inappropriate. Sense is a term limited to situations where the power of judgment has not yet become active. We use a sense to perceive a color, but to make a judgment between two colors, no sense is necessary. In this sense, and this is also a misuse of the term, are there any more senses? Yes, there is a ninth sense. We discover it when we think about the fact that there is indeed a certain capacity of perception in the human being. This is a sense which is especially important in laying the groundwork for anthroposophy. There is a perceptive capacity that, although it is not based on judgment, is present in it. We perceive it when we use speech for the purpose of coming to an understanding with others. In what is conveyed to us through speech, there is not simply an expression of judgment. A real speech sense underlies it. This sense of speech is the ninth sense, and it is as real as the sense of sight or smell. A child learns to speak before learning to reason. A whole people has one language, but judgment is a function of the individual. What a sense conveys does not depend on the soul activity of the individual human being. Hearing makes us aware of the inner vibration, but the perception of a speech tone's meaning is more than just hearing. Footnote: Steiner differentiates between the German words Ton and Laut. Ton is translated as sound, Laut as tone or phonetic tone or speech tone. The word tone is not used here primarily in the musical sense, but in the sense of feeling tone in language, as used by Henry Head in his Aphasia and Kindred Disorders of Speech, Cambridge 1926, cited by Oliver Sacks in his essay on the sense of word, quote, this president's speech in the book The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat and Other Clinical Tales. End of footnote. Continuing footnote. See also Rudolf Steiner, Anthroposophy, Fragment, Chapter 2. End of footnote. The meaning conveyed by speech is discerned by a sense other than hearing, the sense of speech or language. That is why children speak and understand what is spoken to them long before they learn to reason. Reasoning is actually learned through speech. What an educator the speech sense is, just as sight and hearing also are in early childhood. Nothing that the senses perceive can be changed or distorted. That applies to the perception of color exactly as it does to the perception of the inner nature of speech tones. We must recognize the speech sense as a special sense. It is the 9th in the sequence of senses. And now we come to the 10th sense, the highest among those used in ordinary life. It is our means for understanding concepts expressed through the medium of speech. It, too, is really a sense, just as the others are. We must have concepts to reason. If the soul is to become active, it must be able to perceive concepts, which is possible through the sense of concept. But what about the sense of touch, which seems to have been overlooked entirely? Of course, touch as a sense is usually lumped together with the sense of warmth. This arises from the confusion created by those who lack the guiding spiritual thread. At first glance, touch indeed has significance only as the sense of warmth. The whole skin can be designated roughly as such a sense. It is only in a certain way there for the touch sense. But proper observation sees that touching is not only something we do by placing our hands on an object to feel its surface. It also includes seeking something with our eyes. The senses of both smell and taste can be said to touch. We touch a thing when we sniff it with our sense of smell. All the senses from the 4th through the 7th, or sense of warmth, have the capacity of touch in common and may be properly placed in the touch sense category. Only a crude approach, such as that taken by modern physiology, can ascribe to a single sense something that belongs to a whole series of them, in this case, the senses of smell, taste, sight, and temperature. Footnote, Rudolf Steiner later recognized the sense of touch as separate from the sense of temperature. See Lecture 8, August 29, 1919, entitled The Foundations of Human Experience, also on this website. End of footnote. Hearing cannot be considered a sense of touch, and even less so the sense of speech or language, and less still the sense of concept. These senses may therefore be called senses of comprehension. Whereas in the sense of touch, we have a sense that stops at the surface of things, unable to penetrate into them. We do penetrate things with the sense of warmth, and continue to penetrate more and more deeply with each further sense. These higher senses allow us to understand and comprehend the inner nature of things, and may thus be called senses of comprehension. In this way, you can see that 3 senses have to be listed before arriving at the sense of smell. 3 senses that inform us concerning our own human inner condition. They obtain their knowledge from our inner condition. The sense of smell then brings us to the boundary between the inner and outer worlds. And the higher senses allow us to penetrate more and more deeply into the outer world. Are there still lower and higher senses? Yes, those mentioned thus far represent just a partial list. Other senses exist both above and below those we have discussed. We could go on from the sense of comprehension to the first astral sense, and from there to consider the senses for gaining access to spiritual realms. If we were to do that, we would come to an 11th, 12th, and 13th sense. Merely mentioning these unfamiliar senses must be enough for now. More will be said about them tomorrow or the day after, when we will proceed from the physical to the spiritual level. They will lead us more deeply into the foundations of spiritual life, into which concepts cannot penetrate. Concepts cannot go beyond a certain point. A realm that requires higher senses for exploration lies beyond concepts. The sense of smell stops short of our inner nature. And just as we have 3 senses below the sense of smell, 3 senses are also found above the sense of concept. Senses that allow us to penetrate the outer aspect of the spiritual in the same way that the lower 3 senses delve into external aspects of the physical. We shall limit ourselves today to the physical plane, and this is the reason we are restricting ourselves to the senses for perceiving the physical. A grounding of this sort cannot be dispensed with. Failure to establish such a grounding has created grave confusion in the senses, including philosophy and epistemology. A generalized approach is adopted, asking what we can learn through the separate senses. The difference between the senses of sight and hearing cannot be distinguished. Light waves and sound waves are spoken of in a single breath, disregarding the fact that sight penetrates less deeply into the nature of things than does the sense of hearing, which tells us something about the soul nature of the outer world. Through the higher 11th, 12th, and 13th senses, we will penetrate into the spirit of things. Every sense has a different nature and different essential characteristics. We need, above all, to take this into account. We can, therefore, regard a large number of presentations today on the nature of vision and its relationship to the world around us, brought to us by physics, as views that never consider the nature of the senses at all. Countless erroneous conclusions are based on the misconception of the nature of the senses. This has to be emphasized, because popular texts in no way do justice to what has been said here. Indeed, popular books often state the exact opposite. In them you may read statements written by people who haven't the slightest notion of the inner nature of the senses. We must realize that the perspective science takes leaves it no choice but to speak as it does, that it cannot escape making a mistake, since the course of development has been to largely forget what is correct. The true nature and being of the senses thus constitute the first chapter of anthroposophy. The end of Lecture 1. A reading of the collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. Lecture 2, given on October 25th, 1909, is entitled Supersensible Processes in the Human Senses. Yesterday we limited ourselves to a mere listing of the senses, although the way in which it was done was derived from human nature itself. We did not jumble all the senses together, as is typical in sense physiology, because of its inability to discern where each sense fits into the picture. We enumerated the senses, and then we arranged them in an order that accords with the facts of human makeup. Today we will proceed to make a closer study of the human sense essence, for this is one of the most important areas from which to approach human nature. We began with the sense to which we gave the name of life feeling, life sense, or vital sense. We must now ask, what is the basis, in the true spirit of the word, of this sense of life? We will have to delve deeply into the unconscious depths of the human organism to make ourselves a picture of this sense's origin, though of course it will be only a sketch. The first thing encountered will be the remarkable working together of the physical and etheric bodies. This becomes evident when we try to find out what the life sense is based on. The lowest member of the human makeup, the physical body, and the ether body enter into a very specific relationship to each other. That is the result of another factor that appears and sets into the etheric body and suffuses, or we might say, saturates it. Another element flows through and pervades it. Human beings of our time are not aware of this other element, but spiritual science can tell us what works in the etheric body and, pictorially speaking, saturates it as water does a sponge. Spiritual scientific examination discovers it to be the same as that which in the distant future human beings will develop as spirit body, or Atman. Footnote: Atman refers to the spirit human being. When the human eye, quote, when the human eye being gains mastery over the physical body, and when the most powerfully opposing forces of the physical body are also overcome, the human being bears within itself the spirit human, spiritual body, or Atman. In transforming one's physical body into Atman, or spiritual body, one thus becomes sevenfold. Outwardly, the physical body appears as a physical body, but inwardly it is completely controlled and permeated by the I, capital. At this stage, the physical body is both physical body and Atman. Unquote, from the Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World, Reality and Illusion, page 68. Buddhi is the sixth aspect of the sevenfold human being, or life spirit, the transformed etheric body. Manas is also referred to as spirit self, the fifth aspect of the sevenfold human being contained in the transformed astral human body. See also Theosophy, pages 50 to 56. End of footnote. We do not yet possess it, the spirit body. We do not yet possess it through our own development. It still has to be lent to us by the surrounding spiritual world. It is lent to us without any conscious participation on our part. Later, in a still far distant future, we will develop it through our own effort. It is spirit body, or Atman, then, that pervades and suffuses the etheric body. And what does it do in the etheric body? We are not yet in a position to harbor our own spirit body, or Atman. At the present time, it is still a superhuman element within us. This superhuman element, this Atman, expresses itself in that it contracts the etheric body, indeed, even cramps it together. If we want to borrow a picture from the outer sense world, we might say that it could be compared to the frosty effect of cold. What will one day be the highest human member, for which we are still too immature, cramps us together. The result of the cramping is that the astral body is as though squeezed out, and to the degree that the etheric body is compressed, the physical body too experiences tension. Frosty tensions arise in it. It is as though one were to squeeze out a sponge. The astral body seeks breathing room and is then pressed out. Processes in the astral body are feeling experiences, experiences of pleasure and aversion, joy and pain, and so on. It is this process of being pressed out that makes itself evident in us as the life sense, in feelings of freedom, energy, or faintness, for example. Now let us take a further step upward. We talked of the self-movement sense as the second sense. Again, something is at work in the etheric body that we do not consciously possess. The etheric body is filled, saturated like a sponge filled with water, and the saturating element is the life spirit, or buddhi, that we will eventually develop of ourselves. The spiritual world has lent it to us for the time being. Buddhi, or the life spirit, works differently from the spirit body. Its effect is to establish a state of balance in the astral body, reminiscent of still water. Balance in the etheric body and then in the physical body brings about balance in the astral body. When this balance is disturbed by some external agency, it seeks to restore itself. If in making some motion imbalance is created, balance is restored. Let us say that we stretch a hand out. An astral current flows back in the opposite direction. That is the case in every movement of our organism. Any change of physical position calls forth in the organism an opposing astral streaming. This happens when we blink our eyes or move our legs. The sense of our own motion is experienced in this inwardly felt restoring of balance in the astral body. Next comes a third element that can pervade the etheric body. This element, spirit self, or manas, is also one that we are currently only faintly conscious of, although our developmental task is to become aware of it. It therefore works differently on the etheric body than life spirit does. Its effect is to expand the etheric body, bringing about a situation that is the direct opposite of what was characterized as the frost produced by the life sense. The effect of manas on the etheric body might be likened to an influx or warmth into a space. Something resembling a current of warmth is set streaming into the etheric body by manas, causing an elastic expansion in it. This brings about a thinning process in the astral body, but without pressing it out, so that it is able to remain in the expanding etheric body. Whereas the sensation experienced with the life sense is based on the pressing out of the astral body, what we have called the static sense or sense of balance originates in the expanding of the etheric body, which gives the astral body inwardly more space. The astral body is then not so compressed, it grows thinner. This thinning of the astral body and ether bodies enables physical matter to somehow to stretch and expand itself. Whereas Atman's effect is to cramp the physical body, and that of Buddhi to maintain it in a state of balance, that of Manas is to relieve pressure on it. And since the etheric body expands, the physical body is able to push out tiny particles of its being at certain places. That is the origin of the three small semicircular ear canals, standing in perpendicular relationship to one another, corresponding to the three directions of space. They might be called distensions of the physical substance of the body. Similar organ formations arise in a great variety of ways as new creations, marvelous structures that owe their existence to a relieving of pressure from outside rather than to being pushed out from within. Owing to the fact that the astral body is able to expand further, it can enter into relationship with the outer world, with which it must establish balance. If that were not to happen, people would stand at an angle or might even fall over. There is no such necessity in the case of the first two senses, but the third sense has the task of establishing balance. When we strive to enter somewhere, we must do it in the way possible for us. For instance, in space, we must orient ourselves to the three directions of space. For that reason, the three half-circle canals grow perpendicular to one another in the three directions of space. If these organs in the ear are injured, our static sense no longer functions, and we become dizzy or lose consciousness and so forth. Animals, however, descended prematurely into material existence, so that their physical substance is more hardened. Stony structures called otoliths arise within them. They are situated so that they help animals to determine and sense balance. We have now discussed three senses in a sequence, progressing, so to speak, from inside outward. The last sense is just on the borderline between what human beings experience inwardly and what we must experience in order to become a part of the outer world. Modern science, which clings to physical facts, has recently had it pushed under its nose to the point of finally having to recognize these three areas of our sense organization. Here, too, we must make a sharp distinction between the actual findings of research and the opinions held by group soul cadres of learned men on the basis of inadequate thinking. They have demonstrated in just this area of science how inevitably the lack of a thread to guide them through the labyrinth leads to error. That lack is a major stumbling block in this case. It has led to comparing organs in the human ear with certain organs in the plant world, where a kind of balance is brought about in the leaning of a plant through the shifting of the position of such particles in it. Because, as a rule, logic leaves modern thinkers in the lurch, just at the moment when a correct view is needed, they sometimes conclude that plants also have a sense of balance. Logic of this sort is based on a standpoint I have repeatedly cited and characterized. There is a certain plant that rolls up its leaves to trap invading insects. The superficial claim is made that this plant must be credited with possessing a corresponding sense. But I am familiar with another object that is able to perform the same function even more competently, and even goes so far as to attract small animals and snap them up, namely the mousetrap. With the same right, then, what is said of the human senses, and then extrapolated to the plant world, could be equally applied to mousetraps. It would be just as ridiculous to apply the same reasoning to a pair of scales and talk of the scale's sense of balance. Such absurdities are the product of inadequate thinking, that is unable to expand and sufficiently penetrate the real nature of a matter. These are three senses with which science has been concerning itself, but it will learn to understand them only when it finds and makes use of the thread of spiritual science. Only then will it achieve a true understanding of the structure of the human organism, the way it actually is precisely under the effects of the interactions I have described. That requires the development of a spiritual scientific ability to observe and grasp the whole human being from within. Now we come to the sense of smell. It can be asked why the sense that science calls the sense of touch, the one most dealt with, has been left out here. Since there is to be such a limited number of lectures on the senses, some aspects will have to be covered rather sketchily, and much that is said may then sound somewhat paradoxical. The sense of touch has been left out because the way it is usually described is as a fantasy structure and invention of physiology. It cannot be said to exist as such. A whole series of senses can equally well be designated touch senses. There is no such thing as an actual sense of touch. What goes on when we touch something? Let us say that a person takes hold of an object. We can ascribe the entire process to the sense of balance. Pressure exerted on some part of a body upsets its balance, and what takes place does so only within the sense of balance. Exactly the same thing occurs when we put pressure on a table, stroke a velvet surface, or pull a string. Touching calls forth changes in our own state of balance when we press, stroke, pull, and so on. The sense of touch is always to be sought where the sense of balance is active. Science holds the most disastrous views about the touch sense. People speak of pressing without going into the nature of pressing itself. It is something they do not think about. To spiritual scientific observation, however, it raises the question of what kind of disturbance it causes in the sense of balance, and what equalizing adjustment it necessitates in the astral body. We can judge how mistaken it is to view the sense of pressure as an aspect of the sense of touch if we ask why we are not crushed by the huge atmospheric pressure bearing down upon us. If the matter were as ordinarily viewed, there would be tremendous pressure on our bodies. Curious youngsters may ask about this in their physics classes. They are answered with the statement that the pressure from outside and a countering pressure from inside our bodies are equal, and thus balance each other, that human beings are filled with air as their surroundings are, with the result that the two opposing pressures are the same. This maintains balance, and people cannot be crushed. If the child is awake, he or she might object and say, "I have often dived deep into water and been completely surrounded by water, yet was not crushed, in spite of the fact that my body was not completely filled with water. Otherwise I would have drowned." This is an example of the absurdity to which matters lead when they are explained purely externally and materialistically. The fact in this case is that we are involved in an eminently spiritual process when exposed to pressure. We are led right into our astral bodies whenever disturbances of balance require equalizing. When pressure is exerted on any part of us, our balance shifts, and we push the astral body into that compressed part, thus restoring balance. In fact, we let it extend out slightly beyond the part under pressure. There is, so to speak, always a small astral swelling where the body part is pressed. This purely astral equalizing effect is so powerful that it is able to overcome from within the full pressure of the air outside. The spirit is literally palpable here. It just isn't noticed. Now, what happens with the sense of smell? The organism is involved here with something of which we are more closely aware than in the case of the other senses, the consciousness soul itself. What spiritual science terms the consciousness soul is brought into operation in the act of smelling. It calls forth at a certain place in the organism a process that is not merely one of thinning or expanding. Here, the astral body extends its influence outward beyond the limits of the organism. Gaseous substance penetrates into the mucous membranes of the nose as we smell, and astral substances simultaneously balance this process by pressing outward in the same measure. When we are engaged in smelling something, these astral substances always desert the organism and plunge into the object. They experience not only in themselves, but in the object too, what we call fragrance, aroma, stench, or whatever. A quote-unquote feeler arises in the astral body through the consciousness soul. A sense of taste functions as it does because the intellectual soul is working on the organism. This soul uses the organ of taste to pour out astral currents and sends them to meet the substances upon the tongue. The process that takes place in smelling is a very special one, for what is streaming out of the astral body in the act of smelling? Nothing other than will-like nature. What we feel inwardly as the will impulse wells up to meet the material flowing in as we smell. Smelling is a process of resisting, a will to repel the influx of matter. Spiritual research can state that such matter is not merely air-like substance, that is only maya, illusion, but rather will flowing in from outside us. Forces of will engage one another when we smell things. The result, as Schopenhauer guessed, is that wills coming from within and from without fight and obstruct each other mutually. Schopenhauer built his philosophy of the will on this notion. Footnote: Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860, the German philosopher and author of The Word as Will and Idea, German Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. End of footnote. But that is a false metaphysics. His statements about those forces of the will hold true only in the case of smell. Everything else is simply interpreted into it. Just as what pours out through the sense of smell is will-like, what streams out toward foods in tasting as the nature of feeling, and what streams in is likewise of a feeling nature. Feeling interacts with feeling in our tasting. Anything else is simply maya, only an external sign. A feeling reaction functions here as a sense, in that taste is perceived as pleasant or unpleasant, repugnant, and so on. It is not feeling as such that is involved here, just the corresponding interactions of feelings. The next sense we come to is the sense of sight. What works here on the etheric body and streams into it is the sentient soul. What occurs is of a thought-like nature, a thought-like principle prevails. The sentient soul already harbors in itself, though as a subconscious thought, what is conscious in the consciousness soul. In the sentient soul, it is a form of thinking that streams outward through the eyes as genuine thought substance. It has a far greater elasticity than the two other substances that stream out through the senses of smell and taste, and for that reason reaches out much further. An astral element really does stream out from the human being to the things. It is not true that ether waves of light enter the eyes and cause them to project an image outward. For that to happen, someone would have to be sitting in the eyes performing the function of projecting images. What a gruesomely superstitious idea this figure doing the projecting is. In a case like this, science, which is so proud of its naturalism, resorts grotesquely to that much despised imagination to help itself. An astral element streams out as thought substance toward a thing and continues until, at some distant point, it encounters resistance in an opposing astral countercurrent. The conflict that ensues between these two astral elements creates the color that we sense on things. It comes into being at the boundary of the thing, where the astrality streaming out of us meets the astrality streaming forth from the object. Color is produced at the border between the interior and the exterior astral elements. It is very strange when one considers, for example, that in the sentient soul there is in fact a subconscious thinking that appears first in the intellectual soul, and that we first become aware of it in the consciousness soul. If we look at something with both eyes, what seem to be two impressions are in fact caused by a kind of thinking that at first is not conscious. If this is to become conscious, then these two thought moments must cooperate. They must make their way from the sentient soul up into the consciousness soul. To illustrate, here are both hands, each of which can sense things on its own. They must intersect, however, if we are to become conscious of the feeling that the one hand senses the other, just as we become truly aware of external objects only when we touch them. If the impressions developed by thinking activity in the sentient soul are to be lifted into consciousness, they must intersect. In the act of seeing, this is a result of the optic nerves in the brain intersecting. This crossing is based on the sentient soul's subconscious thinking being raised into the consciousness soul through such a crossing, so that one soul perceives the work of the other. Thus the physical arises out of the spiritual, and the human being can now be understood down to the finest anatomical details through anthroposophy. The next sense is the sense of warmth. Here again is something that, through its effects on human beings, mediates the sense of warmth. This is the sentient body. It activates its astral substance and allows it to stream outward to enable us to experience warmth. This occurs when we are able to send our astral substance outward without being hindered in the act. We don't feel warmed in the bathtub if the water surrounding us is at body temperature. If both are equal, we can't absorb warmth from the water. Only when we stream out warmth, or when it can stream into us from outside, do we sense either warmth or coldness. When our surroundings lack warmth, our own warmth flows out into them. When we lack warmth, we let warmth stream into us. Here again it is obvious that an outstreaming and an instreaming are taking place. When inner and outer equilibrium exists, then temperature is not experienced. The experience of temperature is always connected with the activity of the human sentient body. If we touch some object where the temperature is rising, the outstreaming of the sentient body becomes ever stronger. What wants to come in from outside forces itself more and more upon us, and the sentient body has to meet it with a correspondingly powerful countercurrent. There is a certain limit here, however. When it is no longer possible for the sentient body to let a force flow out to match the heat coming from outside, we cannot endure it and get burned. We would also have to feel a burning sensation on touching something very cold if our sentient body is not able to let its own substance stream out. If we take hold of a cold object that hinders us from letting substance stream out of the sentient body, because the object gives nothing up to us, then the extreme cold manifests as a burning and causes blisters. Both are due to the same effect. Let us turn now to what is called the sense of hearing. It is the sense with which the etheric body is involved. In its present state, the etheric body, unlike the sentient body, is unable to give up any of its substance without our suffering permanent loss. Since Atlantean times, the etheric body has been constituted in such a way that it cannot give up anything further, which would deprive the human being of life forces. Footnote: the time of Atlantis refers to a period of prehistory and to a specific epoch of cosmic and human evolution on Earth. See Rudolf Steiner's book, Cosmic Memory. End of footnote. Hearing must therefore be based on an entirely different process, for in this area we have nothing more to give up. The highest sense that we can develop out of ourselves is the sense of warmth. If something that we ourselves do not have were not to enter into us here, there could be no such thing as a sense of hearing. Therefore the human organism is permeated by beings who saturate it like a sponge. These are the beings we call angeloi, or angels. Footnote: the spiritual hierarchies were first outlined by Dionysius the Areopagite, an author who lived about the 6th century AD. In a lecture during 1921, Steiner said of the hierarchies, quote, "When we ascend into the spiritual, we come to beings arranged above humankind in the same way that human beings have their place above the animal, plant, and mineral realms. As we ascend, we therefore have the angeloi, the archangeloi, and the archai. The beings we designate angeloi or angels are those who have the strongest relationship to the individual or single human being. Those of the second hierarchy above humankind are the archangels, one of whose functions is to work as folk spirits, embracing groups of individuals who belong together as a people. The archai act as guiding beings throughout certain epochs of time, beyond the differentiations among various peoples." From Cosmosophy, Volume 1, pages 88-89, Steiner also discusses the higher hierarchies at length in the book The Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World, Reality and Illusion. End of footnote. They went through the human stage in the past. They send their astral substance into us as a foreign astral substance, which we then make our own, allowing it to work in us and then to stream out again. It streams out through our ears to meet what sound brings toward us. We move, as it were, on the wings of these beings into that inner realm that we learn to know as the soul of things. Here we are concerned with beings who stand above human beings and fill them, but whose substance is of the same nature as our own astral substance. There is a still higher sense, the sense of speech or words, of tone. Here again we are involved with an area in which we human beings have nothing of our own to contribute. For that reason, beings have to intervene, whose substance is similar to that of the human etheric body. Of course, they also possess the corresponding astrality, but that is pressed out into the world around us. They have to enter us and give us of their etheric bodies, enabling us to pour this force out again into our surroundings. These beings are the archangeloi, or archangels. Their role is entirely different from that played by the angels. It is due to their activity in us that we are able not only to hear the tones of speech, but also to understand their meaning. We are not limited to the perception of a musical tone, say a G or C sharp. But on hearing a speech tone, we can go further to an experience of its inner nature. We perceive an ah according to the sense of tone. The beings referred to are the same as those we call folk spirits, spirits of the various peoples. In the sense of hearing, angels manifest their work outwardly in air vibrations, which affect the air in our ears, whereas the archangels counter what occurs in the air outside with a different kind of action. They cause patterns of movement in a fluid substance, with the result that it circulates in a certain direction. That we perceive the meaning of ah, for example, is also a consequence of the circulation of the finer fluids. This activity comes to outward expression in the shaping of a people's physiognomy, in the particular expression built into the organisms of individuals belonging to a certain race or culture. That is what, in particular, these beings bring about. Therefore, we can say that the fluids in a people flow differently, and the whole organism works differently, according to how the archangel associated with the people endows them with this or that as a sense of tone. When, for instance, one people says aham, Sanskrit for I, capital, regardless of what theories they may have concerning the human eye, these theories play no role. The two consecutive ah sounds create a basic organization whose result is that individuals within that culture have an experience of the I that corresponds to the two ah sounds sequence. When a race or culture combines I with a ch sound in the German ich, it brings about a wholly different effect. Such a people must have an entirely different conception of the I. There is a particular nuance, a special coloring in the I, and it is what is implanted by the folk spirit into the organisms of the people concerned in connection with the conception of the I. It makes a great difference, too, whether something is described by a word containing the sequence a and o, or an I, and then an e. The whole feeling about people changes accordingly. Amor, Latin for love, conveys a different nuance of feeling than does the German Liebe. Here we see a typical example of the folk spirit at work. It is not a matter of indifference that Adam is used by the Israelites to denote the first human form, whereas in ancient Persia it means I. Quite different qualities of feeling are evoked thereby in the different peoples. We touch here on the mysteries of language, or rather of its first elements. We are speaking here of the activity of beings of archangelic rank. They pervade human beings with the speech sense or tone sense and set our fluid substance vibrating. One of the greatest experiences a person who is ascending to higher worlds can have is to begin feeling what a difference there is in the formative force of the various speech tones. The tone force shows its effects best in the fluid element, while that of sound is shown in the air. We can also sense the significance of someone's feeling prompted to call some person or being Eva, sounded long Ava. If the same speaker wants to express something else that reflects the opposite relationship, that of the spirit to the physical, Ava can be sounded backward and thus be turned into Ave or hail, a fitting sequence of syllables with which to greet the Madonna. This evokes an opposite sensation in the human organism from that experienced in Ava. Another such transposition, adding a J in the word Yahweh as used for God in the Old Testament. A person on the path of higher knowledge can experience every aspect of the relationship between Yahweh and Ava by delving into the nature of the speech tones involved. Language did not spring from arbitrary roots. It is spiritual in origin, and to experience it in its own spiritual nature, we have been given the sense of speech or tone, which is as true a sense as all the others. It should be added that deeper reasons exist why the senses must follow the sequence in which we have treated them. We will go on, the next time we meet, to discuss a higher sense, the sense of concept, and still higher ones, in order to be able to explain the microcosm through spiritual scientific means. The end of Lecture 2. A reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 3, given on October 26, 1909, entitled The Higher Senses, Inner Forces and Creative Principles in the Human Organism. Our study of the senses has progressed to what we call the speech sense. We will now go on to what we might call the concept sense, using the term concept not in its philosophical meaning as pure concept, but as it is ordinarily used when we form a mental picture of something someone tells us. We could have equally well called it the idea sense, or the sense for mental pictures or representations. First, though, we will have to inquire as to how this concept sense arises. To do that, we will have to refer back to the two senses previously discussed, the sense of sound or hearing and the sense of speech, and ask ourselves what it means to have a speech or phonetic sense, and how the perceiving of speech tone, as described here, comes about. I will begin by characterizing the special happenings that occur when a speech tone, an ah, say, or an I, or some other, is perceived. We need to have a clear idea of the process involved in the perception. Since we cannot spend a whole hour discussing it, I will limit myself to a few remarks that you can verify for yourselves as you think about the matter, or that you can research in life. You know that in music we can distinguish between a single pitch, a melody, and harmony. You are also aware that harmony is based on perceiving simultaneously produced pitches, whereas melody is a series of consecutive sound pitches, in which case it is the individual tone as such that is considered. We can understand the mechanism involved in the perception of speech tone only when we study the relationship of the resounding element within the speech tone to the speech tone itself. Let us begin with harmony, in which tones sound together, and melody, in which they sound consecutively. If you imagine that you could make conscious what you unconsciously do in perceiving a speech tone, then the following would occur. Let us be quite clear that senses have an unconscious, or at least a subconscious aspect. Senses would not be senses if the unconscious element in sense perception were raised to consciousness. In that case, we would have to speak instead of having reached a judgment, a concept, or the like. Try to imagine the process that would have to take place if we were to carry out consciously what occurs in our unconsciousness when we perceive a speech tone. Imagine that you perceive a melody. When you do that, you hear the tones sounding in sequence. Now picture what it would be if you were able to compress the melodic line in which the tones are heard consecutively to the point of hearing them simultaneously. To do this, you would have to shove the past and the future into each other. You would have to know in the middle of the melody what was coming next, in order to slide the future into the present. This process that we are unable to carry out consciously actually goes on unconsciously in the speech sense. Whenever we hear an ah or an I or some other speech tone, a melody is instantaneously transformed into a harmony by an unconscious activity within us. That is the mystery of tone. This marvelous unconscious activity is carried out on a more spiritual plane, in a manner similar to that taking place within the eye, EYE, when the various refractions occur according to the strict physical laws that we become conscious of only afterward. We are doing here exactly what the physicist does when he explains how refractions occur in the eye. Melody becomes harmony instantaneously. That is not enough, however. If that were all that took place, a speech tone would not result. More is necessary. You must realize that no musical tone is just a simple sound. A sound is a musical tone when, no matter how weakly, the overtones always sound with it. They are always perceived, even when they are practically inaudible. That is what accounts for the special quality of musical sound, as contrasted with other kinds of sounds and noises. In melody, then, you have not only its single pitches, but all the overtones as well. If you instantaneously compress a melody into harmony, you have not only compressed the sequence of its single fundamental tones, you have compressed all the sound's overtones as well. Unconscious activity has something more to do. It must disregard the fundamental sounds and hear past them, as it were. Our souls actually do that when we hear the ah or I tone. It is not as though the other tones weren't there, but rather that our attention is shifted from them to the overtone harmony they make. Only then do we have the speech tone. Speech tones arise when a melody is instantaneously transformed into a harmony, and then the fundamental tones are disregarded in favor of the system of overtones. These overtones, then, convey the meaning of the tone ah or I. Now you have what speech tone perception really is, explained in the same way as the physicist explains the act of seeing. To take up another equally difficult but vital question, how are ideas or meanings perceived? How is it that we hear words, and even through or beyond words, so that we comprehend the meaning they convey? How does that occur? That something of a very special nature is involved here is at once apparent from a simple weighing of the fact that a great variety of speech tones can designate the same thing in different languages. Love is termed amor by one language and Liebe by another. There is something expressed in each of these different tone pictures that is the same for both of them. This points to the visualization or concept sense behind them. While one hears a different speech tone with each people and each language, one hears through the tone to the same conception, to that which stands behind it and is the same, in spite of the differences of the tone pictures. That must also be perceived. How does this occur? As we search for an answer, let us study that process against the background of an assumption that I ask you to keep always in mind, namely, that mental pictures, concepts, are conveyed to us by means of speech tones. In perceiving speech tones, if we have a melody that is transformed into a harmony in which the fundamental tones are disregarded, which provides us with the tone or word sense, then it is necessary for the visualization or concept sense to come out, that our attention also be turned away from the whole set of overtones. When this is done on the soul level, we look back to what has been embodied in the overtones, to what is experienced as thought picture or concept. At the same time, however, as we hear the tones and words of the language we speak, there is that which has nuance and is a toned-down experience of a universally human element that pervades all speech tones and all languages, the thought picture or concept. We have talked of the fact that high spiritual beings, the folk spirits, who have a special mission in connection with earthly life, manifest themselves in the tones of speech. Footnote: the term folk soul refers to the guiding spirit of a particular racial or cultural group. For a further discussion of folk souls in relation to speech, see, quote, History of Language in its relation to the folk souls, unquote, in The Genius of Language, Observations for Teachers. End of footnote. They work not only in mysterious murmurs, but also in the equally mysterious forming activity of the fluids of the human being as the system of overtones vibrates into the human organism. And it must be added that the universal human element that underlies the tones of the overtones is the spirit of humankind that we all share and that moves over the face of the entire earth. We come to know this wielding human spirit only when each of us, in our own particular locality, carefully listens through and beyond the overtones to the inaudible, to the purely imaginative element. In that, human beings have received the possibility of looking and hearing beyond nuances and of recognizing something common that flows over the entire earth. People have first attained the ability, in the course of human development, to grasp what is universally human. For it is only in our life of mental images that we begin to comprehend the Christ spirit in its true form, that of the universally human. Those spiritual beings whose mission it is to proclaim him in the most varied forms, and to each of whom he has assigned a special place, as Goethe so beautifully describes in his poem The Mysteries, these spirits, these messengers sent by him, are the folk spirits of the various nationalities. This gives you an idea of the nature of the visualization or concept sense. With that, we have traveled a very special path. We have exhausted the list of what is ordinarily said to constitute the human senses. That end was reached when we examined the unconscious capacity of the human soul to disregard the system of overtones. What higher capacity can there still be? What is it that diverts our attention from the overtones? What in us reaches out like tentacles to push the overtones back? It is our astral body that has this capacity. Acquiring the ability to shove back the overtones, which in ordinary terminology simply means disregarding them, signifies a heightening of the astral body's power beyond its previous ability, when it could push back less. When does the astral body gain such strength? This happens when it has not only the capacity to push the overtones back, which will enable it to form mental images and thus arrive at the boundary of the external world, where tones can be observed as mental pictures, but also when it can thrust its astral substance out with its own inner strength without there being any resistance. Forming mental pictures always requires overcoming the resistance of the system of overtones. At the moment when we acquire the capacity to extend our astral tentacles without an external cause, spiritual perception begins. The organs of spiritual perception start to develop. When we become able not merely to withdraw attention from the overtones, but to thrust out our astral tentacle-like substance from a certain place in the forebrain, located between the eyebrows, we develop the two-petal lotus flower there. Footnote: lotus flower, also called chakra, refers to the vortex-like centers within the body that form specific spiritual organs. The quote-unquote petals roughly describe their appearance to spiritual vision. See some effects of initiation in title How to Know Higher Worlds, also in Florin Lowndes' Enlivening the Chakra of the Heart. End of footnote. It is the first spiritual organ, one that might also be called the imaginative sense. That is the 11th sense. And to the extent that we keep on increasing our capacity to put forth our astral substance without any outer compulsion to do so, we develop further higher senses. Work of this kind develops a very complex sense in the region of the larynx, the 16-petal lotus flower, the sense of inspiration. In the heart region, it develops the intuitive sense, the 12-petal lotus flower. And there are other, even higher senses, but since they bring us into purely spiritual realms, they cannot really be spoken of as senses in the ordinary meaning of that term. It will suffice to add to the actual physical senses the senses of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Let us ask now whether these three senses function only in clairvoyant people, or if there is something identifiable as activities of these senses also in ordinary people. Yes, indeed there is. If you have understood the way these senses function in clairvoyant individuals, you will say that they work by extending themselves outward in a tentacle-like manner. They are present in ordinary people also, but they project themselves inward instead of outward. Just at the place where the two-petal lotus flower develops in clairvoyance, ordinary people have something resembling two such tentacles, directed inward and crossing each other in the area of the forebrain only. The ordinary consciousness turns these tentacles inward instead of outward, as in clairvoyant people. I will have to make use of an analogy to explain the situation here. You would have to do a great deal of meditating to go from the analogy to the actual fact, for it is a fact. You need only consider that we see what is outside us, but not what is inside. We don't, for example, see our own hearts and brains. And this holds true with respect to the spiritual. Not only do we not see our own organs, we are not even aware of them and are therefore unable to make use of them. They are nevertheless active. The fact that something is unconscious does not mean that it is inactive. Consciousness does not determine reality. Otherwise, everything surrounding us here in Berlin that we are not momentarily looking at would not exist, though that is the reasoning adhered to by people who deny the existence of higher worlds on the ground that they do not perceive them. These higher senses are indeed active, but their activity is directed inward rather than outward, and we perceive its effects. How do we perceive them? When the imaginative sense directs its activity inward, what we normally call the sense of something, an external sense, the outer perception, arises. The activity of the imaginative sense has to be directed inward for us to see what is outside us. Everything we sense outside ourselves, we can perceive only because what appears in the imaginative sense works into us. You must take care to distinguish, however, between what has just been called a sensation and a tone, for example. There is a difference between hearing a tone or seeing a color and having a sensation in connection with it. To see a color and say it is red is different from having the sensation that it is beautiful or ugly, pleasing or unpleasant in the immediate impression we have of it. The sense of inspiration also pours its activity inward, and that activity accounts for a still more complex form of sensing, that of feeling. The whole feeling life, which has more inwardness than the mere life of sensing, is an activity of the organ of inspiration that is directed only inward rather than outward. And the turning inward of the intuitive sense gives rise to what we know as thinking, as the forming of thoughts. That is the result of the inward turned activity of the intuitive sense. First, we have the sensation of a thing, then we have the feeling of it, and finally we form thoughts about it. You will have seen that we have risen from the life of the senses to that of the soul. From outside, out of the world of senses, we have come to understand the soul in the human being itself, in sensing, feeling, and thinking. If we were to now contemplate the still higher senses, they cannot really be called senses at all, that correspond to the other lotus flowers, and examine their inward directed activity, we would find the entire life of the soul. When, for example, the 8-petal lotus flower located in the lower part of the organism, or the 10-petal lotus flower, pours its activity into us, an even more subtle soul force is generated. And at the end of the list, we find the very subtlest activity, which can no longer be referred to simply as thought. It must be called pure thought, purely logical thought. That is what is produced by the inward directed activity of the various lotus flowers. When this working into us ceases to be limited only to working into us and begins instead to become an outward extending of the tentacles that I have described as ordinarily inward-oriented, and when it undergoes a crossing and outward pouring as lotus flowers, then that higher activity sets in, whereby we rise from the soul to the spiritual level. What otherwise appears to us to be just inner life in thinking, feeling, and willing, now enters the outside world, carried by spiritual beings. Thus you have comprehended the human being, in that you have gone from the senses through the soul and on to that which is no longer in the human being, but is rather something spiritual that works into us from outside and belongs to us just as much as to the whole of nature and the universe. What I have been describing to you in today's presentation, as well as in the 2 previous lectures, is the true human being, the human being that is an instrument for perceiving the world, for experiencing it through the soul and grasping it spiritually. That is the true human being. And what the human being is actually forms the physical body. I have not been describing human beings in a finished condition, but rather what is active in them. All that activity, everything that works together in the physical soul and spiritual planes, is what forms human beings as they stand before us upon this planet. By what means is that forming accomplished? Here, too, a few indications must suffice, but you will find them confirmed if you study the positive findings of outer observation. What we perceive when we use our outer senses to observe our fellow human beings is an optical illusion. It just isn't there. Fuller study turns up something entirely different. Imagine, just to draw a picture, that you are quite unable to see yourself as a whole physical person, so that as you look at yourself, you see only a part of your bodily surface. You can never see your back or the back of your head. You do know that you have them. You know it from information provided by the other senses, the sense of balance, the sense of self-movement, and so on. We are inwardly aware of possessing parts that we cannot perceive with our external senses. There is a good deal of us that we are unable to perceive, and can become aware of only by developing the higher organs of perception that I have been describing to you. Let us now turn our attention to that part of ourselves that we are able to perceive with physical senses, with our eyes, for example, limiting ourselves to that portion of our bodies that we can see. What is the portion of the human being that we can perceive? Take these words in their exact meaning. By what means are we to perceive this visible portion of ourselves? Everything we discern is perceived essentially through the sentient soul. For if information were not to come to us through the sentient soul, we would not know what to make of it. If only the sentient body received such information, it would be no help at all. The sentient body would only look on without understanding. That the human being can perceive something is brought about by the sentient soul, which grasps what is going on. What is it that confronts the sentient soul there? What is it that faces the sentient soul when the eyes perceive it? It is quite simply the outer appearance, the external illusion of the sentient body. Of course, you will have to broaden the conception. You perceive yourself not only by casting your eyes over the surface of your body, but by reaching out your fingers to touch it as well. Here, you perceive it also through the sentient body. The sentient body extends itself over every part of us that is perceptible to touch, to sensing. But what we perceive is not the sentient body itself. If you were really to glimpse the sentient body, you would see at the place where you perceive the semblance of your physical body an astral element pressing forward and being pushed back. And when something is pushed back, it becomes congested. So, first, you have a working together of sentient body and sentient soul. The sentient soul streams from behind, thrusting against the skin on the front of our bodies, and from the front, the sentient body pushes into it. When two currents become dammed up in this manner, the congestion manifests. It is exactly as if two streams were to collide. Something is bound to come to light. There you see the one stream, and you see the other. Now imagine that you can see neither of them, observing instead only what emerges at this place through the two streams whirling together. That is the part of your physical makeup that you are able to observe with your eyes or some other outer sense. It is precisely at our skin where the sentient soul and the sentient body meet. We have here an example of what we have been considering from a spiritual point of view, of the way these various members of the human being work formatively on the human being itself. We see how the soul works on the physical body. Now, let's go further. We can see that in human beings, there is an interaction between the front and rear such that the sentient body and the sentient soul collide. There is a similar collision between streams that come from the right and the left. From the left comes the stream belonging to our physical body, while from the right comes the stream belonging to the etheric body. The physical and etheric bodies pour and thrust into each other, and that which arises at the place where they do so, where they work together, That is the sense-perceptible human being. An illusion, so to speak, appears before us. The stream of the physical body flows from the left, that of the etheric body from the right. They interpenetrate each other and build, in the middle, that which appears as the sense-perceptible human body. Just as there are streams from the left and the right and from the front and the back, so there is also a stream from above and one from below. The main current of the astral body flows upward from below, and that of the I, capital, flows downward from above. The sentient body has been described as reaching a frontal boundary or demarcation. The current of the astral body streams upward from below, but then is taken hold of by a current streaming from behind forward and is thus restricted in a certain way. There is not just a stream coming from below upward and from the rear forward in this astral body, however. There is also a real current moving from front to back, bringing the astral body into being as the result of these various directional streamings, those from below upward and from the front and back. All these currents flow into each other, one from above downward, one from below upward, one from behind forward, one from the front backward, one from right to left, and one from left to right. What comes into being as the result of the flowing against each other of the currents coming from below upward and from above downward. Let me explain it in the following way. One stream flows downward from above. It cannot do so unimpeded, because the countercurrent streaming from below upward stops it. The same thing applies to the right current, and so on. Each stream is halted, and that results in creating the illusion of the physical body in the middle. As we consider the two streams, that from behind forward and that from the front backward, we need to realize that they are intersected by the two currents coming from above and below. This intersecting, in fact, brings about a threefold organization in the human being. So we have to designate the lower portion of the one stream, the sentient body, in a narrower sense. What the congestion creates corresponds to what can be termed, in the strictest sense, the highest development of the sentient body. That is where the true senses develop, which we can't see because the eyes themselves belong to it, and which we can't smell because the organs of smell also belong to it. We cannot see into the inside of our own eyes. We can only look out of them. Such is the structuring of the complete sentient body of the human being. Why, then, have I been describing two parts as if it is all sentient body? The description was correct, because what takes place in the lower part is mainly due to external causation. In the upper part is the physical illusion of what we call the sentient soul. In the countenance, we have the expression of the sentient soul. The countenance is built by the sentient soul. The uppermost portion, the part shoved back the least, is the place where the intellectual soul builds its organ. Please note that there are not only these streamings from above and below, there are also currents streaming in from right and left, so that the whole is again intersected. We have one current coursing through the vertical axis of the body, which causes a kind of split to arise there. A piece of the intellectual soul is split off, and this piece, located right at the very top, is the form of the consciousness soul. The consciousness soul forms up above and onward into the depths of the human being, and it shapes there the convolutions of the gray matter of the human brain. That is the work of the consciousness soul on the human being. Once you know the human being thus, as a spiritual being, you can apply that knowledge to understanding every aspect of the human form, for that is how the spirit works on the form of the human body. All the individual organs are, as it were, sculpted out of the spiritual. We can understand the structure of the brain only when we know how the various currents whirl together as in a vortex. Now, let us consider one detail, so that you see how fruitful these matters can be if they become the common possession of a true science in the place of the external science we have today. We have seen that up to the top, the outer organs of the consciousness, intellectual, and sentient souls are brought into being by the various currents. It would require long and complex elaboration to show how these organs continue within, but we do not need to concern ourselves, but we do need to concern ourselves with another question. The statement was made that the I, capital, works from above downward, while most of the astral body works upward from below, so that they touch in a stream. This causes an interaction between the I and the astral body, so that they obstruct each other. Where the I is to carry out a conscious action, something has to be generated that arises through the consciousness soul, the intellectual soul, and the sentient soul. Such a thing that the intellectual soul supplies, for example, is human judgment. Where are judgments located? They are in the head, of course, because it is there that the relevant living forces and members of the human being have found their expression. Let us assume as a special example that an organ were to arise in the human being in which the intellectual soul plays no part, in which no judgments are made, and in which only the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, and the I are allowed to participate as carriers of pleasure and pain, joy and sorrow, and so on. Let us assume that the four members of the human being, the I, the astral body, without the subtler activity of judgments and of consciousness, the physical body and etheric body were to work together. What would be the nature of an organ in which these four currents were to work together? Its nature would be such that it would not allow judgments to arise. It would immediately allow a counter effect to emanate from impressions of the astral body. The physical and etheric bodies have to work together, for this organ could otherwise not exist. The astral body and the I also have to work together, for such an organ would otherwise possess no feeling and would lack the ability to respond with sympathy or antipathy to impressions. We will picture the physical and etheric bodies working together and visualize this organ as a physical entity. It must obviously have a corresponding etheric body, because every physical organ must be built by an etheric body. In this case, a current issuing from the right side of the etheric body of this organ would have to work together with a current coming from the left, that of the physical body of the organ. The two currents would become congested in the middle and, since they would not be able to shove past each other, would therefore bring about a thickening. The other two currents, that of the astral body rising from below and that of the I descending from above, would call forth another congestion. Now let us picture schematically the working together of these currents in a single organ. I will make just a schematic representation of it. To fill in details of such an organ would require the inclusion of quite different suppositions. Let us say then that we have an organ that was formed somehow. There is the one current that represents the physical body, and the other represents the etheric body. They bring about a thickening in the middle where they meet. The other two currents that issue from above and below do likewise, bringing forth their own thickening. This gives us a drawing of the human heart with its right auricle and its right ventricle, its left auricle and left ventricle. If you bring to mind exactly all that the heart can do, you would have to say that the human heart must be built out of the spirit in exactly this way. This is how the human spirit builds this heart. It cannot be otherwise. Let us look at another example. A curious statement was made yesterday. It was said that a subconscious thought activity accompanies the act of seeing. Thinking on a conscious level takes place only in the brain. Let us recall how the brain is constructed to enable us to think consciously. There won't be enough time at our disposal to undertake a study of the chiseling out of the individual forms that compose the brain. It could be shown in the case of every single organ that it has to be the way it is. We want to presuppose, right at the outset, the system of the brain insofar as we need it. Disregarding everything else, we have in the brain an outer skin and then a kind of vascular skin. Between the vascular skin and the net-like skin, we find something similar to spinal fluid, which then goes into the spine. The brain's interior is filled with the actual brain substance, with nerve substance. The nerve substance is the external structure for thought activity. This means that when an impression is imparted to the nerve substance by any sense organ, a processing of that external impression by conscious thinking sets in. That is all transmitted to the nerve substance. When an impression is received, it is first worked upon by thinking, and afterward it is processed further by a nervous system into a sensation, and so on. Now, let us suppose that no such conscious thought digestion of an external impression occurs. In that case, a similar process would have to be substituted. There would again have to be a kind of sheath. There would have to be on the back wall that which might be termed a vascular membrane. For certain reasons that could also be explained, but would lead us too far afield for now, the spinal fluid would atrophy. To make subconscious thinking possible, we would have to push the brain mass back. This creates space at the front so that subconscious thinking activity arises without being worked through by a nervous system. Something has to be done with what would otherwise be taken up immediately into the nerve substance. The nerve mass would therefore have to be pushed back, for thinking would otherwise take place there. If that is done, however, we can neither think nor have sentient experiences there. If we push all that is the nervous system toward the back wall, and instead of allowing the impression to be processed immediately via nerve substance, allow it to be affected by something that is not permeated by a nervous system, we would have an organ suited to unconscious thought activity. Now, see what we've done. We have made an eye out of the brain, EYE. What actually is the eye? It is a small brain, so fashioned by our human spirit that the actual nerve apparatus is pushed back to the rear wall, where it becomes the eye's retina. This is the way in which nature's architects, the modelers of form, work. This is the way they shape. There is basically only one blueprint for all the organs. It is modified only in the particular, as needed. If I could speak for weeks, I would show you how every sense organ is nothing other than a modified little brain, and how the brain itself is also a sense organ on a higher level. The whole human organism is built out of the spirit. Now let us look at another detail. First, allow me to make a preliminary epistemological comment in order to use it anew to clarify anthroposophy's view of the matter. We said that anthropology takes a ground-level standpoint with regard to the details of the life of the senses. Theosophy takes its view from the mountain heights, and anthroposophy occupies the middle ground. If you want to cling to the difference between the way people relate, on the one hand, to the outer sense world, and on the other hand, to the spiritual world, and to the facts communicated by spiritual investigators, you can say that anybody who possesses senses and uses the intellect, which is bound to the sense world, can convince him or herself of its existence and its laws. People are, therefore, more easily convinced about matters that have some resemblance to what their senses perceive than they are about communications from spiritual researchers. They can see it more easily. It would be easy, however, to show that there is no formal difference between believing facts derived from spiritual research and believing someone who tells you that there was once a Frederick the Great. there is actually no formal difference. The only difference between believing in the existence of spirits of will and that of Frederick the Great is that there is material in archives stating that the deeds of Frederick the Great were thus and such. They happened on the physical plane. And if, on the basis of external facts, someone reviews the course of historical events all the way back to the time of Frederick the Great, you will believe what you are told, because there was no one living then who looked other than human. The reason why people believe such reports while refusing to believe in the spiritual world is simply that they are being told that what they are being told is similar to what they have in their own surroundings. Spiritual researchers are not in a position to speak on the basis of their investigations of things and beings that look similar to what we have in our surroundings. Despite the fact that there is no difference between the two kinds of reports, however, and that there are good reasons for this, the comments just made should be kept in mind. Now we will proceed to another matter. Thus far we have characterized the viewpoints of anthropology and theosophy. There is good reason, as Dr. Unger has shown, to have well-founded belief and confidence in the presentations of spiritual science. Footnote Carl Unger, 1878 to 1929, one of Rudolf Steiner's closest students, of whom he spoke many times. Dr. Unger wrote, titled The Language of the Consciousness Soul, an in-depth study guide to Steiner's anthroposophical leading thoughts. End of footnote. That is a fully justified way of acknowledging its truths. The question arises, however, as to whether there is not a third approach. Are there really only two ways? Either acknowledging the truth of something because it is similar to what we are used to experiencing in the sense world, or on the other hand, merely accepting it because it is a communication from higher worlds. Is there not still another approach? In other words, is it reasonable to believe what we perceive through the senses only because we see it, or to believe in the spiritual perceptible because spiritual investigators see it? Can there not be a third approach between these two? Allow me to present an example to show you that a third approach is possible. Imagine a hammer lying there. I take hold of it and stand it upright. Now the hammer has moved. You will say that it moved because a will lifted it. There's nothing miraculous about this, since you see the manipulating will embodied in a person. You won't see anything miraculous about someone lifting a hammer. Let us suppose that this hammer were to rise to a vertical position with no visible being involved. Then what would you say? You would consider it very foolish to believe that a hammer that rose by itself to the vertical was an ordinary hammer which needs a person to lift it. What would you have to say next? You would say that it was obviously no ordinary hammer, but one inhabited by an invisible will. As you watch the hammer rise to the vertical, you simply cannot believe it to be ordinary, but take it to be something that embodies some other will or some other spirit. If you see a material object doing what you know to be impossible for such material objects, according to ordinary sense experience, even though you don't see a spirit in the hammer that lifts itself up, you would not only feel justified in believing that there is a spirit in that hammer, you would even consider yourself a real fool to believe otherwise. If you were not a precise observer and were out walking with a clairvoyant person, you might, let us say, come across a motionless figure lying on the ground. Because you are not capable of exact observation, you would not be able to determine whether the object is a real person or just a papier-mâché figure. The clairvoyant would tell you that it is a real human being and say, he has an astral body. You would have to believe it. But a third possibility is that the figure lying there might suddenly get up. You would then no longer doubt that the clairvoyant was right, that a soul and spirit inhabited the figure, since it stood up. That is the third possibility. I want to speak now about a situation where you can have just such an experience, one that may seem remote but is, nevertheless, within reach. It was said that in the human being, the physical body's current flows from left to right, the etheric body's current from right to left, the current originating in the sentient body from front to back, and so on. The astral body's current flows upward from below, and that of the eye flows down from above, countering each other. All these currents flow into one another and intermingle. It was said that the eye works from above downward. How, then, must the outer organ be situated for us to be able to use it as an instrument of the eye? You know that the outer organ of the eye is the circulating blood. The eye could not function from above downward without its organ moving vertically through the human body from above downward. Where would it be possible then for the human eye to exist? Wherever the main current of the blood flows horizontally instead of vertically. Animals have horizontal bloodstreams. The group eye of animals cannot find its own organ because the main circulatory course of animal blood is horizontal. That is the difference. The main circulatory flow of human blood had to be raised to the vertical so that the human eye could enter it. On the other hand, we have the animals in which the group eye cannot grasp the blood as its organ because the blood flows horizontally. On the other hand, in human beings, the eye can do so because the blood's primary course has raised itself to the vertical. Let us now examine the viewpoint that for purely external reasons accepts animals as related to humankind. Indeed, there are animal forms left over from earlier periods. But the time came when the whole circulatory system had to be lifted from the horizontal to the vertical position so that the human being could develop from it. We are looking at an historical case. Here we have something that is horizontally aligned. It is obvious from the observable characteristics of animal blood that what is horizontally aligned could no more lift itself into the vertical than could the hammer that is not permeated by a spirit. In the same way that it would be foolish to deny the presence of spirit in something that can lift itself, it would be just as foolish to think that the horizontal bloodstream of animals could, of itself, lift itself up to the vertical stature of the human bloodstream. Only if a spirit were within it, only if a will flowed through it, could the animal group soul transform into the individual human soul. Anyone unwilling to admit that he or she would be a fool to believe that ordinary hammers could lift themselves upright would be just as much a fool to think that that which is in blood could raise itself to the vertical on its own. This is the third way by which we can verify all spiritual truths, in that we realize that things happen in the context of which it is nonsense to believe that only physically perceptible elements are involved. As we delve more deeply into matters, it becomes more obvious that the middle way of attaining certainty, which is based on spiritual sciences fructifying ordinary thinking, can be applied to everything. You have to admit that the human heart could not have been described as it was here without the foregoing spiritual research. Research must be stimulated by spiritual science. When the findings of spiritual science are presented and we then observe the outer phenomena, we see elements that simply could not be explained if we were not to take into account what is said by spiritual science. Thus, there is a method for observing things without bias. For example, when you notice that animal blood follows a horizontal course, whereas human blood flows vertically, and ask yourself what must be present in blood for the whole blood system to lift up to the vertical. And then you receive the answer from spiritual science. Spiritual beings rule the blood. You may then ask whether or not blood indicates the presence of a spiritual being, exactly as a hammer would if it raised itself upright. This is an example of the middle standpoint of anthroposophy that observes physical facts below, observes spiritual facts above, and compares them, thus fully explaining what is encountered in the outer world. I have shown through individual examples, such as the transforming of the brain into the eye, EYE, and the schematic internal contraction of the heart, how the form of every organ can be comprehended. We could construe the form of every organ out of the spirit in the same way. Every part of us would be a revelation of how spirit works on us to create the body's forms and organs. Only the principles involved were to be indicated here. But today's indications will give you a feeling that there is much in the world that the experts have never dreamt of, because they have no desire to delve into such matters. If this feeling stays with you, you will see that it is indeed possible to view the world without bias in matters where the communications from investigation of the spiritual world are brought together with earthly things. Not everyone can immediately see such things, but one would be able to say that it is an absurdity not to accept the facts reported by investigators of the spirit concerning certain phenomena. If the described feeling persists, then enough has been accomplished through these lectures on anthroposophy, for progress in spiritual research is slow and gradual. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. Lecture 4, given on October 27, 1909, entitled Supersensible Currents, Group Soul, and the I in Human Beings and Animals. Yesterday we discussed the currents of forces that shape the human organism and make its form comprehensible. We saw how if we get to know the formative forces, the heart and the I, EYE, must, in an amazing way, look just as they do. We delineated the supersensible processes that occur in our organism so that its material structure manifests. And we saw how it is built by the currents that flow from left to right and right to left, from above downward and from below upward, and from front to back, and vice versa. Someone might say, quote, "We will catch you in your own trap. You fail to consider a very important phenomenon when you speak of these currents, from right and left, above and below, and front and back. You do not explain the fact that human beings have organs in precise left-right symmetry, as well as other organs such as the heart, stomach, liver, and so on, that are asymmetrical." Unquote. This person would go on to say, quote, "If the human organism were completely asymmetrical, perhaps we could comprehend how it is formed by your currents. If it differed just as much in its left-right aspect as it does from below upward and from front to back." Unquote. Although one could object in this way, it would be short-sighted, because, as we already pointed out, the currents flowing left to right and right to left are those that form the physical and etheric bodies. The human being is symmetrical in the direction that the currents of the physical and etheric bodies flow. It is just in this direction, where physical and etheric bodies flow, that the human being is symmetrically built. Now recall what spiritual scientific research says about the existence of these currents and the anthroposophic explanations of them, and then ask if it is possible to clarify the reason this has to be as it is. Spiritual scientific research shows that the human physical body is very ancient, having originated on old Saturn. The etheric body was added during the ancient sun, the astral body during the moon, and the I, capital, first appeared on Earth. Footnote: Steiner's planetary references do not refer to the physical planets as we understand them today, but to epochs of cosmic evolution. For a more thorough introduction to these planetary phases, see Title and Outline of Esoteric Science. See also titled The Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World, Reality and Illusion. End of footnote. We may now ask what the physical body looked like when it was formed on old Saturn. It was, of course, asymmetrical, since it had to work in a direction that corresponds to the left to right orientation of today's physical body. And what about the etheric body in its origin on the Sun? It too is asymmetrical, since it had to be laid out in the direction that corresponds to the present right to left orientation in the physical body. Evolution continued, however, and didn't stop with the effect of ancient Sun. The effect of moon activity now began. The physical body continued to evolve, and its form was shaped further. If the moon's effect had not been added, human beings would have remained physically asymmetrical. But the physical body's development continued on the moon, and all the rest evolved further on Earth. Something else had to enter the picture that changed the earlier formation and transformed it into an entirely different one. The direction had to be reversed in order to avoid one-sidedness, and this had to be done from the opposite side. In other words, the direction from left to right that had been imprinted on the organization of the physical body during Saturn now had to be balanced by a development from right to left. How did this happen? In previous lectures, I spoke about the Sun's separation from the Moon during the ancient Moon evolution, and I said that the Sun's forces no longer worked from the same side, from within the Moon's body, but from outside. This is the same thing that happened to the etheric body as the development progressed. What developed as the physical body until the time of ancient Moon was then taken up from the side under the external influence of the Sun. Now, someone might say, quote, yes, but we can't understand why this second side, formed so much later, is not much smaller than the other side. Why are they symmetrical? Unquote. Recall something else I told you. Certain more highly evolved beings had to leave both the Moon and the Earth in order to develop a greater impact. These beings had to find a higher functioning position in order to have a stronger influence from right to left on the human structure than those on Saturn. Their task was not so easy as that of the Saturn beings when they formed the one-sided physical body. Those beings had to overcome what existed from previous evolution. The entire formative process was jammed. These beings had to acquire greater powers by shifting their place of action outside Earth to the Sun. That strengthened their powers, and the other side was constructed just like the first. The physical body became a symmetrical structure. If you enter into this question patiently enough, you will be able to confirm every detail of what was said in the Theosophical lectures. The formative forces can be followed even into the most isolated details of the human organs. It would take us too far in these sketchy lectures, of course, to try to explain, for example, the earlobe, but it could be done. If you recall what was said yesterday, that currents flow from front to back, that they emanate from the sentient body acting on the human organism, and that the currents of the sentient soul flow from back to front, you will realize that we have two currents that run counter to each other. How should we imagine the currents of the sentient body from front to back and of the sentient soul from back to front forming the human organism? A sketch will help us visualize it. And there's a sketch of a head here with forces being shown. As was said, the physical and etheric bodies and the main portion of the astral body were already present. Now the currents issuing from the sentient body enter the picture to bore their way into the organism from front to back. Their action is such that they build various organs into what was already in the human organism. Now imagine the sentient soul again, working into the organism from back to front. The work is an inner one, because it is precisely the sentient soul doing it. The currents congest at the front in such a way that as they bore into the organism, they form a layer over the structure they are building. The currents of the sentient soul flow forward and penetrate there at the boundary of the physical body, while the currents of the sentient body flow from the outside in, since the sentient body is outside. Those of the sentient soul stream from the inside out. This must create various openings where they come together. Several holes must be bored there. These currents move forward from behind, and others move from the front back. The former currents issue from the sentient soul, thus from within, and bore into the physical organism. In viewing this sketch, you see the human face in profile. Coming from the front are currents that bore the sense organs of sight, smell, and taste into the head. And from the rear to the front come the formative forces that build the brain above them. This is how the human head is fashioned, as seen from the side. Thus you can say that if spiritual science tells us the truth, the human head actually cannot look other than it does. Where can we find proof for that which spiritual science asserts? Spiritual science demonstrates that if the human head was to arise at all, it would have to appear like this. Let us ask the head if that is how it looks. Yes, it does. The phenomenal world itself presents us with the confirmation, the proof. Or let us consider something else. The action of the sentient body is from the outside in, that of the sentient soul from the inside out, although it is blocked on the way. It does not make it all the way out. It is blocked in the physical brain, so that it can't get out. It can get out only where the openings bored from the front encounter it. The activity of the sentient soul comes out at those places. It strides out. This results in a part of our inner life pouring itself out precisely as sentient soul. The sentient soul can do that. The comprehension or intellectual soul cannot do this. It also lies suspended in us, and must also bide its time with respect to its effects. It is completely obstructed. It cannot move outward at all, because no currents come to meet it from outside. This is why our thinking is an inner process. It has no way of getting out. Human beings must contemplate within themselves. Other things cannot think for us, nor do they reveal the thoughts to us from outside. We have to bring the thoughts to meet the things. This is the great mystery of the relationship of human thought to the outer world. The sense organs do not convey thoughts to us. If a sense organ has an irregularity, the impression it receives is easily distorted. While, however, in normal life the senses do not distort. The intellect can, because it cannot form a relationship with external things. It is the first member of the human being that is able to err, because its activity is dammed up within the brain and cannot get out. And what is the result? It is impossible for human beings to think about the outer world and to have the right thoughts about it unless they have within themselves the capacity to let right thoughts arise. You can see from this that the external world could never give human beings accurate thoughts if the thoughts were not to arise from within. The external world can provide correct sense perceptions, but perceptions cannot think. Thought is subject to error, however, and we human beings must have the power for accuracy of thought in us. This demonstrates, to anyone who cares to contemplate it, that if accurate thoughts arise in us about something external that we have not had any contact with in the present incarnation, it points to a previous life. Think for a moment. Human beings are supposed to think accurate thoughts about the wisdom of the world, but cannot go outside themselves with their thoughts. What permeates the things of the outer world as wisdom must arise within the human beings themselves. There is a boundary between the two, and they can never come together. This can only mean that they must have been together at an earlier time, when the human I did not yet. Let me read that again. This can only mean that they must have come together at an earlier time, when the human I did not yet hold back the currents flowing from above downward. That's capital I. The I was still allowing them to pass through. We must conclude, therefore, that human beings must have been organized differently, that today's brain thinking was once, like the sense perceptions of the I, EYE, connected with the external world in such a way that human beings saw their thoughts. What does it mean to say that people saw thoughts, which we are now limited to merely thinking? It means that they were clairvoyant. Because it is the I, capital, that separated them from the ancient clairvoyance, however, the I was thus not yet present. We must therefore call it a clairvoyance that was still dim and not yet illuminated by the I. Dim is the right term for that ancient clairvoyance. People must have passed through earlier stages in which they possessed a dim clairvoyance. Again, the present-day organism shows us that the human being of earlier times was organized differently. If what has been stated is true, it has very important implications for practical life, for it implies that sense perception can tell us the truth about all the relationships of the material world, disregarding, of course, the sense illusions. Sense perceptions place us in direct relationship to the outer world. We touch it directly. It also implies that we can know what is within us only through the power of our intellect. When, for example, the I flows inward, it is actually there, within us. Therefore, when we direct our thinking to the I, it is very natural that since the I is inside us, such thinking about it can determine something about it. Dr. Unger's lectures made this clear. Now you will be able to localize the process. It is the meeting between the intellectual soul and the I that gives rise to pure thinking, thinking directed inward. And it will be clear to you that this thinking, which comprehends itself, cannot be subject to error, like that thinking that rambles all over attempting to draw conclusions out of external things. In pondering the outside world, such thinking gets only as far as the concepts and truth it already finds within itself about the outer things. We have to hold the concepts up to things as a reflection. The things themselves can reveal nothing more than their sense-perceptible aspects. We human beings have to allow the concepts or thoughts inherent in the things to arise in us from a real capacity for truth. What can we judge in the outer world? Indeed, people can assess only what they encounter through the senses in the external world. The senses cannot decide about things that remain hidden to the senses themselves. What is it then about the human being that appears solely in its own truth? Of human beings and of other natural creatures, the only thing that appears in its reality for the physical plane is that which the senses can actually sense. As soon as something is removed from the senses, no judgment can be made about that thing from the physical plane. At that moment, reasoning, if not accompanied and directed by an inner sense for truth or inner accuracy, must necessarily fall prey to all kinds of errors. Let me illustrate this with an example that contrasts two different approaches. You are familiar with one of them from spiritual scientific research, the study of the forms human beings have passed through during earlier conditions of existence, the Atlantean and Lemurian periods, and all the way back through the Moon, Sun, and Saturn existences. We are shown out of spiritual scientific research what forms the human being has gone through. Today we have studied an example of how what the senses perceive can appear wonderfully comprehensible when we make this approach to human evolution our own, and we work through it in relation to the outer world. You will become increasingly convinced of this astounding fact, that everything in the external world confirms what spiritual research discovers out of the facts of the spiritual world. Now, as a contrast, let us look at the recently formulated theory of evolution offered by ordinary research. We especially notice that an important law that I referred to yesterday has been established. It is the fundamental biogenetic law that states, based on external facts, that the human being in its germinal state briefly goes through a series of forms reminiscent of certain animal shapes. At one stage, it resembles a small fish, and so on, recapitulating the various forms of the animal kingdom. You are all probably aware that when the theory of heredity got out of hand, these facts were interpreted as proof that human beings passed through all the forms observed in embryonic development. One is tempted to comment that it was truly a blessing that the gods concerned for us delayed this observation until almost simultaneously, after this theory had been publicized in its more extreme interpretation, things almost always overlap, it could be set straight by spiritual science. The stages passed through before human beings arrived on the physical plane and became perceptible to physical senses were concealed by the gods and could not be observed. If such a discovery had occurred earlier, ideas that are even more absurd might have resulted. The facts themselves are, of course, correct, since they are perceived by the senses, but when conclusions are to be made about it, the forces of the intellectual soul become involved, and that soul has no access to anything the senses have not experienced. If it lacks the inner endowment for discerning truth, it necessarily errs. Here we have a striking example of how the power of reasoning that comes from the intellectual soul can sail into error. What does it show that at a certain point in embryonic development, human beings resemble fish? It shows that we cannot utilize the fish nature in ourselves and must get rid of it before entering our human phase of existence. The next shape in embryonic development must also be rejected as unsuitable, as must all animal forms, because they do not belong to us. We could not have become human beings if we had ever appeared on earth in such an animal form. We had to separate all such forms from ourselves to enable us to become human beings. If you pursue these thoughts correctly, you will arrive at correct conclusions. What is demonstrated by the fact that at a particular point in our embryonic development we resemble fish? It simply shows that in our line of descent we never looked like fish and rejected the fish shape as unusable since we were not to resemble it. We may also inquire about the significance of all the other forms of embryonic development that modern science shows us. They show us all that we never were, and that had to be expelled in past periods of evolution. Science shows all those pictures that we never resembled. In fact, through embryology, we can discover what we never resembled in prehistoric times. We learn which shapes we pushed out rather than went through. If, from the facts, we conclude that we descended from such animal forms, that we passed through them to reach our present evolutionary stage, we place ourselves in the same position as someone who says, quote, "Here is a son, S-O-N, and here the father. As I compare them, I cannot believe that the son descended from the father. Instead, I'll believe that the son descended from himself, or that he was his father's ancestor," unquote. Just the opposite sequence of evolution was accepted as the result of a mistake, because the intellect proved unequal to really thinking through the facts of reality. These images of the past are, of course, extremely important, because they make us aware of how we never looked. Another example brings this fact home to us even better. We can study it in the realms offered by the outer sense world, realms that are not hidden. All these forms are there in the outer world. They lie open to observation by our ordinary disciplined scrutiny. Human beings did not draw false conclusions about human descent as long as they depended only on observation and applied their minds to what was spread before them in the world of the senses, rather than to what was not observable. Of course, they didn't judge human evolution out of the intellect, but relied on a natural, exact sense for truth. They looked at apes and felt the same uncanny feeling that any healthy-minded person does when looking at apes, one that can be compared only to a certain sense of shame. That sense was closer to the truth than what was said later by the erring intellect. In this sense of shame lies the feeling judgment that apes are beings that fell from the human stream, beings that remain behind. They originated in the human evolutionary line and had to be separated out from it. Contained in this was a feeling that human beings could reach today's heights only by first separating from themselves what has now become the ape form. If we had retained it, we could never have developed into human beings. This lies in the natural, healthy feeling. But then the matter was investigated through the intellect, and this gave birth to the erroneous statement that the human form descended from the ape. That is an error. The more you think about it, the more you will find that what was just discussed is deeply justified. That human beings are descended from apes is an error that you can confirm through a very ordinary consideration. Let us assume that you are observing the members of human nature, apparent purely through the senses, and that you are studying either yourself or the observable aspect of human nature in other human beings. There are two currents, that of the sentient body, flowing from front to back, and that of the sentient soul, flowing from back to front. And since they converge, we must distinguish in what appears on the human being between what is moving from front to back as the current of the sentient body and what is moving from back to front as the current of the sentient soul. Bearing this in mind, let us look into the countenance of a person. As far as we depend on our senses, the image we perceive is of course correct. We cannot be mistaken, since we are dealing with a sense impression. Now the intellect enters the picture and does so subconsciously. We are confronted immediately with a classic example of erroneous judgment. For how does the mind conceive the human countenance in relation to the forces that formed it? It thinks of it as having been shaped from outside, whereas the face is really the product of the sentient soul working outward from within. We judge incorrectly when we look into a person's countenance and say that it is actually material body. We must say instead that what the senses perceive here is the outer image of the sentient soul, the soul itself, and that soul works outward from within. You have reached the correct conclusion when you view the human face as soul, excluding the possibility that it could be corporeal body. Let me read that sentence again. You have reached the correct conclusion when you view the human face as soul, excluding the possibility that it could be corporeal body. You are concerned here with a great illusion. You look at a human face that is the picture of a soul. And while looking at this picture of the soul, of course it is only an image, you think of it as corporeal. That view is totally mistaken and demonstrates how wrongly we interpret things as soon as we call on our power of judgment. We form correct views of external images only if we understand them correctly, if we speak of the human countenance as an, quote, image of the soul, unquote, and recognize the mistake in trying to explain it only on the basis of the physical and etheric forces. This human countenance must be explained out of the forces of the soul itself. The visible is explained in terms of the invisible in this case. As you delve into spiritual science, you become increasingly aware of what a lofty training of thinking it is, and that the chaotic thinking we encounter everywhere today, especially in scientific circles, must be overcome. Perhaps you occasionally feel that what you hear makes strenuous demands on your thinking. Spiritual science, however, is also a noble training of logical thinking, since it forces us to interpret properly what we encounter in the world. And we must correctly interpret certain manifestations that lead from an anthroposophy that is concerned with the individual to an anthroposophy concerned with all of humankind. Now let us return to what we have termed the sense of speech and the sense of concept or visualization. Did the sense of speech or tone precede the sense of visualization in earthly human evolution, or vice versa? We will have accomplished quite a lot if we succeed in sufficiently penetrating human development on this low plane so as to answer the question whether or not we learn to understand words first or to perceive and understand received mental images first. This question has little to do with spiritual science because we can all find the answer by watching the way children learn to speak and perceive thoughts. All of us are aware that children learn to speak first and only then to perceive thoughts. Indeed, speech is necessary for thought perception. Why? Simply because the sense of speech or tone is the prerequisite for the sense of visualization. Children learn to speak because they can hear and listen to what the sense of speech perceives. Their speaking itself, then, is mere imitation. Thus you will find that children imitate speech sounds long before they understand anything that might be called a mental representation. Observe carefully, and you will see that the sense of speech or tone develops first and provides the basis for the development of the sense of concept. The speech sense thus enables us to perceive not only sounds, but what we call tones of speech as well. This leads us to ask how, in the course of evolution, human beings became able to perceive speech tones and, as a consequence, developed the ability to speak. How was it that human beings were able to develop speech over the course of their evolution? At this point, we have to clarify a certain matter. Learning to speak, not merely hearing, required not only that something come to human beings from outside and be perceived by them, but also that something within human beings follow the same route that the currents of the sentient soul take as they press forward from behind. This was essential. Human evolution had to proceed in such a way that the sentient soul became permeated by a current moving in the same direction as the soul's currents, which create through movement toward the front from behind. That was needed for speech. Speaking had to precede the sense of visualization. Speaking had to be acquired before human beings were in a position to sense the idea in words themselves, even in the words they spoke themselves. They first had to learn to emit speech tones and live in the sensations such tones generated before relating them to specific mental images. That had to come later. The initial experience was not of concept or mental image, but a feeling for what permeated the tones when they were emitted. Speech proceeded from this experience. This development had to take place after the blood circulation shifted to an upright position, for animals cannot speak. The I, capital, had to work from above downward. Although the I was present by that time, working downward from above, human beings were still unable to imagine it, since the visualizing sense was not yet developed. What was the result? Human beings could not receive speech through their individual I, but only through another I, comparable to the group I of animals. In this sense, speech is truly a gift of the gods. It was poured down from above into human beings along the path taken by the eye before it could develop speech itself. The human eye, flowing down from above, was not capable of developing speech. It did not yet have the organs capable of providing the impulse for speech development, and thus the collective I had to do it. Human beings were already complete, however. They were by that time upright human beings. The collective I had to work from above downward into the physical and etheric organism and so on in order to bring about speech. Another current flowed from below toward the group I. That group I flowed down from above and met another current that flowed upward from below. They met and created a kind of vortex. If you draw a straight line through the middle of the larynx, it follows the direction of the current used by those spirits who gave speech. Out of these two congesting currents, the peculiar form of the human larynx arose in physical matter. Thus the human being had to develop speech through the influence of a group soul living in the earth's environment. You may recall that I spoke about how group souls actually work on the earth. I said that the current of the group soul passes through the horizontal spinal cord of the animal. These streams of forces flowing from above downward constantly circulate around the earth as they did around ancient moon. They are currents that do not remain in place but circulate in a perpendicular manner around the earth. The vertically oriented group souls sweep around the earth in circles. What was the result? In order for human beings to develop speech through the influence of group souls, they could not remain at a fixed location, but had to migrate, moving from place to encounter the group soul. Human beings could not have learned speech if they had stayed where they were when they could not yet speak. What was the necessary direction of their movement? This is easily discovered. We know that human etheric currents flow from right to left, and the physical currents from left to right. Where then are the group souls that endowed human beings with speech? We can answer this through the following consideration. Let us look at the singular form of the earth. When you consider the fact that human beings learned to speak after they were already complete, you will agree that a strong current was needed, since the larynx, in its soft shape, first had to be transformed into the human larynx. This had to happen under very different conditions on earth than those we find today. What must they have been? Let us look at the earth. Imagine that you are standing on the earth facing east. The west is behind us, the north to the left, and the south to the right. Now notice the strange fact that emerges. The currents involved in structuring the physical body flow from left to right. They occur in the outer world as well, and they were present when the earth was formed. Here you have the powerful currents that come from the north and move toward the south. These currents bring physical matter into existence. On the other side are etheric currents flowing from right to left, without the goal of condensing physical matter. You can still see this in the Earth's asymmetry. In the direction of the physical currents, you have the northern half with its continents. There the condensed physical matter draws itself together, whereas in the other, southern half, you have the expanses of ocean. The current working from the north is identical to the one that acts from left to right in human beings. And the current from the south is identical to the one that acts from right to left. Now let us consider the other two currents in human beings, the one moving from front to back and the other from back to front. As we have seen, the current from front to back goes from the sentient body into the sentient soul, into the soul in general, whereas the second goes outward. If you now consider this, and I ask that you consider it very carefully since it is not so easy, you will realize that in order to learn speech, human beings had to produce a current that flowed from within outward, that made its way into the sentient body. People had to encounter the group soul current and offer their organization to it, so that what could build the larynx could congest there. Human beings had to meet within the earthly realm such a current that could work into the human astral aspect. When human beings were first learning to speak, therefore, they could neither move in a northerly nor a southerly direction, but had to move in a direction at a right angle to both. In other words, they had to move east to west or west to east at the time when they were to learn to speak. Spiritual science tells us that human beings at one time lived in ancient Lemuria, there where the sea now extends between Africa and Asia. Then they moved in order to learn to speak. They could not go south or north, but had to move west to ancient Atlantis. While moving west to Atlantis, they encountered the group souls who could evoke speech in them. You will find spiritual scientific observation confirmed as you come to understand the organism of human speech. Thus, human beings learned speech in ancient Atlantis. Human beings then needed to develop the sense of imagery based on speech. They were not to stop at mere speech, but were to advance to a sense of mental representation. How could this happen? Of course, they could not continue in the same direction. They had to go in the opposite direction with the same current. Why? We saw what happens when visualization arises from the sense of tone or speech. We have seen how the speech tone develops from melody when transformed into harmony, and when the fundamental tone is disregarded so that only the system of the overtones remains. Then the development of the visualization sense required the suppression in speech on one side, and on the other what had to be developed. Human beings had to reverse their direction after learning to speak. They had to return east from Atlantis to develop the sense of pictorial thinking from the speech they had learned. Here we see the significance of migration, as described by spiritual science, during which the ancient Atlanteans who were sufficiently mature began to move from west to east. They were thus able to develop the visualization sense in a fruitful way. Then it would follow that those who moved in the opposite direction to the west would not be able to develop a sense of visualization in a fruitful way. Some people did go in the opposite direction. They were the original inhabitants of America. Why did they not keep with this development? Why was it necessary that that which was learned in the East be brought to them later? It was because they moved in the opposite direction. That was the cosmic destiny of the original inhabitants of America, that they migrated in the opposite direction. This demonstrates the palpable reality of what is reported by spiritual investigation. One can understand the whole organization of the earth. The distribution of the continents, firm lands and oceans and human migrations can all be understood once you comprehend the mystery of the continuous streams affecting human beings, which we have come to understand through anthroposophy. Anthroposophy really guides us into that living realm where human beings and the outer world can be clearly understood. And now we can go further. We could ask, did humanity go on to learn more after the sense of visualization was developed? Humanity was not intended to stop short at pictorial imagination, but to progress toward the ability to form concepts. The next step was to ascend out of the mere visualization sense to the soul life. Again, humankind had to move in the reverse direction. First, humanity had to go east to develop the imaginative life. To develop pure concepts, on the other hand, called for a reverse migration, since the ability to conceptualize could be attained only after returning westward. If we had enough time to bring together all the findings of anthroposophic research, we could gain a detailed understanding of the great migrations that occurred during the 4 post-Atlantean cultural periods. We would obtain a wonderful tapestry of the activity of spiritual forces in every aspect of the formation of Earth and humankind. Thus far we have considered the currents that flow downward from above, from right to left, from front to back, and so on. But we are somehow stopped there, unable to continue. Spiritual science demonstrates that there are three senses that are higher than the sense of visualization. The senses of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. In ordinary life, they flow into the soul, but they flow outward in clairvoyance. This is reported by spiritual science. In order for these senses to exist in physical human beings, they must all build organs for themselves and must work in a certain way. Here we must consider something that is found only in human beings, something that animals do not yet possess in the same form. It is the inner soul activity of memory. It is pure scientific invention to say that animals have a faculty for remembering. It is not surprising that animals act in a way that requires the same explanations used to explain human behavior. It is a mistake, however, to call such animal behavior memory. The primary orientation of animals, which had to be changed to the upright in humankind so that the eye could flow in and memory develop, remains horizontal, and just as in human beings, toward the front. This orientation of animals eliminates obstruction and allows the flow of the currents of the sentient, intellectual, and consciousness souls through it, although without the eye. Thus it is possible for animals to commit acts that are indeed reasonable, but definitely are not I-imbued. That is why we cannot speak of animals as having intelligence. This is where a huge area of error arises in modern science. The facts show only that one can be directed by intelligence without possessing it, and that is how it is for animals. The fact that we encounter phenomena in the animal realm resembling human memory is a natural result of the animal form. But to speak of the form of memory is a gross error and creates a complete confusion. In memory, there is something completely different from what may be found in mere reasoned thinking or even in visualization. In memory, we have before us a mental image that remains after the impression or perception itself is no longer present. Memory does not consist of doing something that resembles an earlier action. If that were the case, Professor H would be correct in saying that when a chick breaks out of an egg and immediately begins to peck, it demonstrates the possession of memory, since it repeats something that its ancestors did. Clearly, what memory is has not been grasped at all when such outrageous things are being done in the field of psychology. We could just as easily say that a clock possesses memory because it repeats the same movements every day. Such concepts are misleading in the broadest sense. Memory is correctly described as the retention in us of a mental picture. It is not the repetition of an external act. It is the I that retains the mental pictures. The nature of memory is that the I takes hold of the mental picture and retains it. But for this to occur in a human organism, an organ has to be created. The I must produce the necessary currents. Such currents must issue from the I itself and converge with the other currents coming from every direction. The I must flood into the other currents that exist without the I, and the I must conquer them. If, say, a current flows in from outside, the I must be able to issue a current in the opposite direction. This essential activity, in which the I was unable to engage at the very beginning, becomes apparent when you recall that during the age when the human being was supposed to learn to speak, such a counter-current had to arise. Because the I was not yet in a position to do so, a group I had to assume the task of driving this current into human souls. When real human soul life began with the participation of the I, however, the eye itself sent currents out that penetrated the other already existing currents. Does the eye notice when it drives a current into an already existing current? Yes, it notices very exactly. Up to the point of visualization, the eye is not engaged in penetrating currents. To create higher faculties, such as memory, however, the eye must issue a countercurrent that penetrates the existent current and must work against it. This becomes obvious as the eye continues to develop and another element joins the three currents of space flowing at right angles to one another. As the eye begins developing memory, it sends its current to bore somewhat in the opposite direction of space, and this becomes perceptible in the awareness of time. This is why memory is linked with the idea of time. It is an idea that, instead of being spatial, moves in the direction of the past, penetrating the space-related currents. Thus it is with everything the eye develops out of itself. It would lead too far off the subject to develop everything in detail, but we can point to the current that flows as the eye develops memory. This is the current flowing from left to right. Currents also flow in the same direction as that in which the eye develops characteristics such as habits. These left to right currents flow counter to the earlier currents that arose without the eye. The eye bores into them. In studying the soul life, we can distinguish between the sentient, intellectual, and consciousness souls. The intellectual soul can still be deceptive. You will recall that I said it is possible to have intellect without possessing intelligence, since intelligence is based on the I being. To gain inner access to the I, the intellectual soul must develop from within to the level of the I. Then it ascends to the consciousness soul. Now, this always involves opposite directions. When it becomes conscious, the consciousness soul always assumes thereby a direction counter to that of the intellectual soul, which still works in the unconscious. Is there any evidence that the stream of these two souls flow in opposite directions? This can be observed under certain earthly conditions. Think, for example, of learning to read, which in a certain sense is a very intellectual activity, not necessarily based on possessing an intelligent eye. What I am about to say applies primarily to Europe, where, as you know, the population waited, as it were, for later cultural conditions to develop. Thus, you arrive at something that was present in Greco-Latin culture when the intellectual soul first developed what is called writing. People began to learn to read and write as that soul was formed. This was, however, only the very beginning. This feature was retained. Then came the effect of the consciousness soul. Conscious activity must occur in a direction counter to that of the intellectual soul, because the two currents flow in opposite directions. People first learned to calculate once they had developed the consciousness soul, since arithmetic is a conscious activity. We see these directions reflected in European writing, which is from left to right, owing to the involvement of the intellectual soul, whereas their calculation is done from right to left. When they add, for example, they add by columns, right to left. We see here, as in a picture, the two different currents, those of the intellectual soul and the consciousness soul, one superimposed over the other. This is not how it is everywhere. The nature of Europeans can be read from this example. It shows that they were predestined to wait in the development of the intellectual soul until a certain point in time, so that the consciousness soul would not develop prematurely. By way of contrast, what needed to be developed in the consciousness soul in Western culture, other ethnic groups had developed as capacities of the intellectual soul. These people, therefore, had to be given the possibility of accomplishing something with the intellectual soul that those who waited could accomplish only later through the consciousness soul. It was these Semites who had the mission of preparing for the development of the consciousness soul while developing the intellectual soul, thus becoming pioneers of the consciousness soul. Because of this, they write from right to left. These findings offer us a means for understanding not only the human being as such, but also all cultural phenomena. Such facts explain why at a certain evolutionary moment, writing and calculation were accomplished in a particular way. We could explore further, right into the forms of the letters of each people, and see whether this or that individual folk formed its letters with strokes from left to right or vice versa. It is a matter that can be understood on the basis of these spiritual facts. You see here the future mission of spiritual science, if it is to bring light into people's heads for an understanding of what would otherwise remain unintelligible. It is probably not right to end these considerations at this point, so we will continue tomorrow in a certain way to finish them. Even so, it will be only a brief sketch. I will, therefore, be speaking tomorrow from an anthroposophic perspective about what we might call one of Goethe's daughters. You are aware that I wrote an essay entitled Goethe, Father of a New Aesthetic. In it, I described Goethe's parental role in connection with the conception and the understanding of the arts. It is my intention tomorrow to describe Goethe's child, a really new conception of the science of art, of aesthetics. Footnote, this refers to the published version of Rudolf Steiner's lecture of October 28, 1909. The title is The Spiritual Origin of the Arts. It is contained in title Art as Spiritual Activity, Rudolf Steiner's Contribution to the Visual Arts, Michael Howard, editor, Hudson, New York, Anthroposophic Press, 1997. That is the end of Lecture 4 and the end of the first section of this set of lectures on anthroposophy. The next set 2, is called Psychosophy. Of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is the beginning of part 2, entitled Psychosophy, given in Berlin, 1910. And this is lecture 5, Aspects of Soul Life, given November 1st, 1910. The examples I will need to use during these evening lectures are best taken from the realm of poetry. Each evening there will be a short recitation of a poem, which will allow me to demonstrate matters as well as when I use a blackboard. Today's lecture will be introduced by Miss Waller's recitation of a poem from Goethe's Youth, an adaptation of the legend of the Eternal Jew. Please note that this poem from Goethe's Youth seems to me to have significance for what I will be speaking of. The recitations used to illustrate these lectures will definitely be of psychosophic interest. Footnote, a variation on Goethe's early poem, The Eternal Jew, was recited at this point. The original poem is almost unknown in Germany today and not at all in English-speaking countries. The text has been omitted, since it is unlikely that this variation would have any real meaning for those unfamiliar with the original. The reasons for this quote-unquote experiment are explained in the text that follows, and the object of its reading will become clear. End of footnote. During last year's general meeting, I entitled the lecture series Anthroposophy. This year, another series will be given from a similar viewpoint entitled Psychosophy. If the opportunity arises, there will eventually be a third series or chapter called Pneumatosophy. These 3 series together will serve as a bridge to lead from the world we live in to the higher worlds that are the subject of theosophical study. Psychosophy is to be a deliberation on the human soul, beginning with the soul's experiences here in the physical world. It then rises to higher realms to demonstrate that whatever we encounter in the physical world as the manifest soul life leads to the perspective where the light of theosophy comes to meet us. We will be occupied with many themes during these evenings. We will begin today with what may seem like very simple matters by looking at certain aspects of soul life, such as attentiveness and memory. We will then progress to passions and emotions, and then to matters that might be considered part of the realm of truth, beauty, and goodness. We will study aspects that affect our lives by fostering health or causing illness. We will be concerned with the true soul causes of illness, and as we pursue this theme, we will come up against the boundary where soul nature dips into the physical body's life. Thus, we will need to investigate the interrelationship between the body's state of health and the soul's inner life of activity and work. Then we must rise to a contemplation of high human ideals and consider their effect on the soul. We must look at the phenomena of ordinary life. For example, what makes time pass so quickly? We will see how such phenomena affect soul life and are present in a strange series of events within the soul. We will study the peculiar effects of boredom. Many other things could be mentioned, and we could consider them phenomenologically, or from the perspective of remedying apparent illnesses in the soul's life, poor reasoning ability, poor memory, and so on. You can also imagine that in speaking of the soul's life, we must touch on other areas as well. Theosophists are, in a certain way, familiar with the ideas needed to relate human soul life to other matters. You are all familiar with the aspects of human nature that spiritual science recognizes as consisting of body, soul, and spirit. That gives you a basis for saying that we must relate soul life to aspects of bodily nature on the one side, but also that it extends into spirit on the other. We have been concerned with the more physical aspects in the lectures called anthroposophy. Now, we will go into the soul's life in psychosophy, and later rise to the life of spirit in pneumatosophy. What is soul life when we contemplate it as such, within the limits just spoken of? What we usually refer to as outer world, or the given world spread before and around us, cannot be considered part of our soul life. The minerals, plants, animals, air, clouds, mountains, rivers, and so on. In other words, everything in our environment cannot be counted as belonging to the soul life, regardless of what we might bring to them out of our spirit when we visualize them. On the physical level, when we encounter a rose, we do not consider the rose itself to be a part of our soul life. However, if we feel joy or pleasure arising in us as we look at it, we can indeed call that a soul experience. If we meet someone and form a mental picture of that person, hair, face, expression, we do not include that in our soul life. But if we feel an interest in a person through sympathy or antipathy, or if we think of that person with love, all of these feelings must be considered soul experiences. You know that I don't like definitions. I prefer to characterize instead. I don't want to define soul life for you, since definitions accomplish little. I prefer to characterize what belongs to soul life. Let us look at something else. Suppose we witness someone engaged in an activity, and according to what we see, we must call it a good deed, one that can be approved of from a certain moral viewpoint. Then we have such a soul experience, which is expressed by our saying, that deed was good. This experience is different from that already characterized. We are not describing an action as such, or determining the various steps that led to it. And it is not a matter of our liking or disliking the motivation behind it. Other, higher interests are involved. When we call the deed good, we know that it should not depend on us at all whether we say a deed is good or bad. We must, nevertheless, make this assessment in the soul if we want to be conscious of the quality of the deed. Nothing in the outer world can tell us whether a deed is good. The judgment that it is good must arise and light up within us out of our own experience. However, If the judgment is to be justified, it must be independent of our own experience. The Spirit plays a role in every experience of the soul, such as this one. It is an experience in which something must be felt inwardly in order to become aware of it, but the significance of which is independent of our consciousness. It makes little difference whether we make a judgment or not. We have characterized what we might call the relationship of the soul to the outer world with 3 examples. First, we consider something as the outer world. Second, we consider a purely inner experience, such as an interest in someone else or the pleasure we take in a rose. And third, there is an inner experience of making a judgment, which must be independent of the soul life in order to have validity. The outer world must reveal itself to the soul through the physical body. Soul experience is purely inward, but the Spirit also communicates within the soul, as shown in the examples given. It is important to keep firmly in mind that the soul life ebbs and flows in inner facts. Now, we must assume the task of discovering the inner characteristics of soul experience. We have determined the outer boundaries of soul experience, where it borders other realms. Now, we want to see how we may characterize this inner life of the soul. In other words, what ideas or pictures must we use to speak of the human soul, to make it clear that we are referring only to the soul. We need to find concepts or images characteristic of the nature of the soul as such, as exhibited on the physical plane. What is the essential characteristic of soul experience? There are 2 ways we can characterize it, 2 ideas that apply only to the soul experience of the human being, as we will see when we speak strictly in relation to human physical conditions. It will, therefore, be my task to present an exact description of the characteristics, the basic inner phenomena and manifestations of the soul's life, studied strictly within its own realm. 2 concepts that characterize the inner aspects of that life may be cited. Please do not be put off, because our concern today is with the gathering of ideas. In the following days, you will see the value of this precise grasping of concepts in learning to understand manifestations that concern all of us. They will provide us with indications that are of great importance for the health and illness of the ordinary soul life. One of these 2 concepts is judgment. Judging is one activity of the soul. All other true soul experiences and activities can be summed up by what we can call the inner experiences of love, desire, and hate, aversion. Properly understood, these words encompass all of the soul's inner life. We will see how fruitful both conceptions of judgment and the consideration of the manifestations of love and hate will be for us. Every aspect of the soul is either a making of judgments or a life in love or hate. Basically, these are the only concepts that pertain to the soul. All others refer to a vehicle for something else coming into the soul, either from without, through the body, or due to causes we will learn later, from the spirit within. Thus, on the one hand, we have judgment, and on the other, love and hate. No matter what we call them, forces or activities, they alone belong to the soul life. If we want to understand the role of these 2 activities, we must develop a clear idea about judgment for ourselves, and then determine the significance of judgment, love, and hate within the soul life. I am not speaking of the logical aspects of judgment. That would be entirely different. I am not talking about the characteristics or laws of judgment. My characterization is not about logic, but about the psychosophic nature, strictly from the perspective of inner activity or soul processes of judging. Everything you can learn about judgment through logic is ruled out. I am not speaking of judgment, but of judging, the activity of judging, using the word as a verb. When you are motivated, regardless of the motivation itself, to say that that rose is red, you have judged. You have engaged in the activity of judging. Or you say, that's a good man. Or, the Sistine Madonna is beautiful. Or, that church steeple is tall. To the extent you do this as an activity in the inner soul life, that is judging. Now, let us examine the experiences of loving and hating. Those who take the trouble to turn their view inward find that they do not go through the external world in such a way that their souls remain untouched by most things. Let us picture ourselves traveling through a landscape. Not only do we see green hillsides, cloud-covered mountain peaks, and rivers flowing through the valleys, our souls also experience delight in the landscape. This is because we are loving our experience. Even if this love is hidden within our soul experience, it is nevertheless something that accompanies all of us in almost everything we experience during the hours of our waking life. As you walk along a street, if you see someone doing something wrong that disgusts you, that is really a concealed, a hidden emergence of the inner soul experience of hatred. Let me read that again. As you walk along a street, if you see someone doing something wrong that disgusts you, that is really a concealed, a hidden emergence of the inner soul experience of hatred. If you happen to find an evil-smelling plant in a meadow and turn away from it, that too is simply another experience of hate that you do not immediately identify as such. Love and hate are continually active in our soul life. The same is true of judging. You are continually judging and continually experiencing love and hate every moment of your waking soul life. We can understand the events of inner soul life even more exactly when we look at something that plays an important role in judging. Every judgment we make has an effect on our soul life, and this is essential for an understanding of the nature of soul life. When you judge that the rose is red, or see someone doing a good deed and say, that is a good person, both judgments have consequences for your soul, which might be characterized as follows. When you judge that the rose is red, from that time forward your soul life carries a mental picture of the red rose. That judgment is transformed within the further life of the soul into a mental image of the red rose. And you, as a soul-endowed being, continue to live with it. Every judgment culminates in a mental image in your soul experience. The judgment consists of what we might call two tendencies converging from two directions, one the rose, the other red. These two then become one, the red rose. They converge into a single image that you carry throughout life. If these two experiences were drawn as two currents, we would have to draw them converging and say that your judging always culminates in the mental image. Unless we thoroughly understand and impress on our minds the fact that judging always culminates in mental images, we cannot understand human soul life or its relationship to higher worlds, which will be the focus of our study in the days to come. The phenomena of love and hate require that we ask a different kind of question. We cannot ask, where are they going? But rather, where do they come from? With judging, it is a matter of where to, of where it is going. Whereas for love and hate, it is a question of where from, of where it comes from. As the soul gives birth to love and hate, we will always discover something there that enters the soul life as though from another side. As soul experiences, loving and hating can always be traced back to what could be called desiring. If we put desiring on the other side of soul life, there's a drawing, we can say that behind the love and hate that appears in our souls, there always stands desire, which radiates into our soul life. Thus, desire, as one side of our soul life, flows into it. We will study this in greater depth. And when we look into our soul, what becomes of the desiring, love or hate? Then we look further into our souls and find the activity of judging. And if we ask what all this leads to on the other side, we see that judging leads to the mental image. Desiring, as we can easily recognize, must be seen as emerging from the inner life of the soul. Desire cannot be spoken of as something that has an external cause, since it is likely that we are unaware of any such cause. We know one thing for certain. No matter what the source, desires surface in the soul life. And we can observe that as soon as they emerge, love and hate arise as a result. We can be equally certain that our judging that the rose is red must be within the soul. When that judging develops into the mental image of the red rose, however, such an image must have an outer validity and significance to be of any value to us. Thus, for reasons largely unknown today, though familiar to spiritual investigators, desiring surfaces in the soul and lives as the phenomena of love and hate. And the soul feels impelled to allow the activity of judging to flow from the well springs of its own being, sharpening judgments to mental images, and aware that if the judging is being done in a certain way, the image can be valid. It will strike you as odd that I have resorted to so many words, instead of just a few, in presenting these elementary concepts of soul life. You may be feeling that a shorter statement would have served just as well. What I now say is by way of footnote. It is conceivable that these matters could be covered more briefly, but since they go unnoticed and ignored, even in the broadest reaches of modern scientific life, error upon error is made regarding them. I want, as it were, to insert a footnote to indicate such a significant error, since those who are making this mistake are unclear about these matters with which we have been familiarizing ourselves and are coming to understand more fully. And those making this error are drawing sweeping conclusions with regard to a certain fact that is being completely misunderstood. In many physiology texts, you may read that we are able to move our hands and legs not simply because we have the sense of perception, nerves going from the sense organs to the brain and carrying messages to it or to the spinal cord. Everywhere the matter is also presented as if these nerves face others called motor nerves. On the physical plane they do, of course. It is said that whenever we see an object, a message is conveyed along the nerve that goes from the eyes to the brain, which acts as the central organ. The sensation experienced there is then transferred to another nerve connected from the brain to the related muscle, which is stimulated to move. Motor and sensory nerves are distinguished in this way. To a spiritual scientific perspective, however, the facts are very different. What natural science refers to as motor nerves do in fact exist as physical structures, but their purpose is not to stimulate movement, but to perceive it, to verify it, to become aware of self-movement. Just as we have nerves for receiving color impressions, so we also have nerves that allow us to check on what we are doing and convey it to our awareness. The prevailing view is a gross error that does widespread damage It has been ruinous to the whole field of physiology, and to psychology as well. All this should be understood as a footnote. We need to clarify the tremendous roles played in the life of the soul by judgment and by the phenomena of love and hate, the two elements we have found active in it. The entire life of soul is composed of various combinations of these two elements. We would arrive at an erroneous view if we fail to include the fact that all along the boundaries of the soul, other elements that do not belong to the soul's life in the strictest sense enter continuously from outside. Something is certain to occur to us in this context, something encountered everywhere in ordinary life, which we talked about in last year's lectures on anthroposophy. Our soul life is essentially based on what is referred to as sensations experienced by the senses. For example, sounds heard by the organ of hearing, colors perceived by the eyes, taste experienced through the organ of taste, and so on. Experiences of certain things conveyed to us by our senses, we take into our soul in a certain way and they live on in it. When we consider what we take into our souls in this way, we may say that our soul life is, in fact, approaches a boundary presented by the sense organs. Our sense organs are like sentries posted at a frontier, and whatever they report concerning the surrounding world, we absorb into our soul life and carry with us. Now, how does what sense experience gives us behave within the soul life? For soul life, what is the significance of our perceptions and what we then continue to live with? The sounds our ears hear, the colors our eyes see, and so on. What does all this mean for the soul? These experiences are usually studied in a truly one-sided way, without realizing that a combination of two factors or elements is encountered at the boundaries of soul life. One is perception, the direct experience we necessarily have of the outer world. We can have an impression of colors or sounds only when the sense organs that convey those impressions are exposed to them. Such impressions last only as long as we are exposed to external objects. An outer impression or interchange between the outer and the inner stops as soon as the eyes no longer look at an object or the ears no longer hear it making sounds. What does this prove? Consider this along with the other fact, that we carry something of these experiences of the outer world with us. You know the sound you heard or the color you saw, although you no longer hear or see them. What happened there? There is something that takes place completely within, something that belongs totally to your soul life and must absolutely occur within. If it belonged to the external world, you couldn't carry it with you. Sense impressions of a color that you have received by looking at the color may be carried within you afterward, only if they dwell in your soul, if they become an inner experience of the soul, so that they remain in the soul. Thus we must distinguish between sense perception, which happens between the soul and the outer world, and that which we separate from our interaction with the external world and continue to carry within us. We must sharply distinguish between these two things. This is vital in such matters. Please do not think that I am being pedantic by saying these things. A foundation must be created for what follows. You can clearly distinguish, for future reference, between the experience you have as long as you have an object before you and that which you carry with you in the soul afterward, if you call the first experience a sense perception and the latter a sensation. In this way you distinguish between the perception of a color and the sensation of it. Color perception is finished when you look away, but you continue to carry the sensation of color within you. Usually such distinctions are not made in daily life, nor are they necessary. We need them to prepare for coming lectures, however, and they will prove very useful to us. Our souls carry within them, then, sensations acquired through exposure to external scenes and objects. Should we consider them to be a completely new element of soul life in addition to the elements of judging and love and hate? If that were the situation, you would have to say, well, you have forgotten something that is also an element of the soul's life. You failed to mention the sensations derived from the senses, which are found there. That is not the situation, however. Such sensations are not a distinct aspect of the soul life. We must distinguish between the subject matter of the sensation and something else. For instance, when sensing the color red, we must separate out the red. If red were an inner soul experience, the whole color perception of it as red would be meaningless. The subject matter, or color, of the perception is in no way an inner experience of the soul. The object that stood before you is red, but its redness is not produced by your soul. What originates in your soul is something very different. That is, what you did or your activity while the red object stood before you, so that you could carry the impression with you. This activity is the inner soul experience, and it is actually nothing other than the converging of the two fundamental elements of the soul life to which we have been referring. We must look more closely at what occurs when we see a color, red for example, and then carry the impression of red with us in our soul. If what I have said is true, that there are two elements in our soul life, that of love and hate, which points back to a desiring, and that of judging, which leads to a mental image, only something connected with these two soul elements may be considered when we have a sense experience before us and want to identify the sensations. Imagine that you have a color impression before you and have a sensation of the color. What emerges as an activity from the soul experience, this is a question, let me read it again. What emerges as an activity from the soul experience when you expose yourselves to the sense experience of, for example, the color red? Love and hate would emerge from the soul on the one hand, and judging on the other. Let us make a drawing, and there's a drawing here. Assume that this is the border between the soul and the outer world. The horizontal line separates the area of the soul, the lower part in the illustration, from the outer world, the upper part. If what I have been saying is true, then if something along that boundary makes an impression on a sense organ, let us say that an object at C produces a color impression, judgment and the phenomena of love and hate come from within the soul to meet it, for nothing but these elements can flow from the soul. Only judging and the phenomena of love and hate can flow toward this sense experience as we observe the color red. Please note that there can be important differences between two judgments and between two desires. Imagine a dreamy or bored moment, for example, while waiting for a train. A memory surfaces in your soul, evoking the mental image of a previous experience that was unpleasant. Alongside this fact, there arises in your soul the long, drawn-out, repugnant consequences that resulted from that episode. You can sense how these two mental images now merge into a single, intensive visualization of the impression left by the disagreeable event. A judgment is reached entirely within the sphere of soul experience. The outer world has added nothing. Love and hate also play a role, since the image arose from the soul, and love and hate immediately joined it from within the soul. Again, nothing gets to the outside. While you sit quietly with this taking place in your soul, someone else can stand near you and not be able to see anything of what is going on in your soul. Nothing in the environment has any significance or in any way affects what your soul is experiencing of love and hate and judging. While we are engaged in the inner activity I have been describing, where judgment is evoked by love and hate, we remain in a sea of the soul life, so to speak. The following drawing can represent this. And there is again a drawing. The letter A indicates the emergence of the first mental image from within the soul's boundaries. B, the second. They coalesce to form a new mental image, X, or judging. Thereby love and hate come into consideration. None of this extends to the soul's boundary, but remains entirely within the realm of soul experience. Everything is different when it comes to a sense experience. When a sense experience emerges, we must go as far as the soul's boundary and approach the outer world. It is as though the currents of our soul life flow right up to where the outer world begins and are stopped by the outer world. What is stopped there? Desire, we may also say love and hate, flows as far as the boundary, as does the capacity to judge. They are both halted at the border. As a result, desiring must stop, as must judging. Judging and desiring both arrive at the border line, but the soul does not perceive them. In that, judging and desiring flow to the boundary of the soul life and are halted, a sensation forms. Sensations are nothing more than what flows together out of inner unconscious judging and the unconscious phenomena of love and hate, which strive outward but are hindered and retained. Whatever the soul carries as a sensation arises in this way. Thus, we can say that what we may call love and hate and what we may call judging surge substantially within the sea of the soul. We will study all these matters in exact and confirming detail and further clarify them. When judging leads to a mental image within the soul life, the soul life registers this culmination, the entire activity involved in judging, and finally sees the mental image as the outcome. If the soul allows the same current to flow right up to the boundary, where it comes up against the outer world, it is forced to let the stream of desiring and judging stop. Thus, the whole process, the convergence of desiring and judging, results in sensation. Strictly speaking, sensation is the converging of judging and desiring within the life of the soul. When we consider the usual daily range of our soul life and focus on the source of its rich content, we find it to be sense experience. Self-examination can easily convince you that your inner experiences arise mostly from that which you have taken with you out of sense experience. If you want to visualize something higher, mental images of the non-physical, you find that it does your soul good when you attempt to perceive sensibly what is not sense-perceptible. In other words, when you picture these things through color or sound sensations, even if quite subtle. Language can show us the soul's frequent, deep need to express higher things in terms of sensations. Usually people are unaware of this fact, because in picturing physical things, usually taken from daily life, the picture quality or symbol quality is very shadowy and nebulous. People believe they have produced something very different from pictures of combined sensations, but this is not the case. Just try to imagine an immaterial triangle, one that is colorless and not connected in any way with a sense perception. You will discover the difficulty in this and how totally incapable most people are when they want to imagine something like an intangible triangle. You can do so only when you make it sense perceptible. If you want to imagine a triangle, you must always imagine it as something physical. You must connect a material idea, one connected with the sense perceptible, to the concept of the triangle. This is in the nature of our language. You can see how you are always forced to think of a sense perceptible. You can see how you are always forced to think in sense perceptible terms through language. I said, for example, that a sense-based image has to be, quote-unquote, connected to the concept of a triangle. Isn't connecting just such a material image? We connect things to one another. The sense-based symbol is present everywhere in the words we use. Thus we can say that on the broadest scale, human soul life consists of sensations won from the outer world. There is really only one human mental image that normally accompanies all of us, arising repeatedly from our inner soul experience and not directly attributable to external sense experiences, despite the fact that it must always be linked to them. It is the unique mental image we so often speak of here, that of the I, capital. When we look at the actual soul situation, we find that human beings live, for the most part, in a world of sensations. In that world, the mental representation of the I surfaces, occasionally in a very apparent way. There is an underlying awareness of the I. When you examine your soul life, however, you quickly find that a mental image of the I is not always there. You do not continuously imagine only your I, but also other things, such as red, green, or blue, connecting and disconnecting, and so on. You do not, however, continuously imagine the I. Nevertheless, in spite of this, you know that in the I image, you are picturing something that must be present in every sense experience, where you know that you pit it against sensations in desiring and judging. What we call soul experience is, in a certain sense, also I experience. In a certain sense, experiencing sound or color is also an I experience, but the idea of the I can never be kindled in the external world alone. It always emerges between other images derived from sense experiences, but it cannot, unlike sound and color, enter from the outer world. It comes to the surface from the ocean of soul life, and as a mental image, joins every other mental image, as it were. All these other images also surface from that ocean. They are caused by external impressions, which are present only when those external impressions exist. The mental picture of the I surfaces without the existence of an external impression. That is the only difference between an image or perception of the I and other ideas and perceptions related to sense experiences. This, therefore, allows us to say that here we encounter the important fact that a unique mental image surfaces in the midst of our soul life, compared with those other externally induced mental images. This is a peculiar and significant fact. How can we explain it? There are a few modern philosophers and psychologists, even beyond the spiritual scientific movement, who stress the importance of the I image. This is something Dr. Unger has often and penetratingly indicated in his epistemological studies. Nevertheless, the odd thing is that, despite their good intentions, such scholars far overshoot the mark. I will mention the example of the French philosopher Bergson, footnote, Henri-Louis Bergson, 1859 to 1941, developed a humanistic philosophy of quote-unquote process as an alternative to positivism. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1928. End of footnote. In his works, you will encounter numerous references to the I image, with one thing emphasized repeatedly. Such scholars have noted the great significance and unique nature of the I image. As a result, they conclude that the I represents or indicates an enduring presence, because it surfaces from hidden depths rather than external stimuli. Bergson and others defend this view by saying that the I differs from all other soul and sense experiences in that it seems to be centered in itself, in its own experiencing, and thus perceives its own true shape. If the I experiences its own true form in its mental image, it is because something enduring is present, not something ephemeral. You will find that this is the reasoning based on the significant aspects of the I image of several schools of philosophy and psychology, even those outside spiritual scientific circles. There is a grave error in this reasoning. A certain objection must be raised against Bergson's argument, and this proves fatal to his inference. Let us say, for example, that the I image gives rise to something that constitutes the true human essence. In other words, that the soul is contained within this self. Let us assume that the I image does this. Then we must justifiably ask, what happens at night, during sleep? The human being is not within the I image. The mental image has completely disappeared. All concepts of the I being within its own image are valid only during waking life, since the I image no longer exists during sleep. It is gone, only to reappear when one awakens. It is in no way something enduring. In order for the I image to support the theory of a permanent I, it would have to be present as an image during sleep, but it is not. Thus, it is impossible to argue for the permanence or immortality of the I from a mere image of the I. We would be quite justified in concluding that because it is absent during sleep, it is also absent after death. The I image can be missing. It is in no way immortal, since it vanishes every day. Therefore, we must hold fast to the unique significance of the I image, which owes its existence to no external factor, a mental image within which the I really feels itself. Nevertheless, that image does not prove the existence of the I, because that picture does not exist at night. We have reached a conclusion today that we wish to build on from tomorrow onward. We see in the surging sea of our soul life that judging and the phenomena of love and hate are present, and basically form our soul life. We see that where the soul and the external world meet, sensations arise as an unconscious flowing together of desiring and judging. We see that sense experiences are taken into our soul life, and that within those experiences, not caused externally, the image of the I appears. We see that the image of the I has one characteristic in common with all other sense perceptions, at least to the extent they are experienced by the soul. The impressions of sound and color and all other sense impressions sink into the darkness of unconsciousness at night, just as the I image does. Now, we must ask about the origin of that uniqueness of the I image, and how it relates to judging and the phenomena of love and hate, described as the basic soul elements. I will close today with this question, which involves the relationship between the I image, or real soul center, and the rest of the soul's life. This is where we will resume tomorrow. It's the end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 6, given on November 2nd, 1910, entitled The Activities of Human Soul Forces. We concluded yesterday's observations on psychosophy by characterizing the soul's ebb and flow, and how it may be attributed to its two essential elements, judging and the inner experience of love and hate. We also pointed out that sensations, given through our senses, emerge and fill the soul life like waves that continually rise and fall on the sea. It was further indicated that there is one aspect that arises in this restless sea that is radically different from everything else we experience while awake to the external world. We experience these sensations when we have contact with the outer world. They then transform themselves in us in such a way that they live on in us. As we examine the tide of experience arising through the influences of our senses, we become aware of a perception that is very different from any other. All other perceptions in ordinary life are caused by outer stimuli that then go through a process within us. From perceptions, they become sensations and live on in what the sensations leave behind in us. Perception of the I, capital, is completely different, however. It surfaces among the other externally caused sensations and is in a certain sense always present during our soul life. Perception of the I differs in that it cannot be caused from outside. Thus, there is a contrast in our soul life between the sensation of the I and all other soul experiences. The mysteries hidden behind this contrast will become apparent in the course of these lectures. We must focus on the contrast right from the beginning to get a feeling for those mysteries. With all the rest of our experience, we depend, as it were, on the external world, and we insert our I perception into the rest of our experience. Using this completely abstract contrast, we can learn to sense that which surges up and down in the soul comes from two directions. It is important that we look with sensitivity at this human soul life, both in an abstract way and concretely, with both a smaller and a larger perspective, since only the study of human soul life will illumine all other soul life. Essentially, human soul life is anything but unified. It is more like a dramatic battlefield where opposites struggle continually. Anyone who listens with sensitivity and feeling to this soul life will certainly notice its dramatic character. When confronted by these opposing forces in the human soul, people in fact feel a lack of control, a passivity. The greatest geniuses, as well as the least outstanding of individuals, are subject to these two opposing natures in the soul's life. Yesterday I began with a poem by Goethe, to give you a feeling for the contradictions that are active in the human soul, even within the soul of the greatest genius. If after hearing that poem you had looked it up in a Goethe anthology, you would have had a peculiar feeling, which would serve as a good foundation for this whole lecture cycle. I want to describe that feeling in order to avoid considering soul life abstractly, and to bring life blood into it, and to enter into what lives in the soul. If you had looked up the Goethe poem that was recited yesterday, you might have said, well, this is a completely different version What I see here in Goethe's works is not what I heard. Something was indeed changed for the recitation, which from an academic perspective would be tremendously uncaring and barbarous. The poem was specially prepared and not read according to Goethe's text. Certain parts were changed and others omitted, so that a very different impression was created. Of course, this cannot be done in the presence of literature professors, but it is all right when it is done for a very specific purpose. In our case, the purpose was to deepen our perspective of the drama in the human soul. Goethe wrote The Eternal Jew in his very early youth, but if Goethe at a more advanced age could have looked over the poem as recited here, he might have said, "I can stand behind that." He would have accepted our changes and rejected what we omitted yesterday. He might have admitted to being somewhat ashamed of what he had originally written. Anyone who shares my own unlimited admiration for Goethe might be allowed to speak as I must today about his Eternal Jew. It was a product of his early youth, and his youthfulness is expressed there because it was produced when he was still a real good-for-nothing, someone from whom nothing could possibly be learned. Is it wrong to say that in certain respects nothing could be learned from Goethe? We can honestly say that at the time he could not even spell correctly. Why then may we not be allowed to say that certain aspects of the Eternal Jew are useless? We certainly cannot condone the rampant poor taste these days that allows, when possible, the light of day to shine on all the earliest forms of the works of every great artist. We merely expose our own deficiencies in this way. In this youthful poem, there is something that is not really Goethe himself. Many ideas rumbled around in his youthful soul, influenced by his surroundings. But the nature of his environment is unimportant to us and concerns only him. Elements were brought together within Goethe's soul that we might refer to as a marriage between the temporal and the eternally divine, that produced an enduring offspring for all of humanity. It is valuable to us and to everyone who will come after us. These two elements, the one that concerned only Goethe and the one that concerns us and all following generations, were disentangled in yesterday's recitation. These two Goethean souls were cut apart. That which lived in the young Goethe and remained dominant within him until the end of his life was separated from what lived in him only during his youth and later died out. We see here how forces play into genius and ripen only with time. And we see that there are other external forces that influenced Goethe. When we view Goethe's youthful soul, it really seems like a battlefield for the struggle between the heroic Goethe, what accompanied him throughout his life as the actual bearer of his genius, and an element in his soul that he fought against. If this battle had not taken place, Goethe would not have become Goethe. Here is a clear example of opposites, of contrary forces active in the soul. The soul cannot be a homogeneous entity. It would be unable to progress any further. It is vital that we begin by gaining a feeling for this polarity or contradiction in the soul life. If we do not have this feeling, we will not be able to value rightly what is said precisely with regard to the soul life. When we have such a typical soul life as Goethe's, we look at it as if at a drama and attempt to approach it with a kind of shy reverence, because in that one incarnation, in the battle that unfolds as soul life, we see the true content, the real destiny of the individual soul life. There is still another aspect that we may point out in this soul drama. Let us take another look at the contradictions in Goethe's soul life, as they appeared spiritually through yesterday's recitation and through my explanation. What may we conclude? We find that in his later years, Goethe followed only one of the impulses discussed yesterday, Goethe was subjected involuntarily to these two forces in his soul throughout his life. All human beings, as soul beings, are not merely masters of themselves, but are also subjected to something within that has power over them and that cannot be grasped knowingly up front. If Goethe, when he wrote, title The Eternal Jew, had embraced everything in his soul that could have been embraced, this poem would have been more artistic and a little closer to the version recited yesterday, but certainly not as it appears in Goethe anthologies. People are given over to their soul lives. There is an aspect there that is essentially just as external to our soul life as anything else around us. When we encounter a red rose, we are powerless to see it any differently. The rose forces us to retain the redness in our image of it. Likewise, there is something that makes it necessary to live out the drama of the soul in a very specific way. In terms of our sense impressions, the outer world dictates to us. We must recognize a similar inner master in our soul life when we examine its polarities and observe how the soul progresses in time from day to day, year to year, and from one stage of life to the next, seeing how it becomes richer as it is driven forward through an inner force. You can see in these simple concrete examples, which have been kept entirely at the physical level, that because of the nature of sense perception, we must acknowledge an external force or master in external life and an internal master within ourselves. No matter where we are in space, the outer world controls our sense perceptions. It would merely be a fantasy if we refused to recognize this. As we progress inwardly, we must look at the dramatic contradictions of our soul life. We need to recognize that we are subject to a master there, just as we are in the external world, a master who makes sure we have a different soul life at 7 years of age, for example, than at 20, 30, or later. This example is given at the outset to illustrate much of what we will consider later. In the final analysis, this soul drama, concretely demonstrated in Goethe, is made up only of the two elements of the soul life, of judging or reasoning, and the phenomena of love and hate. As I said yesterday, judging leads to visualization, whereas love and hate come from desire. You might say that my assertion that judging leads to visualization contradicts the simple fact that mental images originate from sense impressions forced on us from the outer world. When we see a rose and have the impression of red, we visualize red without any reasoning involved. You could further object that judging, thus, does not lead to a mental image. But it is really the other way around. Visualization comes first, and reason follows, based on the mental image. Hold on to this apparent contradiction for a moment. It is not easy to resolve or to see through. We must combine several of the insights we can glean from observing soul life to find the key to this apparent contradiction. First, it is important to note that mental images really do have an existence of their own in soul life. They have their own life. Please understand the full significance of that statement. Visualizations are like parasites, like living beings in the soul that lead their own existence there. On the other hand, desiring also has its own existence in the soul. The soul is really subject to the independent mental images and to longings and desires. You can easily see that mental images live a life of their own in our souls when you consider, for example, that the soul is powerless to easily call a previously formed mental image back into memory. A mental image formed only yesterday may sometimes refuse strongly to allow itself to be recaptured. In ordinary life, we then say that we have forgotten, that it simply will not rise to the surface and resists recall. A battle takes place between something that lives in us as an undeniable soul power, wanting to force an image to the surface, and something else that is also present in the soul. A battle is waged in our souls with the mental image, though it will eventually return without any external cause. It was present all the time, but refused to reveal itself at the desired moment. You know, further, that this battle between our own soul forces and the mental image to be called up is different with different human individualities. The mental images, indeed, live in the soul, but as opponents, so to speak, of our own soul forces. The difference between these two is frighteningly great. Some people, for example, never seem to suffer the embarrassment of being unable to recall what lives in their souls when needed. Such people can summon, in an instant, all their memories and knowledge. On the other hand, there are those so incapacitated by forgetfulness that they have absolutely no power over their reservoir of images, and they cannot recall them to consciousness. A true psychologist finds it very important to know how quickly a person can remember, the speed with which the images of past experiences assert themselves against the forces trying to recall them. Psychologists use this as a measure of a deeper element in the being of the human. They see evidence of inner health or illness in the degree that we are removed from our mental images. Since the nuances of health and illness blend into one another at their extremes, we may say that from a psychologist's viewpoint, we have subtle indications right into the physical nature of the human constitution in these intimate details. We can even assess just where an individual has a problem by the way a soul must battle with mental images in order to remember them. We look, as it were, right through the soul into something that is other than soul when we understand the soul's experience in battling with the realm of mental images. Another way of picturing the way mental images lead a life of their own in our souls is through the fact that we cannot completely control the mental images we have at any given moment. We are at their mercy. Certain experiences can convince us of this. It depends on us, on the nature of our soul life, whether or not we understand someone who is speaking with us, for example. You understand me when I am lecturing to you. If, however, you were to bring a person who is unfamiliar with such matters to hear my lectures, such a person would probably get nothing from them, regardless of how well educated that individual might be. Why is this? It is because you have been acquiring the needed mental images over a period of time. You have built up mental images in your souls that now come to meet the new ones in today's talk. Here you have an example of how we really have very little control over our soul life. There is no point in trying to understand something for which we lack a store of background images. In this case, image comes to meet image. If you observe your soul life, you will be able to notice that your I plays an extremely minimal role in it. You have the best opportunity to forget your I while you are listening to something that fascinates you. The more intently you listen, the more you forget your I. Try after the lecture to recall such a moment when you were absorbed in something you understood. You will discover that you must confirm that something was happening in you with which your I was not very involved, whereby it had indeed forgotten itself. At such times we say that we were as if given over to it, as if we had lost ourselves. We always lose ourselves when we understand something particularly well. We shut out our I and hold our reservoir of images up to meet those entering the soul. A sort of battle ensues between the old and the new, and we ourselves become the battleground for their confrontation. In relation to our soul life, something very important depends on whether or not we already have the mental images needed to understand something. Imagine listening to some matter without already having the mental images needed to understand it. We listen, quote unquote, unprepared, as they say. Then something peculiar happens. At the moment we listen unprepared, when the state of the soul life makes it impossible to understand, something demon-like approaches us from behind. What is it? It is the I dwelling in our soul life. It appears to attack as if from behind. As long as we are absorbed, are lost to ourselves, it doesn't show itself. But it arises whenever we lack understanding. How does it announce itself there? Those who pay close attention to soul life soon notice that what plays into it brings it discomfort. The soul fills itself with some element that brings it discomfort. With this as a background, we may say that this discomfort shows that in the soul life, the mental images already present affect new mental images trying to enter. Their way of acting is not a matter of indifference. It either brings a sense of comfort and satisfaction into soul life, or it brings exactly the opposite. Again, we see the degree to which we are given over to our mental images. Although it is not obvious, this is of vital importance to psychologists. This discomfort is a force created in the soul when confronted with the unfamiliar. It continues to act in the soul's life in such a way that it goes beyond that life and takes hold of an even deeper element of human nature. The results of this misunderstanding and discomfort can have a damaging consequence, even affecting the body's constitution. In diagnosing the finer degrees of sickness or health, those connected with the soul life, it is very important to notice whether or not patients understand the matters they must frequently contend with in life. Such considerations are far more important than is generally believed. Let us move on now. It was stated that our mental images have an independent life, that they are like beings within us. Further consideration will convince you of this. You will remember moments in your soul life when the external world seemed to have nothing at all to offer you, despite a desire on your part to be stimulated by it, to receive impressions, to experience something. It simply had nothing to offer. It passed you by without leaving any impressions. You then experience something as a result. Boredom. Boredom causes desire in the soul. It gives birth to a longing for impressions, and the soul life is surrendered to it. Yet there is nothing to satisfy that desire. Where does boredom originate? If you are truly a good observer of nature, you might have observed something not often noticed, that only a human being can become bored. Animals never become bored. Only superficial observers believe that such a thing is possible. You can even become aware of a strange aspect of human boredom. If you investigate the soul life of a simple, primitive people, you will find that they suffer far less boredom than is found among the more cultured people with their more complicated soul life. Those who go about the world and tend to be observant will notice that country people are much less prone to boredom than city dwellers. Of course, you should not think here of studying how bored city people become in the country, but only the degree of boredom country people experience in the country. Your attention should be on the more complex cultural conditioning of soul life. Thus, there is a real difference in the degree to which human beings are prone to boredom. Then, too, boredom does not emerge from soul life without cause. Why are we bored? It is produced by the independent life of our mental images. The old mental images in us are the source of our desire for new impressions. They want to be re-enlivened and refreshed, to have new impressions. People have little control over boredom because mental images received in a previous life develop their own life in the soul and seek re-enlivenment. They develop desires. If they remain unsatisfied, their unsatisfied longing, an attribute that we must study in the soul life itself, is expressed as boredom. Therefore, people who have fewer mental images also have fewer desiring images. The fewer desires for new impressions they develop, the less bored they are. We should not conclude, however, that a lasting state of boredom characterizes a highly developed human being. Those who constantly yawn are not among the most highly developed in terms of soul life, though they are more developed than those who can never become bored because they have few mental images. Boredom can be cured, and when the soul has developed sufficiently, boredom is no longer possible. Why are animals never bored? When the gates of their senses are open to their environment, animals continually receive impressions. Now picture those impressions. The soul life of an animal flows out to the environment and is stimulated. What goes on outside as a continuous external process keeps pace with the inner flow of animal experience. Animals are done with the one impression when a new one is presented, to which they surrender themselves. Outer events, outer events and inner experience coincide. The advantage we have over animals is that we can establish within ourselves a different measure of time. The sequence of mental images that surfaces in our soul life can be based on a time element other than the one in our environment. We may happen to encounter something that has often left an impression with us, but a time comes when we close ourselves to it. We shut out the impression. It is as if our attention is withdrawn from the outer flow of time and events, and we do not accompany them inwardly. Time passes within us as well, but since it is without external impressions, it remains unfulfilled. As long as people have mental images from a previous life, they work into the time that is empty, and in this way continue their activity in the soul. Consequently, the following might happen. Once again, imagine the soul experience of animals as it runs parallel to the outer flow of time. And there's a picture. An animal's inner soul life flows in such a way that it is given over to the outer flow of time or the perceptions of its own body. When, for example, an animal digests, the images that arise from within stimulate it inwardly. This is extraordinarily interesting to the animal. For it, the external flow of time has the effect of offering it constant inner stimulation. We could say that it is interested in every moment, which cannot be said of human beings. Outer objects can cease to interest us. Nevertheless, the flow of external time continues. Let us picture the inner soul life of the human being and the outer flow of time in relation to it. Human soul life is exposed repeatedly to the same external impressions to the point where they hold no further interest. Soul life then stops. And since time flows on with the soul life, that time remains empty, and we are bored. People are bored because of unfilled time. What works into these unfilled periods? It is the mental images of the past that have a longing but do not receive anything. While animals receive constant stimulation in the course of time, human beings develop between past and future, longings for impressions as the result of mental images themselves demanding new content and enrichment. Human beings have an advantage over animals owing to the fact that our past mental images continue to live and develop a life of their own. Later, I will point out what can cause illusions in this context. There is a cure for boredom, which is approximately as follows. Living in our continuing mental images are not only desires, but meaningful content as well, meaning that continues to live in the soul. This is what enables us to carry mental images acquired in the past into the future ourselves. When the mental images themselves bring something to us from the past, that is again the mark of higher soul development. It makes a great difference whether or not we possess mental images that continue to interest and fill our soul life in the future. Thus, there is a stage beyond which one can be bored. But for those who fill themselves with meaningful mental images, such images continue to act in the future. This is the difference between those who can cure their boredom and those who cannot. Such an inability indicates the independent life of one's mental images, a life that cannot be controlled and to which one is subject. If we do not make certain that our mental representations have meaning, we become bored. Only through meaningful mental images can we protect ourselves from boredom. This is also immediately significant for psychologists, since ordinary human life demands a certain balance between fulfilling the soul's desires and external life in general. A bored soul, empty of meaning, one that nevertheless continues to live with the flow of time, for time waits for no one, is poisonous also in a certain connection for the body. Excessive boredom leads to illness. The phrase bored to death reflects an appropriate sense of this fact. Those who suffer from boredom may not be killed instantly by it, but it does in fact work as a psychological toxin far beyond the confines of the soul. You may have a sense that the things you have heard today are simply pedantic explanations, but they will help us gain even deeper insight into the real life of the soul. Subtle distinctions are vital to familiarizing ourselves with the wonderful drama of the soul, where the I plays the heroic, central role. There is, quote-unquote, someone hidden in the soul life of everyone, one who is wiser than we ordinarily are. If this was not true, the outlook for human life would be very grim. When we examine the way various people view matters, they seem to have the most extraordinary notions about the nature of the soul, the body, and the spirit, subjects over which a great deal of confusion rules. It is especially interesting that during ancient times, when external science was based more on clairvoyance, people made the appropriate distinctions among the parts played by the body, soul, and spirit in the human being. Then, at a relatively early point in time, a church council felt impelled to do away with the spirit. The church established a permanent dogma that human beings consist only of body and soul. Yes, the spirit was, in fact, abolished. If you were to acquaint yourselves with the dogmatism of the church, you would understand the consequences of that action. A few individuals, of course, saw that there was something people had to refer to as spirit, but they were the most vehement heretics. Anyone who could not make do with body and soul and consequently introduced spirit as a third component was considered a monstrous heretic. This was a consequence of the uncertainty that prevailed about whether or not it was justified to speak of body, soul, and spirit. From the moment when one ceased to speak of body, soul, and spirit, confusion set in. But people tend toward confusion about everything. When people no longer really know what spirit and soul are, something else can disappear. That is how the clear view of spiritual life disappeared. Even though human beings are always prone to the error of failing to distinguish properly, we can say that something in the nature of a good spirit keeps watch over humanity, and that there is a dim feeling for the truth. We are able to have a dim feeling of the truth because something like the spirit of language is active in our environment. Language is really wiser than human beings. People ruin much of language, but language does not allow everything related to it to be spoiled. It is more correct and sensible than the average individual. Language, through its stimulation and the impressions it makes on the human soul, can sometimes have a very proper effect. People, on the other hand, make errors when they bring their judging to it. I would like to give you an example of how we surrender ourselves to language and yet feel and sense something that is right. Imagine that you stand before three things. First, a tree, second, a bell, and third, a human being. You begin to judge according to what the outer world presents, based on your immediate sense impressions. You activate your soul life. Judging is an activity that takes place in the soul. You make judgments about the tree, then the bell, and then the person. You look at the tree. It is green. You make a judgment that is expressed in accordance with the genius of language with the sentence, "The tree is green." Now let us assume that you want to express some fact about the bell as a result of your sense impression. That is, that the bell is ringing and producing a sound. At the moment when the bell is ringing, you express your perception with the speech judgment. The bell rings. You have expressed the tree's greenness with the words, "The tree is green," and your experience of the bell with the words, "The bell rings." Now, let us look at the person. The person speaks. You experience this fact and clothe your outer impression with the words, "The person speaks." Now let us look at all three judgments. The tree is green, the bell rings, and the person speaks. What has arisen in these three? All three have to do with sense impressions. You will have the feeling that each of the three sense impressions, when compared with the spoken judgments, emerges as something quite different. In considering the first judgment, you must ask what it really expresses. It expresses a fact that through the form of judgment is related. It expresses a fact that through the form of judgment is related to space. In saying that the tree is green, I am expressing a spatial fact, one that is true now and will remain the same any number of hours from now. It is something enduring. Now take the next judgment, the bell rings. Does that express anything existing in space? It does not. Instead of expressing something spatial, it describes something occurring in time, something in the process of becoming, something in a state of flux. Consequently, and because the genius of language is so wise, you can never speak in the same way about spatial facts as you do about what takes place in time. In terms of judging, language does not allow you to use a verb directly in describing a tree in space. One must resort to an auxiliary verb, is, one that helps us live in time with our speech. Thus one says, "The tree is green." You are allowed to use a verb to express something very similar, but with a different emphasis, saying, "The tree greens." In that instance, however, one is shifting to a description of something taking place in time. Where the genius of language allows a shift from space to time, one must shift to what proceeds in time, to what is becoming, to the arising of greenness. A true genius, a wonderful genius, is at work in language. As human beings, we have damaged it in many ways, but it remains a fact that language simply does not allow us to directly use verbs for spatial matters. Footnote: 1. In German, the word for verb, Zeitwort, is literally time word. End of footnote. In the case of the second judgment, where a process of becoming is involved, we cannot express such a process with is, saying the bell is rings, which distorts the meaning. To rewrite or paraphrase in such a way ruins language. Footnote. In English, one may say the bell is ringing. In German, however, läutend, ringing, becomes an adjective rather than a verb. End of footnote. Footnote. The genius of the English language does allow for a combination of space and time within verb forms. End of footnote. As for the third judgment, one's sense perception is expressed by the verb speaks. Consider for just a moment the difference between the judgments. The bell rings and the person speaks. In the first, the sound is the important thing and is expressed with the judgment. If I say the person speaks, however, I am making a statement that does not contain that which is of consequence. In this case, the important thing is not in the speaks, but in what is being said. The stimulus to sense perception expressed in the verb speaks is not what holds our interest in this instance, but rather the content, the what, expressed with the verb. With the language, you stop short of the content there. Why, in the case of the bell rings, do you not stop short? And why does the genius of language stop short of content in saying the person speaks? Why do we stop short of what matters to us? It is because we want to confront the living soul directly. In this instance, the genius of language has supplied a word, speaks, that stops short of meaning and merely characterizes something external that confronts us. In the case of the bell, the word rings conveys the bell's metallic inner quality. When you confront a living human being having inner soul qualities, you guard against bringing that inner quality into the word. In the genius of language, there is a tangible difference between what refers to place or space, a process or becoming, and the inner aspect of the soul. When we want to describe this from outside, we stop short of the inner aspect, that which matters, in the language as if out of a shy reverence. Through speaking, we recognize the inner soul aspect. In the course of these lectures, we will see that it is indeed important to lift ourselves to a certain height of feeling, that we conceive of the soul as a self-contained realm, something that surges from its center, breaking against its confines. When we describe the soul from outside, the genius of language forces us in a certain way to stop short of its inner being. It is important that we learn to understand the soul in its true nature as a self-contained inner being and become aware that whatever must approach it from outside confronts an inner resistance coming from it. We should thus imagine the soul as a circle, approached from its surroundings by sense experiences and filled internally with surging soul life. As we saw today, this inner life of the soul is by no means independent. It experiences inwardly its own life of mental images, the reservoir of mental images. Those images absorbed from without into the soul's inner life continue to lead an existence in the flow of time. We will see in the coming days how this self-contained life of mental images enclosed within the boundaries of the soul is the source of both our greatest bliss and our deepest suffering, to the extent that they originate in the soul. We will see, too, how the spirit is the greatest healer of the pain and suffering mental images cause in our souls. We may also say that just as hunger must be stilled in external bodily life, and that such stilling is healthy, the same must be done for the inner life of the soul. mental images require, in a certain way, inner nourishment through other mental images. When we overburden ourselves by eating too much, our health is undermined. Thus, the destiny of the soul plays out in such a way that new mental images may promote health or illness. We will see how the spirit functions not only as a health giver in terms of our hunger for new mental images, but also as healer when we suffer from an excess of them. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 7, given on November 3rd, 1910 in Berlin. The lecture is entitled The Senses, Feeling, and Aesthetic Judging. We will again begin our lecture by reciting a poem to illustrate certain matters that we will explore today and tomorrow. This time the poem is the work of a non-poet, appearing to be more the incidental byproduct of the spiritual activity of the author himself. Thus, we will be dealing with a soul manifestation that does not really arise from his innermost soul impulse, and this will significantly enhance our opportunity to study the theme of our lectures. The poem was written by the German philosopher Hegel about his relationship to certain secrets of human initiation. Quote of the poem: Eloisis to Hölderlin. Around me, within me, peace. The unremitting cares of busy human beings sleep. And I am given freedom and leisure. Thank you, night, my liberator. The moon shrouds the uncertain boundaries of the distant hills with a misty mass. A bright strip glitters lovingly over the lake. The memory of the day's tedious clatter recedes,